Falling into the sewer can lead to a time travel, and thrown directly at the entrance of Notting Academy. Zhang Ge looked up in confusion while others traveled to Holy Soul Village first. He had directly skipped the novice village and was thrown right at the entrance of Notting Academy. According to system analysis, you are too weak, throwing you to Shrek would get you beaten out. The mechanical voice in his mind was heart-wrenching. Footsteps approached from behind, and an old man and a young boy walked over. Xiao San, you just... Zhang Ge shivered at my affair with Xiao San get exposed. Turning around, he realized it was Tang San and old Jack. The doorman arrogantly opened the door. What do you want? Zhang Ge blurted out. Is this a place for you country bumpkins to come? The doorman was stunned. How did you know what I was going to say? Receive the mission. Beat the doorman. Reward. Reawaken martial soul, random soul skill. Failure if Tang San gets there first, system will strip rewards. Zhang Ge's eyes widened. His original martial soul was a sickle. How could he survive without a system? He pointed behind the doorman and shouted, Principal. The moment the doorman turned around, Zhang Ge kicked him in the butt. Thud. Dog eat shit. Before the doorman could react, Zhang Ge jumped on him and started a punch, targeting his ribs and nose. A punch to the ribs, the feeling of suffocation. A punch to the nose, tears and snot flying everywhere. Congratulations on exceeding the mission. Rewards unchanged. Zhang Ge. Old Jack looked dumbfounded. This kid looks handsome, but why is he so ruthless? Tang San frowned. This person targets weaknesses. He's a martial arts expert. The doorman cried out, Master, I've been beaten. Yu Xiaogang walked over, glanced at the doorman. At such a young age, your combat power is not bad. Zhang Ge quickly reported. He said our proof was forged and called us beggars. The doorman was about to cry. I didn't say that at all. The master looked at the proof. It's all real. Come in with me. Before leaving, he warned the doorman. If there's a next time, get lost. The doorman was in tears. Everyone else is showing off, and I'm the only one getting beaten. As he followed the master inside, Zhang Ge's heart raced. Reawakening martial soul. What could he awaken? Would the random soul skill be an offensive one or a control one? More excitingly, the system suddenly prompted, detected innate full soul power fluctuation coming from Tang San. Is Tang San's secret about to be exposed? Would the master take him as a disciple first? Can Zhang Ge beat Tang San to it and become a disciple? I've even forgotten my own name. Everyone calls me master. When Yu Xiaogang said this, Zhang Ge exclaimed, This act deserves full marks. The system suddenly popped up a mission. Develop Yu Xiaogang into a tool person. Reward innate full soul power. Failure will revoke previous rewards. Zhang Ge was stunned. This is about to scheme against the master. It involves Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong. He pulled out the family badge given by the system, and the master trembled. This is a direct lineage identity badge? Zhang Ge had a sad face, not sure about the specifics. The master immediately imagined, the family has produced another genius like me. From now on, they'll protect you. Zhang Ge was laughing madly inside. This is too easy to fool. The master turned to Tang San. Do you want to be my disciple? The classic scene unfolded, and Tang San knelt to pledge loyalty. The teachers from the academic affairs office mocked the master from behind, and Zhang Ge squinted. Don't bother with fools. Tang San nodded. Yeah, Uncle Master. Because of that badge, Zhang Ge directly became Tang San's Uncle Master. When they reached the dormitory building, Zhang Ge remembered to check his rewards. Soul Power Level 10. First Martial Soul. See Calming Needle, the Rui, Jingu Bang He. Soul Skill full of Big Man. Causes the opponent to sweat profusely, dehydrating them into a dry corpse, ignoring levels. Very little soul power consumption. Zhang Ge was overjoyed. This system is not returning goods. Just as he entered the dormitory, a strong man stood up. Newcomer, do you know the rules? It was the dorm leader, Wang Sheng. Zhang Ge flexed his wrists, just in time to test the Rui Jingu Bang and the new soul skill. Wang Sheng threw a punch, and Zhang Ge activated the soul skill. Full of Big Man. In the next second, Wang Sheng was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. His legs went weak, and he knelt. I am thirsty. The people around stared dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? Zhang Ge hoisted the Rui Jingu Bang. Now, who is the boss? Suddenly, a clear voice came from outside. What are you all arguing about? Zhang Ge turned around to see a delicate little girl with scorpion braids. Xiaowu? What's she doing here? Xiaowu's eyes lit up as she stared at the Rui Jingu Bang in Zhang Ge's hand. That stick looks nice. Zhang Ge's heart skipped a beat. She wouldn't want to snatch it, right? More excitingly, the system prompted. New mission. Make Xiaowu recognize you as the big brother. Reward. Unknown divine skill. Getting the future 10th Sandier Soul Beast to be a little brother? Can Zhang Ge handle it? Will Wangsheng look for help to retaliate? If Xiaowu tries to snatch the Rui Jingu Bang, can he beat her? In the 7th dormitory, Wang Sheng looked at Zhang Ge sideways. Newcomer. As his fist swung over, Zhang Ge punched back with force. Wang Sheng dodged by tilting his head, and the next second was hit in the face by full of big man. Whoosh! A hot wind swept by, and Wang Sheng was drenched in sweat, flying away in 3 seconds. Do you admit defeat? Zhang Ge clapped his hands. Wang Sheng collapsed on the ground. Your hot wind is too fierce. You are the boss. Just as Tang San was about to say something, a clear voice came from outside. Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory? Everyone turned around at the delicate little girl, her braids long, tender as a peach blossom bun. Xiao Wu. The system suddenly jumped with a task. Kiss Xiao Wu. Reward. Random soul skill. Failure penalty. Kiss the master. Zhang Ge turned pale. This penalty is deadly. Xiao Wu. The dance of the dance. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly. Zhang Ge gritted his teeth. Big brother, the song of the song. Xiao Wu. According to the rules, newcomers have to spar. Zhang Ge wanted to find an excuse, and as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wu dashed over, kicking him with her little white leg, making his arm tingle in a wonder. She's a Tentasan-year-old sister. Zhang Ge panicked and instantly activated full of big man. Xiao Wu was instantly drenched in fragrant sweat, her steps unsteady. Still trying to kick over, Zhang Ge dodged and grabbed her little foot. Thud! They both fell, Zhang Ge underneath, Xiao Wu on top, face to face, lips to lips. Congratulations on completing the mission. Obtained random soul skill. The people around were about to pop their eyes out. Xiao Wu suddenly pushed him away, her face as red as blood. You pervert. Zhang Ge was about to explain when the system prompted the new soul skill. Magic power of love. Spin the target rapidly, causing dizziness and vomiting with very low soul power. Consumption. What bizarre soul skill. Xiao Wu glared at him angrily. I want to fight you again. Zhang Ge felt anxious if this continued. Who knows what ridiculous task might trigger. More excitingly, Tang San suddenly spoke up. Uncle Master, this doesn't seem right. That is he jealous? If Xiao Wu really attacks, will Zhang Ge have to use the new soul skill? If the master knew about this, would he skin him alive? Xiao Wu propped herself up with her arms, her face red like a ripe apple, and smacked Zhang Ge's face with her small hand. Rogue. Stinky rogue. The force was as light as a tickle. She staggered to the edge of the bed, glaring at him with resentment, imagining beating Zhang Ge 800 times in her mind. Zhang Ge got up, his old face flushed, and handed her a cup of water. You're dehydrated. Drink some water. Xiao Wu clenched her fists, wishing she could bite him. If you don't drink water, how can you have the strength to take revenge on me? Zhang Ge's words left Xiao Wu stunned. It seemed somewhat reasonable. She took the cup and sipped lightly. The people around were dumbfounded. She is no longer angry. Zhang Ge began to explain. My soul skill can dehydrate people. At our age, 4/5 of our bodies are water, so being dehydrated is not good. Xiao Wu's anger indeed faded, and she listened seriously. Next time we spar, no soul skills, I will definitely beat you. Xiao Wu raised her chin. All right, whoever wins will be the boss. Zhang Ge went along with her. About what happened earlier, I'm sorry. Xiao Wu's face flushed, pretending to be angry. Humph. They'll treat you to something delicious as an apology. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. Don't think you can brush me off with just 1 meal. 10 meals. This is what you said? Wang Sheng and the others were in awe. This flirting technique is incredible. Teacher, Mo, brought the bedding, which was given by the master. Xiao Wu looked eagerly at the brand new quilt, and Zhang Ge handed it over. You cover it. This is what you said? Xiao Wu smiled like a child who stole candy. Tang San came over. Master uncle, the quilt is big enough. Shall we share it? Zhang Ge glared at him. I'm still hoping to share it with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu bit her lip and walked over. Well, the earlier thing isn't all your fault. Don't take advantage of me. Let's share it. This, isn't it inappropriate? Zhang Ge declined verbally, but inside he was overjoyed. Would Xiao Wu backtrack? What would Tang San think when he saw this scene? Even more exciting was that the system suddenly prompted. New task. Share a quilt with Xiao Wu tonight. Reward. Unlock the 2nd martial soul. Can Zhang Ge complete the task? What would the 2nd martial soul be? Would Xiao Wu sneak attack him at night? What's wrong with that? We already kissed. Xiao Wu blushed and lowered her head, mumbling like a mosquito. Then it settled. Push your bed over. Xiao Wu lifted her head and said at the cafeteria. Xiao Wu was excited when she heard someone mocking from above. Oh, the poor guy wants to go upstairs? It was the senior Xiao Qinyu, with a face full of annoyance. Zhang Ge sneered inwardly just when I was worried about not having anyone to treat. He rushed up to Xiao Qinyu. You treat us. What are you? Xiao Qinyu laughed out loud. Zhang Ge suddenly pointed at him and activated his 2nd soul skill, death stripping. Swish! Xiao Qinyu's clothes instantly disappeared, leaving only pink underwear. The whole place went silent. then erupted in a laughter. Ha! Naked pig. Pink underwear? Not bad taste. Xiao Qinya's face turned as red as a monkey's butt, and he roared, "Let's go outside and fight. If I lose, you'll pay for your meals for a year. If you lose, you could be my stool. No problem." Zhang Ge smiled sinisterly. Outside the cafeteria, Xiao Qinyu summoned his wolf martial soul, level 11 battle soul master here. Everyone was waiting to see Zhang Ge make a fool of himself, but to their surprise, he raised his hand, holding a needle for embroidery. Ha ha! Is he here to do embroidery? Xiao Qinyu laughed crazily. In the next second, the embroidery needle erupted with golden light, instantly transforming into a majestic golden staff. The Dinghai God Needle, a golden red aura surged, the pressure coming down like a mountain. Xiao Qinyu was instantly scared silly as demonic creatures rushed towards him, and Zhang Ge, behind him, opened a pair of burning scarlet giant eyes. The master stood up abruptly from a distance. How can this martial soul be this? Xiao Wu and Tang San were also dumbfounded. Xiao Qinya's legs went weak, and Zhang Ge swung the staff down. Could he catch this blow? What hidden abilities did Zhang Ge's Dinghai God Needle have? Even more exciting, the system prompted, defeat Xiao Qinyu, reward God-level skill Monkey King possession. Could this skill allow Zhang Ge to become the Monkey King? Would Xiao Qinyu beg for mercy? Xiao Qinya's legs went weak, and he felt his knees. His wolf martial soul instantly disappeared, and he couldn't even stand up, only shouting, "I admit defeat. I admit defeat." Zhang Ge put away the Dinghai God Needle. Feeling puzzled, was that it? He still hadn't swung my stick. It turned out that the Dinghai God Needle had a built-in great sage deterrence, scaring those with weak wills to death, even more powerful than soul skills. Xiao Wu bounced to his side. So amazing. He was scared to pee himself. Xiao Qinyu had a mournful face. From now on, when you eat, you'll pay the bill. You are the boss of the academy. A group of people quickly bowed. We greet the boss. After eating, they went to find the master. Tang San just released the Haotian hammer. Zhang Ge's golden hoop suddenly appeared on its own, radiating pressure that suppressed the Haotian hammer. The Haotian hammer trembled in Tang San's hands, known as the #1 weapon martial soul, yet being suppressed by a stick. The master looked like his eyes were about to pop out. What is the origin of this stick? Just as Zhang Ge was about to explain, the master handed him a belt. This 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night is for you. Zhang Ge was stunned. Wasn't this for Tang San? Tang San stared at it with wide eyes, but could only silently clench his fists. Better rebuild the Tang sect first. On the way back, Xiao Wu pouted. You guys go get soul rings, and all the labor from work-study students falls to me? Don't worry. Xiao Qinyu and the others will do it. Zhang Ge patted his chest. Whoever dares to slack off, they'll come back and beat him. Xiao Wu's face flushed. He'll give you a bit of credit. Let's spar again. Tang San tactfully left. Feeling uncomfortable, Xiao Wu didn't even have him in her eyes. Under the moonlight, Xiao Wu struck a pose. This time, no soul skills. As Zhang Ge was about to respond, the system suddenly jumped with a task. Win against Xiao Wu, reward 1,000 Mili. Lose, forever become a shorty. This punishment is too harsh. Can Zhang Ge beat Xiao Wu? Even more exciting, he noticed that Xiao Wu's fist glowed with a faint red light. Did she not hide any trump cards? Would there be any unexpected developments during the spar? Zhang Ge, what the hell is turning into a bald head? Dog system, are you trying to kill me? What are you thinking? Xiao Wu suddenly asked. I am an orphan, Zhang Ge said. Xiao Wu was taken aback, and Zhang Ge continued. Before I can remember, my parents were gone. Fortunately, the uncles and aunts in the village treated me well, allowing me to live until now. But even so, I am still just an orphan without a father or mother. Summer warm and winter cool. Zhang Ge's words were like a sharp sword, piercing directly into Xiao Wu's heart. Xiao Wu, run away. Her mother's desperate cry echoed in her ears again, and tears couldn't help but stream down Xiao Wu's face. Through her tear-filled eyes, she seemed to see that blood-red soul ring once more. It was her mother's soul ring, and since then, she had become an orphan. I miss my mom, Zhang Ge said softly, looking up at the moon. This was true. He was thinking of his mother back on Earth. However, this statement caused Xiao Wu to break down completely. Her mother being murdered was the most painful experience of her life. She covered her face with her hands and cried. But she didn't notice that Zhang Ge was looking at her with shining eyes. Did you make her cry? The system asked. Of course. What kind of ridiculous task did this dog system issue? I have to hold her without letting her resist, and I have to complete it within 10 minutes. What can I do? I can't just knock her out, can I? The system fell silent. I just wanted you to knock her out, and then you could. Cough, cough, cough. Then I could issue follow-up tasks. But look at you, you made her cry. Oh, this damn host has messed up my rhythm. Xiao Wu cried harder and didn't notice that a pair of salty hands had gently grasped her delicate shoulder, slowly pulling her into an embrace. Finally, Zhang Ge fully held Xiao Wu in his arms, and she leaned against his shoulder without any resistance. It wasn't that hard, was it? Hey, the task is complete. Where's my reward? The system. Zhang Ge was about to check what soul bone it was when the crying of Xiao Wu in his arms gradually diminished and suddenly moved a bit. Zhang Ge was. Xiao Wu's close combat ability is extremely strong. If she realizes that he is being a scoundrel, he will definitely get a set of 8. No, Xiao Wu can't perform the 8 yet, but her leg techniques are still top-notch. Zhang Ge, Xiao Wu suddenly said. Zhang Ge felt like his throat was walking on a tightrope, trembling continuously. How did your parents die? So that's what she was asking. Zhang Ge breathed a sigh of relief. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I heard from the villagers that it was related to soul beasts. Xiao Wu's delicate body trembled. Then, do you hate soul beasts? Zhang Ge shook his head. It's still uncertain whether it was a soul beast that killed my parents. Even if it was, I don't know which soul beast it was. And it might have already been killed by another soul master. How can I hate it? Don't you hate other soul beasts? No. If I really knew which soul beast killed my parents, I would do everything I could to avenge them. But I won't hate other soul beasts. Justice has its own way. Xiao Wu wiped her tears and suddenly realized something. She jumped up from Zhang Ge's embrace, her little face turning as red as an apple. It's fine, I'll wash the clothes myself, Zhang Ge said, pointing at the tear stains on the clothes. Xiao Wu was both angry and amused. You jerk? Taking advantage of me and still complaining that I'm dirty. You deserve a beating. At midnight, the two returned to Dormitory 7, where only the faint sound of snoring could be heard, indicating that everyone else was already asleep. They exchanged glances and went back to their beds. Just as Zhang Ge was about to fall asleep, a soft little hand suddenly grabbed his. He opened his eyes to see Xiao Wu blushing and nervously closing her eyes. He smiled and held her little hand. This hand was so soft and smooth. At that moment, the dog system suddenly started acting up again. Mission received. Let go of the hand and do not make Xiao Wu angry. Mission reward. 1,000-year soul ring. Failure penalty. 1,000 degrees of nearsightedness. Zhang Ge is confused. This is really a damn dog system. Who can stand being severely nearsighted? Knock her out. If you knock her out, she won't be angry anymore. The system said. Zhang Ge sneered. Knock her out? Do you look down on me? He released his grip, and Xiao Wu was taken aback, opening her eyes. She pouted, about to speak, when Zhang Ge reached out to stroke her hair. Sleep now. We have to get up early tomorrow, Zhang Ge said gently. Xiao Wu's face turned red. She nodded and closed her eyes. See, she's not angry. Mission accomplished. Bring on the 1,000-year soul ring. Zhang Ge laughed heartily in his heart. System. This dog host is a bit difficult to deal with. 006 was sparring with Tang San. Left arm soul bone. Enhances one's attributes by 50%, can unfold into an arm shield to block damage, adds a soul-burning ghost fire, and can actively release ghost fire arrows for ranged attacks, consuming very little soul power. Comes from the 13,000 year soul beast, the Billywolling cat, and can evolve. 1,000-year soul ring. Comes from the 6,000 year soul beast, the Huangquan wood, with the attached soul skill. Bigwood, Bigwood. Bigwood, Bigwood. Increases one's defense and speed by 50%, taunts and humiliates the opponent, causing them to lose their rationality and ignore others, attacking only you. Not bad. Zhang Ge's eyes lit up. However, the problem arose. The soul ring had already been obtained, but are we still going to the soul hunting forest tomorrow? Zhang Ge thought for a moment and decided not to go. If he did, the secrets of the system might be exposed. As for an excuse, he had already thought of one. He would just say that he felt wrong before, that he wasn't even at level 10 soul power, just a bit over level 9. And that would be enough. He believed the master wouldn't be angry. After all, Zhang Ge was just a kid. The next morning, when Zhang Ge saw the two of them, he repeated the excuse he had thought of last night. The master didn't say much, just instructed Zhang Ge to work hard on his cultivation and try to reach level 10 as soon as possible. And then he left with Tang San. Watching them leave, Zhang Ge turned back to the academy. Tang San, during the time you're away, Xiao Wu will completely become mine. In the carriage, Tang San suddenly felt a moment of daze. At that moment, he seemed to have a feeling of losing someone very important in the dark. Xiao San, what's wrong? The master asked. Tang San shook his head and smiled. It's nothing, teacher. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. In the gardens south of the playground, Xiao Wu stood with her hands on her hips. Hey, do you guys even know how to clean up? Xiao Qingyu and the others looked pained. We don't. Everyone in our families has money. We don't need to do cleaning. Xiao Wu pouted angrily. That bastard Zhang Ge went to hunt soul beasts in the forest and left all this work to me. At that moment, a voice suddenly came. Who was the bastard? Zhang Ge. After Xiao Wu said this, she was stunned and turned to see Zhang Ge walking over slowly. A smile immediately appeared on Xiao Wu's face. But the next second, she thought of something, pouted her lips, and straightened her face, intentionally ignoring Zhang Ge. Boss. Xiao Qinyu and the others hurriedly greeted him. Go ahead and be busy. Zhang Ge waved his hand, and Xiao Qinyu and the others felt like they had been granted amnesty and quickly left, finally free from cleaning. Aren't you going to the hunting soul forest to hunt soul beasts? Why are you back? Xiao Wu asked. Low emotional intelligence. My soul power hasn't reached level 10, so I'm not going. High emotional intelligence. I can't bear to let you suffer alone here. Zhang Ge chose a high emotional intelligence response without hesitation. Xiao Wu's face brightened. At least you still have a bit of conscience. But isn't it okay for you not to hunt soul beasts? Soul rings are very important. Why don't you follow the master and the others? With Xiao Qinyu and the others helping, although it might be a bit slower, I can still manage. Zhang Ge said, I have a way to solve the soul ring issue. Come on, let's clean up first, and after we're done, we'll attend the opening ceremony. In the following days, except for the time spent in the restroom, Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu were almost together every moment. They attended classes together during the day, cleaned, and ate. At night, they slept in the same bed, although it might easily lead to misunderstandings. They indeed slept in the same bed, but that boundary was never crossed. However, sometimes they would hold hands while sleeping. Zhang Ge thought for a moment. It might be because the two had very similar experiences, feeling mutual sympathy. Coupled with Zhang Ji's good looks, strong abilities, and concern for Xiao Wu, she developed some affection and reliance on him. In short, there was no chance left for Tang San and Xiao Wu. Their relationship was now just that of ordinary friends. Over the past few days, the system had surprisingly not caused any trouble. The system's inner thoughts. This dog-like host is a bit difficult to handle. I need to think carefully about how to deal with him in the future. Otherwise, he keeps disrupting my rhythm, making it too hard to play, and the experience is extremely poor. One day, Tang San and the master returned from the soul hunting forest, and the master was injured, looking completely wilted. It was obvious, without asking, that he had been poisoned by the mandala snake. Upon seeing the two, the system began to stir again. Task received. Spar with Tang San and defeat him. Task reward. Soul power increases by 5 levels. Failure penalty. Gain 10 pounds. Zhang Ge. I don't know why, but he always feels that the purpose of this system is to mess with him. Look at those ridiculous failure penalties. Is there even one that makes sense? Gain 10 pounds? I might as well go bald. Hearing Zhang Ji's words, Tang San was slightly taken aback and looked at the master. The master thought for a moment and nodded, saying, It's good to have a spar, but Xiao San has already obtained a soul ring, so Xiao Ge. You need to be careful. Zhang Ge nodded. In the back playground, hearing that the two were going to spar, Xiao Wu, Xiao Qinyu, and the others all showed up. They wanted to see the competition between the master and the disciple. Master, please enlighten me. Tang San raised his right hand, and the blue silvergrass, enhanced by the mandala snake, appeared in his palm, while a yellow soul ring appeared around his body. 100-year soul ring. Xiao Wu and Xiao Qinyu were all taken aback. Then they looked at Zhang Ge, their eyes filled with a hint of worry. Tang San already had a 100-year soul ring, but you don't have a soul ring yet. How are you going to fight? Zhang Ge slowly raised his right hand, and the golden cudgel leaped out from his palm, radiating a brilliant golden red light. In an instant, everyone felt that terrifying battle intent and killing intent that sent chills down their spines once again. The great sage's intimidation. Tang San's expression changed, and a look of terror appeared in his eyes. The next moment, his eyes flashed with light as the purple extreme demon eyes activated, instantly weakening the effect of the great sage's intimidation on him. Zhang Ge was not surprised. The great sage's intimidation was merely an illusion, and Tang San was already an adult, having died once before. His willpower was certainly much stronger than Xiao Qinyu's. Moreover, if Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes reached the level of the mustard seed realm, then the great sage's intimidation would likely have no effect on him at all. As the effect of the great sage's intimidation weakened, a faint smile appeared on Tang San's face. But the next moment, a purple soul ring appeared around Zhang Ji's body. A purple soul ring. 1,000-year soul ring. The master's eyes widened in shock. What? Xiao Qinyu and Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief. They rubbed their eyes vigorously. How is this possible? How could the first soul ring be a 1,000-year soul ring? This completely overturned the worldview of this group. Zhang Ge, oh Zhang Ge, You simply astonish me. No, you shock me, the master thought. The smile on Tang San's face instantly froze. Be careful, junior disciple. Zhang Ge raised his hand and executed a death separation, along with a full-body big man. Whoosh! Tang San's clothes were instantly stripped away, leaving only a pair of shorts. In the next second, he was drenched in sweat. 007 Tang San brand light bulb. Tang San felt instantly weak all over, dizzy and disoriented, but he reacted quickly, waving his right hand. Bind! The blue-silver grass slithered like a snake breaking through the ground, swiftly winding its way towards him. Zhang Ge leaped and dodged, raising his hand for another full-bodied man. This time, Tang San clearly saw the direction of the wind coming, but he was already too weak to evade. However, his combat experience was quite impressive. He quickly swung his blue-silver grass to grab a nearby tree and swung to avoid this wave of hot wind. But the third full-bodied man followed closely behind. Tang San swung again like Tarzan. Run? Can you really run away? Zhang Ge grinned ominously. Is running all you can do? So clumsy. Taunt activated. Tang San's anger instantly reached its peak, and he suddenly felt that this bastard Zhang Ge was extremely asking for a beating, really asking for it. So he decided not to dodge. He was going to hit him. Coming straight at him was a powerful punch. Tang San froze. It was over. Who? If Tang San was sweating like a waterfall before, now it was like a tsunami. Sweat was pouring out like a tide. The massive amount of sweat and rapid dehydration left Tang San instantly exhausted, dizzy, and with weak limbs, he collapsed to the ground. When he lifted his head, Zhang Ge was already in front of him, and Tang San admitted defeat. Master Uncle, I lost. Zhang Ge reached out to pull him up, picked up his clothes and draped them over him, then took out a bottle of water from his belt and handed it to him. You've done pretty well to hold out this long under my hands. Tang San tilted his head back to drink the water, feeling a bit more comfortable, and sincerely admired. I didn't expect that Master Uncle actually obtained a 1,000-year spirit ring. That's amazing. It was luck, thanks to the help of a great person. Xiao San, Xiaogang, come here for a moment, the master said. In the office, the master gently patted Zhang Ge's shoulder, saying, the surprises you brought me are truly too many. I originally thought Xiao San's first spirit ring would be 100 years, which would have been quite good, but I didn't expect your first spirit ring to actually be 1,000 years. A 1,000-year spirit ring has already exceeded your limit. How did you obtain it? Zhang Ge began to talk nonsense. A few nights ago, he couldn't sleep and went out for a walk when he suddenly encountered a mysterious expert. The expert, seeing his remarkable bones, realized he was a rare martial arts genius and took a liking to him. He brought him to the soul-hunting forest, where a 1,000-year soul beast willingly offered a soul ring to him. Both of them were amazed that such a thing could happen. Zhang Ge was even more surprised. You two actually believed it. Do you know what that expert's name is? I don't know, and he was wearing a black robe, so I couldn't see his face. Zhang Ge continued to elaborate. A black robe? The master frowned in thought, and after a long while, he still couldn't figure out which prominent figure on the continent that was. However, it was ultimately a good thing, so the master didn't think too much about it. He analyzed the battle between the two today in detail, pointing out their strengths and weaknesses. The two listened and nodded repeatedly. One must admit that the master was quite skilled. The shortcomings he identified and the suggestions he made were very beneficial to Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge has just arrived in Douluo Continent and has just obtained these messy things. He needs a familiar and skilled process, with the guidance of a master to avoid taking unnecessary detours. After drinking a few buckets of water, Tang San's body gradually recovered. The two bid farewell to the master and headed to the cafeteria. You were amazing today, Xiao Wu said excitedly. You completely overpowered Tang San. Tang San's face turned red. Master Uncle is really impressive. Zhang Ge shook his head. If it were a life-and-death struggle, I might not be able to beat Xiao San. Tang San's hidden weapons are elusive, but the golden cudgel is not to be underestimated. After dinner, the three of them went to class together. Looking at the laughing Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu, Tang San felt a bit down. For some reason, these past few days, the figure Xiao Wu kept appearing in his mind. Moreover, he had a somewhat special feeling toward Xiao Wu. As an old virgin, he wasn't quite sure what that feeling was, but it made him feel uneasy and blocked inside. He looked at Xiao Wu, but her eyes were only on Zhang Ge. When the holidays come, I'll take you to play in our Niu family village, Zhang Ge said. Great, great, Xiao Wu replied happily. Tang San looked dim, as he also wanted to take Xiao Wu to Holy Soul Village. Suddenly, Xiao Wu fell silent. What's wrong? Zhang Ge asked. Xiao Wu looked up at Zhang Ge, her gaze gentle, as if rippling with water. The people in your village are really good people. If it weren't for them, you would have probably starved to death long ago. Low emotional intelligence. Yeah, if it weren't for them, I wouldn't be alive now. High emotional intelligence. Yeah, if it weren't for them, I wouldn't be able to see you. Even a fool would know which one to choose. After hearing Zhang Ge's emotionally intelligent response, Xiao Wu's face turned red, and she raised her delicate chin. Of course, I am your Xiao Wu Jia. If you can't see me, you'll be the one missing out. Yes, Xiao Wu Jia is the best, Zhang Ge laughed. After all, he was 100,000 years old. Calling her sister wasn't too much. Xiao Wu looked at Zhang Ge tenderly. Am I really that good? Really? Hee, since I'm so good, then you have to help me with my work today. Huh? I didn't hear what you said. I said since I'm so good, you'll help me with today's work. The previous sentence. Am I really that good? Fake. Oof. You asked for it. Help. Tang San. Suddenly felt like I was really superfluous. Day after day, finally, the holidays arrived. Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu's relationship is getting better and better. After all, they spend every day together. Even 2 blocks of wood can create fire through friction, let alone 2 people who already have mutual feelings for each other. During this nearly year-long period, the system has strangely not shown much presence, only issuing a few tasks. Coupled with Zhang Ge's own cultivation, after a year, his soul power has reached level 28, and the second soul ring he obtained is a terrifying 10,000-year soul ring. Second soul ring. From the 13,600-year soul beast, the corrupted bone toad, it comes with the soul skill corrupted finger, which can corrode the opponent's armor, clothing, and weapons in a very short time. It has a strong restraining effect on weapon spirits, and its effect is similar to death separation. However, while death separation only removes, corrupted finger is more brutal, directly corroding the target. The corrosion of a weapon spirit inflicts significant damage on the soul master. But apart from that, Zhang Ge has not received any other task rewards, and he hasn't obtained any soul skills from the system. He even suspects that the system might have caught a virus. What he doesn't know is that over the past year, the system has been observing him, understanding him, and figuring out how to deal with him, how to make him follow the system's rhythm, as he always disrupts the system's pace, making it very difficult for the system to operate. Zhang Ge might be the first host who has been constantly pondered over by his system on how to deal with him all day. The system's most frequent saying during this time has been, "It's really too damn hard to be your system. If I had known you were going to be this difficult, I might as well have chosen a dog as my host. You may not be a dog, but you really act like one." This made Zhang Ge feel even more that the system had caught a virus and was starting to babble nonsense. He thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out what that sentence meant. On the day of the holiday, everyone was packing up to go home. Xiao Wu finished packing and came to Zhang Ge. "Hey, you promised to take me back to your village." Zhang Ge replied, "Our village is a bit far, so you need to be mentally prepared." Xiao Wu said, "What's there to fear about distance? Just hire a carriage." Zhang Ge helplessly shook his head. Low emotional intelligence. Hire a carriage? Where I get that much money? You've borrowed all my money, and you haven't paid me back yet. High emotional intelligence. High NM's emotional intelligence. Pay me back. 008. Wife, let me explain. All right, it seems we don't have money to hire a carriage. Xiao Wu felt a bit awkward, her 2 little fingers constantly tapping. "It's fine, it's not that far. If you get tired, I can carry you," Zhang Ge said. Xiao Wu immediately smiled broadly. This little girl has such a thick skin. I was just being polite, and she took it seriously? Why not just let her show her true colors? I'll just ride her instead. You're the first person who wants to treat Xiao Wu as a mount, the system said. Truly a clever little rascal. Zhang Ge instantly broke out in a cold sweat, then let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, this damn system didn't issue a task involving riding Xiao Wu. Otherwise, it would have been no fun. "Don't worry, I don't plan to kill you yet," the system said. Can you believe this is supposed to be human language? Other systems are doing everything they can to make their host stronger. But mine is racking its brains to mess with me. You don't want to kill me yet? Great, I really appreciate it. But who knows what will happen in the future? Let's talk about future matters later, the system said. Zhang Ge ignored it. It's true that with this system, one will become stronger, but it's also true that it can shorten one's life due to frustration. At this moment, Tang San said, "Master Uncle, Neo family village is just on the way to our Holy Soul village. Let's travel together. Although my family is poor and doesn't have much to offer you, it's no problem to rest at my home and have a hot meal." Hang Yi. Tang San's light bulb is really useful. But Tang San had good intentions. It didn't matter that it was on the way. Anyway, Xiao Wu is already mine, and you can forget about taking her away in this lifetime. The 3 of them left the academy and set off towards Shenghan village. Over the past year, Xiao Wu often saw Zhang Ge for sparring, but Zhang Ge's strength improved too quickly. At first, when Zhang Ge didn't use soul skills, they could fight to a standstill. But later, even without soul skills, Zhang Ge could easily defeat Xiao Wu due to the suppression of soul power levels. Xiao Wu also sparred with Tang San. After all, there weren't many in Notting Academy that could challenge her. However, after being trained by Zhang Ge, Xiao Wu's strength far surpassed Tang San's. After a few sparring sessions, Xiao Wu found it boring. Hitting a punching bag was no fun compared to fighting a person. In the end, Zhang Ge could only reluctantly use 50% of his strength to battle Xiao Wu. At first, Zhang Ge was getting beaten pretty badly, but later, he got used to it. It didn't matter. Boundless magic. How much further? Xiao Wu asked. We're almost there. Tang San, who was leading the way, pointed ahead to a mountain. It's right at the foot of that mountain. Along the way, Xiao Wu and Zhang Ge nearly treated him as a transparent person. So, Tang San walked the entire way without feeling hungry, silently enduring the dog food. Now that they were close to Xiaogang village, Tang San's mood had lifted, and he felt a bit excited. He was about to see his dad, and his heart raced. Xiaogang village is just ahead. Look, that's my home. This was the first time these two had seen him so excited. Dad, I'm back. Oh, Xiao San, you're back. Old Jack walked out from the back room. Tang San was taken aback. Grandpa Jack, you're here too. Where's my dad? Old Jack handed a letter to Tang San with a sigh. After reading the letter, Tang San deflated completely. The excited expression on his face instantly turned helpless and lost. Tang Hao had left. That evening, Zhang Ge personally cooked a feast. After dinner, Tang San's mood gradually improved. Thank you. Tang San raised his head to look at Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu, his eyes slightly red. Thank you for always being here for me. No need to be polite, Zhang Ge said. I'm your uncle. As the saying goes, elders are like fathers. During this time when Uncle Tang is away, you can call me Dad. I don't mind. Tang San. If it weren't for their good relationship, Tang San would have definitely punched him. Xiao Wu said, we're friends, so there's no need to be polite. Don't worry, your dad is just temporarily away. You will definitely see him again. Tang San nodded and finally smiled. Uncle, really, I didn't know you could cook so well. Yeah. Xiao Wu immediately wrapped her arms around Zhang Ge's, surprised at how good he was at cooking. In the next moment, she suddenly felt that this action was a bit inappropriate and quickly let go of him, blushing. Zhang Ge said, cooking is a must-have skill for orphans. He hasn't forgotten his identity as an orphan in this world. Xiao Wu's expression dimmed, and she slowly lowered her head. Zhang Ge held her small hand, and she looked up at him. Zhang Ge smiled slightly, and Xiao Wu's gaze softened as she held his hand back. Tang San felt awkward. I'm sorry, Master Uncle. I brought up your sad topic. It's okay. My real parents are doing well. It's just that after my transmigration, they must be very worried about me. The system said, don't worry about that. The flow of time is different in the two worlds. A year here only equals 365 days on Earth. Zhang Ge. Isn't this different? Do you think I'm a fool? I misspoke. You've been here for a year, but only a little over 3 days have passed on Earth. That's fine. My parents are busy with business abroad, and sometimes we can't even contact each other for a month or two. 2 months' time roughly equals 20 years on Douluo Continent. In 20 years, I will become a god, return to Earth, and dominate it. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office in a certain country on Earth, a middle-aged man in a suit received a phone call. Mr. Zhang, the young master went out to buy something 3 days ago and hasn't returned yet. We've searched everywhere. Where did he go to buy? It seems to be Q dolls. The middle-aged man squinted. Contact the X organization. Spare no effort to find him. We've already contacted them. The X organization has dispatched a multinational action team, currently searching for the young master's whereabouts across Asia. Good job. Notify me immediately if there's any news. After hanging up the phone, the man sighed and muttered to himself. This brat, with his conditions, what woman can't he find? Yet he is obsessed with the second dimension. His mind filled with second-dimensional girl Q dolls. Damn it, when I find you this time, I'll skin you alive. After saying that, the man opened his computer, clicked on a familiar website, and started watching familiar anime. A few seconds later, a beautifully dressed woman rushed in with a worried expression. Old Zhang, our son is missing? Bang! The man abruptly closed the computer. Yes, that's the case. What were you watching? The woman frowned. And nothing. The woman opened the computer and immediately became furious. Good. You're watching those second-dimensional girl cartoons again. This brat is just learning bad things from you. Wait, honey, let me explain. I'm doing this to understand our son. Understand my ass. I don't want to hear it. The sounds of a harmonious family echoed from the office, while the secretary outside the door wore a familiar expression, calmly putting on headphones to continue processing documents. Zhang Ge sneezed several times in a row, spraying saliva all over Tang San's face. Tang San wiped his face and asked, Master Uncle, have you caught a cold? It must be someone cursing at me, Zhang Ge replied as he wiped his nose. And the ones cursing at me are definitely my dad and mom. 009 Innovation Upgrade after dinner. Tang San cleared the table while Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu went out for a walk. The two arrived at the top of the mountain, where a giant moon hung in the sky. They sat side by side in silence. Xiao Wu suddenly asked, You're going back home tomorrow. Are you happy? Zhang Ge was about to speak when the system started acting up. Receive the task. Comb Xiao Wu's hair without her resisting. Task reward. Increase soul power by 1 level. Gain a random soul ring and a random soul skill. Failure penalty. Grow back an appendix. What the hell does growing back an appendix mean? I just went to the hospital to have mine removed right before I crossed over. That took all the courage I had. And now if I fail, it'll grow back. And I'll have to go to the hospital for another surgery? Damn it, this is such a dog system. Knock her out if she's knocked out. She won't resist while I comb her hair. Hurry. Knock her out. The system said. Zhang Ge has such a stubborn temper. You keep wanting me to knock her out. But I won't. It's just about brushing her hair. Simple. Just watch closely how I make her do it willingly. After a little thought, Zhang Ge came up with a plan, shook her head and said, A place with family is home. Without family, it's just a house. Xiao Wu fell silent. When we get back from Yojiao village, let's go to your house, okay? Xiao Wu became even more silent, hugging her knees and saying nothing. What's wrong? Xiao Wu finally spoke. My family. They're all gone. I don't have a home anymore. There's no need to go back. Zhang Ge gently held her hand and said, From now on, you are my family. And as long as you are willing, I will be your family. Xiao Wu looked up at him, her sparkling eyes shimmering with softness. As she met Zhang Ge's burning gaze, Xiao Wu lowered her head, seemingly struggling within herself for a moment before saying, Maybe in the future, you will want to kill me. Zhang Ge naturally knew what she meant. He released her hand, stood up tall with his hands behind his back, facing the giant moon in the sky, and said loudly, Xiao Wu, what do you think is the most important thing for a soul master? Xiao Wu thought for a moment. Strength? That's right, strength. Zhang Ge slowly raised his right hand. In this world, although there are many rules, in the face of absolute strength, all rules are mere clouds. The reason the Spirit Hall is powerful and can stand on equal footing with the two great empires is because they possess great strength. Xiao Wu looked at him, unsure of what he wanted to say. Do you know what is the most important thing to me? What is it? Xiao Wu asked. Family. Xiao Wu was taken aback. If there is no one to accompany you, even if one day you break through and become a deity, you will be all alone, living a life of solitude. Even if the world kneels before you and you have supreme glory, your heart will still feel empty. After saying this, Zhang Ge turned to look at Xiao Wu and slowly extended his right hand. But if someone is with you, even if it's just simple meals and an ordinary life, 100 years later, turning into a handful of dust, with you by my side in this lifetime, I would have no regrets. Xiao Wu was stunned. At that moment, the handsome young boy before her, although as short as she was, seemed so tall in her eyes, giving her a sense of safety and reliance. A tender little hand slowly placed itself in Zhang Ge's hand. I am willing, Xiao Wu said. Zhang Ge smiled faintly. In the next second, boom, 2 soul rings, one purple and one black, erupted and surrounded Zhang Ge's body. Xiao Wu was stunned. 10,000-year soul rings? Zhang Ge's first spirit ring is a 1,000-year spirit ring, and she knows that his spirit power has reached level 20. With the help of that expert, he obtained the spirit ring, but she never dreamed that the second spirit ring would actually be a 10,000-year spirit ring. This completely overturned her understanding and worldview. The first spirit ring being a 1,000-year spirit ring is already outrageous enough. She never expected the second spirit ring to be even more outrageous. How could the second spirit ring possibly be a 10,000-year spirit ring? My second spirit ring is a 10,000-year spirit ring. Even Master and Tang San don't know about this. Zhang Ge said, You are my family. I trust you. I trust you. These simple 4 words are worth more than 1,000 words. At that moment, Xiao Wu actually felt a bit like revealing her true identity to Zhang Ge. But in the end, she still rationally restrained herself. It wasn't that she didn't trust Zhang Ge, but her true identity was too complicated. The wind began to rise. The wind blew Xiao Wu's hair. And Zhang Ge shouted in his heart, Thank you, wind, for your assistance. He reached out and touched Xiao Wu's hair. Your hair is messy. Let me help you comb it. Xiao was taken aback, looking at Zhang Ge's concerned eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she finally nodded and took out a comb. Make it look good. Isn't this done then? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I used to help my. Xiao Wu looked up. Help your what? Those little girls from my village who are 4 or 5 years old, you know? All the uncles and aunts in our village take care of me. So when they go to work in the fields, I would play with the younger kids. Those little girls are quite mischievous. After playing for a while, their hair would get messy, and I would help them comb it. Zhang Ge's face didn't flush and his heart didn't race. In reality, he almost scared himself into peeing. Damn, he almost let it slip. He indeed used to style the hair of girls, but those girls weren't little girls. They were real dolls. So that's how it is. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly and didn't think much of it. Zhang Ge carefully styled Xiao Wu's hair, tying it into a beautiful ponytail. He took out a mirror from his storage belt. Does it look good? Xiao Wu looked left and right, her little face turning red. It looks good, really good. Of course, this was a skill honed through countless practice. Looking at the pretty and cute Xiao Wu in front of him, Zhang Ge thought to himself, maybe I should really consider finding a girlfriend in the future. Zhang Ge, can you help me style my hair often in the future? Of course, Zhang Ge smiled. I'm not bragging. I know 9,999 ways to braid hair. As long as you want, I can give you a different braid every day. It's a deal. Xiao Wu extended her pinky. Pinky promise. It's a deal. Their pinkies hooked together. Touching Xiao Wu's long braid, Zhang Ge felt a surge of emotions. This braid is really long, and the hair quality is so good. If I cut it off and sell it to a hair collector, wouldn't he sell for a few $100? Devil. The system said. Less nonsense. The task is completed. Where's the reward? System. Task rewards have been distributed. Note, due to the host being too difficult to manage, the system will undergo a 15-day innovation upgrade. During the upgrade, the system will not issue any new tasks, but the rewards already obtained can still be used normally. Zhang Ge, why did it suddenly start upgrading out of nowhere? Am I that difficult to deal with? Yes. Well, it's just 15 days anyway. It doesn't matter. Earth time. 15 days, the upgrade begins. Zhang Ge was stunned for 3 seconds. Damn. 15 days in Earth time. 5 years in Douluo Continent. Are you kidding me? Wasn't it promised to get a new soul skill randomly every day? 010 My wallet is called Dai Mubai. The next morning, the three set off towards Nio family village. They visited those who had taken care of him in his memories. Although those memories were imposed on him, the sense of familiarity in his heart was real. They gave them some items bought from Notting City. And the three did not stay long in Nio family village before heading back to Notting Academy. Zhang Ge did not notice that a short-haired little girl was standing behind the crowd, staring at him intently. In her eyes, there was a glimmer of light. As she watched the three figures leave, the little girl clenched her fists. Brother Zhang Ge, I've awakened my martial soul and gained soul power. I will definitely come to find you at Notting Academy in the future. Back at the academy. Although Zhang Ge won't be able to use the system for a long time in the future, it doesn't matter. Without the system, he can still train on his own, just like on Earth. His parents are very impressive. With just one word from him, luxury cars and villas are within reach, and he can indulge without having to work. But he resolutely chose to live like an ordinary person, graduating from university, finding a job, and earning money to support himself. After starting work, he never asked his family for a single penny again. He paid his rent with his own earnings, and when he couldn't afford a car, he bought an electric bike instead. He could often buy little gifts to send to his parents abroad. Before he crossed over, he had just saved enough for a down payment on a 3-bedroom apartment. But before he could go house hunting, he crossed over to the Douluo Continent. His colleagues at the company didn't even know he was a rich second generation. In his own words, he said, I have hands and feet. Why should I be a burden to others? The same goes for the system. It's better to have one. If it can be used, then use it. He is self-reliant, but not foolish. In a world where one could die at any moment from a soul master or a soul beast, having a golden finger at least ensures he won't die easily. But if he doesn't have it, that's fine too. He can still train on his own. Time flies. And in the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. The system's innovation and upgrade are almost complete as it can now talk to him. Fortunately, the system spoke to him a couple of times. Otherwise, he might have forgotten about it. Oh, level 40 now? This is the first thing the system said. Oh, you're awake? My 4 soul ring has a lead now, Zhang Ge said. Not completely upgraded yet. I can wait. 15 days. And you've leveled up 10 levels, breaking through the level 39 bottleneck. Not bad. 15 days my foot. It's been 5 years. I just reached level 40 after 5 years. That's not good enough. Any upgrade follows the same principle. It's fast in the early stages and slows down as time goes on. Without me, you could still reach this level. That's good enough. Less talk. Hurry up and finish upgrading. Give me a soul ring. I've been stuck at level 40 for a while now. Why don't you ask Xiaogang to help you get a soul ring? Are you joking? He's only level 29. How can he help me get a level 40 soul ring? He'd probably get killed by a soul beast. I went to the soul hunting force myself, and almost didn't make it back. Plus, all my money got spent by that wasteful little girl, Xiao Wu. I don't have money to hire other soul masters for help, even if I had money to hire someone. With my first soul ring being 1,000 years, and the second and third being 10,000 years, how would others look at me? That's true. Let's wait a few more days. I'm getting there. By the way, system, I've always wondered why you ended up with me. Just because I glanced at you more in the crowd. Shut up, we're on the same side. Don't speak. It feels like the system has become a bit more humanized after the upgrade, but it also seems a bit more silly. Later, he and Tang San and Xiao Wu said goodbye to the master and set off for Soto City. Their destination, Shrek Academy. Soto City. Passers-by on the road all cast surprised glances at the three of them. To be precise, they were all looking at Xiao Wu and Zhang Ge. Xiao Wu has become even more beautiful now, whether men or women. They all show astonished expressions. And Zhang Ge is even more handsome, with his flowing long hair dancing in the wind, looking dashing and elegant. Men can't close their mouths, and women can't cross their legs. As for Tang San, he has been completely overshadowed by these two. After walking for a while, feeling tired and hungry, Xiao Wu said, "Let's go eat something," as she hugged Zhang Ge's arm. After 5 or 6 years of being together, their relationship could almost be described as inseparable, but poor Tang San, the single dog, has to eat dog food in various ways every day. The three of them had a simple meal, and then, after a few twists and turns, they arrived in front of the Rose Hotel. This is quite strange. Zhang Ge had clearly seen the Rose Hotel from afar, and immediately took a detour. Yet in the end, he still ended up in front of the Rose Hotel. It was as if the route had been predetermined. Xiao Wu immediately took a liking to this hotel. Zhang Ge touched his wallet and thought it was okay. After considering the registration fee, he could just barely manage. If it wasn't enough, he could borrow some from Tang San. His disciple's money was his money, after all. "Book 2 rooms," Zhang Ge said. The waiter looked at the three of them and immediately showed a look of amazement upon seeing Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu's appearances. The man was handsome and the woman beautiful. A perfect match. But then he glanced at Tang San. How should he put it? It was like eating a delicious roast duck and suddenly seeing a pile of... Well, that description might be a bit exaggerated, but Tang San really looked more like a lackey. "I'm sorry. We only have 1 room left," the waiter said. Zhang Ge shrugged his shoulders, and I knew it. It's fine for 2 people to share a room, but what would others think if 3 people shared one? "Oh, the little train is starting. Dirty, dirty, dirty." Tang San smiled and said, "Uncle Master, you all stay here. I'll just find a random place to rest. You're really becoming more considerate." Zhang Ge gave him a praising look. Just as Tang San left, a golden-haired handsome guy walked in, hugging 2 beautiful women. "This last room is reserved for me, right?" Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu turned around, and without saying a word, it was clear that this guy was Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was slightly taken aback when he saw the looks of Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu. Damn, is there actually a man in this world who is more handsome than me? The 2 beautiful twin girls he was holding both had a flash of excitement in their eyes when they saw Xiao Wu and when they saw Zhang Ge. A hint of a blush appeared on their faces. This guy is so handsome, even more handsome than Dai Xiao. The waiter was stunned. "Who are you? Call your manager out." Dai Mubai frowned. "No need." Zhang Ge said, "I'm going to book this room. If you're not happy, let's have a contest." Xiao Wu looked at Zhang Ge with admiration. Dai Mubai was first taken aback, then sneered, "Kid, you're not very old, but you're quite arrogant. All right, let's have a contest." At that moment, the manager ran out, and upon seeing Dai Mubai, his expression suddenly changed. "Dai Xiao, you, just stand there. All losses will be counted on me." Zhang Ge said, "Since you are so rich, how about we have a bet? The stake is 10,000 gold soul coins. Do you dare?" Dai Mubai's blue eyes flashed with disdain, and he scoffed. "What is there to be afraid of? If you win, I'll give you 20,000 gold soul coins. But if you lose, I don't want your money. I want you to roll out of here." "No problem." Zhang Ge revealed a smile that Xiao was very familiar with. The last time Zhang Ge showed this smile, she had enjoyed free, delicious food in the cafeteria for a whole year. This time, it goes without saying, another 20,000 gold soul coins are in hand. Haha. P.S. Starting today, there will be at least 2 updates every day. 011 Dai Xiao is wilted. Dai Mubai's gaze sharpened, and his body suddenly moved. His right hand formed a fist, and, like a descending tiger, he punched towards Zhang Ge in midair. It was a very simple punch, yet it was filled with overwhelming momentum and power. The evil-eyed white tiger has some skills. Zhang Ge smiled faintly, just in time to test the new soul skill he obtained from his system. He raised his right hand and grasped the air. In an instant, A purple-black light radiated from Zhang Ge's right hand, and the next second, the light condensed into a miniature black hole, a terrifying pulling force emanating from it. Dai Mubai's expression changed drastically. He felt his entire body uncontrollably being drawn towards it, and the power he had gathered was instantly dissipated. What kind of strange soul skill is this? There was no time to think. He summoned his martial soul, the White Tiger. In mid-air, third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Boom! Brilliant golden light erupted from Dai Mubai. His resistance to abnormal states and all attributes doubled, allowing him to quickly land and barely stabilize his footing, but the pulling force still made his body tremble violently. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Zhang Ge smiled faintly. In the face of my death separation, it's all trash. Death separation. With the point of his left hand, black light flashed, and the effects of White Tiger Diamond Transformation were instantly removed. Not only that, but Dai Mubai's clothes also fell off in an instant, leaving him only in his underwear. What? This? Dai Mubai was taken aback. Zhang Ge immediately raised his hand, and with a powerful grip of the void, Dai Mubai was unable to avoid it and swallowed a mouthful of the massive force, instantly breaking into a sweat. Feeling weak in his limbs and dizzy, Dai Mubai shouted, "White Tiger's fierce light wave." The light beam shot out, but before it could reach Zhang Ge, it was absorbed into the black hole in Zhang Ge's right hand. This is the power of the void grip. It can absorb everything, including people. This soul skill is terrifying. The domain inside the black hole is absolutely unknown, and even Zhang Ge doesn't know where those absorbed will go. So he can't release anyone who gets sucked in. Of course, Zhang Ge doesn't want to pull Dai Mubai into the black hole. After all, who would he ask for 20,000 gold coins if he did? When Dai Mubai was sucked in front of him, he would then release the soul skill and grab Dai Mubai by the neck. Just thinking about it feels cool, doesn't it? However, this soul skill is not invincible. First, its suction power is not that strong, at least not for now. As Zhang Ge levels up, the suction will become more terrifying. Secondly, the black hole will automatically disappear after absorbing two things and must be cast again, seeing the White Tiger's fierce light wave absorbed and rendered useless. Dai Mubai's expression changed again. This guy is so strong. He didn't even activate his martial soul and still managed to beat me, who had already activated my martial soul to this state. I won't accept this. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth. White Tiger's protection. Zhang Ge raised his hand, and a burly man appeared. Dai Mubai immediately broke out in a cold sweat, feeling dizzy and unable to hold on any longer, and was quickly pulled in front of Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge released his grip on the void. Everyone stared blankly at Dai Mubai, who was lying on the ground. Is this it? This is Dai Xiao, a level 37 soul master with a White Tiger martial soul. Is he just going to give up like this? Just like that, he asked down. Do you concede? Zhang Ge asked. Dai Mubai struggled to lift his head and looked at him. I concede. I can't win. I really can't win. Who is this guy who is even more handsome than me? How can he be so strong? Zhang Ge took out a large bottle of water from his storage belt and handed it to him, saying, "You're just dehydrated. Drink some water and you'll feel better." Dai Mubai took the bottle, awkwardly said thank you, and gulped it down. After finishing the water, Dai Mubai felt a bit better and got dressed, saying, "Kid, you really have good skills. Just trying to make a living." Zhang Ge replied while rubbing his fingers together. Dai Mubai understood and took out a pouch of money, saying, "Here are 500 gold soul coins. I'll bring you the rest later." Zhang Ge took the money pouch, weighed it with satisfaction, and Dai Mubai shook his head, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. "It seems that my time as the boss is coming to an end. I'm leaving now." The twin sisters supported him as they walked out, and when they reached the door, they both turned back to look at Zhang Ge, casting him a flirtatious glance that felt like it weighed dozens of pounds. Zhang Ge politely responded, "No, that's not right." He responded politely. Xiao Wu pouted and pinched Zhang Ge's waist. "We're rich now." Zhang Ge weighed the money bag in his hand. Suddenly, the money bag was snatched away by Xiao Wu. "I feel like you're getting stronger and stronger. You easily defeated him without even using your martial soul. I love it when you praise me for being strong," Zhang Ge said as he patted her head. "Let's go find a room." Once they entered the room, Xiao Wu was overjoyed at the romantically ambiguous decorations inside. Zhang Ge was a bit distracted. He remembered that when he was on Earth, there was a time when the daughter of a company boss invited him to dinner. After the meal, she took him to a room in a big hotel, which was arranged similarly to the one he was in now. Everything was great at that time. The young lady had a pure face and an attractive figure, her cheeks blushing. Under the influence of alcohol, he found it hard to resist, and the more he looked at her, the more she resembled a two-dimensional beautiful girl. Just when they were about to do something, Zhang Ge suddenly felt a sting in his nose, tears streaming down his face, and he began to sneeze violently, spraying saliva all over the young lady's face. It was then he realized he was allergic to rose pollen. Looking back now, he was thankful for that pollen allergy. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the young lady's trap. But now, please don't let me have an allergy. If I do, I want to be able to share a room with Xiao Wu. Fortunately, after sitting restlessly for a while, he didn't experience any discomfort. It seems that after crossing over, his body had changed and he was no longer allergic to pollen. After resting for a bit, a waiter came to knock on the door. It was Dai Mubai bringing the remaining 19,500 gold soul coins. So much money. This was the first time Zhang Ge had seen so much money since arriving in Douluo Continent. "Oh, we're rich," Xiao Wu exclaimed, holding the big bag of money. Let's go shopping." Zhang Ge, this wasteful little brat, is back again. The next morning, the two left the city and met Tang San at the city gate. The three set off together towards Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy, here I come. At this moment, the system that had been silent for a long time finally completed its upgrade, and right off the bat, it issued a big task. Task received. Get Ning Rong Rong. Task reward. Soul power increased by 5 levels. 1 random soul skill. Task received. Get Zhu Zhu Qing. Task reward. Soul power increased by 5 levels. 1 random soul skill. Task deadline. 3 months. If the deadline is exceeded, the task fails. If Xiao Wu leaves you, the task fails. Failure penalty. Shrink by 5 centimeters. If both tasks fail, shrink by 10 centimeters. Zhang Ge is dumbfounded. What the hell? Just kill me, will you? Zhang Ge suddenly felt that this dog system was very likely created by his parents, in order to make him flirt with girls in this world and force him to completely give up on two-dimensional beautiful girls. Wait a minute. You bastard haven't given me the 4th soul ring yet. I'm still stuck at level 40. 012, level 40. Zhang Ge didn't dare to take risks. The punishment for failure was too severe, but the task objective was a bit difficult. So he began to think seriously about countermeasures. Seeing Zhang Ge silent all the way, Xiao Wu found it strange and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Ge suddenly looked up at her, feeling extremely anxious as he asked with an expression full of apology and guilt, "Xiao Wu, if what?" Xiao Wu was even more confused. If Zhang Ge wanted to ask, but he really found it hard to say. After all, it would be too unfair to Xiao Wu. The system thought Zhang Ge was going to ask what would happen if he pursued other girls. But it turned out to be something completely unexpected. Zhang Ge finally mustered up the courage to ask softly, "If I'm 10 centimeters shorter, would you be very disappointed?" System, is this really what you're most worried about? Xiao Wu is still very innocent. She doesn't understand this at all. Sure enough, Xiao Wu didn't get it all and looked very innocent. "What do you mean by 10 centimeters shorter?" "Hair." Zhang Ge waved his hand. "It's nothing. Just pretend I didn't ask. Even if it's 10 centimeters shorter, it doesn't matter. After all, there's still 20 centimeters left." System, are you a donkey? I was talking about hair. Zhang Ge thought to himself. I don't believe you at all. The system said. The three of them quickly arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Looking up at the dilapidated sign that could barely be called a plaque, Zhang Ge nodded, confirming that this was the place. Xiao Wu also saw the sign and pouted. So broken? This is Shrek Academy? What was a master thinking? There's so many good intermediate soul master academies wanting us. Why did he make us come to such a rundown place? Zhang Ge didn't speak. He was searching for the figures of Ning Rong Rong and Zhu Zhu Qing among the crowd in front of him. Tang San said, there must be a reason for the teacher to do this. Maybe the Shrek Academy is much better than other intermediate soul master academies. It really is much better. Xiao Wu looked at the shabby place and said helplessly. Zhang Ge saw a long-haired beauty in a green long dress in the team. Her skin was fair and tender, and her appearance was charming. Compared to the other girls, she stood out like a crane among chickens. That's definitely Ning Rong Rong. However, he didn't find Zhu Zhu Qing, so she probably hadn't arrived yet. He withdrew his gaze and said, let's go line up. What were you just looking at? Xiao Wu keenly noticed his previous expression. Zhang Ge responded calmly, there are so many people queuing up to enroll. Maybe this is a pretty good place. Sometimes, we can't just judge by appearances. Tang San nodded in agreement, while Xiao Wu pondered and nodded thoughtfully. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins per person. A teacher at the entrance of the academy announced loudly. The first few people in line did not meet the requirements and were all rejected. Some shook their heads and left helplessly, while others were quite unhappy and wanted to cause trouble. The teacher frowned. If you want to come to our Shrek, you need to understand the rules first. If you come to register without understanding, you're just here to give away money. Shrek means monster. So we are a monster academy. We do not accept ordinary people, only monsters. If you want to leave, you still have time to regret it. After saying this, he clasped his hands together and suddenly pulled them apart, summoning his staff martial soul, with 6 soul rings appearing around his body. Everyone was astonished. This seemingly unremarkable teacher was actually a soul emperor. Seeing the shock on everyone's faces, the teacher was quite pleased. But just as he was about to retract his martial soul, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! A massive and terrifying aura suddenly filled the arena, causing everyone to display expressions of fear in that instant. The staff martial soul in the teacher's hand trembled, as if it had been struck hard. In the next second, everyone turned to look at Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge looked embarrassed. Just like last time, the golden cudgel unexpectedly appeared by itself again. What is wrong with this thing? I clearly didn't summon it. He began to understand that whenever another weapon martial soul appeared, the golden cudgel would uncontrollably come out on its own. But if there was another beast martial soul, it wouldn't react at all. It felt as if it wanted to establish its authority in front of other weapon martial souls. But is it really okay to be so high profile? Don't you know that only by being low-key can one survive, and only by surviving can one live a long life? The entire venue was silent. Everyone was staring blankly at Zhang Ge and the golden cudgel in his hand. What a strange and bizarre martial soul. A mere sewing needle exuded such a terrifying and fierce aura. The teacher looked shocked. This trivial sewing needle actually suppressed his martial soul, making it feel fear. He was a soul emperor. Dai Mubai's expression was serious. Goodness, this martial soul looked like just a sewing needle, but its momentum was genuinely terrifying, even stronger than the white tiger. If Zhang Ge had summoned this martial soul back then, he would have definitely lost even more miserably. With a huff and a glare, he retracted the golden cudgel. Zhang Ge looked at the teacher. Teacher, do you believe me when I say I didn't do it on purpose? Teacher, everyone, guess whether we believe it or not. At this moment, Zhang Ge had become the center of attention. The girls in the team were casting him admiring and curious glances. Even Ning Rongrong turned around, her beautiful eyes sparkling, staring at him without blinking. Xiao Wu, standing beside Zhang Ge, proudly raised her chin. Zhang Ge was impressive, and she felt proud too. Soon it was Ning Rongrong's turn. The teacher, upon seeing Ning Rongrong, paused for a moment. You're here, does your family know? Ning Rongrong said. It said that there are no distinctions in teaching. As long as I meet the requirements, you have no reason not to accept me, right? The teacher was silent for a moment, looking at Dai Mubai, who raised an eyebrow. Come here. Ning Rongrong walked to his side and turned to look at Zhang Ge and the others. Zhang Ge paid the registration fee. The teacher first looked him up and down and said, Kid, your martial soul has some potential, but if your soul power doesn't meet the standard, it won't work, understand? Come on. Zhang Ge extended his hand. The teacher placed his hand on his, and after a moment of silence, the teacher's expression suddenly changed. Level 40? You're only 12 or 13 years old, and your soul power has already reached level 40. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Level 40 soul power. What the heck? What kind of monster is this? Not only Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, but even Tang San was dumbfounded. Zhang Ge had never shown his strength in front of him. He thought Zhang Ge was at most around level 30, but to his surprise, he was already at level 40. Xiao Wu looked at Zhang Ge and smiled sweetly. Zhang Ge is already at level 40, and she also knows that Zhang Ge's third soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. This is Zhang Ge's trust in her. Dai Mubai is the most confused one. He thought reaching level 37 in soul power at 15 was already monstrous, but he didn't expect someone even more monstrous to show up. At 12 or 13, they already have level 40 soul power. Damn, is this person training since the fertilized egg stage? Ignoring the shocked people around, Zhang Ge calmly looked at the teacher and asked, Am I qualified? 013, is this still a human? Zhang Ge said that if this dog system could give him a fourth soul ring, he would probably be more than level 40 by now. Qualified. The teacher was obviously very happy, laughing. I didn't expect to take in such a powerful monster this year. Ha ha. Next were Xiao Wu and Tang San, both of whom had no issues. Your martial soul, blue silvergrass, can be cultivated so quickly, you're not bad. A little monster. Ha 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 ha. Dai Mubai shook his head and regained his composure. Come on, I'll take you in. Tang San said gently, Thank you for your trouble. Dai Mubai smiled and led the group into the academy. Whispers came from behind. Wow, so impressive. Level 40. How'd he cultivate? And he looks so handsome. Handsome and strong. I must find a boyfriend like that in the future. The parents were also immersed in shock. Dai Mubai turned back to look at Zhang Ge. During the earlier battle, you held back quite a bit, didn't you? Zhang Ge raised an eyebrow. If I break you, who am I going to ask for money? Dai Mubai looked pained. Well, maybe in his eyes, I really am that easy to beat. But thinking about it, now that I understand Zhang Ge's fighting style, if we were to fight again, even if I lose, it wouldn't be so quick and miserable. Zhang Ge was able to win so easily not only because of his powerful soul skills, but also because he had watched Douluo Continent and understood the combat styles and tactics of the characters. While those characters did not know him, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Tang San and Ning Rongrong looked at the two of them, somewhat confused. At that moment, Dai Mubai suddenly stopped, his gaze sharpened, and he turned back to look. Everyone else also stopped, and Zhang Ge followed his gaze to look back, his expression changing instantly. That figure, that ferocity, that long hair, that beautiful and cold little face. It was definitely Zhu Zhuqing. Zhang Ge turned to look at Dai Mubai again, thinking, damn it, if he really snatches Zhu Zhuqing away, will Dai Mubai go all out against me? Hell, what am I afraid of? Beautiful women are only meant for the strong. Besides, Zhu Zhuqing has the freedom to choose. If she truly likes me, what can you, Dai Mubai, do? Anyway, you can't beat me, ha. Huh? Why are you laughing? And why does your laugh sound so strange? Xiaowu suddenly asked curiously. I just thought of something happy, Zhang Ge replied. What happy thing? Our mother pig in Yojia village gave birth. Everyone. System, it's not even yours. Why are you so happy? I'm happy for you, Zhang Ge said. System, damn. I thought I could discuss Zhang Ge, but unexpectedly, I was turned against. Damn, this dog host reaction ability is still so strong. Still so hard to deal with. If you want to disgust me, you're still far from it. Zhang Ge showed a kingly smile. After entering the academy, some qualified individuals were waiting for the second round of tests. Dai Mubai said, this is the second round of tests. The teacher will tell you what to do. I'm going out to take a look. Dai Mubai hurriedly left, and Zhang Ge and others lined up waiting. At that moment, someone shouted, sausages for sale. Sausages for sale. Another familiar student appeared. Xiaowu smelled the aroma and looked at Zhang Ge. I didn't eat breakfast. Can you go buy me a sausage? I advise you not to eat it, Zhang Ge said. Huh? Why? Xiaowu, Tang San, and Ning Rongrong looked at Zhang Ge strangely. You'll know later, Zhang Ge said lazily, not wanting to explain to them. Seeing no one buying, Oscar felt a bit disheartened. Soon, Dai Mubai brought Zhu Zhuqing over. Upon seeing Oscar, his expression turned serious. Here again? You're really embarrassing the academy. I think I've warned you more than once not to sell sausages in the academy. Do you want everyone to vomit? This. It's mainly to come out and see the new students. Oscar said softly. Cut the crap. Go sell it outside the academy. If I see you doing this again, don't blame me for being rude, Dai Mubai said coldly. All right. Oscar felt greatly discouraged. Xiaowu asked curiously, why can't he sell it? It smells pretty good. Dai Mubai shrugged and looked at Oscar. Come on, make a new sausage for us to see. Oscar was stunned. No way, Dai Lauda. There are so many people watching. And these new students. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Oscar reluctantly extended his right hand. 2 yellow spirit rings appeared. And then a lewd voice exclaimed, I have a big sausage. A sausage appeared in Oscar's hand. The expressions of everyone turned strange. Only Zhang Ge and Dai Mubai remained expressionless. In fact, Oscar's sausage was fine, it smelled good and tasted decent, but that phrase was just too disgusting. Xiaowu and the others finally understood why Zhang Ge advised her not to eat it. But the question is, how did Zhang Ge know this? He was also visiting Shrek Academy for the first time and had just met Oscar. Let's go. I'll take you to pass the exam. No need to line up. Dai Mubai, I said to Zhang Ge and the others. Isn't that inappropriate? Tang San asked. Dai Mubai smiled. Don't worry. This isn't giving you a backdoor. I have a general idea of your strength, especially Zhang Ge. Xiaowu, Tang San, and Ning Rongrong looked relieved. At 12 years old, with level 40 spirit power, he was simply a super monster. It really wasn't necessary to waste time here. Zhu Zhuqing was unclear and curiously glanced at Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge smiled politely at her. This handsome face and gentle smile made Zhu Zhuqing's expression less cold, and she nodded slightly in response. Dai Mubai walked up to the teacher in charge of the second round of the exam and whispered a few words. The teacher nodded. All right, just take them directly to the 4th round. The other candidates immediately protested. Why could they go directly to the 4th round? Were they taking a shortcut? Exactly. Why should we have to go through each round one by one? The teacher said, if your soul power exceeds level 25, you can also go directly to the 4th round. Those people were stunned. We're only 12 years old. How can we possibly have soul power over level 25? That's impossible. Dai Mubai snorted coldly and was about to speak when Zhang Ge suddenly led the group out, slowly raising his right hand. Everyone was taken aback and turned to look at him. The next second, boom, the sea god's needle sprang from his palm, and a fierce and domineering aura swept across the venue. Immediately after, purple, black, 3 soul rings appeared in succession. Everyone was completely dumbfounded and petrified. They were all stunned. What the heck? How is this possible? Everyone screamed in their hearts. 1,000-year soul ring. 10,000-year soul ring. 10,000-year soul ring. How could the first soul ring possibly be a 1,000-year soul ring? How could the second and third soul rings possibly be 10,000-year soul rings? Is this something a person can do? Is this still a human? Even the teacher's eyes nearly popped out. Dai Mubai was once again dumbfounded. Damn, how incredibly abnormal is this kid Zhang Ge? How many tricks does he still have up his sleeve? Zhang Ge glanced at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing out of the corner of his eye. He didn't want to be so high profile, but there was no choice. To win over the girls, he first had to leave a deep impression on them. After retracting his martial soul and soul rings, Zhang Ge turned to leave. Any small talk would only ruin the atmosphere. His clothes fluttered, resembling a transcendent figure. Xiao Wu immediately followed him, and Dai Mubai and the others reacted quickly. Catching up with Zhang Ge, only those who were still in line remained frozen in place, until the teacher called out a few times before they snapped back to reality. Oh my gosh, what did I just see? A 1,000-year soul ring. A 10,000-year soul ring. What kind of monster is this? No wonder they could go directly to the 4th stage. Are the other few people also such monsters? Impossible. If they're all such monsters, how can we survive? I saw a god today. Oscar also swallowed hard, murmuring to himself, wow, a real monster has come this time. The teacher looked at Zhang Ge's back with excitement. With such a monster joining, Shrek's future would surely be extraordinarily bright. If the other new students are also such monsters, wouldn't the dean be overjoyed? However, the dean must ask him how he managed to have a 1,000-year first soul ring and 10,000-year second and third soul rings. This is shocking. It's simply terrifying. Dai Mubai suddenly shook his head with a bitter smile. Zhang Ge, how many hidden secrets do you have? If I tell you, would that still be called a secret? Hang Yi Ritoted. Dai Mubai looked somewhat dejected, with a sorrowful expression. I thought we were already enough of monsters, but compared to you, we are simply too ordinary. How did you do it? How is it possible for someone to have a 1,000-year soul ring as the first and 10,000-year soul rings as the second and third? As soon as he said this, everyone immediately looked at Zhang Ge, equally curious. They were well aware of the limitations of soul rings absorbed by soul masters and had never heard of anyone being able to do what Zhang Ge did. Zhang Ge didn't speak, and Xiao Wu proudly lifted her chin. This is a secret. Zhang Ge's secret can only be known by her alone. Dai Mubai smiled wryly again. Do you know what the conditions for graduating from the academy are? What is it? A few asked. Break through level 40 before the age of 20, Dai Mubai said. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked at Zhang Ge with a strange expression. Zhang Ge, just entering school and already meeting the graduation standards, I have to ask, who else? But is it my fault that the promotion speed is too fast? If I hadn't seen Zhang Ge, I would think this condition is quite difficult to achieve. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled and said, I think so too. Zhu Zhuqing rarely said a word. Xiao Wu was a bit worried. The academy won't refuse to accept Zhang Ge, right? If they don't accept him, then I won't stay here either. Tang San remained silent, deep in thought. Dai Mubai chuckled. Don't worry, with a monster like Zhang Ge, the dean definitely won't refuse to accept him. Of course, Zhang Ge, you have already met the graduation standards. But if you don't want to stay here and prefer to go to a higher-level Soul Master Academy, that's another matter. Everyone looked at Zhang Ge, who said, let's go to the 4th test first. Whether we can pass it is still uncertain. Dai Mubai smiled wryly. You will definitely pass. The 4th test is a practical combat test, and I will be your opponent. If you can last a stick of incense against me, it's considered passing. However, right now, even if you all attack together, I might not win even if I face Zhang Ge one-on-one. Everyone was stunned. So that's really the case. Zhang Ge is so strong. It's hard to say whether Dai Mubai can last even a stick of incense under him. Let's go. We have to go through the process. Dai Mubai said. As they walked, everyone asked Dai Mubai about some information regarding the academy, and when they heard that there were only 3 students in the academy at present, everyone was taken aback. Across the entire continent, it seems that only our academy has more teachers than students, Dai Mubai said. While chatting and walking, They arrived at the location of the fourth trial, where a sturdy man was waiting for them. Teacher Zhao, these new students have passed the previous trials. The muscular man turned around and counted. There are 5 who passed the first 3 trials this year? Not bad. I heard there's a little guy whose soul power has reached level 40, and both his martial soul and soul rings are quite impressive. Who is it? Zhang Ge stood up, and Zhao Wuji looked him up and down. Not bad looking, quite a handsome talent. I heard you caused quite a stir. In the end, a soul master has to rely on strength to speak, Zhang Ge said. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. Well said. If we were to follow the old rules and conduct the 4th test, you would have no pressure at all. That wouldn't count as a test. So I think we should change the rules. For the 4th test, I will test you. Everyone was taken aback. The teacher is personally stepping in? Dai Mubai was also stunned for a moment, quickly walking to Zhao Wuji's side. Teacher Zhao Wuji countered. Can you beat that kid? Dai Mubai was a loss for words. If I could beat him, would I have lost those 20,000 gold soul coins? Fortunately, that kid didn't make me roll out. Otherwise, I would have no face to stay here. That has settled then, to stay put. Dai Mubai didn't dare say much, and could only helplessly shake his head at Zhang Ge and the others before retreating to the side. The 4th test is very simple. You all attack together. As long as one of you can last against me for the duration of a stick of incense, you pass. Now I'll give you a stick of incense to discuss tactics. Xiaobai, you can tell them about my strength characteristics, so they can prepare a bit. After speaking, Zhao Wuji flicked his right hand, and a stick of incense was lit and placed on the ground. He then sat down in a chair and began to rest his eyes. Dai Mubai stepped forward. All right, I have a special feeling today. I didn't expect that feeling to come true. Teacher Zhao is actually stepping in personally. Is he very strong? Ning Rongrong asked. Dai Mubai nodded. He is a soul sage, level 76, with a beast martial soul, the soul sage of beast martial souls. What? Except for Zhang Ge, the faces of the others changed. Level 76, soul sage. This is a real big shot. A true powerhouse who can maneuver through thousands of troops. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the heavy golden bear, a type of powerful beast martial soul. He has no flaws, and his defense is extremely terrifying. Even soul masters of the same level find it difficult to break through his defenses and inflict damage on him. He has a title called Immovable King. Dai Mubai introduced Zhao Wuji's detailed information, and everyone's expressions became serious. Now, you all get to know each other first. State your names and abilities, and see how you can best cooperate to withstand Teacher Zhao's test. Everyone introduced themselves, and after the introductions, apart from Zhang Ge and Dai Mubai, the others looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise. Tang San asked, Your martial soul is the 7 treasure glaze tile. Are you from the 7 treasure glaze tile sect? Ning Rongrong nodded slightly. Dai Mubai took a deep breath and said, Your combinations are quite good. How to withstand Teacher Zhao's attacks is up to you to decide. Tang San looked at Zhang Ge. Uncle, you are the strongest here. Do you have any thoughts? I will be the main attacker. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing will flank from the sides, harassing with speed, and Ning Rongrong will be responsible for supporting us. Xiao San, you will specifically focus on controlling and restricting his movements. Xiao Wu asked worriedly, Can you handle being the main attacker alone? Although you are strong now, you are still quite a bit behind him. I can attack with you. That way, your pressure will be a bit lighter. Zhang Ge smiled, Don't worry. What kind of joke is that? The reawakened martial soul is the sea-stabilizing divine needle, weighing 13,500 pounds. 13,500 pounds. With one strike, even a titan giant ape might not be able to withstand it, let alone Zhao Wuji. Master Uncle, be careful. Tang San reminded. Be careful. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also said, as Zhang Ge was the strongest, and whether he could pass depended mainly on him, so everyone was quite concerned about him. Have you all discussed it? Zhao Wuji's voice came. We discussed it. Zhao Wuji looked excited and took up a fighting stance. Come on. 015, why do you want to hit his butt? Zhang Ge waited for a long time, but didn't he hear the system release a task? What's going on? Usually, he was bored out his mind, and the system would throw a devilish task at him out of nowhere. Why was it silent now? TSK, where's the task? If you don't give me a task, how am I supposed to get a soul ring? Finally, the system broke its silence. Task received. Beat Zhao Wuji's butt. Completion reward. 1 random soul ring. Failure penalty, but pain for 10 days. Finally, here it is. Are you a voice-controlled system? Zhang Ge had gotten used to the task penalties. None of these penalties were normal. Open martial soul. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of lights flashed, and everyone's martial souls activated. As before, when the sea goddess needle appeared, a violent aura swept across the venue. Zhao Wuji's expression changed, and he looked a bit panicked at the scarlet giant eyes behind Zhang Ge, but soon he regained his composure. After experiencing so many storms, a single great saint's intimidation couldn't scare him. But at that moment, an unusual situation suddenly arose. After Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile appeared, the sea god's needle suddenly emitted a golden red light, and then the 7 treasure glazed tile burst forth with blue light, complementing it. Ning Rongrong's expression changed. She actually felt a hint of excitement and exhilaration from the 7 treasure glazed tile. Martial souls also carry their own emotions. This was simply unheard of. Subsequently, influenced by the martial soul, she inexplicably developed a feeling of admiration and dependence towards Zhang Ge. It was like a young child encountering their hero. At that moment, Zhang Ge's back appeared so tall and full of security in her eyes. What's going on? What is happening to me? Ning Rongrong was a bit dazed. Prepare. Zhang Ge's shout brought her back to her senses, and she quickly held up the 7 treasure glazed tower. The 7 treasures are famous. Feeling the enhancement of her own attributes, everyone moved in accordance with the plans set by Zhang Ge. Zhao Wuji's lips curled into a smile as he crouched slightly, his fists slamming down into the ground. Boom! A wave of yellowish-brown energy rapidly spread out. Zhang Ge leaped forward, standing proudly in front of Tang San and Ning Rongrong, and thrust the golden cudgel forcefully into the ground. Big. Whoosh! The golden cudgel instantly enlarged, firmly protecting the 3 of them. The yellowish-brown wave was completely blocked. Everyone was shocked at this sight. This stick can also grow bigger? Damn! Is a man's stick this amazing? Zhao Wuji was also stunned. This kid's stick has some tricks. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing jumped to evade, rushing toward Zhao Wuji from both sides. Zhang Ge returned the golden cudgel to its normal size and charged forward. Tang San shouted, "Entangle!" The blue-silver grass burst forth from the ground, wrapping around Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji smiled slightly, letting Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's attacks hit him. Bang bang. Several muffled sounds echoed. Zhao Wuji remained unyielding. Little girl, your speed is good, but unfortunately your strength is a bit lacking. Is that so? The golden long stick appeared in front of Zhao Wuji, who smiled slightly. What? Your strength is quite large. Bang. The blue-silver grass was instantly smashed to pieces by a single strike, and Zhao Wuji was sent flying. Zhao Wuji initially wanted to ask if your strength was really great, but as the last word left his mouth, he was just hit and thus dragged out a long, trembling sound in midair. This was supposed to be a very serious occasion, but upon hearing that long trembling sound, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong couldn't help but laugh. Boom! Zhao Wuji crashed into the building behind him, the roof tiles and bricks falling down in a shower, completely burying him. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wu stopped laughing, and the others also showed expressions of astonishment. Zhang Ge's stick is so powerful. Zhang Ge furrowed his brow. He had underestimated Zhao Wuji. He was afraid of killing Zhao Wuji, so he probably only used 50% of his strength and suppressed most of the weight of the golden cudgel. But he didn't expect to only send Zhao Wuji flying a short distance. With your current weak strength and such a difference in levels compared to him, you still dare to only use 50% of your strength? Moreover, you also suppressed most of the weight of the Rui Jingu Bang. This is not just underestimating him. This is outright looking down on him. The system said, what if I used all my strength and didn't suppress the weight of the Rui Jingu Bang? One strike down, and tonight we feast on bear paws. Good fellow, Zhang Ge thought. The system said, but your strength is too weak now, and your level is too low. If you completely release the weight of the Rui Jingu Bang, you won't be able to control it. Zhang Ge nodded, picked up the stick, and charged towards the ruins. Taking advantage of his weakness, Zhang Ge didn't forget that he had to hit his, but to complete the task. Good kid, you really have some skills. Your strength is quite impressive. A loud roar came from the ruins. Boom. The ruins exploded, and Zhao Wuji, shining with golden light, charged out. Great power Vajrapalm. His palms erupted with dazzling golden light, accompanied by a howling wind, striking toward Zhang Ge. Unfazed, Zhang Ge raised the stick with both hands and forcefully struck down. A head-on confrontation. Hard clash. Dai Mubai's expression changed, secretly thinking it was bad. The great power Vajrapalm is Zhao Wuji's attacking soul skill, transforming his hands into bear paws, delivering immense power. Coupled with his own formidable strength, even soul masters of the same level dared not confront him head-on. Zhang Ge is only level 40. What a kid. Let's see how strong you are. Last time I was caught off guard and got knocked away by you. But this time, just watch me send you flying. Zhao Wuji smiled. Zhang Ge also revealed a smile. The weight of the unsealed. 1,000 Jin. Boom. The stick made contact. Zhao Wuji's expression changed drastically. Damn, what kind of power is this? So huge. Why is it so big? No, this doesn't seem to be his power, but the weight of the stick itself. What kind of stick is this? Bang. There was no time for Zhao Wuji to think. He was heavily smashed to the ground, and a huge radiating crack immediately appeared on the surface. Everyone was dumbfounded. Dai Mubai suddenly felt a pain in the corner of his mouth and realized he was grinning widely. His mouth was hurting from the forced grin, but he couldn't help but be shocked. Zhao Wuji definitely didn't use his full strength, but even so, he shouldn't have been smashed to the ground like that. Just how strong is Zhang Ge's power? Zhang Ge held the golden hoop stick and slowly descended beside Zhao Wuji. He was also feeling quite uncomfortable from the earlier blow. His ribs were aching, and his arms were slightly trembling. Zhao Wuji was in a bad state as well, lying on the ground with both arms shaking, his palms numb. What kind of monster is this? Everyone was in a daze, but Zhang Ge wasn't idle. Now that Zhao Wuji was on the ground, it was the perfect opportunity to hit him on the butt. So Zhang Ge raised the golden hoop stick high and brought it down hard on his backside. Bang! Ah! A scream echoed, startling countless birds into flight. Everyone looked dumbfounded. Hitting his butt? What kind of operation is this? Why are you hitting his butt? Kid, you dare to hit my butt and humiliate me. Zhao Wuji roared in anger, but immediately after, bang, another hit on his backside. Zhang Ge didn't want to fight either, but there was no choice. The dog system didn't give a prompt for completing the task, so he could only continue fighting. 016, the Tsundere Golden Cudgel. That's right, the task required him to harshly beat Zhao Wuji's butt. Zhao Wuji also got serious. Unmoving Ming Wang body. As the third strike was about to hit his butt, he saw a golden light erupting from Zhao Wuji's body, and Zhang Ge immediately pulled back. The counterattack was too much to handle. He pulled back pretty quickly. Zhao Wuji bellowed angrily and raised his hand for another powerful King Kong palm. Zhang Ge swung the golden hoop rod horizontally in front of him. Big, powerful. Zhao Wuji slammed his palm against the rod, which was over a meter thick, and the recoil made his hands tingle again, while Zhang Ge remained unharmed. What kind of stick is this? Zhao Wuji was furious. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing charged in for both sides again. Zhao Wuji frowned and was about to take action. The ground suddenly cracked, and the blue-silver grass burst out of the soil, wrapping around his legs. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's attacks struck him, and Zhao Wuji roared in anger. Breaking free from the blue-silver grass, golden light flickered around him. Xiao Wu quickly retreated, but Zhu Zhuqing was caught off guard and was directly blown away. Not good. Dai Mubai shouted in his heart and rushed towards Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San's gaze tightened, and he immediately summoned the blue-silver grass to wrap around Zhu Zhuqing. But unexpectedly, a figure was faster than them all. The golden hoop rod suddenly elongated, and Zhang Ge rushed into the air at lightning speed, securely holding onto Zhu Zhuqing. Wow, this texture, soft and incredibly elastic. Zhang Ge remained expressionless, but internally he was exhilarated. Everyone was taken aback, and Zhu Zhuqing was stunned as well, not expecting that it was Zhang Ge who had embraced her. Dai Mubai was dumbfounded. This. Zhao Wuji rushed towards the two, and Zhang Ge waved his hand to throw out the golden cudgel, unsealing its 2,000-pound weight. The golden cudgel, accompanied by a whistling sound, smashed toward Zhao Wuji, while he steadily landed, holding Zhu Zhuqing. Bang! With a loud crash, Zhao Wuji and the rapidly approaching golden cudgel collided, and he was sent flying again. Zhao Wuji was completely bewildered. How did the stick become heavy again? Moreover, when it came crashing down, it was extremely fast, and he felt as if it was locked onto him, making it impossible to dodge. As he crashed into the ground, Zhao Wuji only felt a painful and numb sensation in his arm, and his head was buzzing. Zhang Ge released Zhu Zhuqing, and before Zhu Zhuqing could react, Zhang Ge leaped into the air towards Zhao Wuji. In midair, he reached out, and with a flick, the golden cudgel flew back into his hand. This scene was simply stunning and graceful. The next second, Zhao Wuji felt a sharp pain in his butt again. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Ge struck his buttocks repeatedly. Prompt, task completed. Upon hearing the task completion prompt, Zhang Ge immediately stopped and quickly retreated. He received a random soul ring reward of 666 years. Zhang Ge fell to the ground with a thud. A 666-year soul ring. What the heck? The soul ring rewards are randomly from 1 year to 1,000,000 years. At your level, the probability of obtaining a soul ring from high to low is 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000 years, 100 years, 1,000,000 years, and 10 years. So I got a soul ring with the third lowest probability. Damn, 666 years is too ridiculous, right? At least give me 1,000 years. 100 years is too trashy. Other soul rings are white first, then yellow, purple, black, and red. But Zhang Ge's is just the opposite. Purple, black, black, yellow. When the soul rings activate in the future, it'll be bizarre to the extreme. Okay? Trash? The system smiled and said nothing. Everyone looked at Zhang Ge lying on the ground, stunned for a moment, then rushed to his side. They thought Zhang Ge was injured. I'm fine, I just tripped, Zhang Ge said with a face full of despair. Tripped? Everyone was speechless. You're so awesome. Beating Zhao Wujie like that. Yet you tripped? And why do you suddenly have a long face? It's not surprising that Zhang Ge had a long face. But he was really feeling miserable at this moment. If he had just defeated Zhao Wujie, that would be one thing. But he had actually beaten Zhao Wujie's, but this is humiliation. He risked provoking Zhao Wujie, knowing he might face crazy revenge later, and ended up with just a 666-year trash soul ring? That is not worth it at all. Sure enough, over there, Zhao Wujie stood up holding his butt, his face twisted with anger. Kid, dare to hit my butt? I want to let you off today. Zhang Ge was afraid of hurting him and didn't dare to use all his strength. So this guy is still full of energy. After the roar, Zhao Wujie took big strides and charged over, moving incredibly fast. Zhang Ge's heart raced, and he quickly tried to evade, but unexpectedly, with just a thought, he instantly disappeared from his original spot and reappeared over 10 meters away. Everyone was stunned at this scene. Instant teleportation. Zhang Ge was also stunned. I don't have the teleportation soul skill. Wait, could it be? He checked his attributes, and the next second his eyes widened. A 666-year soul ring. From the ultra-rare Soul B Space Mouse, comes with the soul skill, teleportation, maximum distance of 200 meters. No cooldown time, soul power consumption, extremely low. Wow, Zhang Ge was excited. He never expected that although this soul ring was of low age, the attached soul skill was so impressive. Teleportation? Zhao Wujie snorted in anger. How many more trump cards do you have, kid? Zhang Ge felt comfortable and glanced at the incense on the ground. Laughing, Teacher Zhao, a stick of incense has passed. You lost. Zhao Wujie's expression changed as he looked at the incense. Sure enough, it had already burned out. Why so fast? I haven't even fought much yet. How did it burn out? The crowd responded, you just took hits. Damn it. Consider yourselves the winners. Oscar, Oscar. Zhao Wujie's roar echoed throughout the entire academy. He was feeling extremely frustrated. Many soul skills hadn't even been used before it ended. The crowd looked at Zhang Ge. If it weren't for him, they definitely wouldn't have gotten through this so easily. Oscar came over upon hearing the commotion, and Zhao Wujie said, sausages. Oscar looked at the wreckage around him, and then at Zhao Wujie's disheveled appearance, quickly pulling out a few sausages. Then, Oscar glanced at Zhao Wujie's backside and curiously asked, Teacher Zhao, what's wrong with your butt? The crowd's expressions changed. Oscar, danger. The next moment, Teacher Zhao. No, don't. Teacher Zhao, I was wrong. Dai Mubai led everyone to the accommodation area and arranged their dormitories. Tang San and Oscar shared a room. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong shared a room. And Zhang Ge and Zhu Zhuqing each had their own single room. This was exactly what Zhang Ge wanted. Having a single room would prevent the system's secrets from being exposed. That night, Zhang Ge was resting in his dormitory. Someone was approaching him. Suddenly, the system spoke. Zhang Ge was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, It must be Tang Hao. I knew he would definitely notice me hiding in the shadows. He probably wants to investigate my identity. The system did not respond. There was a knock on the door. Zhang Ge thought about what to say when facing Tang Hao, got up to open the door, and was stunned when the door opened. It was actually Ning Rongrong. What is going on? What are you doing here? Isn't it good that you came to find me? What else do I need to look for you for? The two looked at each other, and the next second, Ning Rongrong's delicate little face suddenly turned a bit red, and she slightly lowered her head. Your martial soul? My martial soul? Zhang Ge looked bewildered. The golden cudgel had a strange influence on other weapon-type martial souls. Ning Rongrong's martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile, was also a weapon-type soul. So she must have sensed something. Can you show me your martial soul? Zhang Ge nodded, raised his right palm, and the gold-banded staff leaped out from his palm. Ning Rongrong also released the 7 treasures glazed tower, and in the next second, both martial souls erupted with brilliance. The golden red light of the gold-banded staff shot straight up into the sky, while the light from the seven treasures glazed tower leaned towards the gold-banded staff, as if it were attached to its glow. As expected, Ning Rongrong said, "I can feel my martial soul is very excited and thrilled, as if it has a sense of worship and dependence on your martial soul." Zhang Ge twitched his mouth. "Is this a joke? Can a martial soul have emotions? What exactly is your martial soul?" The Rui Jingubang. Rui, Jingubang? Ning Rongrong raised her head and asked, "Can it change size?" "Yes, just like a man. Cough, cough. Just like a balloon." "What a magical martial soul." Ning Rongrong looked at him. "My martial soul really likes your martial soul. Maybe we can create a martial soul fusion technique?" Just as Zhang Ge was about to speak, the golden cudgel suddenly transformed into a beam of light and drilled back into the palm of his hand. At the same time, the golden cudgel surprisingly conveyed a message to him. It looked down on Ning Rongrong's seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda and disdained to combine with it. Hang Yi. P.S. I've seen everyone's opinions. Thank you for your valuable feedback. I will accept it humbly and ensure that similar situations do not occur in the future. Thank you, 017. What did she come to find you for? Do you think this makes any sense? Well, the golden cudgel isn't a human either. But the seven treasures glazed tower is known as the strongest auxiliary martial soul in the entire continent. If you don't even regard the strongest, what do you want? Something that the golden cudgel would find worthy must be at the level of the three talismans Jade Rui of the Queen Mother of the West and the map of mountains and rivers of Niwa. TSK. The Queen Mother of the West wielding the three talismans Jade Rui is notorious as the fiercest character known as the #1 healer in the Heavenly Court. But where are these on the Douluo Continent? That's why it looks down upon them. Fang Yi. This dog's temper is quite big. Have you forgotten who your master is now? Ning Rongrong saw the golden cudgel disappear and looked puzzled. What's wrong? It's nothing. It went back on its own. Zhang Ge felt a bit awkward. This broken stick is like that. Sometimes it disobeys and pops out, and sometimes it disobeys and goes back in, right? It's just like that thing. Sometimes it uncontrollably gets bigger, and sometimes it uncontrollably gets smaller, the system said. Zhang Ge, how can you, a feminine system, be more fierce than an experienced driver? Ning Rongrong smiled slightly. Your martial soul has quite a character. Well, I'll head back now. I won't disturb you. Regarding the martial soul fusion skill. No problem, Zhang Ge said. The golden cudgel, oh golden cudgel, if you still follow that monkey. I can't do anything about it, but since you're with me now, if I show you something impressive, you have to be impressed. He hasn't forgotten that he wants to get Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing on his side. Now is just the right opportunity to work on the martial soul fusion skill. Ning Rongrong's little face turned slightly red as she nodded. I'll go first. See you tomorrow. Watching her cheerful figure leave, Zhang Ge raised an eyebrow. It seems Ning Rongrong doesn't have such a big temper after all. Turning around to enter the room, Zhang Ge was stunned. Xiao had somehow come to his dorm, sitting quietly on the bed with her head down, without saying a word. Zhang Ge felt a bit flustered, but soon he calmed down. Ning Rongrong was just here to discuss the martial soul fusion technique with him. It wasn't anything scandalous, so why be anxious? Look, my old buddy is here. Zhang Ge smiled. Xiao Wu raised her head to look at him, pouting slightly. Ning Rongrong is really beautiful, right? Low emotional intelligence. Not as beautiful as you. High emotional intelligence. What? That's Ning Rongrong? I thought that was Dai Mubai. I'm a bit face-blind. To me, everyone else looks pretty much the same except for you. Xiao Wu looked skeptical. You're just talking nonsense. Dai Mubai doesn't have a seven-treasure glazed tile, right? I only recognized her as Ning Rongrong after she summoned the seven-treasure glazed tile. Although she knew Zhang Ge was just joking, a smile quickly appeared on Xiao Wu's face. Shall we go for a walk? Aren't you tired after fighting all day? All right, it was mostly me fighting. You guys barely participated, so of course, you're not tired. I don't care. You have to go with me for a walk. Xiao Wu pulled Zhang Ji's hand, and they went out. Leaving the academy, the two arrived at the woods outside the school. Looking up at the bright moon, Xiao Wu remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. You know, today in the dorm, Rongrong kept asking me about you. That's not surprising, Zhang Ge said. Although the seven-treasure glazed tile school is a major sect with two titled Douluos in terms of combat power, it can't match the Haoyan school and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. So now that she sees someone like me who is so strong, of course, she wants to know more about me and pull me into her sect. No, it's not that kind. Then what kind is it? Zhang Ge asked. It's just, it's that kind. What kind? Zhang Ge scratched his head. Xiao Wu gave him a slightly reproachful glance, then sighed. You know, The more powerful and outstanding you are, the happier I am. But if you are too outstanding, it will attract other girls' attention. But the better I become, the better I can protect you, Zhang Ge said. Xiao Wu shivered slightly, looking up at Zhang Ge. Will you always protect me? Yes, Zhang Ge said straightforwardly. Even if there are many powerful people who want to kill me? Xiao Wu asked. Don't talk about powerful people. Even if a very powerful god wants to kill you, I will protect you. Just kidding. What is the golden cudgel for? It's for slaying gods. Even if it's not to protect Xiao Wu. One day he would take the golden cudgel to the divine realm. Xiao Wu looked at Zhang Ge, her gaze somewhat infatuated. Zhang Ge touched her hair and said, We are family, so don't ask such silly questions in the future. Xiao Wu hugged him tightly. On the way back, Xiao Wu's mood was obviously much better. She said, Rong Rong kept asking me about you today and even asked what our relationship is. What did you say? Zhang Ge asked. I said we are family, Xiao Wu replied. Then she looked a bit disappointed. Do you think she has a crush on you? How could that be? We just met today. How could there be such a thing? Isn't it said that some people can fall in love at first sight? Do you believe that? Xiao Wu was silent for a moment and then asked, So why is she coming to see you tonight? Didn't you hear it all? No. I want you to tell me. Xiao Wu grabbed Zhang Ge's hand. She feels that her martial soul is very similar to mine, and there's a sense of mutual complementarity, so she wants to team up with me to create a martial soul fusion skill. Zhang Ge said, That's not what she said. She said her martial soul has a sense of worship and dependence on her martial soul. Xiao Wu said, Didn't you hear that? So you're not being honest. You're not telling me the truth. Nonsense. I'm the most honest person in the world. In my opinion, she means what I said. Zhang Ge replied. Besides, listen to her nonsense. What kind of worship and dependence can a martial soul have? How can a martial soul have emotions like a person? That is hard to say. The world is full of wonders, and your martial soul is so peculiar. Maybe her martial soul underwent some change after seeing yours. Xiao Wu said. Zhang Ge raised an eyebrow. You have quite a lot to say. Your theories are impressive. Even a master can't compare to you. I just feel that she is interested in you. Zhang Ge patted her hair and said, Don't think too much. Love at first sight is just a deception. She's simply interested in my combat ability and martial soul from the perspective of her sect and martial soul fusion technique. Anyway, I'm your family. And you're my family too, said Xiao Wu. Zhang Ge smiled. Always. Always. Xiao Wu's eyes dimmed for a moment. I'm a spirit beast. If I stay with Zhang Ge, not only will I be in danger, but I will also put him in danger. The current Zhang Ge is simply not a match for a title Douluo, but she quickly regained her composure. No need to think about the future, at least. I am with Zhang Ge right now. A smile appeared on her face. 018, the light bulb, is back. The two returned to the academy, and Xiao Wu said her goodbyes and went back to her dormitory. Zhang Ge walked towards the dormitory, eager to sleep. The fight he had with Zhao Wuji today had left him feeling a bit uncomfortable from the recoil. As he reached the dormitory entrance, he suddenly stopped. A curvaceous and hot figure flashed out from behind the corner of the dormitory. The only person with such a sizzling figure could be Zhu Zhuqing. Zhang Ge was taken aback. What do you want from me? Under the moonlight, Zhu Zhuqing's expression was slightly unnatural. Thank you for what you did today during the day. Zhang Ge was stunned for a moment, and then remembered that during the fight with Zhao Wuji earlier, Zhu Zhuqing had been knocked away, and it was Zhang Ge who had used his stick to fly into the air and catch her. At that time, my body was numb from the shock. If it weren't for you catching me, I would definitely have been injured. Zhang Ge smiled and said, No need to be polite. Everything is for the system's task. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him, and he continued, The reason teacher Zhao wants us to work together is mainly to see how we cooperate with each other. We are a whole, a team. We are all comrades. When a comrade is hurt, it's necessary to lend a helping hand. I believe that if I were injured and you could help me, you definitely wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Zhu Zhuqing was slightly moved and nodded. How do you feel now? Has your body recovered? Well, I wasn't really injured. What about you? You've gone head-to-head with teacher Zhao so many times. Is your body okay? Zhang Ge laughed. Since I saw you today, I thought you were quite a cold person. I didn't expect you to care about others. Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed slightly as she replied. Aren't comrades supposed to care for each other? I'm fine, just need to rest a bit. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. All right, you should rest early. I'll head back first. She turned to leave, her tight-fitting clothes highlighting her curves, tiny waist, long legs. The view from behind was fierce, so impressive. Her voluptuous body swayed as she walked. PR. The true nature was exposed, the system said. What's wrong? This just shows I'm a normal man. Zhang Ge replied. Really? Aren't you supposed to like the two-dimensional world the most? Zhu Zhuqing is a real person. Zhang Ge was taken aback. Am I going to change? Maybe what he said is right. The two-dimensional world is certainly beautiful, and it's normal to like the two-dimensional, but in the end, people still have to live in reality. The next morning, Zhang Ge was awakened by hunger. Drowsily, he reached out to the bedside, wanting to find his phone to order takeout, but after searching for a while, he only touched a soft little hand. He was stunned for a moment and quickly opened his eyes, only to see Xiao Wu's pretty and adorable face. Lazy bug, what are you searching for? My phone, Zhang Ge said instinctively. Phone? What's that? Ah, it's nothing. Zhang Ge shook his head and sat up. Why are you here? He had gotten used to sleeping alone in a single room now, reverting to his old habits from Earth. The blanket slipped down, revealing Zhang Ge's beautifully sculpted upper body, and Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned. Just then, Ning Rongrong suddenly walked in. Xiao Wu came a long time ago. I didn't wake you up because you were still asleep. Xiao Wu panicked and hurriedly said, Rongrong, don't come in yet. But Ning Rongrong had already stepped inside and saw Zhang Ge's bare upper body. Her mouth dropped open in shock. Ah, this. Zhang Ge felt embarrassed and quickly grabbed the blanket to cover himself. He was used to sleeping without clothes, as it not only allowed his body to stretch comfortably, but was also beneficial for his health. However, after traveling here and living in a large dormitory, he had not been able to sleep without clothes. Now that he finally had his own single room, he had been able to do so again. But he didn't expect to have two girls come looking for him this morning. Xiao Wu was okay. They had grown up together and had shared a bed before. But he wasn't very familiar with Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's little face turned red, and she quickly turned around. I'll wait for you outside. After leaving the room and closing the door, Ning Rongrong's heart raced. This was the first time she had seen a man shirtless since growing up, and his beautifully sculpted muscles kept flashing in her mind, hard to shake off. Inside the room, Xiao Wu was both angry and anxious. Why don't you wear clothes when you sleep? Personal habit. We've been together for so long. How did I not know you had this habit? This is not good at all. Zhang Ge was too lazy to argue with her. Well, you go out first. I need to get dressed. Oof. Rongrong has already seen everything. What a jerk. Oh, is that what makes him a jerk? How'd he see everything? He only saw the upper body, right? By that logic, all the guys in the summer who are shirtless while eating watermelons are jerks, right? And those in swimsuits at the beach, are they all committing indecent acts? The key is that this is my own single dorm room. How I sleep is my own freedom. All right, we have different views. Xiao Wu stepped out of the room, and Zhang Ge quickly put on his clothes. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu didn't speak, and the atmosphere was a bit strange and awkward. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing also walked over, and, seeing the two like this, showed a hint of strange expression in her eyes. Soon, Zhang Ge finished dressing and walked out, clearing his throat. When Zhu Zhuqing saw Zhang Ge come out, there was a sparkle in her eyes. However, the atmosphere seemed to have become even more awkward. Zhang Ge looked at Xiao Wu and then at Ning Rongrong. Neither of them spoke or made any movements. This kind of thing was not difficult for Zhang Ge. He quickly came up with a plan. He suddenly frowned, let out a muffled groan, and slowly knelt down while holding his chest with a pained expression. Sure enough, both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's expressions changed. Xiao Wu hurried over to support his arm and asked, "What is wrong with you?" Zhang Ge shook his head. It's nothing. Teacher Zhao is indeed a soul sage at level 76. Although there weren't too many issues in yesterday's battle, the backlash was quite strong. As soon as he said this, a few people immediately recalled yesterday's battle. Zhang Ge was the main attacker, and it was mostly him doing the fighting, clashing hard against Zhao Wujie several times. They all felt their hearts racing just watching it. Although he appeared fine on the surface, he must have been shaken up. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu felt a bit guilty. Zhang Ge had put in so much effort yesterday, and after such a tough fight with Zhao Wujie, he must have felt bad. Yet, she had dragged him out for a walk late at night, and even got angry with him over such a trivial matter this morning. The more she thought about it, the more she felt sorry for Zhang Ge. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have gotten angry over such a small thing, Xiao Wu said softly. You see, many times, women are actually quite easy to deal with. It's not your fault. I should have told you about this habit of mine sooner, Zhang Ge said as he stood up, taking a few deep breaths. After a night of rest, he was feeling much better. He had just felt a bit of tightness in his chest earlier, but it was nothing serious. Why don't you rest a bit more? I'll go find somewhere to buy some food and bring it back for you, Xiao Wu said with a concerned expression. It's not that serious. I just want to take a walk too. Let's go together, Zhang Ge smiled. Just as he finished speaking, Tang San's voice came. Master Uncle, you're up to? Zhang Ge. The Tang San brand light bulb is back. 019 beating Ma Hongjun. You guys are here too. Tang San walked over and nodded to greet Xiao Wu and the others. Let's find a place to have breakfast together, Zhang Ge said. Sure. Tang San smiled. Zhang Ge and Tang San walked in front, with 3 girls following behind. Master Uncle, you worked hard in yesterday's battle with Teacher Zhao. Tang San said gently. If it weren't for you, we might have been in a tough fight. After all, Teacher Zhao only used 2 soul skills. He definitely has more powerful ones that he hasn't shown yet. The 3 girls looked up at Zhang Ge, and yesterday's scenes replayed in their minds. A level 40 junior fighting back and forth with a level 76 old sage was still shocking to think about. Although there were others restraining Zhao Wujie from the side. It was enough to demonstrate Zhang Ge's strength. If it were them facing Zhao Wujie, they would probably be eliminated in an instant. Why didn't you all give me a round of applause back then? Zhang Ge joked. Everyone. Who had the time to applaud you? We were all busy being shocked. Just kidding, Zhang Ge said seriously. We are a team. If I didn't have the ability, I wouldn't show off. But since I do have the ability, I naturally need to do a little more. Tang San nodded. Master Uncle is right. The 3 girls also nodded in agreement, feeling even more favorable toward Zhang Ge. As they chatted while walking, they arrived at the other side of the village. Zhang Ge said that the plot involving Ma Hongjun should be triggered. Sure enough, soon everyone heard a voice arguing. Ma Hongjun, don't look for me anymore. I won't be with you. Everyone looked up and saw a chubby boy and a village girl in simple clothes tugging at each other. The chubby boy asked Suehua, haven't I treated you well? Why do you want to break up with me? Suehua's face suddenly turned red. You have been good to me, but I really can't stand you. We are not suitable for each other, so you should find someone else. Also, I'm several years older than you. Please, don't look for me again. The chubby boy Ma Hongjun angrily said, what do you mean you can't stand me? I really don't understand what you women are thinking. Breaking up is fine, but if you come back to me again, I'll break up with you for real. Otherwise, no way. Zhang Ge raised his eyebrows. Among the students in Shrek Academy, the happiest were Dai Mubai, followed by Ma Hongjun. Before these new students arrived at the academy, only Oscar was a little brat. Clearly only 14 or 15 years old, yet he was living better than some adults. Suehua pleaded, no, please. Just let me go. Are you even human? Xiao Wu couldn't bear to watch and was about to speak, but Zhang Ge grabbed her hand and said, forget it. It has nothing to do with us. How can it have nothing to do with us? We can't just watch him bully a girl. If he wants a bully, then let him. Even if we intervene, Suehua won't appreciate it and might even blame us for meddling. So what is the point of getting involved? Zhang Ge shrugged. This is a matter between the couple. A household issue, you understand? We outsiders shouldn't interfere. Just as he finished speaking, he received a task to beat up Ma Hongjun. Task reward: increase soul power by 2 levels. Failure penalty: shrink by 2 centimeters. Let that girl go. Zhang Ge suddenly shouted loudly. Everyone. What's going on? You just said it was their household issue and not to interfere, and in the next moment, you immediately change your tune and shout out against injustice? Truly, flipping faces faster than turning pages. Ma Hongjun and Suehua were startled by this shout. Turning to look at these people, Ma Hongjun suddenly showed a surprised expression. Oh, such beautiful girls. 3 of them. Do you want to be my girlfriends? 3 is not too many for me. Ha ha, impudent. Zhang Ge said sternly, a playboy, daring to speak wildly in front of beautiful women. Just watch me break your 3rd leg. He directly summoned his martial soul. Let's fight. Golden cudgel, appear. Un monstre démonique aura surgi forte, rechigne toar ma engin. With a pair of blood-red giant eyes suddenly opening wide, Ma Hongjun's plump body shook violently. Damn, this young master is not easy to mess with. Ma Hongjun shouted hoarsely. Evil fire phoenix. Phoenix possessed. A gigantic fire phoenix soared into the air behind him, and in an instant, everyone felt a burning sensation. Seeing Ma Hongjun in his possessed state, Xiao Wu chuckled. Is there really a phoenix this fat? No matter how I look at it, he seems more like a country chicken. Ma Hongjun was furious. Who are you calling a country chicken? First soul skill, phoenix fire. Zhang Ge's face was expressionless. Long. Whoosh. The golden cudgel instantly elongated and struck Ma Hongjun's chest with the speed of lightning. Ma Hongjun let out a loud shout and was directly knocked away, his first soul skill interrupted. Damn, what kind of rod is this? Ma Hongjun got up covered in dirt, only to see a golden long stick smashing down at him. He was startled and quickly dodged. But Zhang Ge raised his hand and pointed, full-bodied strongman. Whoosh! Ma Hongjun broke out in a cold sweat, and Zhang Ge followed up with a death stripping. With a swish, Ma Hongjun was left with only a pair of underwear. Xiao Wu and Tang San had already gotten used to it. Death stripping and full-bodied strongman had become Zhang Ge's signature combo. However, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's faces turned red. They didn't expect Zhang Ge to have such a strange soul skill that could instantly strip someone of their clothes. They had to be careful in the future. They definitely didn't want to fight him. If their clothes were stripped off, leaving only their underwear, they would be utterly embarrassed. The series of bizarre events left Ma Hongjun dumbfounded. Before he could react, the golden cudgel was already in front of him. Bang! Ma Hongjun screamed in agony as he was sent flying. Zhang Ge leaped forward and aimed another strike at his backside. Suehua finally reacted and rushed to the two of them. Stop fighting. You guys stop fighting. Less nonsense, step aside. It's none of your business, Zhang Ge replied. Suehua was startled. Everyone. Oh, what do you mean it's none of her business? Didn't you beat this fat guy up for her? Zhang Ge said that if it weren't for the system threatening to shorten by 2 centimeters, he wouldn't bother with your nonsense. Just then, the system issued a task completion prompt, and Zhang Ge stopped his hand. Are we still fighting? Zhang Ge asked Ma Hongjun. Fight? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Stop fighting. Suehua hurried over and draped the coat over Ma Hongjun, looking at his wounds with some pity. She said to Zhang Ge and the others, Hongjun is a good person. We just weren't suitable for each other, which is why we broke up. Please don't interfere, really. Zhang Ge turned and walked away. The crowd exclaimed, wow, that was quite decisive. Ma Hongjun was still unconvinced. Let go. This is a matter between men. I've suffered such a great loss. Today I must. Whoosh bang. The golden cudgel shot through the air like lightning and firmly landed on the ground in front of Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun gulped and swallowed the unfinished words back down. Zhang Ge had a blank expression as he reached out and summoned the golden cudgel, which transformed into a beam of light and flew back to his palm, shrinking to the size of a sewing needle. 020, this is a real monster. A familiar voice came from behind. Everyone turned to see Dai Mubai approaching. Dai Mubai first spotted Zhu Zhuqing and then revealed a look of apparent relief. However, Zhu Zhuqing didn't even glance at him, her eyes carrying a hint of coldness. Then he noticed Ma Hongjun's miserable state and was slightly taken aback. Oh, fatty. What happened to you? Boss Dai, I got beaten up. You have to stand up for me. Ma Hongjun said. You got beaten up? By who? Ma Hongjun pointed at Zhang Ge. Dai Mubai was stunned for a moment, then smiled wryly. Why did you provoke him when you had nothing to do? Now it was Ma Hongjun's turn to be confused. What do you mean? Dai Mubai leaned in and whispered in his ear. Even I can't beat him. And you want to fight him? That's like looking for poop with a lantern in the toilet. Ma Hongjun was shocked. What? Even you can't beat him? Shoo. Keep your voice down. Saying this, Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who remained indifferent and didn't even look at him. In any case, remember from now on, don't provoke Zhang Ge. After giving a low warning, Dai Mubai asked, how did you guys end up fighting? In broad daylight, he bullied a girl. Xiao said. Dai Mubai immediately understood and laughed. I see what's going on, Suehua. You couldn't handle him either? Suehua's face flushed, and she quickly ran away, while Ma Hongjun sighed. Looking dejected, Tang San asked, what exactly happened? Just as Dai Mubai was about to speak, Zhang Ge said, this fatty is the third student besides Boss Dai and Oscar. His martial soul is a mutated martial soul, known as the evil fire phoenix, which often emits evil fire. He needs to find women to vent his fire, otherwise it can lead to problems, and if not careful, it could cause a direct cremation, and the whole village would be in trouble. Everyone was stunned. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun stared blankly at Zhang Ge, and Ma Hongjun asked, How do you know that? Zhang Ge did not answer. The embroidery needle and the golden hoop rod spun around his fingertips. Ma Hongjun fell silent. Dai Mubai coughed and said, although I don't know how you found out. The fact is pretty much as you said. So it's not really Fatty's fault. He can't help it. But that doesn't mean you can bully girls and forcefully take women. Xiao said, who forcefully took women? I never do such things relying on my power. It's all mutual consent. This was true. Fatty never bullied others because of his status as a soul master. So finding a girlfriend wasn't that hard for him. Dai Mubai said. Ma Hongjun looked at Dai Mubai with some resentment and said, if I looked like you and Xiao Ao, with a face like a playboy, able to date multiple girlfriends at the same time, would it be like this? You. Dai Mubai's expression changed, and he quickly looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who had a cold expression. He hurriedly made eye contact with Ma Hongjun and whispered a warning. Fatty, watch your words. Ma Hongjun didn't notice his look at all and shouted, what do you mean watch my words? Did I say something wrong? Don't think I don't know that you date different girls 3 times a day. At that moment, Dai Mubai felt like he wanted to kill Ma Hongjun. Not knowing when to speak appropriately was one thing. But can't you see the hints I'm giving you? Are you blind? He continued to give Ma Hongjun signals, and his speech was starting to grind out through clenched teeth. Fatty, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Ma Hongjun chuckled and said, aren't you always proud of it? What's wrong with you today? Did you take the wrong medicine? Didn't you just change 2 girls a few days ago? Dai Mubai. Zhang Ge walked up to Dai Mubai, poked his arm, and took out a kitchen knife from his storage belt, handing it to him. Dai Mubai grabbed the knife fiercely and glared at Ma Hongjun. If you ruin my reputation again, I won't be polite with you. I'm about to grind my teeth to dust. Ma Hongjun was confused. He couldn't understand what was wrong with Dai Mubai today. And you, Zhang Ge, what do you mean by giving him a kitchen knife? Tang San noticed the awkward atmosphere and asked, Ma Hongjun, now that you don't have a girlfriend, what will you do in the future? Stop cultivating? Ma Hongjun sighed. What else can I do? I can only go back and ask the dean if he has any solutions. I have a solution, Zhang Ge said. Everyone immediately looked at him. And Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up. What solution? Do it yourself. Everyone. Devil. Ma Hongjun almost cursed. Really, if he could beat Zhang Ge, he would have exploded in anger. Let's go. I'll take you to the cafeteria for a meal, Dai Mubai said. On the way to the cafeteria, Xiao Wu whispered to Zhang Ge. I feel like you kind of dislike Ma Hongjun, is that right? Besides Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who were walking in front, Tang San and the two girls behind heard Xiao Wu's words and turned to look at Zhang Ge. Tang San also felt that Zhang Ge seemed to have a bit of disdain for Ma Hongjun. In the past, even when Zhang Ge fought with others. If there was no grudge, he would be cheerful afterwards. Unlike this time, Zhang Ge had not shown any good face to Ma Hongjun and even handed a kitchen knife to Dai Mubai. Zhang Ge nodded. I hate it. Why? Xiao Wu found it a bit strange. The misunderstanding has been cleared up, and Ma Hongjun is also a classmate. Why hate him? The reason is simple. Zhang Ge said seriously, eunuchs must be punished. Everyone. What does that mean? Ma Hongjun is so strong. 3 to 4 times a day. He can be called a macho man. How could he be an eunuch? You don't understand, Zhang Ge said. Seeing his mysterious expression, the others exchanged glances and stopped asking. During dinner, Dai Mubai said, Xiao Ao is sleeping in again. He is always so lazy. Besides Xiao Ao, I see everyone is here. For a while, we will all live and study together. Let's get to know each other. They introduced themselves to each other, and Ma Hongjun asked, by the way, Boss Dai, I heard the new student made teacher Zhao suffer a bit yesterday. Who is it? What do you think? Dai Mubai countered. Ma Hongjun looked at Zhang Ge and first saw a pair of sharp eyes. He shrank his neck, although Zhang Ge is very powerful. But teacher Zhao is a soul saint at level 76. Zhang Ge is already at level 40, Dai Mubai said. Ma Hongjun was stunned. His first soul ring is 1,000 years. Ma Hongjun gasped. The second and third soul rings are 10,000 years. Ma Hongjun almost fell. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 years? The fourth soul ring is 666 years, Zhang Ge continued. Everyone, afraid they wouldn't believe him. Zhang Ge displayed all 4 soul rings. Upon seeing the yellow fourth soul ring, everyone was completely dumbfounded. A reverse soul ring? This is really a monster. 021. If Zhang Ge were a girl, Xiao Wu stared wide-eyed at Zhang Ge. Did that expert help you get it? Or what did you go get yourself? Why did you get a yellow soul ring? Xiao Wu couldn't understand. No matter how this soul ring came to be, it was outrageous. Zhang Ge retracted his soul ring. I think having only a purple-black soul ring is too monotonous, so I got a yellow soul ring. Everyone, do you think this is a game? Well, the thoughts of a monster are something ordinary people can't fathom. At this moment, Xiao Wu suddenly thought of something and asked, I didn't know you had teleportation ability before, so this teleportation ability, it can't be a bonus from this yellow soul ring, right? Everyone except Ma Hongjun was taken aback. This can't be possible, right? Teleportation can be considered a very powerful soul skill. Whether for escaping, chasing, or ambushing, it's super useful. Can a yellow soul ring, which is so trashy, really have such a powerful soul skill? Seeing Zhang Ge nod, everyone was stunned. No wonder you would get a yellow soul ring. What kind of soul beast is this soul ring from? Dai Mubai asked. Space mouse. Space mouse? Everyone was puzzled. Is there such a soul beast? Dai Mubai pondered for a moment and suddenly said, I remember this type of soul beast. It's extremely rare and very difficult to capture. It has the ability to tear apart space, and once it exceeds 1,000 years, it will tear apart the continent space and leave this continent. So, I can only obtain a 666-year soul ring. Anything over 1,000 years is basically impossible, Zhang Ge said. Don't mention a 666-year one. Even 100 years below. I've never heard of anyone capturing one, Dai Mubai exclaimed in amazement. If it weren't for the fact that my family's library has exact records, I would have thought the space mouse was made up by someone. Zhang Ge said, Douluo Continent is full of wonders. Perhaps in the future we will encounter more magical soul beasts and obtain more amazing soul rings and soul skills. Zhang Ji's fourth soul ring, the space mouse, comes with a powerful soul skill, But they don't know that the soul skill attached to Zhang Ge's mysterious third soul ring is even more brutal. It's precisely because it's so brutal that Zhang Ge has never used it. That soul skill guarantees bloodshed with every use. Everyone's faces showed a hint of excited anticipation. Dai Mubai patted Zhang Ge on the shoulder and smiled. Xiaogang, I suddenly feel that it's really great for you to come to Shrek Academy. Ever since you arrived, I've witnessed many wonderful things, broadened our horizons, and made us realize that there are monsters above monsters. The others all felt the same way. If anyone could be called the biggest monster, it would definitely be Zhang Ge. He can hardly be considered human. Xiao Wu said proudly. That's right. Zhang Ge has always been this amazing. Zhang Ge had a humble expression on his face, but inside, he was sneering. Dai Mubai, you will regret what you said later. A few people were chatting while eating, when suddenly a ringing sound came from outside. Dai Mubai quickly stood up and said, That's the bell calling us from the dean. Let's hurry to gather over at the playground. After saying that, he quickly left the dining hall. Ma Hongjun also hurriedly stood up and said anxiously, Quick, let's go. The dean doesn't like people being late. When they arrived at the playground, the drowsy Oscar was already there, holding a sausage he had made himself. Oscar had undergone a huge transformation, mainly because he no longer had his beard. When they saw him, they almost didn't recognize him. The clean-shaven Oscar looked completely different. Previously, Ma Hongjun had said that both Dai Mubai and Oscar had handsome faces, which was clearly said out of jealousy. At this moment, Zhang understood what Ma Hongjun was envious of. Dai Mubai was already very handsome, especially with those captivating eyes, but in terms of appearance alone, he was still not as striking as Oscar without his full beard. Of course, in Zhang Ge's eyes, they were both insignificant. Zhang Ge is tall and has a handsome face, with features as if they were meticulously carved from jade. To sum it up, if he puts on makeup, he could even outshine the likes of Xiao Wu. Tang San asked, Uncle Chong, what about your beard? Oscar chuckled and quickly finished the sausage in his hand, whispering, Aren't there a few beauties that just arrived? If I don't look a bit more spirited, how will they notice me? You don't have experience in this, do you? Dai Lauda obviously had his eyes on the cold girl, while Xiao Wu was with Zhang Ge, and the chubby one didn't attract girls with his lewd aura, so his target was Ning Rongrong. You want to compete with me, will you? Tang San quietly said. I want to compete with you, but Sai, forget it. He wasn't a fool or blind. He clearly felt that the three girls often cast their gazes at Zhang Ge. Xiao Wu was understandable, as they had built their bond since childhood. And Zhu Zhuqing's behavior wasn't too obvious, but Ning Rongrong seemed a bit off. In short, Oscar was likely to face a tragedy. In fact, it wasn't just the girls. Even when Tang San stood next to Zhang Ge, he felt an inexplicable sense of security and reliance. After knowing each other for so long, although Zhang Ge could be mischievous and his way of speaking a bit flirtatious, he was serious when it mattered and took good care of Xiao Wu and his nephew. So in Tang San's heart, he regarded Zhang Ge as more than just an uncle. Many times he even thought how great it would be if Zhang Ge were his real brother. But it didn't matter. Even without blood ties, to Tang San, they were almost like brothers. Just like when he fought Zhao Wuji before. As soon as Zhao Wuji launched his attack, Zhang Ge immediately appeared in front of him to block it. At that moment, looking at Zhang Ge's back, he truly felt a sense of being protected by an older brother. Oscar asked, but what? Finish your sentence. Don't hold back. At that moment, Dai Mubai walked over to Zhu Zhuqing, but she immediately changed her position to stand next to Zhang Ge, with Ma Hongjun in between them, causing Dai Mubai to instantly sulk. Oscar laughed gleefully. Looks like Dai allowed to hit a snag again. His usual charm with girls is going to fail this time. While they were talking, a middle-aged man walked over from the other side of the playground. Upon seeing this person, Tang San was slightly taken aback. He recognized him. He had bought his crystal from this guy. Xiao Wu quietly asked, Is this Uncle the Dean? Oscar nodded. This is our esteemed Dean, the founder of Shrek Academy. The four-eyed cat eagle, Flender. A soul sage at level 78. He is even more formidable than Teacher Zhao. Plus, he has a flying beast martial soul, which is quite rare among battle soul masters. The chubby guy is his direct disciple. Xiao Wu murmured, It's good that he is only level 78 at this moment. A hand suddenly grasped hers, and when she turned, she saw Zhang Ge's gentle smile. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly. It was this sense of security. Ning Rongrong turned to look at their clasped hands, her gaze sharpening. 022 using memes to pursue girls. Flender approached the group, adjusted his glasses, and said, Very good. This year we've added 5 more little monsters. I heard there is one among you who is even more monstrous than the rest. Who is it? Everyone looked at Zhang Ge, but he pointed at Ma Hongjun. It's him. Everyone. Ma Hongjun looked confused. Why me? It should be you. Flinder was taken aback, huh? Ma Hongjun could manage 3 or 4 romantic encounters in a day, and still was he suffering from any issues. Definitely a monster. Tang San helplessly covered his forehead, chuckling. Didn't the dean mean something else? The 3 girls blushed and covered their mouths, while Dai Mubai and Oscar struggled to suppress their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Ma Hongjun felt like he wanted to strangle Zhang Ge. You idiot. Why say that in front of so many people? Flinder adjusted his glasses. You're quite the rascal. Zhang Ge, stand up. Zhang Ge took a step forward. Martial Soul. Spirit Ring, activate. The golden cudgel appeared. A demonic aura filled the air. Since it wasn't a battle, the great sage's deterrence didn't activate. The 4 soul rings followed closely. Flinder's glasses fell off. Purple, black, yellow. What kind of soul ring combination is this? The first 3 soul rings are indeed shocking. But what about your 4th soul ring? Are you kidding? The first 3 soul rings are so powerful, but the 4th is only 100 years. What is going on with your soul ring? I can't help it. Zhang Ge shrugged. There's no space mouse over 1,000 years. Then you can't even get a yellow. What? Can you repeat what soul beast this is from? Flinder was shocked. Space mouse. Space mouse. Flinder was stunned. It was actually a space mouse. Someone really hunted a space mouse to obtain a teleportation soul ring. Dean, you don't need to be so excited, Ma Hongjun asked. You know nothing. The space mouse soul ring is also known as the teleportation soul ring, which means that regardless of the martial soul, as long as one hunts the space mouse to obtain the soul ring, the attached soul skill will definitely be teleportation. Moreover, this teleportation's maximum distance must exceed 100 meters. And the most crucial part is that there's no cooldown, and it consumes very little soul power. Very little. Everyone was stunned. They had only heard Dai Mubai say that this kind of soul beast was very rare. But they didn't expect that the attached soul skill would be so incredible. No cooldown, minimal consumption, and the minimum distance must exceed 100 meters. It can already be called an invincible soul skill. This means that as long as Zhang Ge wants to run, no one can catch him. The space mouse itself has an extremely weak aura, making it difficult to detect and capture, and it can tear through space for an instant escape. Its small body makes it hard to notice. It's not an exaggeration to say that hunting it is even more difficult than some 10,000-year soul beasts. Because let alone hunting, you can't even discover it. Zhang Ge, quickly tell us how you got this soul skill. Well, there was a master. Zhang Ge brought up the expert again. Flinder would definitely believe it, as there was a master to testify. Sure enough, after listening, Flinder sighed. That expert is indeed amazing. Zhang Ge, you are also quite extraordinary. You have truly brought me so many surprises. Now, return to the team. You all did very well. I, Flinder, the Dean of Shrek Academy, welcome your arrival on behalf of the Academy. Later, each of you will hand in 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances. Mubai. Zhang Ge returned to the team, and Dai Mubai stepped forward. Flinder said, you will inform them of the Academy's rules later. Then, go back to rest, and do your best to get into optimal condition. The first class today will start in the evening. Oscar, you, and Ning Rongrong are exceptions. You two come with me. The two walked up to Flinder, who told the others, you can go rest now. Remember, get yourselves back to your best state before dark. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The teaching in this academy is different from other places. You may even face danger. Zhu Zhuqing turned and left, while Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun quickly slipped away. However, Zhang Ge and the other two did not leave. After a lengthy speech, Flinder said to Ning Rongrong and Oscar, your lesson today is physical training. Run 20 laps around the village. Oscar, lead the way. The two ran off, and Flinder said to Zhang Ge, come with me. Following Flinder to his office, Flinder was silent for a moment before asking, is the master doing well? He is well, Zhang Ge replied. Did you become his disciple or something? How did he give you this belt? No, I am considered a fellow disciple. Tang San is his disciple, Zhang Ge said, handing Flinder the master's letter. A glimmer of light flashed in Flinder's eyes. Fellow disciples, huh? He's still so stubborn. That's his style. This guy finally knows to contact me? After reading the letter, Flinder's expression changed, and he finally said, let's go prepare for tonight's class. It won't be easy. Zhang Ge performed a bow and turned to leave. That Tang San is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, he has been completely overshadowed by his little master uncle. Flinder muttered to himself. In a luxurious restaurant in Soto City, Ning Rongrong was comfortably sipping juice and enjoying delicious food. Running laps? That's too exhausting. I don't want to do that. It's much more enjoyable to relax and eat here. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and the familiar figure of Zhang Ge appeared in the seat opposite her. Ning Rongrong was taken aback at first, and when she saw it was Zhang Ge, she revealed a somewhat awkward smile. Ew, how did you get here? Zhang Ge looked down at her with a blank expression. Ning Rongrong felt a sudden tightening in her heart. She suddenly sensed a strong sense of oppression, noticing that Zhang Ji's expression was somewhat off. Ning Rongrong tried to make conversation. Your teleportation is quite effective. Why don't you sit down and have something to eat together? Zhang Ge had a blank expression. I have a younger brother, but he's not my biological brother. He died. Ning Rongrong was taken aback. Do you know how he died? Ning Rongrong didn't say anything. In our Nyo family village, my brother went up the mountain to play with a few other kids, and they encountered 2 wild wolves. The other kid survived, but he died. Do you know why? Ning Rongrong asked why. Because he was the slowest runner. The wolves caught up to him, had their meal, and didn't bother with the other kids. Ning Rongrong frowned. Her expression suddenly became complicated. By the time the other kids returned to the village and found adults to go back up the mountain, the wolves were long gone. And all that was left of my brother were a pile of bones. Ning Rongrong looked up at him. Did you come here specifically to teach me a profound lesson? No, I just wanted to say that my brother was very important to me. And so are you. Ning Rongrong was stunned. The system also crashed on the spot. Wow, can you use this kind of metaphor to flirt? That's really impressive. Flander, who was hiding in the shadows, silently shed tears. If I could have said such smooth lines back then, Erlong would have been mine long ago. 023 Toolman Tang San online. Zhang Ge's words left Ning Rongrong momentarily at a loss and a bit flustered. Her brother was very important to her, and she was also very important to him. Does this count as a confession? Zhang Ge slowly turned around and said, follow me. Ning Rongrong inexplicably got up and followed him from behind. The restaurant owner had a pained expression. You haven't paid yet. Just as he was about to chase after them for the money, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The owner was taken aback. Looking up, he saw a man dressed in a blue and white long robe. This man had white hair and beard, but his face was as smooth as a baby's, without any wrinkles, and he carried a long sword on his back. Flanders, who was hiding in the shadows, recognized him immediately. Sword Douluo, how much? Sword Douluo asked. After paying, the owner obediently returned. And Sword Douluo turned to look in the direction where Ning Rongrong and Zhang Ge had left, revealing a slight smile. This kid is quite interesting. After saying that, he leaped and chased after them. Flanders stood still for a moment, pondering. Since Sword Douluo has come, do I still need to follow Ning Rongrong? Forget it. I might as well follow. After all, I'm redeemed now. Outside the forest of Soto City, Ning Rongrong asked curiously, what did you bring me here for? Zhang Ge clapped his hands, and the toolman Tang San walked out from the shadows. Ning Rongrong looked at them curiously. Now I am your enemy, Zhang Ge said. Tang San nodded, and Ning Rongrong was stunned. What? Wait a minute. You, as an enemy, how powerful are you? Your level and strength far exceed ours. Who? The golden cudgel leaped out of his palm, and the surging demonic energy caused the entire forest to tremble. The sword Douluo, hiding in the shadows, suddenly opened his eyes wide. The moment the golden cudgel appeared, he felt his long sword behind him trembling uncontrollably, and a sense of fear inexplicably arose in his heart. Then, seeing the 4 soul rings, the sword Douluo was even more shocked, dumbfounded. What is going on with these soul rings? This kid is very strange. So strange. The sword Douluo's heart surged with waves of shock. The martial soul was bizarre. The soul rings even more bizarre, and although there were only 4 soul rings, and his strength seemed to be around level 40, why did it instill fear in me? Wait a minute. The sword Douluo's eyes widened. This kid is about the same age as Rongrong, yet he has already reached the terrifying level of 40. What is this kid's background? Such a super genius. If he joins the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he will definitely become a major force in the future. Flinder looked at Zhang Ge and felt very pleased. Haha, this is a student of our Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong's psychological quality was far inferior to Tang San's. After the Great Sage's intimidation was activated, Ning Rongrong's face instantly turned pale, losing all color. Rongrong, Tang San whispered, we need to go all out quickly. Prepare to assist me. Ning Rongrong was already so scared her legs were weak. After hearing Tang San's words, she barely gathered her spirits, not daring to look at Zhang Ge anymore, and hurriedly summoned the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Too slow, Zhang Ge said loudly, leaping into the air. The golden cudgel instantly lengthened and smashed down fiercely. Tang San's gaze sharpened, quickly leaping to dodge, his left hand waving the blue-silver grass to lift Ning Rongrong. Zhang Ge suddenly changed direction in midair, sweeping the long stick horizontally, and in an instant, the sound of wind rose. The gust from the long stick rushed straight at Tang San and Ning Rongrong's faces. This swing became too swift, coming too fast, with Tang San's current speed. Even using Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track would be unable to evade, and if he took it head-on, he would surely be injured. Zhang Ge's stick can even be swung away by Zhao Wuji. Tang San can use hidden weapons, but the lethality of hidden weapons is too strong. He fears hurting Zhang Ge, and Zhang Ge has held back, as those powerful soul skills haven't been used at all. Rongrong, hurry up and give me a speed boost. Tang San shouted. Ning Rongrong hurriedly chanted. 7 treasures are famous. Second, Zhang Ge squinted his eyes, releasing the weight, 700 pounds. The long stick increased its speed under the weight, and Tang San's blue silver grass was shattered into fragments in an instant. The speed actually increased. Tang San's pupils contracted sharply. It's over. Bang! At the critical moment, the long stick brushed past the top of Tang San's head and smashed into several large trees behind him, which were instantly broken. Tang San took a deep breath. Thank you, Master Uncle, for showing mercy. Zhang Ge put away the golden staff and shook his head. Can I really give you a hit? If I strike down with this staff, the whole village will be celebrating your farewell tonight. Tang San scratched the back of his head and smiled. Ning Rongrong's face was pale, still not recovered from the shock. Zhang Ge walked up to her. If you were teaming up with an outsider today, you would already be dead. Ning Rongrong looked up at him. That's not fair. You're way stronger than us. Fair? Zhang Ge laughed. If a title Douluo wants to kill you, would they wait until you become a title Douluo to act? I'm a support type soul master. You're an assault type, and you scare me right off the bat with your red eyes. I wasn't prepared at all. That was the effect of my martial soul. It can only create an imposing aura and has no lethality. The aura of a title Douluo is no weaker than that. Ning Rongrong puffed out her neck. That's still not fair. Why should I have to fight a title Douluo when I have nothing to do? Plus, I'm a support type. If it really comes to a battlefield, someone will protect me. And our 7-treasure glazed tile school has 2 title Douluos. Which one are you? Zhang Ge countered. Ning Rongrong was taken aback. I. Yes, you wouldn't proactively provoke a title Douluo. But what if someone stronger than you bullies you? Can you guarantee that someone will always be there to protect you? The 2 Douluos from the 7-treasure glazed tile school are powerful, but will they protect you every second? Also, if Tang San was the kind of person who runs away when he can't win, could he escape today? And what about you? Ning Rongrong said. I'm the daughter of the master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Who would dare to hurt me? Zhang Ge shook his head. Find a remote place to kill you. Who would know who did it? Even if they found out and avenged you, so what? Can you come back to life? Ning Rongrong's pupils constricted. Indeed, if someone really harmed her, even if the 7-treasure glazed tile sect avenged her in the end, she would never come back to life. You must understand, this is a world where strength speaks. Just relying on a name cannot intimidate everyone. No matter how much I cultivate, I can't possibly defeat a powerhouse like you. Ning Rongrong said. Do you remember the story I told you about my brother earlier? Many times, you don't need to defeat the enemy. You just need to run fast enough. Zhang Ge stretched out his right hand, and the golden cudgel leaped out of his palm. I still want to see what our martial soul fusion skill looks like. Tang San. Why does it feel like this sounds more and more like I want to see what our child looks like? Ning Rongrong was taken aback for a moment, and a hint of determination slowly appeared in her eyes. I understand now. I won't hold you back. I will work hard. After saying that, she ran towards Shrek Academy. Tang San and Zhang Ge exchanged smiles. Master Uncle, you are amazing. You coordinated well. Tang San said, it's only natural. Master Uncle, if you need any help in the future, just let me know. Zhang Ge patted his shoulder with satisfaction. From then on, Tang San became Zhang Ge's exclusive tool. The next moment, sword fighting Douluo suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Ge. 024 Golden Cudgel Aviation. Zhang Ge remained calm. He had long known that Sword Douluo and Flinder were hiding in the shadows. Tang San's expression changed, and he immediately became wary. It turned out to be Senior Sword Douluo. Zhang Ge clasped his hands in greeting. Sword Douluo raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you know me? Zhang Ge said, Your aura is much stronger than the Dean's, and you carry a long sword. In a vast continent, there are very few masters of the sword. After you appeared, you even glanced in the direction Rongrong left, and your eyes don't lie. The Sword Douluo smiled slightly. You kid are quite interesting. I want to have a few words with you alone. Tang San was very understanding. Master, I will head back first. Senior, farewell. Zhang Ge and Jian Douluo nodded, watching Tang San leave. After that, Jian Douluo focused his gaze on Zhang Ge, sizing him up from head to toe. Handsome and graceful, with a dignified appearance, impressive strength. Eloquent, exceptionally intelligent, calm and composed, neither servile nor arrogant. This is Douluo's overall assessment of Zhang Ge so far. Zhang Ge was also looking at him. What kind of expression is that? You're not Ning Rongrong's father. Why does it look like you're looking at son-in-law? Not bad so far. You are the most outstanding young person I have ever seen. Are you interested in coming to my 7-treasure glazed tile school? I am a student of Shrek Academy. So what? Rongrong is still the little princess of my 7-treasure glazed tile school. Can't she study at your academy? With your strength and talent. If you come to my 7-treasure glazed tile school, we will definitely nurture you vigorously, and your future achievements will surely surpass us old folks. Zhang Ge thought for a moment and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior. However, right now I just want to focus on my studies and become someone useful to society in the future. As for where I will go later, I haven't thought about it yet." This is a textbook standard answer from a new generation of youth with 4 virtues. The system gave an evaluation. What else is there to consider? Among the 3 great sects, our 7 treasures glazed tile school is in the greatest need of a powerful offensive soul master like you. Only by coming to our 7 treasures glazed tile school can you receive the utmost attention, and in the future, you will shine the brightest. Zhang Ge, it seems that this Sword Douluo's personality is not quite right. He shouldn't be the type who thinks that even saying one more word to you is giving you face, right? Why is he so talkative? In fact, he underestimated the 7-treasure glazed tile school's thirst for combat power. Every powerful attack-type soul master is a tremendous help to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. So it's mainly because Zhang Ge is too outstanding. If Zhang Ge weren't so exceptional, Sword Douluo might not even have shown up to meet him. Well, enough of this and that. Let's go back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school with me. Saying this, Sword Douluo directly grabbed Zhang Ge's hand and prepared to leave. A 12-year-old who has reached level 40 as an attack-type soul master is a treasure, a rare gem. If he hadn't seen him, it would have been one thing. But now that he has seen him, he must take him to the 7-treasure glazed tile school at all costs. Ahem! A cough sounded, and Flinder appeared. You are Flinder? Sword Douluo asked. I have met His Excellency Chun Xin. Flinder bowed. What is the matter? Sword Douluo asked coldly. This kid is after all a student of my academy, and I still have to give them a class tonight, so. Sword Douluo snorted coldly, and Flinder trembled all over, not daring to continue. Zhang Ge took this opportunity to say, Senior Qinshin, how about this? When Rongrong returns to the 7-treasure glazed tile school in the future, I will definitely accompany her to visit you. What do you think? The cold expression of Sword Douluo immediately softened, and he said gently, Kid, do you think our 7-treasure glazed tile school is some kind of monster that eats people? Just come with me for a trip, and I'll send you back quickly. But I also plan to discuss the matter of martial soul fusion skills with Rongrong. All right, next time Rongrong comes back, you must come together. Sword Douluo immediately replied. The change of expression is so fast. Definitely. Sword Douluo nodded in satisfaction, not even glancing at Flinder, and flew away on his sword. A moment later, his voice floated back, If you don't come, I'll personally invite you. Zhang Ge looked pained as he watched the direction in which Sword Douluo had left. What if he really went and ended up being placed under house arrest? Sword Douluo seemed to care a lot about talents now, but what if he thought Zhang Ge wouldn't join the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and then developed the thought of this child cannot be kept? Zhang Ge would definitely be doomed. People's hearts are hard to read. There are no truly benevolent good people in this world, and everyone is out for their own benefit. Flinder looked at Zhang Ge with a pained expression. Having an outstanding student is a good thing, but sometimes being too outstanding can become a problem. Just like today, Zhang Ge almost got taken away. He didn't believe Sword Douluo's nonsense about just going to take a look and we'll bring him back immediately. If Zhang Ge really went, the 7-treasure glazed tile school would never let him go again, definitely using all kinds of methods to keep him. They might even bring Ning Rongrong back to use some kind of beauty trap on Zhang Ge. After all, there is only one genius on the continent who reached level 40 with powerful spirit rings at the age of 12, and he is just a 12-year-old boy. Flinder couldn't imagine what would happen to the Douluo Continent if Zhang Ge grew up. And then there's the Spirit Hall. Flinder's heart suddenly sank. If the Spirit Hall discovered a genius like Zhang Ge, his situation would become precarious. It would be either joining or death. What to choose? Let's go back to the academy. Zhang Ge did not respond. Flinder looked at Zhang Ge and noticed that he was staring blankly in the direction where Sword Douluo had left. Flinder frowned slightly. Could it be that this kid really wanted to go to the 7-treasure glazed tile school? However, he did not know that Zhang Ge's mind was filled with the elegant scene of Sword Douluo soaring into the sky with his sword. The golden cudgel was a highly spiritual treasure, and now it had become Zhang Ge's martial soul, which was in perfect harmony with his thoughts. Zhang Ge had previously tried to control the golden cudgel from a distance, but he couldn't yet manipulate it as skillfully as the monkey did. However, with more practice in the future, it would definitely not be a problem. So, does this mean I can also soar with a cudgel? Moreover, the golden cudgel can become very big and thick. So if the golden cudgel can fly, it could be used like an airplane, carrying many people at once. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Zhang Ge slapped his thigh, startling Flandre beside him. Looking at his excited expression, Flandre was puzzled, wondering what was wrong with this kid. Let's go. Back to the academy. There is still work to do tonight. Flandre patted Zhang Ge's shoulder. On the way back to the academy, the two saw Oscar and Ning Rongrong still running. Oscar seemed to be chatting with Ning Rongrong, but she was completely ignoring him. At this moment, Ning Rongrong only had one thought in her mind. I still want to see our martial soul fusion skill. Just thinking about this made Ning Rongrong feel all her fatigue vanish, and her body was filled with energy. That night, everyone gathered and looked sympathetically at Oscar and Ning Rongrong. At this point, the two were exhausted. Ning Rongrong was okay, as she was sitting cross-legged on the ground to catch her breath, while Oscar lay on the ground like a dog, panting. You two come over, Flandre said. Oscar struggled to get up, and Ning Rongrong's legs were so weak that she couldn't stand up several times. Xiao Wu went over to help her up. Did you finish 20 laps? Yes, Oscar replied. Flandre paused for a moment, glanced at Ning Rongrong, then at Zhang Ge, and said to Ning Rongrong, both you and Oscar made progress today, but your progress is the greatest, even the biggest of your life so far. Ning Rongrong looked at Flandre in surprise. Flandre smirked. That restaurant in Soto City is quite nice. I like it. Are you spying on me? Ning Rongrong frowned. I'm the dean. I have to be responsible for every student. Ning Rongrong suddenly turned to look at Zhang Ge, thinking at that moment that Zhang Ge's appearance was arranged by Flandre. Flandre said, you don't need to look at Zhang Ge. I didn't arrange for him to do anything. He helped you a lot today. You should thank him properly. The others were confused. I don't want to hear you say that. Ning Rongrong staggered in front of Zhang Ge, staring into his eyes. Are you lying to me today? Did the dean set me up? Ning Rongrong felt a bit wronged, her eyes a little red. She thought Zhang Ge's words were sincere, but if it was just Flandre's arrangement, she would be devastated. Xiao Wu looked at Zhang Ge with some suspicion. Zhang Ge mysteriously disappeared for a short while today. It seems that he went to look for Ning Rongrong. Huh, what did he go to find Ning Rongrong for? I'm feeling a bit sour about this. Zhang Ge detected a sour smell and immediately hatched a plan in his mind. Without changing his expression, he asked Ning Rongrong, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? The truth. No, I don't believe you. Zhang Ge shook his head. I've always said. His voice suddenly raised an octave. We are a whole, a team. Everyone's spirits were instantly lifted. Zhang Ge started his verbal battle. Maybe I'm a bit stronger than you, but do you think I really want it to be this way? No, this is not what I want. What I want is for all of us to be strong, for all of us to be powerful. The crowd's expressions changed, and a surge of excitement suddenly welled up in their hearts. We are all strong. Who are we? We are students of Shrek Academy. We are monsters. But what is the situation now? I am stronger than you, and your brilliance is overshadowed by me. If we team up and go out to fight someone, what will they say? Zhang Ge mimicked in a sarcastic tone. People would say, look, that's what they call Shrek Academy, the Monster Academy. But aside from that guy named Zhang Ge, the others aren't that great either. Everyone clenched their fists. And Ning Rongrong was also touched. If you heard such words, what would you think? How should I position myself? Will there be a rift between us? Zhang Ge had a righteous look on his face, almost as if a spotlight was shining on him. I don't want that to happen. So I will do my best to cooperate with the dean and the teachers to help all of us grow stronger together. Today we are Shrek students. Tomorrow we will be titled Douluo, dominating the continent. If tomorrow someone fails to become a titled Douluo and can only watch their former companions reach the peak, will they be happy? Let's grow stronger together and conquer the continent. Titled Douluo. Everyone felt a surge of passion. Rongrong, we all know you are the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, living a life of luxury, not used to this kind of hardship. But what is your purpose in coming here? It is to become stronger, to make yourself stronger, to make the sect stronger, to make the sect proud of you. If you can't even complete the tasks assigned by the dean, how can you grow stronger with all of us? So I helped you. I have no other intentions. Just want us all to grow stronger together. In the end, Zhang Ge sighed. What I said is the truth, but if you still don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. I believe in you. Ning Rongrong said, her hands tightly clasped, trembling a little. With that mouth of yours, It's a pity you aren't doing pyramid schemes, the system said. Zhang Ge looked at the others, and everyone was gazing at him with fiery eyes. He clenched his fist and raised his arm. We are the strongest. The strongest. The others also clenched their fists and raised their arms, shouting loudly. Flender, the dean gives it to you, you take it. Looking at Xiao Wu's eager gaze, Zhang Ge breathed a sigh of relief. Today's mouthful of bravado was worth it, and he could now rightfully be with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Haha, I'm really a genius. Ahem. Zhang Ge had said almost everything I wanted to say. Flender rolled his eyes. There is indeed a gap between you and Zhang Ge, but it's not that big. Don't forget, you are all monsters. As long as you work hard, your future is limitless. All right, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, you can go back and rest. The others come with me. Ning Rongrong asked, Dean, can I ask where you're planning to go? What? Do you want to follow? Flender asked. Well, I want to follow and see. Ning Rongrong glanced at Zhang Ge. Aren't you tired? Don't you need to rest? No need. Dean, I also want to follow and see, Oscar immediately said. Okay, then let us go. Soto City. The Great Spirit Arena. Looking at the magnificent building in front of them, Zhang Ge and the other new students showed shocked expressions. Your first class starts here. Saying this, Flender introduced the Great Spirit Arena to Zhang Ge and the other new students. Then he said, Xiao Ge is the only one among you who is over level 40. I suggest you pay close attention to every battle he has. It will greatly help you understand the battles between soul masters above level 40. Everyone nodded, but Xiao Wu looked a bit worried. But according to Dai Mubai, Zhang Ge has just reached level 40. If he faces opponents who are around level 48 or 49, it will be very hard to win. It is indeed a bit disadvantaged, Ma Hongjun said. Ning Rongrong also looked at Zhang Ge with some concern. Dai Mubai patted Zhang Ge on the shoulder. Xiao Ge, you have to be careful. Make sure you don't get too many negative points. Flender laughed. Then we will see if Xiao Ge is really a monster. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ge shrugged. You can't blame society for a bad idea. All right. The rest is up to you. Go register. Soon, a few people completed their registration. Xiao Wu looked at Zhang Ge and said, should we sign up for the 2v2? That way we can earn points faster. Before Zhang Ge could respond, Dai Mubai said it's better not to. The rules for team battles and group battles are the same, based on the highest soul power level in the team. That means if you team up, you'll probably be facing teams that are level 40 or above. Zhang Ge might be able to handle it, but Xiao Wu, your level is still too low. As soon as he said this, Ning Rongrong, who had been somewhat tempted, fell silent. Facing opponents at level 40 when you're not even 30, it's obvious that winning would be very difficult. Zhang Ge is impressive, but his opponent is not weak either. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ge said, no problem with me here. Everyone, wow, so confident. 026 man, you have to be quick when it's time to be quick. Where does your confidence come from? Flender looked at them and said nothing. Having confidence is good, but excessive confidence is arrogance. He didn't want to verbally educate Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu. He figured it would be better for them to team up and play a few matches. Losing a few would be more effective than saying 1,000 words. Xiao Wu was also very confident in Zhang Ge. Great. Let's register. I've already thought of a name. At the registration desk, the two showed their Iron Fighting Soul badges. The registration lady glanced at them, didn't say much, and simply said, please give your team a name. Song and Dance Duo. Xiao Wu said, how about calling it Song and Dance Party? Zhang Ge suggested. Song and Dance Duo sounds so cheesy. Isn't Song and Dance Party cheesy? The system asked. Then what do you suggest? Zhang Ge retorted. The system pondered for a long time. Bollywood Dream Encounter. Zhang Ge rolled his eyes. What the heck? Did you just come back from playing in the mud in the Northeast? What is your name? Decide already, the young lady urged. Xiao Wu thought for a moment and said, let us go with Zhang Ji's suggestion. Call it the Song and Dance Party. After completing the registration and watching the two leave, the young lady shook her head, one at level 29 and the other at level 40. TSK? Is Xiong brainless? Then she looked down at her own chest and quickly spat. I have a brain. Soon the Duhun began. After the draw, Zhang Ge was the first to take the stage, and everyone focused on the Duhun arena where Zhang Ge was located, while the others were led by staff to the audience seats below the Duhun platform, eagerly watching. On the Duhun stage, the host in a tailcoat stood in the center, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, next, we will hold the first one-on-one match of our 14th Duhun arena. Coming to the stage are two soul masters. One is Zhang Ge, who possesses the weapon Spiriting Hai Shenzhen, and the other is Yuqing, who has won 5 consecutive matches and possesses the Beast Spirit color ring snake. Will Yuqing continue his glorious streak with 6 consecutive wins? Or will the newcomer Zhang Ge claim victory? Let's wait and see. Now, please welcome both soul masters to the stage. The audience was quite large, and most of them were cheering for Yu Qing, seemingly all his fans. A tall young man in a blue long robe stepped steadily onto the stage, surrounded by a faint, colorful glow. Color rings, snakes, toxic mist, the system analyzed, spreads within a 2-meter radius around him. This mist is not lethal, but has strong hallucinogenic and paralyzing effects. Please be cautious, host. Although Yu Qing was not very handsome, he had some charm and was currently greeting the audience with a gentlemanly gesture, causing the cheers to grow louder. Yu Qing, Yu Qing, Yu Qing. Some female audience members covered their faces. Wow, Yu Qing is so handsome. Such a gentleman. Strong, handsome, and gentlemanly. I love him so much. Go Yu Qing. I love you. Keep it up. Clap. The lights turned to the other side as Zhang Ge slowly made his entrance. The audience momentarily fell silent. After a moment, wow, this little brother is even more handsome. Too bad he's too young. He looks too tender. I like the tender ones. MMM. Little brother, you're my favorite. What is the use of looking cute? Here, it's all about strength. Yu Qing is already level 46, and this little brother is only level 42. Yeah, he is so young. His practical experience must not be as good as Yu Qing's. He is definitely going to lose. Please don't let Yu Qing hurt him. He looks so delicate. Yu Qing frowned, narrowing his eyes. This kid, today I'll show you what real combat is. It's okay if you're stronger than me, but being better looking than me is unacceptable. Zhang Ge is level 42. Flender just noticed this detail. Everyone was taken aback. This isn't right. He was only level 40 during yesterday's test. How did he jump to level 42 today? What the heck? Did you level up 2 levels overnight? Or was there an error in yesterday's test? Flender adjusted his glasses. Let's not worry about that for now. An increase in soul power is a good thing. We'll discuss the rest after the match. Ning Rongrong looked a bit worried. The opponent is 4 levels higher than Zhang Ge. Will Zhang Ge be okay? Others also showed varying degrees of concern, including Xiao Wu and Tang San. Come on, just don't lose. No, losing is fine, just don't get hurt. The match begins. The host shouted. Whoosh! A brilliantly colored giant snake appeared behind Yu Qing, who coldly smiled. Little white-faced brother, I'll give you a chance. It's not too late to admit defeat now. If you get your face smashed later, it won't be fun. Zhang Ge had a blank expression, holding the golden cudgel aimed at Yu Qing. Long whoosh. Bang. Ugh. Yu Qing, intimidated by the great sage's presence, didn't have time to react and let out a muffled groan as he was directly pushed off the stage by the golden cudgel against his stomach. He lost. Being knocked off the stage means losing. Zhang Ge retracted the golden cudgel, his expression unchanged, and turned to leave. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at his back, speechless. Is it over? This is how he wins. The host was also dumbfounded. This was so quick. He had already thought out his commentary for the next part, but he didn't even get the chance to speak. Zhang Ge stopped at the exit and turned to look at him. What are you dazed for? Announce it. If you don't announce, no one will clap for me, right? Without fireworks and applause, isn't it too lonely for me to walk off the stage like this? I announce. Zhang Ge wins. The host finally reacted, shouting excitedly. This is simply amazing. I never expected that a winner would be decided in such a short time. The strength of contestant Zhang Ge is incredible. Indeed, you can't judge a person by their appearance. True heroes emerge from the youth. Clap, clap, clap. The audience also reacted, and the applause gradually became enthusiastic. So impressive. This pretty boy has some skills. I thought Yu Qing would beat him up, but I didn't expect Yu Qing to be defeated instantly. This is totally unexpected. Did Yu Qing go easy on him? What's going on today? Xiao Wu and Tang San and others also started to clap enthusiastically. Yay! Zhang Ge is awesome. The best. Dai Mubai and others looked at Dean Flander. And you said you wanted to observe Zhang Ge's battle soul closely. What is there to see now? Yu Qing got taken out in one hit. What is there to talk about? Flander laughed. This kid always does things that surprise me, ha. Zhang Ge came to the crowd, and everyone surrounded him to congratulate him. Dai Mubai smiled and said, I was worried about you at first, but I didn't expect you to win so quickly. Zhang Ge said, as a man, you have to be quick when it's time to be quick. 027, I said. With me here, there's no problem. The host's voice came from behind. Soul Sect Zhang Ge wins. Record. 1 win, 0 losses. Yu Qing's record is 249 wins, 105 losses. Zhang Ge of the Soul Sect, please go register your points after coming off the stage. The next battle is Xiao Wu against Qing Bao, and Xiao Wu wins without any suspense. Following that is Tang San versus Zhu Qing. Go for it, Zhang Ge said to the two. Zhu Qing nodded. Her beautiful eyes lingered on Zhang Ge for a moment. Then her expression returned to a cold demeanor as she turned to leave. Master Uncle, Tang San also nodded. Just about to leave when Dai Mubai pressed down on his shoulder. Bro, be gentle later. Tang San was taken aback, but still cooperatively said, Okay. Dai Mubai. Oh, Dai Mubai, are you blind? Zhu Qing's big, watery eyes have been looking at Zhang Ge the whole time, not glancing at you even once. And you're still here doing what? Forget it. This is a competition for the future position of Master Ant. It has nothing to do with me. The two went up on stage. Tang San extended his right hand. Please give it your all, Zhu Qing said. You're Zhang Ge's disciple. You surely don't want to fall too far behind him, right? I also want to catch up to his pace. Dai Mubai Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong looked at Zhang Ge with somewhat strange expressions. Zhang Ge had a blank expression, but inwardly he thought, Tang San, now let's see if you can talk. Tang San did not disappoint him and smiled. You're right, just like Uncle said, we all need to become stronger. In the future, we will all reach the peak. The expressions of the few people returned to normal. There is nothing wrong with that. Zhang Ge was very satisfied with Tang San, as expected of my tool-like nephew. Zhu Qing nodded and launched an attack on Tang San with all her strength. The two of them fought back and forth. Soon, Zhu Qing was defeated and was tightly bound by Tang San's blue silvergrass. Zhang Ge's eyes widened suddenly. Damn, tentacle system. Bondage play. Zhu Qing's figure is already very domineering, and being entangled by Tang San's blue silvergrass makes her curves even more pronounced. The concave parts are more concave. The convex parts are more convex, and the perky parts are even perkier. Zhang Ge quickly looked up at the sky, afraid that his nosebleed would come out. This was too exciting, too intense. At this moment, Zhang Ge even felt a bit envious of Tang San. It would be great if he could have a similar ability, so he could tie up girls like this in the future and PR. How about awakening a binding rope as your second martial soul? The system suggested. Zhang Ge thought for a moment. I want to bind the demon. The system replied speechlessly. You dare to ask for Nuwa's innate spiritual treasure? Then how about the Pangu's acts of creation? The system fell silent for 3 seconds. Wait for me to send Pangu a WeChat to discuss it. Isn't Pangu already gone? Right? So there's nothing to discuss. Zhang Ge. The system emitted a pleasant electronic sound. A great victory for the system, always disrupted by the host. Today, I finally left the host speechless. You're still as cheeky as ever. Zhang Ge thought. After determining the winner, the two returned to the stands. Dai Mubai smiled at Tang San and then looked at Zhu Qing, who still didn't spare him a glance. Coldly, she walked to the side, glanced at Zhang Ge, and then continued to focus on the soul fighting platform. Zhang Ge said to Xiao Wu, Next, we should prepare for the team battle. Hurry up and recover some soul power. Flinder also said, Yes, we need to prepare well for the team battle. Both of you are attack-type soul masters, and the opponents will definitely be above level 40. So, Xiao Wu needs to be careful. Xiao Wu nodded and walked aside to start resting her eyes. Don't you need to recover a bit? Flinder asked Zhang Ge. I just poked a stick. There is hardly any consumption, Zhang Ge replied. Flinder showed a playful smile. That is true, huh? The others also revealed a hint of a smile. They'd begun to get used to Zhang Ge's occasional cheeky remarks. In the following battles, everyone watched intently. This kind of practical combat, whether participating or observing, was very beneficial. Soon the announcement sounded, and it was time for Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu to participate in the team battle. Most of the others had finished their matches, except for Ma Hongjun, while Flinder stayed to watch, and the rest headed to the team battle soul area. The audience seats for the 2-on-2 battle were at least half full, more popular than the 1-on-1 side. Their opponents were already waiting for them on the battle platform. The 2-on-2 battle platform was twice as large as the 1-on-1, after all, as there were twice as many soul masters needing more space to display their abilities. The host was already in position and announced loudly, 2-on-2, 5th match. Land and air combination versus song and dance party. The audience below burst into laughter. Song and dance party? What a ridiculous name. Are they here to perform songs and dances? Haha. I hope they don't suddenly start singing and dancing in the middle of the fight. That will be even more interesting. What a joke. I might as well go to the Sir Tavern to see those big-bottom girls. I could pay to touch a few. Haha. Let's go together later. Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu ignored these voices and looked up at their opponents. The opponents were a man and a woman. The man was tall and muscular, while the woman had a slender figure and a pretty face. When they saw that Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu were two kids, they showed disdain, but soon realized something and were stunned. These little kids are level 40. What kind of monsters are they? The host began to announce. Land and air combination, Lu Ning, level 45 soul master. Martial Soul, Giant Tooth Wild Boar. Lin Kongying, level 46 Soul Master. Martial Soul, Sea Eagle. Dai Mubai and the others turned serious. One was level 45, the other level 46, and one had a flying martial soul. Meanwhile, Zhang Ge was only level 42, and Xiao Wu was only level 29. Although they were mentally prepared when it came to this moment, they still felt a bit of sweat for these two. Is this really okay? Song and Dance Party. Zhang Ge, level 42 Soul Master. Martial Soul, Sea God S Needle. This is really astonishing. The contestant Zhang Ge is only 12 years old and has already reached level 42. Upon hearing the words level 42, both the audience and the land and air combination showed expressions of astonishment similar to the host. Was that girl also above level 40? If so, that would be terrifying. Xiao Wu, level 29 Great Soul Master. Martial Soul, Soft Bone Rabbit. Everyone, what's going on? A level 29 is teaming up with a level 42. ISNT, that seeking death? The land and air combination exchanged glances. Let us take out that level 29 first. This match seemed to have no suspense. But who would win in the end? The match began. Bang! Zhang Ge threw the golden cudgel to the ground, with one end pointed at the opposing Lu Kong duo. Everyone was stunned. Did he just discard his weapon spirit right from the start? What does this mean? Is he planning to surrender? Stand behind me, Zhang Ge said softly, and Xiao Wu nodded, feeling a tremendous sense of security once again. Lu Ning shouted loudly, summoning his martial spirit, the giant tooth wild boar, and charged straight at Zhang Ge. In the air, Lin Kongying also summoned the sea eagle to attach to him and flew swiftly towards them. Zhang Ge had a blank expression. The golden cudgel instantly became longer and thicker and collided violently with the charging Lu Ning. Lu Ning didn't even have time to scream before he was directly sent flying, crashing down onto the stage. His desperate charge was completely unable to budge the enlarged golden cudgel in the slightest. Everyone was shocked. What kind of martial soul is this? So amazing, so terrifying. Lin Kongying was so frightened that she slammed on the brakes in midair, looking completely bewildered. He was knocked down just like that. Dai Mubai and the others were dumbfounded. Oh, this is so quick. Another instant kill. Can you not do this? It's so boring. We can't even observe and learn anything. Zhang Ge smiled slightly at Xiao Wu and said, I told you, with me here, there's no problem. In the next moment, there was a ripple in the space behind Lin Kongying, and her expression changed. She quickly turned around, and Zhang Ge had already teleported in front of her, raising his hand to deliver a powerful blow. In an instant, Lin Kongying felt a rush of hot wind hitting her face, her body drenched in sweat. The rapid dehydration left her dizzy, almost causing her to fall from the air. Whoosh! The golden cudgel spun a few times in Zhang Ge's hand before he casually placed it behind his back, extending his right hand to grasp the air. A tremendous suction force came, pulling Lin Kongying uncontrollably toward Zhang Ge. He smiled slightly and brought the golden cudgel in front of him, aiming it at the incoming Lin Kongying, and struck. Bang! Lin Kongying was hit in the chest, and as Zhang Ge released his grip, she cried out in pain. Knocked out of the Duhan platform, lightly landing, Zhang Ge gracefully spun the golden cudgel a few times, which continually shrank until it finally returned to the size of a sewing needle. He gently grasped it, and with a flash of golden light in his palm, the golden cudgel was retracted. The entire process can be summed up in 2 words, suave. In 4 words, like flowing clouds and flowing water. Another victory. Xiao Wu hasn't even made a move yet. Zhang Ge single-handedly dealt with 2 soul masters of a higher rank. The entire venue fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the handsome young man on the soul fighting stage. The lights shone on him, and, at that moment, he resembled a superstar in a prosperous era, dazzling and radiant. No one dared to mock the name song and dance party anymore. What are you waiting for? Announce the results. Zhang Ge said, why do you all have the same flaw? Just this little basic skill can hold you down? What about your professional qualities as hosts? Where's your calm, on-the-spot adaptability? Do you really have a host certificate? It's astonishing. This is simply astonishing. The host exclaimed excitedly, thinking that this competition had no suspense, only to find out that the outcome was decided so quickly and completely different from my predictions. Oh my God, Zhang Ge is truly a young hero. The audience also calmed down. So impressive. They managed to settle the land-air combination so quickly. It's mainly because of that stick. That stick is also their martial soul. In the end, they are just that good. That's right. So strong. Dance party is awesome. Dance party is awesome. Zhang Ge is awesome. Applause and cheers followed. Xiao Wu lowered her head, feeling a bit lost. Although they won, and she was happy to be protected by Zhang Ge in the end, she had won by coasting and hadn't even made a move. Even if it weren't her standing here, but an ordinary girl with Zhang Ge around, they would still win. So this honor doesn't belong to her at all. At that moment, she felt someone come up to her, and when she looked up, she saw Zhang Ge's smiling face. Am I very useless? Xiao Wu asked. Low emotional intelligence. No, they're just too weak. You didn't need to make a move. Zhang Ge retorted. What do you think of the soul sect now? Xiao was taken aback. System. Here we go again. The verbal sparring is about to begin. Zhang Ge continued. You see, the soul sect is nothing to be afraid of. Even when they are hit, they will scream, and a single blow can send them flying. So do you understand? They are just slightly stronger than us. They are not invincible. Xiao Wu's heart was touched. She realized that Zhang Ge was helping her build confidence. And he personally proved that even if someone is at a higher level, they are not scary and can be defeated. Today I won very quickly. But most of the things that needed to be exposed have been revealed. In the future, other enemies will definitely be on guard. So it won't be so smooth next time. You will definitely have to take action. Now I ask you, do you have confidence? Xiao Wu took a deep breath, looked up at Zhang Ge, and with a determined gaze said, even if it's difficult, it can be overcome. I have confidence. Very good. That's the spirit. Zhang Ge held her hand up high, enjoying the applause and cheers from all the audience together. In the audience, a voice suddenly rang out behind the Shrek Academy crowd. Zhang Ge coming to Shrek can be said to be Shrek's fortune. Everyone turned around to see Flinder leading Ma Hongjun over. The crowd nodded in agreement, feeling deeply in accord. Zhang Ge's strength is undeniable. But the key point is that he doesn't have that arrogant attitude that often comes with great power. Being with Zhang Ge, people always feel a positive and uplifting energy, which brings a sense of reassurance. Moreover, the most precious thing is that he is very positive but not overly serious or boring. Instead, he occasionally makes some playful remarks that can be embarrassing or make people laugh. In summary, being with him provides motivation to be positive, a sense of security, and a feeling of fun. At this moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing genuinely envy Xiao Wu. They really envy her. Oh, the dean is here. And so is Etion Silang. Look, just after saying that, here comes another playful remark. Ma Hongjuan's face turns red. Don't bring up the Etion Silang thing. Everyone shows a smile. Zhang Ge was taken aback. 5 times a day now. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is that what you mean, Ma Hongjun? Wow, you're really something. Your thought process is unique. Tang San smiled and shrugged. His master was always so entertaining, with endless witty remarks. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong also covered their mouths and giggled, while Zhu Zhuqing's lips curved into a smile as well. Except for Zhu Zhuqing's match against Tang San, everyone else won their matches. And the group was in a good mood. Flinder stopped laughing. All right, you all performed very well today. Go back and rest. 5 Zhuang, come with me. Ma Hongjun, you're really my dear teacher. The group couldn't help but laugh again. Don't look so gloomy. I'm taking you to a good place. Flinder winked. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, then instantly showed an expression of a seasoned veteran. All right. Seeing his expression, everyone immediately understood. What could get him so excited? Where is it? Can I go? Zhang Ge asked with a curious and naive look. No. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong shouted simultaneously. Everyone. Oscar. Rongrong, what's wrong with you? Why are you so excited too? Flinder raised an eyebrow, playfully putting his arm around Zhang Ge's shoulder, and said mischievously, What place? A place where you can meet Duolang. Want to go? Let's go together. Dean. Xiao was a bit angry. Ahem. Just kidding. Flinder raised both hands. All right. You can go back to rest. Ma Hongjun leaned over to Dai Mubai. Boss Dai, let's go together. Dai Mubai's expression changed. Not going. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and leave. Ma Hongjun activated his traditional skills, not noticing the meaning in Dai Mubai's eyes. Come on, let's go together. Didn't you say that women don't count as a population resource? Dai Mubai finally couldn't hold it anymore. Get lost. I don't have such poor taste. What? The girls there are all pretty good. Taste or whatever. Do you believe I'll beat you up? Dai Mubai was about to grind his teeth. Zhang Ge silently took out a kitchen knife from his storage belt and handed it to Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun turned and ran away. 029, the obedient Ning Rongrong looked at the two figures and asked Zhang Ge, where are they actually going? With the way they are acting, it must not be a good place. Xiao Wu said. Dai Mubai replied, don't you know that there's a place called the Gulen? I know about Gulen, Zhang Ge said. It's the main performance venue for song and yuan drama, mixed drama, and acrobatics in big cities, equivalent to a theater. Are they going to watch a play? Everyone. Song and Yuan drama? What is that? Zhang Ge always says things they don't understand, and they have slowly started to get used to it. As a reminder, since the Tang dynasty, the Guilin theater was also used for singing and dancing, and later gradually evolved into a place for entertainment and indulgence. Host, I suggest you read more to avoid embarrassing yourself when you come out. Zhang Ge was not the least bit embarrassed, and said with righteous indignation, all I read are the classics of sages. Where in the classics are there any places of indulgence? If you have the ability, say this in front of the books on the bookshelf in your bedroom. The system said. Zhang Ge still isn't blushing. What do you know? I'm learning advanced technology from abroad. Isn't there domestic technology too? That book Chang'e or something. Zhang Ge immediately entered a state of selective deafness, pretending he didn't hear. Dai Mubai said, what theater? It's that kind of place where men seek pleasure. I said that fat guy wouldn't go to any good place. Xiao Wu said, giving Zhang Ge a glare. You still want to go? No way. Absolutely not. I know now, I want to go, Zhang Ge said. Dai Mubai replied, it can't be helped. Ma Hongjuan's martial soul, aside from that flaw, is one of the strongest beast martial souls, and he is the direct disciple of the dean. We can't let him give up on cultivation or watch him die from exploding his body. Zhu Zhuqing rarely spoke up. Men are all dirty. Xiao Wu chuckled. Sister Zhuqing. Don't be too harsh. Zhang Ge is very clean. He is not like Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. He doesn't even know what a brothel is. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances at Zhang Ge. Really? Is he truly pure? Then how did those flirtatious words come about? A truly pure boy wouldn't say such flirtatious things. Dai Mubai retorted impatiently. Okay, your Zhang Ge is pure as ice and clean as jade. And we're all dirty. Is that all right? But I have much better taste than that fat guy. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a cold glance. You have good taste? Dai Mubai was taken aback, realizing he had misspoken. Zhuqing. I. Zhu Zhuqing's face was filled with disgust. You really make me feel sick. After saying that, she turned and walked away. Stop right there. Dai Mubai's temper finally exploded, but Zhu Zhuqing completely ignored him, not even pausing for a moment. A glow appeared in Dai Mubai's hand, but in the end, he sighed and lowered his hand, following after her. The others. Xiao Wu quietly asked, what is wrong with those two? Tang San shook his head. Zhang Ge remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed. The system's task regarding Ning Rongrong was relatively easy to handle. The real difficulty was with Zhu Zhuqing. To outsiders, it might seem that Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's relationship wasn't good, and Zhu Zhuqing even had some hatred towards Dai Mubai. But precisely because of this, Zhu Zhuqing was hard to deal with. The more she hated, the more she cared. If Zhu Zhuqing didn't care about Dai Mubai's actions at all, it would mean that Dai Mubai had no status in her heart. To win over Zhu Zhuqing, a detailed plan had to be devised. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Ge's gaze sharpened, and a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Have you thought of a way? The system asked. I have. What's the plan? You cancel this task. The system. What is wrong with you, host? On Earth, you were a love saint, whether it's female classmates or female colleagues. You could handle them in minutes. If you weren't obsessed with the second dimension, you would have a house full of descendants by now. How come you can't deal with a single Zhu Zhuqing now? Then increase the task rewards. Directly promote to title Douluo and throw in a few 100,000-year spirit rings. How about that? Zhang Ge thought for a moment and said seriously, sure. The failure is 50 centimeters short. Zhang Ge coughed and said, I meant the original one is fine. No need to change it. Good grief. 50 centimeters shorter. This is not even enough for you. I still owe you 20 centimeters. Is it really okay to directly change genders? The atmosphere became a bit heavy, and at this moment, Ning Rongrong said, they say Dai Mubai is a romantic hero. But now it doesn't seem that way. From the beginning, Zhu Qing hasn't even looked at him. Dai Mubai's footsteps paused. Everyone's expression changed. And Oscar quickly whispered, stop talking, stop talking. What? Did I say something wrong? What do you mean women don't count as people, only as resources? Do you really not consider us women as human beings? If I were Zhu Qing, I wouldn't even look at him. Serve him right. Dai Mubai suddenly turned around and glared at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, don't provoke my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. Others might fear your seven-treasure glazed tile school, but I, Dai Mubai, am not afraid. If you anger me, be careful I'll deal with you first, and then finish you off. Ning Rongrong sneered and said, oh, I'm so scared. Someone who doesn't treat women as people would say such things. Xiao was actually a bit angry too, but she didn't show it much. She didn't have any feelings for Dai Mubai, so she treated his words as if she hadn't heard them. You. Dai Mubai finally couldn't suppress his anger. The white tiger doesn't show its power. Do you really take me for sick cat? A strong momentum suddenly surged, and his soul power erupted instantly, causing Oscar to be knocked back on the spot. And Tang San also stumbled a bit, but only Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu remained unaffected. This was because Zhang Ge had already stood in front of them like an immovable giant stone in a turbulent stream. Xiao Ge, get out of the way, Dai Mubai angrily said. Today, I'm going to teach this ignorant little girl a lesson. Forget it, we're all classmates. Zhang Ge said, besides you in this world. If it were another world, if you dared to say that, you would be beaten to death by others. Dai Mubai was momentarily speechless. That sentence was just something he casually said with Ma Hongjun. Men, when they're hanging out with friends, tend to talk without a filter, and he didn't expect Ma Hongjun to bring it up in front of so many people today. Fat dog, your mouth is as loose as the waistband of cotton pants. Ning Rongrong reacted, her little face turning cold. Do you really dare to lay hands on me? You. All right. Zhang Ge turned to look at her. Dai Mubai's words were probably just casual talk. We're all classmates. Give me some face and let us step back. Dai Mubai sighed and nodded. Can't we just let it go? I can't beat you. Ning Rongrong wanted to say something else, but Zhang Ge glared at her, and she immediately became obedient, looking as cute as a little kitten. At this moment, Oscar heard the sound of his own heart breaking. Zhu Zhuqing Henti looked at Dai Mubai, and Ning Rongrong also never looked at him. Like Xiao Wu, her eyes were all on Zhang Ge. From today on, we are good sisters. After everyone returned to the academy, Zhang Ge walked Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong to their dormitory. When they reached the dormitory door, Zhang Ge said, Xiao Wu, you go back first. I need to talk to Rongrong for a few minutes. Xiao Wu, what are you two going to talk about? Zhang Ge gave her a glance and gently shook her head. Xiao Wu, all right then. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhang Ge. Are you going to lecture me again? Zhang Ge released the golden cudgel. Release your martial soul. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up as she unleashed the 7 treasure glazed tile. As soon as the 7 treasure glazed tile appeared, it emitted a light blue glow that wrapped around the golden cudgel like silk. Zhang Ge clearly sensed the disdainful emotion transmitted by the golden cudgel and was about to retract it back into his palm when he glared. Be honest. The golden cudgel complied, helplessly allowing it to wrap around it. Give me some response. Zhang Ge glared again. The golden cudgel reluctantly released strands of golden light, which similarly transformed into threads and wrapped around the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. In an instant, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda shone brightly with golden light, beginning to tremble violently in Ning Rongrong's hand. Ning Rongrong, somewhat surprised, covered her small mouth. What's going on? She could clearly feel a surge of excitement and joy springing up from her heart, and this emotion was coming from the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Zhang Ge squinted his eyes, feeling that his guess was correct. The golden cudgel could influence other weapon spirits. For attack-type weapon spirits, it would domineeringly suppress them to showcase its own status. However, for auxiliary weapon spirits like the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, it couldn't be bothered to suppress it. Therefore, Zhang Ge speculated that since it could exert influence, could it also change some characteristics of other weapon spirits based on this influence? For example, could it weaken or strengthen the weapon spirits? Today, he planned to conduct an experiment on Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed pagoda. As golden threads intertwined, the golden light emitted by the 7 treasures glazed pagoda grew stronger and trembled more intensely, causing Ning Rongrong's palm to start trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, the golden cudgel suddenly withdrew all its golden light and unceremoniously drilled back into Zhang Ge's palm. The two of them had no time to pay attention to it anymore, as all their focus was on the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. A few seconds later, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda erupted with blue and gold light, merging into a single beam that shot up into the sky. After the light dissipated, Ning Rongrong stared at the pagoda in her hand, stunned. Zhang Ge revealed a slight smile. The 8 treasure glazed tower. In just a short amount of time, the 7 treasure glazed tower evolved into the 8 treasure glazed tower. It really works. My guess was indeed correct. In the novel, after Ning Rongrong consumed the Chihuahua tulip, the 7 treasure glazed tower skipped the 8 treasure stage and directly evolved into the top level 9 treasure glazed tower. But Zhang Ge didn't want to do that. Feeding someone all at once is the most foolish behavior. Feeding a little at a time, keeping the appetite, is the best way to execute the plan of getting Ning Rongrong. The 8 treasure glazed tower. Ning Rongrong's lips trembled a bit as she murmured, not expecting that in such a short time, Her 7-treasure glazed tower had turned into the 8-treasure glazed tower. Congratulations, Zhang Ge said. Fang Yi. Thank you. Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly, suddenly hugging Zhang Ge and giving him a kiss on the cheek. Ah! Zhang Ge quickly looked around like a thief, and after not finding Xiao Wu's trace, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, that little mouth was really soft and comfortable. TSK. Your martial soul is truly amazing and powerful. It actually evolved so easily. Easy? Zhang Ge forced a bitter smile and pretended to look weak. What? What's wrong with you? Ning Rongrong was startled when she saw his condition. Are you okay? Did helping me evolve your martial soul hurt you? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't be hurt. Otherwise, just take back the energy from before. Zhang Ge waved his hand. It's okay. It's just that my soul energy has been a bit depleted. Really? Seeing Zhang Ge nod, Ning Rongrong finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly reached out to support him. Zhang Ge, thank you so much. Zhang Ge smiled and said, tonight, you shouldn't have argued with Mubai. Ning Rongrong fell silent. Normally, she would have retorted against Zhang Ge, but now, having just received a favor from him and seeing that he had exhausted a significant amount of his soul power because of her, she felt embarrassed to argue back and just listened quietly. What he said was wrong, but tonight he was in a bad mood, and your response was just hitting the nail on the head. If I weren't here, he would really want to harm you, and no one else could protect you. What if you got hurt or were really killed by him? Ning Rongrong recalled the moment when Dai Mubai's soul power erupted, and her heart sank. I like the gentle you. Ning Rongrong felt a loud thud in her head and became completely dazed. Zhang Ge said, I like that gentle you. In Ning Rongrong's ears, I like that gentle you. She suddenly stood up, her face flushed to the roots of her ears. What are you talking about? Aren't you with Xiao Wu? Zhang Ge smiled, reached out to touch her long hair, and said, it's getting late. You should go back and rest early. After saying that, Zhang Ge turned around and left. Hey, Ning Rongrong called out, but Zhang Ge didn't look back. She couldn't see the sinister smile on Zhang Ge's face, as if a scheme had succeeded. There was no need to respond at that moment. Nor was there a need to answer. Let her think about it herself. I have a close relationship with Xiao Wu, but so what? You have a chance to. You can compete with Xiao Wu. To use a somewhat inappropriate analogy, there's a carrot, and both you and Xiao Wu are donkeys. Who gets to eat the carrot doesn't depend on the carrot, but on yourselves. Zhang Ge doesn't need to explain or clarify. Ning Rongrong can figure out herself. Sure enough, Ning Rongrong stood there in a daze for quite a while, and suddenly clenched her small fist, as if she had made a decision. Her eyes filled with determination. This is the plan formulated by Zhang Ge, to get both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, while also ensuring that Xiao Wu doesn't leave. Back in the dormitory, Xiao Wu looked at the lingering blush on Ning Rongrong's face and felt a sense of foreboding. What did Zhang Ge say to you? Ning Rongrong asked Xiao Wu. Do you dislike me? Xiao Wu was slightly taken aback, thought for a moment, and said, I think you're pretty good. They say you have a bad temper, but don't girls need to have a bit of a temper? If they don't, wouldn't they get bullied by those nasty men? Ning Rongrong broke into a radiant smile. Xiao Wu, from today on, we are good sisters. Xiao Wu laughed. Weren't we before? Always have been, and always will be. Ning Rongrong held Xiao Wu's hand. Xiao Wu said, you still haven't told me what he said to you? Ning Rongrong excitedly smiled mysteriously. He helped me with something. 031, the first step to deal with Zhu Zhuqing. When Zhang Ge returned to the dormitory door, he didn't rush to rest. Instead, he released the golden cudgel again. One experiment was done, and now it was time for the second experiment. The golden cudgel returned to its normal size, and Zhang Ge let go of it, starting to control the cudgel with his mind. This wasn't difficult. The golden cudgel itself had spirituality, not just some ordinary inanimate object, and it responded positively to Zhang Ge's mental control. Soon, within a 10-meter range, Zhang Ge could freely manipulate the golden cudgel to fly up and down with his mind, performing various attack movements. The golden cudgel cooperated well. As long as Zhang Ge got familiar with the mental control, he could engage in actual combat. Next, the key point came. Big, powerful. The golden cudgel transformed into a 10-meter long and 2-meter thick giant stick. Zhang Ge tried to manipulate it with his mind, and it felt pretty good. The control was quite smooth. Zhang Ge leaped onto the golden staff, sat cross-legged, and stabilized himself. Then, he used his mind to control the golden staff as it slowly ascended very smoothly. It moved slowly, very smoothly. It picked up speed very smoothly. Finally, the speed increased to over 10 meters per second, and the height reached several dozen meters, very steady. Enjoying the night breeze, Zhang Ge felt very good. The golden staff flight was feasible. Next, he just needed to get familiar with it. Once he mastered it, 100 meters per second would be easy. Then he would break the sound barrier. Perhaps, in the end, he could achieve an effect of traveling hundreds of thousands of miles in a flip. That would be really awesome. As he slowly descended back to the dormitory entrance, a cold voice suddenly came. What are you doing? Zhang Ge turned around and saw Zhu Zhuqing. Why aren't you resting? I can't sleep, so I came out for a walk. Zhang Ge estimated that she might be feeling a bit troubled because of Dai Mubai, and after rolling her eyes, a smile appeared on her lips as she had an idea. I'm researching something interesting. I have to say, your martial soul is truly amazing. Would you like to experience the feeling of free flying? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled, and after a few seconds of silence, she nodded. Please. Zhang Ge gentlemanly extended his hand. Zhu Zhuqing leaped onto the golden cudgel and sat cross-legged, while Zhang Ge sat behind her. If you feel dizzy, just tell me. Okay, golden cudgel, take off. The giant moon hung high in the sky, and the stars sparkled like brocade. Feeling the night breeze blowing against her face, Zhu Zhuqing let out a sigh, feeling as if the suffocating pressure in her chest had been released. At this moment, it felt so relaxed. Zhu Zhuqing turned to glance at Zhang Ge, only to find him sitting upright with his eyes closed, not sure if he was enjoying the flight or concentrating on controlling the golden cudgel. Turning back, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit disappointed. How nice it would be if Dai Mubai were sitting behind her at this moment. But unfortunately, it was impossible. Dai Mubai was probably having fun with that pair of twins right now. Women are not counted as people, only as resources. What is so good about someone like Dai Mubai? Really nothing good. At the very least, he is far inferior to Zhang Ge in front of her, besides family background. What could Dai Mubai compare to Zhang Ge? And Zhu Zhuqing didn't care about family background at all. She could even overlook things like strength and appearance. Just then, the system suddenly started acting up. Task received. Hug Zhu Zhuqing. Task reward. Soul power increased by 2 levels. Failure penalty. Contract athlete's foot. If Zhu Zhuqing gets angry or resists, the task will fail. Zhang Ge. Damn it. How about athlete's foot? Oh my god, this is too much. Back when Zhang Ge was in high school, he had athlete's foot, and those days were truly unbearable. Every night, his feet would itch like crazy, and scratching would break the skin, making it even more painful and itchy. This task absolutely cannot fail. He immediately began to think of a solution, and soon, a smile crept across his face as he came up with an idea. How do you feel? Zhu Zhuqing snapped back to reality and took a deep breath. Not bad. Zhang Ge asked, what do you think is the most important thing for a person? Or what is the greatest pursuit in life? System, are you starting to ramble again? Can't you just knock her out? With your strength, it would be so easy and convenient. Damn, this host is still as difficult as ever, always disrupting my rhythm. Zhu Zhuqing slowly turned around to face Zhang Ge. Strength? Zhang Ge shook his head. It's for peace of mind. A hint of confusion appeared in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. After we are born, our parents take care of us for peace of mind. If their child is not doing well, parents will feel very uncomfortable and anxious. We pursue strength for peace of mind. Without strong self-defense capabilities, we would feel uneasy, fearing that one day we might be harmed or even killed by a powerful opponent. Being with someone we like is for peace of mind. If we cannot see the person we like, we will be worried and restless. Marriage, having children, daily necessities. All of it is for peace of mind. Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat stunned. This theory was something she had never heard before. However, it seemed quite reasonable. So here's a little advice. Often, don't get too tangled up in certain matters. Go with the flow, find what gives you peace of mind, and maybe you'll be happier. Zhu Zhuqing was slightly taken aback. What could give me peace of mind? She raised her head and looked at Zhang Ge with her beautiful eyes. While Zhang Ge closed his eyes after speaking and began to slowly ascend. She suddenly felt that being with Zhang Ge gave her a sense of peace. She envied Xiao Wu. How good Zhang Ge was. Mature, steady, considerate, able to care for and protect others. Most importantly, he would take advantage of his strength and good looks to fool around with all sorts of women. Not to mention strength. Just his handsome face would attract many girls. If Dai Mubai were like Zhang Ge. At that moment, thinking about Dai Mubai was such a mood killer. She slowly closed her eyes again, and not thinking about Dai Mubai made her feel much better. She stood up, wanting to stretch her arms, but unexpectedly. Just as she stood up, Zhang Ge suddenly opened his eyes and said in a panicked tone, don't stand up suddenly. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned, and, at that moment, the golden hoop suddenly shook, plummeting down. They quickly lost their balance and fell. Zhu Zhuqing panicked. At this height, falling would be disastrous. It's over. A strong hand suddenly grasped her small hand, and when she turned her head, it was Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge pulled her to his side without saying a word, gripping her shoulders and twisting his body in midair, instantly changing their positions, with Zhang Ge below and Zhu Zhuqing above. He is protecting me. Zhu Zhuqing's heart trembled. Whoosh bang. The two fell to the ground, and under the force of gravity, Zhu Zhuqing fell into Zhang Ge's arms, and he held her tightly without hesitation. Sorry. I'm not very skilled at controlling this. Zhuqing, are you okay? Zhang Ge asked strugglingly. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him in a bit of a panic. I'm fine, no, it's not your fault. I stood up suddenly, you. Are you okay? Zhang Ge was certainly fine. He had activated the soul bone in his left arm, increasing all attributes by 50%. He then unleashed the wood great soul skill on a mosquito, boosting his defense by 50%. This height only left him slightly breathless. She wasn't angry or resisting. The task was completed, and the reward was coming. Zhang Ge laughed inwardly. System. Damn, this is possible. 032, the situation is a bit off. At that moment, the two were embracing, their bodies pressed together, face to face. Zhang Ge could feel the orchid-like fragrance exhaled by Zhu Zhuqing blowing on his face. Warm and pleasant. I'm fine, just a bit of pain in my bones. Don't move yet. Let me take a moment, he said. Okay, Zhu Zhuqing quickly replied. The two fell silent, looking at the handsome face that was so close, feeling Zhang Ge's strong body and his warmth. Zhu Zhuqing's face slowly turned red. She had never had such intimate contact with a man. She really wanted to push Zhang Ge away, but he had just been injured to protect her, and she couldn't bring herself to act ungratefully. At that moment, Zhang Ge had his eyes tightly shut, his expression pained, but inside he was overjoyed. Wow, the sensation of this body. It's amazing, with this precious girl in my arms, who needs a sofa or mattress. After holding her for a while, Zhu Zhuqing's face was already completely red. Zhang Ge slowly released her and said, feeling better now, you could get up slowly. Zhu Zhuqing gradually propped herself up with her arms and sat to the side, her complexion finally returning to normal. Are you really okay? She asked. Zhang Ge shook his head. It's nothing serious. I just need to adjust my breathing a bit. After pretending to adjust his breathing for a while, Zhang Ge slowly opened his eyes. It's fine now. I feel much better. Zhu Zhuqing breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. At that moment, Zhang Ge suddenly sighed with a guilty expression and laughed self-deprecatingly. My mental resilience is still not up to par. If I had been a bit clearer-headed just now, maybe I could have used teleportation to take you back to the ground directly, but instead, I made a mess of things and almost got you hurt. Luckily, you weren't injured. So gentle. Zhu Zhuqing could only think of this one idea in her heart. Clearly, he was the one who got hurt, yet he still felt guilty and worried about her getting hurt. Is there really such a gentle and good man in the world? Zhu Zhuqing softly comforted him. You shouldn't blame yourself too much. The situation just now was too sudden. You were able to react and grab me. I was already panicking. If anyone should say sorry, it should be me. It was my sudden movement that caused us to lose balance. Zhang Ge shook his head. It's not your fault. I should have reminded you earlier. It's getting late. Let's head back to the academy. It's just that. I can't control my martial soul for now. It's okay, we'll walk back. Zhang Ge nodded, got up and took a few steps, but suddenly stumbled. Zhu Zhuqing reacted quickly and hurriedly supported him. No, walking hurts a bit. Zhuqing, why don't you go back to the academy first and find teacher Zhao or Xiao San help me back? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. You're injured now, and in this remote place, I can't leave you here by yourself. I'll help you back. You just saved me. Now it's my turn to help you back. No excuses. All right. Hee. Just what I wanted. Zhang Ge rested his arm on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, and the two had another intimate contact. Tonight is really exciting. Zhang Ge felt very pleased. Fortunately, the dormitory was not far from the academy. Supporting Zhang Ge, Zhu Zhuqing asked with some concern. Do you really not want to call teacher Xiao or Oscar to help you recover? No need. It's too late. I don't want to disturb them. I'll just adjust and recover on my own. How about I stay to take care of you? Zhang Ge shook her head. It's not appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone in a room. You should go back and rest early. I really want you to stay. But what if I fall asleep? That would be a disaster, right? Plus, Xiao will be here early tomorrow morning. If she finds out, it would be terrible. So you should get a good rest. See you tomorrow. Back in her own dorm, Zhu Zhuqing's heart was still racing. Her mind was filled with images of being embraced by Zhang Ge. When Zhang Ge had already started snoring, Zhu Zhuqing was still tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. After an exciting night, the next morning, Zhang Ge woke up feeling refreshed. After getting ready, he walked out the door, where Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were already waiting outside. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing also arrived, not because she intended to come this way, but because her route from the dormitory to the cafeteria happened to pass by Zhang Ge's dormitory. "You're awake, lazybones." Xiao Wu laughed. Ning Rongrong, with a flushed face, looked at Zhang Ge, her clean white teeth biting her lip, but she didn't say anything. Zhang Ge felt that this action was very feminine. The only thing to be careful about was not to use that kind of cheap lipstick, otherwise, when you bite your teeth, your mouth will be full of red, just like bleeding gums. "Let's go eat," Zhang Ge said. Zhu Zhuqing wanted to inquire about Zhang Ge's injury, but the words were on the tip of her tongue, and she swallowed them back. If she asked, it might give Xiao Wu a misunderstanding, right? But seeing Xiao Wu and Zhang Ge so close together, she didn't know why she felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart. Shu. Tang San flew down from the roof of his dormitory and landed steadily beside Zhang Ge. He had been getting up early these days to practice the purple extreme magic eye, and every time Zhang Ge and the others passed by, it coincided with the end of his practice, so they would gather together to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. "Xiao San, you are very hardworking," Xiao Wu said with a smile. "I want to catch up with Shu," Tang San replied. "But don't overexert yourself," Zhang Ge said, patting his shoulder in a somewhat elder-like manner. Tang San nodded obediently. In the cafeteria, everyone had gathered except for Oscar and Dai Mubai. Just as they were finishing their meal, Dai Mubai came to the cafeteria with a long face, and upon seeing everyone, he only nodded coldly instead of greeting them cheerfully as usual. Dai Mubai asked, "Fatty, you're not going out tonight, right?" Ma Hongjun replied, "I've pretty much vented my frustrations last night, so I shouldn't need to go out these couple of days." "All right, you stay in the dormitory. I'm going to find that pair of twins tonight." As he spoke, Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, but Zhu Zhuqing completely ignored him. Ma Hongjuan's eyes lit up. "Boss Dai, if you eat meat, do I get soup?" Dai Mubai replied irritably, "Such things need mutual consent to be enjoyable. Forcing it doesn't taste sweet." Ning Rongrong shot a somewhat cold glance at Dai Mubai, while Xiao Wu pretended not to hear. Zhang Ge finished his meal, put down the bowl, and patted Dai Mubai's shoulder. "Take care of your health. Shall Xiao Ge join us?" Only in front of Zhang Ge did Dai Mubai's expression not look so bad. Xiao Wu immediately frowned and slammed the table. "Hey," Dai Mubai quickly said, "Just kidding." Xiao Wu and Zhang Ge were close, so he didn't dare to offend her. Zhang Ge smiled and said, "I'll leave it for the person I like. After all, men should have a sense of responsibility. I'm full, so I'm leaving now." Xiao Wu followed him, and Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing also put down their bowls and left the cafeteria behind Zhang Ge. In the blink of an eye, only Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were left in the cafeteria. Dai Mubai felt a bit gloomy. Damn, this is beating around the bush to say, I have no sense of responsibility. What made Dai Mubai even more frustrated was that Zhang Ge's words seemed to make sense. What frustrated Dai Mubai even more was that Ma Hongjun suddenly said, "Boss Dai, something feels off. It seems like Zhu Zhuqing has been paying attention to Zhang Ge the whole time." 033, take off. The class bell rang, and everyone except Oscar went to the playground. Dai Mubai's mind was filled with Ma Hongjuan's words, occasionally glancing at Zhu Zhuqing and Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge, as usual, was chatting idly with Xiao Wu, while Zhu Zhuqing maintained her usual cold demeanor, ignoring everyone. However, Ning Rongrong occasionally glanced at Zhang Ge, her gaze seemingly filled with unspoken words. Dai Mubai immediately recognized what that gaze represented. When did these two get together? Dai Mubai felt puzzled. Wasn't Ning Rongrong Oscar's type? Damn, could it be that this kid Zhang Ge is playing both sides? Soon, Flinders swaggered onto the playground. After scanning the area, he frowned. Where is that kid Oscar? Is he sleeping in again? Tang San said, when I came out, Oscar was cultivating. He might be in a meditative state and hasn't woken up yet. Flinder frowned. He can't miss today's class. Tang San, go call him. Just as Tang San was about to head back to the dormitory, he saw Oscar rushing towards him from the direction of the dormitory. However, there was no panic of being laid on his face. Instead, he was full of excitement. Oscar, are you planning to run laps again? Flinder glared at him. Oscar quickly shook his head. No, Dean, let me explain. I've broken through. I've reached level 30. What? It wasn't just Flinder. Everyone except Zhang Ge turned to Oscar with looks of surprise. Flinder's eyes clearly lit up. Great. You didn't disappoint me. You're the third student to reach level 30 among the current trainees. On behalf of the Academy, congratulations. At this moment, even Dai Mubai's expression was no longer gloomy. He walked over to Oscar and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Little Oscar, congratulations. Although you reached level 30 a bit later than I did, as a food system soul master, you're the most outstanding talent I've ever seen. Everyone also expressed their congratulations. All right, today's class begins now. Flinder's voice rang out, Today's lesson is simple. Oscar, you're the main character today. For today's lesson, each of you, except for Oscar, must eat at least one sausage made from Oscar's soul power. The faces of several new students changed. Flinder continued. This is an adaptive training. All right, Oscar, start. At this moment, Oscar was already overjoyed, his eyes clearly showing a lewd gleam, especially as he paid special attention to Ning Rongrong. But when he noticed that Ning Rongrong's gaze was on Zhang Ge, his expression visibly froze. Chanting the incantation, he released the sausages. And Zhang Ge was the first to step forward, grabbing both sausages in his hands and devouring them in a few bites. Everyone, especially the new students, looked at him with admiration. Zhang Ge looked relaxed, thinking, what is this? Back in college, he had experienced days of drinking with his brothers in the dorm, getting so drunk that he hugged a filthy toilet while shouting for his dad and vomiting everywhere. How could a few lewd spells put any psychological pressure on him? Very good. Zhang Ge performed exceptionally well. Flander looked very satisfied. The second was Tang San, who firmly picked up a sausage and ate it. He had already regarded Zhang Ge as his target. If Zhang Ge could do it, there was no reason he couldn't. Next were Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, and finally, the three girls. To his surprise, all three girls were looking at Zhang Ge. Something really felt off, Dai Mubai thought. Zhang Ge, don't look at me. I'm just one. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu instantly blushed, while Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit helpless. Sometimes Zhang Ge's flirtatious remarks really leave people both amused and exasperated. The sausage is fine. Just pretend you didn't hear the spell. Keep it up, Zhang Ge encouraged. The three girls hesitated for a moment, but eventually stepped forward together. Great. You all passed today's class. Flinder began his lecture, and after finishing, he said, originally, there were other classes today, but since Xiao Ao has reached level 30, I've decided to change the plan. Now you all go back and rest well to get yourselves in the best condition. Tomorrow morning, we will set off to the Douluo Forest to help Xiao Ao obtain his spirit ring. Disperse. On the way back to their respective dorms, Oscar and Dai Mubai shared some information about the Douluo Forest with everyone, and then everyone went back to rest and prepare. As they were leaving, Dai Mubai looked at the backs of Zhang Ge and Zhu Zhuqing, wanted to call out to Zhang Ge several times, but ultimately restrained himself. At that moment, Ma Hongjun leaned over to him. Boss Dai, are you still going to find those twins tonight? Go to hell. After saying that, Dai Mubai turned and left. The next morning, everyone gathered energetically on the playground. Waiting for them was Zhao Wujia. However, there were no injuries on Zhao Wujia's face. And Zhang Ge guessed it was because Zhao Wujia hadn't fought Tang San one-on-one, so Tang hadn't cause him any trouble. Seeing everyone assembled, Zhao Wujia waved his hand. All right, let's hit the road. Mubai, you lead the team. Dai Mubai nodded and said seriously, the Douluo Forest is not a place to mess around. Tang San, Zhang Ge, you two are the front. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, you two follow behind them. Fatty, Xiao Wu, you two are on the left and right sides. Zhu Zhuqing and I will be at the back. Once we enter the forest, we must maintain this formation and stay alert at all times. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing coldly said, Xiao Wu and I are on the sides. Dai Mubai frowned, about to speak, but Zhu Zhuqing had already turned and left. All right. Let be that way. Don't waste time. The earlier we go, the earlier we return. Zhao Wujia said as he turned to leave. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, his expression already a bit grim. After exiting the academy gate, with no carriage available, everyone was about to start running when Zhang Ge suddenly said, wait a minute. What is it? Zhao Wujia felt both love and hate toward Zhang Ge. Running all the way to the Douluo Forest would consume too much stamina. It's best if we enter the forest in optimal condition. The academy doesn't have any carriages for you to use, Zhao Wujia said. No need for carriage. Saying this, Zhang Ge summoned the golden cudgel, leaving everyone puzzled. What do you plan to do by summoning your martial spirit? Only Zhu Zhuqing's eyes lit up as she already knew what Zhang Ge meant, her mind involuntarily recalling the events of the night before. Her little face blushing slightly again. Big. The golden cudgel instantly transformed into a giant stick 20 meters long and over 3 meters thick. Everyone get on. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing was the first to jump on and sat cross-legged. The others quickly followed, also sitting cross-legged like Zhu Zhuqing. The enlarged golden cudgel had enough space, and everyone sitting on it wouldn't feel crowded. What exactly are you up to? Zhao Wujia asked, with the others looking equally puzzled. Seeing their strange expressions, for some reason, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of satisfaction and pride welling up inside her. It was like the feeling of watching her husband about to show off and leave everyone stunned. Zhang Ge smiled. Welcome aboard Gold Staff Airlines. I am a captain for this flight. Buckle up, take off. Amidst the astonished gazes and exclamations of the crowd, the gold staff soared into the sky, transforming into a golden light flying towards the distance. 034, there's such a maneuver. Amazing. I can fly now. Wow, wow, wow. So awesome. After the shock, the crowd erupted into excited shouts. Xiaogang, your martial soul is so magical and powerful. It actually has this effect. Dai Mubai exclaimed in amazement. So impressive. So impressive. Oscar and Ma Hongjun shouted excitedly. Even Zhao Wujia expressed his surprise with praise. I really didn't expect this. Your martial soul has such a wonderful use. It's just like my grandpa Jian's sword flight. Ning Rongrong said excitedly. I always wanted Grandpa Jian to take me flying on his sword, but unfortunately, his sword can only carry him. I didn't expect to fly on your martial soul today. Zhang Ge, you are amazing. Wow, it's so comfortable flying in the sky. Xiao turned back to look at Zhang Ge, her little face flushed and speechless. My Zhang Ge is always so magical and so powerful. Zhu Zhuqing also turned to look at Zhang Ge, her eyes filled with a hint of inquiry. Zhang Ge nodded at her and said to everyone, Actually, I have already tested the flying ability of the golden cudgel before. I spent a lot of time familiarizing myself with it yesterday, so there shouldn't be any problems now. Everyone can rest assured aboard. Just don't move around too much. Keep your movement small. Zhu Zhuqing felt relieved, turned around to sit down, and closed her eyes to feel the gentle breeze blowing towards her. This feeling is still so enjoyable. Zhao Wujia asked, Zhang Ge, how is the soul power consumption for this kind of flying? Zhang Ge looked at Oscar and said, with little AO here, there's hardly any consumption. Oscar felt quite pleased upon hearing this, and immediately patted his chest, laughing, haha, that's right, with me around. I guarantee you'll reach the Douluo Forest with your soul power still completely full. Zhao Wujia nodded and said, not bad. This means you have flying capability now. By the way, how big can your stick transform? Everyone turned to Zhang Ge, all curious about this question. Zhang Ge fell silent for a moment and proudly said, standing tall and firm. The crowd was stunned. Standing tall and firm. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Only Zhang Ge knew that it was not exaggerated at all. In the original journey to the west, the Rui Jingu Bang was forged by Taishang Laojun using the primordial chaos's 9-turn refined iron. The term primordial chaos refers to the period right after Pangu created the heavens and the earth. The materials at that time could not be ordinary. Moreover, Zhang Ge speculated that part of the material used to forge the Rui Jingu Bang might have been some chaos that condensed from the scattered remnants, or possibly some refined iron that fell from Panga's axe during the creation of the world. Furthermore, after forging it, Laojun personally engraved the 5 characters Rui Jingu Bang on the staff. So the Rui Jingu Bang was not just a tool for controlling water. It was in itself a weapon, a super strong weapon that could stand tall and firm. If you think I'm bragging, then I have no way to convince you. I believe you, Xiao Wu said. The crowd laughed. They flew all the way to the Douluo Forest, and everyone jumped down. Ma Hongjun looked at the Rui Jingu Bang, which had returned to its normal size, and couldn't help but smacking his lips. What a treasure. This really is a good treasure. Zhao Wujia patted his head. No matter how good it is, it's still Zhang Ge's. Let's go into the forest. Oscar handed each person a sausage and a cured sausage, saying, my sausage can maintain its vitality in the air for 12 hours, which means it will be effective if eaten within 12 hours. The sausage restores health and also alleviates hunger, while the main function of the cured sausage is to detoxify. Everyone nodded and kept them. Once they entered the forest, everyone put away their relaxed expressions and scanned their surroundings with serious vigilance. Only Xiao Wu had a face full of excitement, bouncing around joyfully. The journey was uneventful, and soon it was noon. Everyone sat cross-legged to rest when suddenly, thud, 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 a dull sound came from afar. The group immediately became alert and stood up, the sound getting closer, even causing the ground to tremble slightly. Zhao Wujia frowned tightly. It seems like something dangerous is coming. Soon, the grass in front of them parted, and a massive head appeared before them. A 6-horned cow, a 1,000-year-old one. Zhao Wujia's expression darkened. This kind of cow was incredibly tall and robust, with 3 pairs of sharp horns on its head. If it charged, even fierce carnivorous soul beasts would retreat. Moreover, this was a 1,000-year-old 6-horned cow. As they spoke, the 6-horned cow began to paw the ground, a sign that it was about to charge. Dodge a charge, Zhao Wujia shouted loudly, releasing his martial soul. The 6-horned cow let out a long moo and charged wildly at the group. Everyone immediately dodged, but only Zhang Ge stood still, not moving or flinching. Zhang Ge, get out of the way. Zhang Ge squinted his eyes and pointed with his hand. Go. Just in time to test the goldenrod's remote control attack on this bull. Whoosh! The goldenrod transformed into a beam of golden light and shot out, rapidly enlarging in midair, colliding fiercely with the charging six-horned bull. Bang! A loud noise. Everyone felt their eardrums vibrating with a buzzing sound. They looked up and were stunned. The six-horned bull was actually pushed back, and one of its six horns was broken. Wow, so powerful. Zhang Ge had a blank expression as he stared at the six-horned cow. The golden hoop rod flew up and down in the air, moving incredibly fast and with tremendous power. Each strike hit the six-horned cow accurately, causing it to bellow in pain. The crowd was dumbfounded, controlling from a distance. Is there such a thing? Wow, you were already strong holding the golden hoop rod, and now you can also control it from afar, making it look so spectacular. Just how strong are you? Zhao Wujia snapped back to reality and was about to step in to help, but Zhang Ge immediately said, "Don't interfere, I'm just practicing." The crowd, are you even speaking human language? We are all on high alert, and you're just practicing? When did the gap between people become so huge? I've been practicing remote control these past 2 days, but lacked a test subject. Today, I've finally encountered one that's tough enough to take a beating, so please don't step in. We got it. We'll just quietly watch you show off. While controlling the martial soul in battle, you can still chat effortlessly. This is simply absurd. This isn't practice. You're already very skilled. As he spoke, the speed of the golden hoop rod increased. At first, the crowd could still see its flight path and attack movements, but eventually, they could only see a blur of golden light rapidly spinning around the six-horned cow, with more and more wounds appearing on its body, leaving it only able to moo in distress. Zhao Wujia watched in horror. Among everyone present, only he and Zhang Ge had clashed directly with the golden hoop rod, so he knew very well how heavy it was. And now, Zhang Ge not only controlled it from a distance, but also increased the attack speed. The combination of immense weight, high speed, and remote control equaled invincibility. I need to stay away from this guy in the future. I can't fight him anymore. Zhao Wujia made a decision. 035 Spirit Beast submission. Bang! Moo! The six-horned cow let out a thunderous wail. All 6 of its horns had broken. Several of its ribs were also fractured, and its front legs had numerous cracks. If this continued, it would be doomed. Looking at Zhang Ge, he was only sweating a little, since the golden hoop rod was in sync with Zhang Ge's thoughts. The soul power consumed for remote control was minimal, but it was a huge drain on his mental strength. Of course, this was also due to his lack of proficiency. Once he became more skilled, the mental drain would decrease. The six-horned cow's eyes turned blood red as it glared at Zhang Ge, looking as if it wanted to tear him apart. Zhao Wujia reminded him, "Hurry up and finish this. The noise is too loud and might attract other things." Zhang Ge nodded and waved his hand, exuding the awe-inspiring presence of the great sage. Upon seeing the pair of burning scarlet eyes behind Zhang Ge and feeling the chilling demonic aura filling the venue, the giant eyes of the hexagonal bull suddenly revealed a look of shock. In the next second, everyone was stunned as the hexagonal bull actually bent its 2 front legs and knelt down with a thud. Its massive head lay on the ground, emitting obedient mooing sounds. What? Zhao Wujia was bewildered. Kneeling in surrender? When did soul beasts start showing such spineless behavior? It should be known that soul beasts, regardless of their strength, are all incredibly proud. Even if they are killed, they would fight to the death and willingly go to their demise, never showing signs of kneeling in surrender. At least, Zhao Wujia had never seen or heard of such a thing in his many years traversing the continent. Others were also dumbfounded at this scene. Good heavens. Zhang Ge was too brutal, directly forcing the soul beast to kneel and beg for mercy. But only after a brief moment of shock did Zhang Ge quickly regain his composure. The hexagonal bull was not kneeling in surrender, but was showing submission. However, the one it was submitting to was not Zhang Ge himself, but the great sage's shadow behind him. Zhang Ge quickly understood the intricacies of the situation. The great sage? Who is he? He is one of the 4 chaotic monkeys born of heaven and earth, a demon king standing at the pinnacle. An idol worshipped by all demons and monsters of the heavens, arrogant and unrestrained, decisive in battle. Even during the journey to the west, he left a trail of blood behind him. His reputation has long since shaken the heavens and the earth. Although the great sage's intimidation stems merely from a hint of his true power, it represents the deterrence of a peak demon beast, the holy monkey. Demons and monsters tremble at his presence, let alone these soul beasts that have not yet evolved into demons, possessing much weaker strength than demons. Soul beasts will not submit to humans, but they will yield to powerful kin. Upon seeing the six-horned bull submit, the golden cudgel, without Zhang Ge's command, automatically halted, emanating a faint golden light that slowly circled around the six-horned bull. Under the influence of the gentle golden light, the injuries on the six-horned bull were rapidly healing at a visible pace. The six-horned bull's eyes were filled with gratitude as it respectfully knelt down, akin to a subject thanking a king for his grace. Witnessing this scene, everyone's expressions turned extremely strange. What are you doing? Healing it? Goodness. Are you planning to heal it and then beat it up again? Is it really necessary to be so brutal? Zhang Ge walked slowly towards the six-horned cow, and everyone was stunned. Just as they were about to take action, they were stopped by Zhao Wuji. This situation is strange. Let us observe first and not rush to act, Zhao Wuji said in a low voice. The crowd nodded, on high alert as they watched Zhang Ge. As long as the six-horned cow dared to make any moves, they would all step in to help Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge slowly approached the six-horned cow and reached out to gently stroke its head. The six-horned cow responded with a low moo. I currently don't have the ability to help you restore your broken horn. Without your horn, staying in the Stardow forest is fraught with danger. It would be better for you to follow me in the future. The crowd. You can communicate with soul beasts? Is this real? The six-horned cow extended its tongue to lick Zhang Ge's hand, letting out a low moo, and then nudged Zhang Ge's hand with its large head. Zhang Ge smiled faintly and leaped onto the back of the six-horned cow. The cow stood up, letting out a loud moo that seemed quite joyful. Everyone was completely stunned. What on earth was happening? The six-horned cow had just been beaten up and then knelt down. After Zhang Ge spoke a single sentence to it, it submitted? What kind of bizarre operation was this? With the golden staff in hand, Zhang Ge rode the six-horned cow back to the crowd and said, Let's leave this place and find somewhere else to rest. They chose a new spot to sit and rest, but no one spoke. Occasionally glancing at Zhang Ge and the six-horned cow dozing beside him, the atmosphere oddly heavy. Zhao Wuji hesitated several times before finally unable to hold back, asking Zhang Ge, What's going on? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Zhang Ge, who smiled and replied, It's a secret. Another secret? Just how many secrets do you have? At that moment, the six-horned cow suddenly lifted its head to glance at Xiao Wu before lying down again to continue napping. Xiao Wu looked at Zhang Ge, and this time, her expression was somewhat complex. Zhang Ge continued. Xiao Lu told me that there are no 10,000-year-soul beasts to the south of our current location. But there is a chance of encountering 10,000-year-soul beasts in the other three directions. So let's take a break and head south. Everyone was once again stunned. They were already naming it, and they received some information? Zhao Wuji asked. Can we trust it? We could trust it, Zhang Ge said. All right, then let's take a break and quickly head south, helping Xiao Ao obtain a soul ring as soon as possible, aiming to leave before evening. Zhang Ge and Lu Jiaoniao were leading the way ahead, and the group continued to move forward. After walking for a while, everyone suddenly heard a rustling sound and immediately became alert. The sound grew closer, and Zhao Wuji said, Zhu Zhuqing, check what it is. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, flew up to the treetop beside her, focused her gaze, and soon said, It seems to be a flying snake. After hearing her description, Zhao Wuji said, It's a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Soon, the group confirmed that it was a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, just perfect for Oscar, and it was flying towards them. It's coming, Zhu Zhuqing whispered, her hands transforming into claw shapes. Yiming thrust. At the same time, a giant snake with a bright red fleshy crest on its head appeared in front of everyone. It reacted quickly. In a hurry, the snake's head tilted, and Zhu Zhuqing's claw missed the fleshy crest, striking its body instead, producing a muffled sound. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake was startled, its head swayed, and it suddenly opened its mouth to spray a colorful mist towards Zhu Zhuqing while accelerating towards her. Dai Mubai's face changed. Be careful. Zhu Zhuqing had no time to dodge, her expression also changing, when suddenly a golden light whizzed past her side. It was the golden cudgel. At the same time, she felt a pulling force coming from behind. It was Zhang Ge's soul skill, Void Grasp, and she instantly felt relieved. This is a sense of security. The golden cudgel collided fiercely with the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake in midair, and the tremendous force caused the snake to emit a piercing hiss, with large patches of scales knocked off. Meanwhile, Zhang Ge used Void Grasp to pull Zhu Zhuqing to his side. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him with gratitude, and he said, When fighting an enemy, you must think ahead about the next step, or even several steps. If the enemy is too strong, you also need to dodge quickly when they attack. Zhu Zhuqing was slightly taken aback and nodded. At this moment, Zhao Wuji and the others had already rushed to the side of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Zhang Ge reached out and summoned the golden cudgel back to his hand from atop the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, patting Lu Jianyo, Xiao Lu. Let's go over there first. After that strike, the phoenix tail coxcomb snake was dazed from the impact of the golden cudgel, and with the weight of several thousand jin pressing down on it, it was already unable to resist. Next, it would be Oscar killing it to obtain the soul ring, and it was better not to let Lu Jianyo see that. Lu Jianyo glanced at the direction where the phoenix tail coxcomb snake had fallen, a hint of pity and sympathy flashing in his eyes. In the battles and killings among soul beasts, there is no mercy or sympathy. The law of the jungle prevails. But now it was a soul beast dying at the hands of humans. Master, can soul beasts and humans not coexist peacefully? Lu Jianyo's deep voice echoed in Zhang Ge's mind. Xiao Lu, you must understand that not every soul master can obtain soul rings without killing soul beasts like I can. The law of survival is just that. The world is like this. Lu Jianyo fell silent for a moment, hesitantly and fearfully asking, Master, in the future, could you not attack soul beasts anymore? With your deterrent power, soul beasts generally wouldn't dare to oppose you. Zhang Ge sighed. I have to live in the human world. Those people are my companions, and they need help. Can I just stand by and watch? If I do, I will be isolated. The hexagon bull thought for a moment and said, I understand, just like the dark moon fox. What is a dark moon fox? Zhang Ge patted its head and said, Forget it. I promise you, I am someone who strictly abides by the wildlife protection law. I won't actively attack or hunt soul beasts unless necessary. The hexagon bull nodded its large head. As long as Zhang Ge didn't randomly kill soul beasts, it would be fine. With his deterrent power, soul beasts generally wouldn't dare to resist. Just then, a hoarse shout suddenly rang out from Oscar's side. Stop. Zhang Ge turned his head and exclaimed, Damn, I almost forgot. It's time to move on to the storyline of the legendary dragon snake. Xiao Lu, Zhang Ge called out, leaping onto the back of the six-horned ox. The six-horned ox let out a loud roar and started running forward. Damn it, silly, you're running the wrong way. Zhang Ge rolled his eyes in frustration. Over there, the six-horned ox stopped in its tracks, innocently blinking its big eyes. I felt that person's aura was very strong, and I thought my master was scared and wanted to ride me away. Zhang Ge, this guy's really a fool. Am I that timid and afraid of trouble? Over here, at Oscar's side, standing in front of Zhao Wujia and the others are the snake lady Qiao Tianxiang and her granddaughter Mangaran. In Qiao Tianxiang's view, among these children, the oldest Dai Mubai is still younger than her granddaughter, and she has great confidence in her granddaughter's strength, not believing that any of these children could reach level 30 before her granddaughter. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, a loud moo sounded in her ears. And then a handsome young man rode out on a six-horned bull with a broken horn, standing proudly before them. Upon seeing that Zhang Ge had returned, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The sense of security increased. Qiao Tianxiang looked at Zhang Ge, first stunned, then her expression returned to normal, but soon after, she was left dumbfounded. The reason for her varied expressions was that at first she thought a powerful figure had arrived, but upon seeing it was just a young man, and his martial spirit was a broken-horned six-horned bull, she was surprised. However, she soon realized that the six-horned bull he was riding was not a martial spirit, but a soul beast. This is ridiculous. She had never heard of anyone being able to control a soul beast in the Stardow Forest. Upon seeing Zhang Ge return, Zhao Wujia felt a bit relieved. So it was the snake lady from the legendary dragon and snake. Qiao Tianxiang regained her composure. I dare not, indeed. May I ask for the name of the soul saint? Although the question was directed at Zhao Wujia, her eyes kept drifting toward Zhang Ge. This kid is definitely not simple. Meng Yiran also looked at Zhang Ge with sparkling eyes, not blinking. I am Zhao Wujia, Zhao Wujia said. So it's the infamous immovable king, Qiao Tianxiang said. What fame is there? Back in my day, it was infamy. But now I have retired and am teaching in an academy, educating children and such. Qiao Tianxiang looked at Zhang Ge and asked, So this young brother is also your student? Yes, Zhao Wujia said. Your student is quite impressive, being able to control a soul beast. Zhao Wujia was speechless. I just found out he had this ability too. Qiao Tianxiang didn't want to waste time and asked Zhao Wujia for the phoenix tail chicken crown snake. But Zhao Wujia obviously couldn't just give it to her. Sister Qiao, this is not easy to handle. What is so difficult about it? Meng Yiran interjected. We clearly discovered it first. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in Zhang Ji's mind. Activate task. Spar with Meng Yiran and leave her keepsake. Completion reward. Soul power increased by 2 levels. Failure punishment. Develop hemorrhoids. Can't we have a more serious failure punishment? It's either a few centimeters shorter or becoming bald. Either regrowing an appendix or becoming severely nearsighted. Either getting athlete's foot or getting hemorrhoids. Can we not have some proper fun? Fine. Failure punishment. Drop 2 levels. Still got hemorrhoids, huh? Zhang Ge said, but the problem is, what does leaving her a keepsake mean? Shaving her head? Making her bald? You're more of a devil than I am. The system replied, how can you shave the head of such a beautiful girl? Then what do you mean by leaving a keepsake? Think for yourself. Zhang Ge came to his senses and saw Meng Yiran pointing at him, saying, if you want us to give up this tail, feathered chicken crown snake, that's fine. Let this kid follow us. I'll give up this tail, feathered chicken crown snake. Everyone. Zhang Ge. How did this involve me? What does it have to do with me? It's Oscar who wants to kill it for the soul ring, not me. Xiao Tianxiang also said, I agree. You agree to what? Why should I follow you? If I can obtain the secrets and abilities to control soul beasts from this kid, then a phoenix tail coxcomb snake is nothing. Xiao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran thought at the same time. Moreover, this kid is so good looking. If his strength is decent, we can let him join the family and cultivate feelings with him. It wouldn't be impossible to marry him in the future. Meng Yiran thought to herself, no way. Xiao Wu stepped forward. Why should he follow you? He is one of our academy's people. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone surrounded Zhang Ge, staring at Xiao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran with unfriendly expressions. Zhang Ge flipped over the cow, patted Dai Mubai's shoulder who was standing in front of him, and led the group out. He said to Meng Yiran, if you want me to follow you, fine, but the premise is that you have to defeat me. All right, no problem. Meng Yiran replied, you're so young. How strong can you be? I'm already level 30. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then dispersed. Since you're seeking your own death, we 1T stop you. This beautiful back, it would be a shame not to scrape it. The crowd showed expressions of watching a spectacle, but Zhang Ge was frowning in thought. How should he leave her with a memento? Shave her head? Too devilish. Hug her and give her a kiss? No way, with so many people watching, it would cause trouble. Secretly touch her a couple of times? That could be tried, but might be discovered. Beat her up? Break her legs? No, too violent, and the Longxi couple would probably kill me. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Ge found it very difficult. While pondering, he asked, Senior Snake Lady, what do you think? Xiao Tianxiang glanced at Meng Yiran and confidently said, sure, as long as you can defeat my granddaughter, you 1T have to follow us. How about we add some stakes? Zhang Ge suggested. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately perked up. What stakes? Xiao Tianxiang asked. If I lose, not only can I follow you, but I can also join your family. And you can ask for anything you need. Xiao Tianxiang's eyes lit up. Very good. What I want is your method to control soul beasts. But if I win, this snake belongs to us. Okay, no problem. Xiao Tianxiang agreed readily. And you can't find trouble with your old man anymore. No problem. Are we confirmed? No backing out. Zhang Ge said. This old woman, keep my word, absolutely no backing out. Really? Really? What if you back out? At this moment, Xiao Tianxiang wished she could personally spar with him using her snake staff. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The crowd. You're a bit off. Usually you just start fighting without talking. Why so much nonsense today? Liu Jianyo, is the master scared? I absolutely will not back out. Hurry up and start. Don't waste time. Meng Yiran held the snake staff and spun lightly. Meng Yiran, Martial Soul Snake Staff, level 30, Touring Battle Soul Master. Seeing Meng Yiran's smooth, beautiful back, Zhang Ge's eyes suddenly brightened. Zhang Ge, Martial Soul Golden Hoop Stick whoosh. He instantly teleported behind Meng Yiran. Level 44 Soul Master. Boom, boom, boom. For soul rings burst forth from his body. At this moment, Xiao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran opened their mouths wide, dumbfounded. Level 44 Soul Master. And these soul rings. Are you sure the soul rings are not reversed? That's not the point. What the hell? What is going on? This is ridiculous. Meng Yiran suddenly turned around and hurriedly activated her first soul skill, Snake Blade. With a clang, the snake blade was completely blocked, and Meng Yiran's hand was jolted painfully numb. Zhang Ge swung his stick and hit her perky little butt, causing her to cry out in pain and fall to the ground. Zhang Ge pulled out a broken horn of a hexagonal cow from his storage belt and leaped to Meng Yiran's side. Looking at Meng Yiran lying on the ground, with her smooth and beautiful back, he chuckled. What a beautiful back. It would be a shame not to scrape it a bit. Let me leave you a little souvenir. Saying this, he skillfully began to scrape her back with the cow horn. Meng Yiran had never endured such torment. and she cried out in pain, shouting at Tianxiang. "What are you doing, kid?" Zhao Wuji stepped in to stop her, saying, "Sister Chow, the sparring between the two juniors isn't over yet. Your granddaughter hasn't conceded, so it's better for us elders not to interfere." Zhang Ge swiped twice, and Meng Yiran, embarrassed and angry, activated her second soul skill, Snake Body, slipping away from Zhang Ge like a slippery snake. Just as she was about to turn around and launch Snake Blade, Zhang Ge raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air. "Can you run away?" "What?" Feeling herself uncontrollably drawn toward Zhang Ge, Meng Yiran was taken aback, but still activated Snake Blade. The grasping motion absorbed 2 energy snake blades before disappearing, while the remaining snake blade shot towards her. Zhang Ge looked relaxed, flicked his fingers, and the golden hoop rod whistled through the air, clanging as several snake blades were shattered. He needed to be more serious, with his right hand grasping at the void, and his left hand invoking the Mighty Man technique, both soul skills activated simultaneously. Meng Yiran had nowhere to dodge and took the full brunt of the Mighty Man technique. Instantly drenched in sweat and feeling weak in her limbs, Zhang Ge seized the opportunity to rush over, grabbing her by the nape of her neck, and continued to scrape her back. Everyone looked puzzled. What exactly is he doing? He has already subdued her. Why not just knock her down instead of scraping her back with a horn? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqin glanced at Xiao Wu, who also looked somewhat confused. But she knew that the pure-hearted Zhang Ge wouldn't take advantage of another girl at such a moment, so there must be a reason for his actions. Meng Yiran tried a few times, but couldn't break free from the snake-like grip. Finally, she shouted, "I admit defeat." Zhang Ge pretended not to hear and continued with the guasha treatment. There was no way around it. The system hadn't indicated that the task was complete, so he couldn't stop. He didn't want to end up with hemorrhoids for no reason. "You brat! How dare you? My granddaughter has already given up. Why are you still holding on to her?" Chao Tianxiang shouted angrily and charged at Zhang Ge. Zhao Wujie was worried she might hurt Zhang Ge, so he rushed over too, thinking to himself, "What is this kid doing? Why doesn't he let go already?" Just then, the system finally issued the completion notification. "You have left for a profound memory. Task complete." Zhang Gesong released his grip, and Meng Yiran's eyes brimmed with tears from the pain as she glared at him resentfully. "What have you done to me?" At that moment, her once smooth and flawless back was marked with dark red imprints, looking extremely grotesque and terrifying, appearing worse than if she had been beaten up. Ko Xiangxiang rushed to Zhang Gesong's side, but before she could make a move, Zhao Wuji stopped her. Everyone else was also looking at Zhang Gesong, filled with curiosity. Zhang Ge ignored others and asked Meng Yiran, "Your snake staff is highly toxic, right? So what? You've been feeling some discomfort in your stomach lately, haven't you?" Meng Yiran tucked away her angry expression and was slightly taken aback. "How do you know? You've been in contact with toxins for years, and the poison has already infiltrated your internal organs. Although it won't be fatal in a short period, long-term accumulation can still harm your body." Ko Xiangxiang retracted her angry and hostile expression and said, "Kid, what exactly do you want to say?" Zhang Ge smiled lightly and said, "I wasn't taking advantage of you just now. I was using a traditional method to help you heal. This method is called guasha." "Guasha?" Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Ge nodded. "Niu Jiao, horn of an ox, has a spicy, salty, and cold nature. The spiciness can disperse qi, invigorate blood, and reduce swelling. The saltiness can soften hardness and moisten the lower body. The cold nature can clear heat, detoxify, cool the blood, and calm the mind. Your abdominal discomfort should have already alleviated to some extent. You can feel it yourself. Is it really that fast?" But under the psychological effect, Meng Yiran must feel that the symptoms have eased. "Well, it seems to have eased a bit," Meng Yiran said blankly. Everyone was stunned. "Wow, treating and detoxifying the opponent while fighting? Neopai, you have truly shocked us again. Where did you learn about this miraculous treatment method of guasha? Is there anything you can't do?" Zhang Ge put away the buffalo horn. "This method needs to be carried out over a long period. After you go back, you can get some water, buffalo horns, and continue guasha. Although it may not completely detoxify you, it will definitely help." Ko Xiangxiang quickly asked, "Do you have a way to help my granddaughter detox completely?" Zhang Ge was silent for a moment. "Perhaps my junior has a solution." Toolman Tang San. Back online. 038 Zhang Ge, "My friend, this approach is quite wild." Tang San stepped forward. "Extend your hand." Meng Yiran looked at Zhang Ge, who nodded. And only then did Meng Yiran extend her hand. Tang San pressed 2 fingers on her pulse, closed his eyes slightly, and after a while, he opened his eyes and said, "This toxin is fierce, but it's not difficult to resolve. For now, You should follow the method taught by my master uncle to alleviate the toxin. I will use my spare time to help you find some herbs." Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran and Chao Tianxiang both showed a hint of gratitude in their eyes. "Thank you. No need to thank me. If you must, thank my master uncle." After Tang San finished speaking, he turned and left. Zhang Ge looked at his back, and this guy really is a steel straight man, single by virtue of his strength. At this moment, if he got closer to Meng Yiran, she might just take an interest in you, but you, on the contrary, push the credit onto me. How should I put it? I really am liking you more and more as this tool-like apprentice. Meng Yiran looked at Zhang Ge with a grateful expression. "Thank you. I'm sorry. I thought you were being flirtatious with me just now. I misunderstood you. Why are you helping me?" Zhang Ge had a resolute and righteous expression. "You and I have no enmity. It's just a misunderstanding caused by this old beast. Since it's a misunderstanding, why not turn enemies into friends? More friends mean more paths to take. You sure know how to talk, kid. Fine, today we've lost. So this snake will belong to you. If one day you cure my granddaughter, we'll owe you a favor. Let's go." Han Yi Smi Lit. Meng Yiran turned and followed Chao Tianxiang as they left. After walking a few steps, she turned back to glance at Zhang Ge, her beautiful eyes shimmering, seemingly reluctant to part. A beauty looking back is usually a lovely sight, but that back ruined the whole picture. Zhang Ge turned around to look at the crowd, and everyone stared at him blankly. "Why does this feel a bit off? What are you all dawdling for? Oscar, quickly get rid of it and absorb the spirit ring." Oh. Oscar drew his dagger, and the hexagonal bull turned its head away, unable to bear to watch. Everyone stood guard while Oscar focused on absorbing the spirit ring. Zhang Ge said, "Damn, if I had known that the great sage's deterrence could subdue spirit beasts, I wouldn't have almost died in the soul-hunting forest back then." The system replied, "Even if you didn't know you could subdue spirit beasts at that time, you could still easily take down the spirit beasts in the soul-hunting forest, right?" Zhang Ge responded, "Taking down spirit beasts isn't hard. But when I was absorbing the spirit ring, no one was there to protect me, you understand? I almost got killed by other spirit beasts while absorbing the spirit ring. If I had known that the great sage's deterrence could subdue spirit beasts, I would have subdued a few spirit beasts to protect me back then. Wait, when I was fighting the spirit beasts, I did use the great sage's deterrence, and the spirit beasts were indeed deterred, but they weren't subdued by me." The system said, "That's because you obtained the fourth spirit ring, which enhanced your overall strength, and thus the power of the great sage's deterrence increased as well." Zhang Ge nodded. "That's the only explanation." Not long after, Oscar finished absorbing and gained a new soul skill, the dreaming mushroom sausage. After experimenting with it, everyone was very excited. "We can all fly now, and at such a fast speed." But unfortunately, it only lasts for a minute. Everyone fell silent for 2 seconds and looked at Zhang Ge. "Well, the golden cudgel is still more useful." Looking at the sky, Zhao Wujin nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. This mission is complete. Let's leave here first." Zhang Ge summoned the golden cudgel, and everyone sat on it as it soared into the sky, following the original route back. The soul beasts flying along the way were not of a high level. Those with higher levels couldn't fly and could only watch them pass overhead with envy. Before evening, the group slowly stopped at the small town they had passed earlier. Everyone had something to eat and rested for the night, planning to return to the academy early the next morning. "You are responsible for your own accommodation and meal expenses," Zhao Wujia said. They found a regular tavern, checked into their rooms, and then ordered food. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, the tavern's door was suddenly swung open violently, and a group from Tsanhui Academy, led by their teacher, walked in. They were arrogant, almost as if the words arrogant and asking for trouble were written on their faces. "That girl looks pretty good, Dai Lauda. These guys must be from Tsanhui Academy," the fat one said, his small eyes fixed intently on the only girl in the group of 8. Dai Mubai curled his lip. "It's just a small Tsanhui Academy. What is there to be arrogant about?" The people from Tsanhui Academy immediately glared back. Upon seeing that they were just a bunch of kids, their expressions turned even uglier. Oscar, sitting beside Tang San, chuckled softly. "Looks like there's a good show to watch." Tang San looked at him in confusion. "What good show?" Oscar whispered, "This is also part of our cultivation." Dean Flanders said, "A soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master. As the saying goes, not daring to cause trouble is mediocrity. Besides, provoking soul masters from an academy is the safest. It's just fighting at most." "That's not good," Zhang Ge said. Everyone looked at him in surprise. "You, a thug who fights and makes bets at the slightest disagreement, actually said that it's not good?" A mission was received to beat up the people from Tsanhui Academy. Mission reward: gain a random soul skill. Failure penalty: drop 1 level. Bang! Zhang Ge suddenly slammed the table and stood up. You from Zhang Academy. I really can't stand you. Come, let's have a showdown. Finally, the random soul skill rewards have returned. This is what I've been waiting for. The crowd. That's right. This is the real you. The people from Zhang Academy were stunned, all revealing expressions of anger, being directly provoked by name. Anyone with a backbone couldn't take it. Kid, you're tired of living, an academy student shouted. And as soon as the words left his mouth, bang, the extended golden cudgel directly sent that student flying out of the door. You. The others were furious and began to unleash their martial souls. The diners around were startled and hurriedly dodged. A Zhang teacher raised a hand to stop the students behind him, narrowing his eyes. Kid, which academy are you from? And where's your superior? Dai Mubai sneered. Pandao, you're not worthy. The Zhang teacher's face turned ashen. A bunch of arrogant kids? Teach them a lesson. Fighting? I love it the most. Just as Xiao Wu and the others were about to unleash their martial souls, Zhang Ge waved his golden cudgel to stop them. Don't move. This is my territory. 1 against 6? Kid, you're really out of your mind, come on. The Zhang teacher shouted angrily. Zhang Ge snapped his fingers, and the golden cudgel flew out of his hand, elegantly spinning in the air before suddenly extending and swinging down. Bang, bang, bang. 3 Zhang Academy students were immediately sent flying. Good kid. Zhang teacher's expression changed. What kind of strange technique is this? Just then, the door was slammed open again, and a 6-horned bull charged in aggressively. The Zhang crowd was stunned. A soul beast? How could there be a soul beast in this small town? Get out. It's none of your business. Zhang Ge commanded. The 6-horned bull shook its head and turned to leave to continue grazing. The Zhang crowd. Huh, so obedient. Is this soul beast your pet? Damn, you have quite the connections. You can actually tame a soul beast. 039, you're useless when given a chance. What are you looking at? Zhang Ge shouted, and the golden cudgel elegantly reversed in midair, smashing towards the other 3. The speed was incredible, and the force was overwhelming. Bang, bang. 2 more were sent flying. On the entire field, only the female student and the teacher from Zhang Academy were still standing. Buzz. The golden cudgel stopped in front of the female student, the gust from a swing making her hair fly. The female student was so frightened her face turned a bit pale. In just a short time, all 6 male classmates have been knocked out. This stick is so powerful. This kid is so impressive. Seeing the golden cudgel stop in front of her, the female student finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the opponent still has some chivalry. Didn't complete the task? Zhang Ge asked. Well, the rest still one standing. Didn't you say you were going to beat everyone up? The crowd looked at Zhang Ge. Chivalrous? Bang. The female student screamed as she was sent flying. The crowd. All right, so much for chivalry. Is that enough? Zhang Ge asked. There is still one standing. Zhang Ge suddenly looked up at teacher Zhang, and everyone's expressions changed. You want to fight too? In the next moment, the golden cudgel flew through the air. Good kid. You even want to take me on? Turtle spirit possession. Teacher Zhang Yijiqiu shouted loudly, his whole body radiating green light, and a huge shell bulged from his back. His entire body shimmered with black light. And 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, rose from beneath his feet, swirling around his body. Soul King, Dai Mubai and the others were slightly taken aback and quickly said, Xiaogang, he's a Soul King. Let's go together. No need. Zhang Ge waved his hand. Just let me see how his shell compares to that of the Turtle Prime Minister. Turtle Prime Minister? Everyone was stunned. What was that? At that moment, the tavern owner finally mustered the courage to step forward. Dear Soul Masters, please spare us. I beg you to go outside and fight. This shop runs on a small business. A small business. How about we go outside and spar? Zhang Ge pointed outside with his thumb. Let us go. Yijiqiu turned and walked outside. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw that 2 of the students could barely stand, while the others were lying on the ground groaning. This is a huge embarrassment. I must deal with this kid, otherwise. Damn it. Even if I managed to deal with him, it wouldn't be fair. I'm a teacher attacking a student. Sigh. Who told my students to be so useless? This mindless fighting is meaningless. How about we make a bet? Zhang Ge suddenly asked. Everyone, here we go again. What bet? Yijiqiu asked coldly. If I lose, I'll kneel and apologize to you, letting you in back your face. Yijiqiu was taken aback and then sneered. Good. Very good. But if I win, you give me 30,000 gold soul coins. Money is something that is never too much. Yijiqiu continued. I want to make a change. If you win, giving you 30,000 gold soul coins is no problem. But if you lose, I won't need you to kneel and apologize to us. But you will have to leave your current academy and join our Tsanghui Academy. Face is valuable, but talent is even more valuable. Zhang Ge is so young, yet he can easily defeat these Tsanghui Academy students so badly. He is definitely a genius. Being able to pull in Tsanghui students is a significant achievement, and the losses today are really nothing to worry about. Moreover, he can also control soul beasts. If he is not a soul beast that has taken human form after 100,000 years of cultivation, then he must be a genius with exceptional skills. Am I some kind of prized possession? Why do people always want me? Zhang Ge helplessly spread his hands. Everyone. Of course. You know how impressive you are, right? A few new students didn't know. But the older students like Dai Mubai were well aware that every time they saw the dean in the past few days, he was grinning like an idiot. All because the academy had such an abnormal monster like Zhang Ge. Every teacher, including Zhao Wuji, beams with joy when mentioning Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge is hailed as the most dazzling genius since the establishment of Shrek Academy, and he will surely make Shrek Academy famous across the continent, shining brilliantly. Will you agree? Yi Zhiqiu asked. I agree, as it would make me happy to avoid kneeling. All right, then take this. Zhang Ge smirked and activated his soul rings. 4 soul rings leaped out from his body, leaving Yi Zhiqiu and the Tsanghui Academy students dumbfounded. Damn it, 4 soul rings. A soul master at such a young age. Yi Zhiqiu was almost scared to the point of wetting himself. Damn, not a plant. How old is this kid? How old is he? To be a soul master at such a young age? When I was his age, I was only at level 20-something, with a grasp in the void. Death separation, a full body power-up. Grasping in the void restricts the opponent's movement, while death separation strips away their buffs and defenses, leaving them weak and dizzy from dehydration. The old trick works wonders. Although it's quite glitch, it never fails. Zhang Ge was contemplating whether to use the terrifying soul skill attached to the 3rd soul ring, but after some thought, he decided against it. That soul skill was too bloody and could potentially be lethal, so he dropped the idea. The old 3-piece combo was enough. After being hit by 3 soul skills in a row, Yi Zhiqiu was left in nothing but his underwear, drenched in sweat. Damn, this kid, huh? A golden light flew towards him. It was the golden cudgel. Xian Gui protects. Xian Shui freezes. As soon as the golden cudgel made contact with Yi Zhiqiu's arm, its momentum was immediately suppressed, and it was quickly frozen. Zhang Gehan being swiftly attacked along the golden cudgel, and in an instant, a layer of frost formed on Zhang Ji's arm. The Xian Shui surged. The chill intensified, and the frost on his arm thickened in the blink of an eye, freezing his entire arm, with the icy grip climbing up, reaching his shoulder in no time. Zhang Ge, Xiaogang, Shu. The members of Shrek were shocked. The invincible Zhang Ge had actually suffered this time. After all, the gap in strength levels was evident. Oh, impressive, huh? But Zhang Ge remained completely unperturbed, even teasingly said, Old turtle, I really underestimated you. As he spoke, the 4th spirit ring lit up, and maintaining the pose of his frozen arm, Zhang Ge teleported several dozen meters away. However, the golden cudgel remained in place, still frozen. You can still teleport while frozen? Yi Zhiqiu frowned. Logically, your soul power should have been suppressed. Zhang Ge was about to speak. Xiaobi stepped back. A lazy voice came from behind, and everyone turned to see Zhao Wuji arriving. Dai Mubai and the others' eyes lit up, and they quickly said, Teacher Zhao. Zhao Wuji waved his hand and said, Everyone go eat and rest. I'll take over. Zhang Ge shook his head. No, Teacher Zhao, the match isn't over yet. What match? You're already beaten up like this. Just go away. Teacher Zhao, are you asking me to admit defeat? Zhao Wuji looked at him with slanted brows and droopy eyes, chuckling to himself. All right, let you suffer a bit. Fine. Then you continue. Teacher Zhao. Xiao Wu and the others had just spoken 3 words when they were interrupted by Zhao Wuji's wave of his hand. This is Xiaoga's own decision. We just watch. It's a good thing for you to get a taste of reality. Otherwise, you'll face even bigger losses in the future. Everyone looked at Zhang Ge with worried expressions. Zhang Ge said to Yi Zhiqiu with a relaxed expression, I'll give you a chance to admit defeat. Otherwise, I won't be responsible if you get hurt. Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. Admit defeat? You want me to admit defeat? Kid, are you out of your mind? Zhang Ge sighed and shook his head. I give you a chance, and you can't handle it. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the golden cudgel was unleashed with a weight of 4,000 pounds, transforming into a giant stick, and the thin layer of ice was instantly shattered. Yi Zhiqiu let out a terrible scream as he was crushed beneath the enormous golden cudgel. 2 of his ribs snapped on the spot, and his chest was compressed, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood. What the? Everyone was stunned. Is this even possible? 040 new soul skill. Zhang Ge activated his left arm's spirit bone, which transformed into an arm shield. With a crack, the ice on his arm was instantly shattered by the shield. Fortunately, he was holding the stick with his left hand. If he had been using his right hand, he would have had to break the ice with just his fist. The crowd was momentarily stunned. This is a spirit bone? You have a spirit bone? Zhao Wujia's eyes narrowed. This kid has so many tricks up his sleeve. Zhang Ge leisurely walked over to Yi Zhiqiu's side. Yi Zhiqiu unleashed his martial soul, and the turtle shell shone brightly. But it couldn't budge the golden rod pressing down on him, even fraction. The golden rod remained immovable. Look, I'm giving you a chance to admit defeat, so you won't get hurt. Now look, you've still lost, and on top of that, you're injured. Listening to advice is important, my friend. Yi Zhiqiu was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy really dared to snatch food from a panda's mouth. What a bold move. Do you admit defeat? Yi Zhiqiu gritted his teeth, still desperately trying to push the golden rod away. Zhang Ge had a blank expression. At 500 pounds. Yi Zhiqiu spat out a mouthful of blood again. I admit defeat. Yi Zhiqiu finally conceded. If he didn't, he might be crushed to death. 3,000 gold soul coins, not a single one less. Zhang Ge retracted his golden cudgel. He didn't bring that much this time. Only a little over 2,000 gold soul coins. Yi Zhiqiu felt like he had lost all his face. The student got beaten, and the teacher stepped in only to get beaten as well. Sanhui Academy really had no face left. No shirking on the payment. Zhang Ge weighed a few coin pouches in his hand and tossed them to Xiao Wu. We originally planned to go to the Stardow Forest to hunt for soul rings, but now we are all injured and must return to the academy to recover. So, you come to our academy to find me the day after tomorrow, and I will definitely give you the remaining gold soul coins. Let us write a promissory note. As Zhang Ge spoke, he gave Xiao Wu a glance, and Ning Rongrong reacted even faster, already running into the tavern. When she came out, she had a piece of paper and a pen in her fair little hand. Here, Ning Rongrong smiled sweetly and handed the paper and pen to Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge took the paper and pen, handing them to Yi Zhiqiu, whose hand was trembling as he picked up the pen. Shame. What disgrace. If this kid really took the IOU to the academy to demand money, he would lose all his face. But in this situation, is it possible not to write the IOU? This kid is already so formidable. That burly teacher must be even more impressive. I can't win against them. Yi Zhiqiu sighed inwardly and began to write the IOU. After taking a look at it, Zhang Ge nodded. Go back and take care of your injuries. Take your time. No need to see you off. Watching them leave, Zhao Wujia laughed heartily, patting Zhang Ji's shoulder vigorously. Well done. Ha ha ha. When it comes time to collect the money, we'll need to trouble teacher Zhao a bit. Going to Sanhui Academy alone is just asking for trouble. He would definitely have to take Zhao Wujia along. Well, I still have to teach you guys in class, so I might not have that much time. 5,000. Ha ha ha. No problem. Just don't let the dean know. Fang Yi Nu did. All right, let us go eat and take a break. Zhao Wujia was clearly in a good mood, walking away with his hands behind his back, humming a little tune. Xiao Ge, I didn't expect you to turn the tables like this. Dai Mubai said. Impressive. Really impressive. Oscar remarked. You even defeated the Soul King in a one-on-one battle. That's amazing. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. If you reach the Soul King level, maybe even teacher Zhao won't be able to defeat you. Ning Rongrong said. Who knows? If Xiao Ge becomes a soul sage, wouldn't he'd be able to easily take on title Douluo? Oscar suggested. Next time we fight, shouldn't we raise the stakes to 50,000? Xiao Wu asked. Zhang Ge. Xiao Wu is someone who can live life well. However, how much do you think of me? Soul King fighting Zhao Wuji? Soul Sage crushing title Douluo? Do you think title Douluo is something? A pig raised at home? Just standing there like a fool waiting to be hit? Their imposing aura can make you unable to stand up straight. Come on, let's go eat, it's on me. Zhang Ge put his arms around Tang San and Oscar's shoulders and entered the tavern. After dinner, Zhang Ge took a moment to check his new soul skill. Then he was stunned. Mission completed. Obtained random soul skill. Fire Eye and Golden Eye? What the heck? The next morning, everyone got up in high spirits, had breakfast, and gathered with Zhao Wuji. As soon as Zhao Wuji finished speaking about going back, Tang San said, Teacher Zhao, I'm afraid we can't go back for a while. I've reached level 30 as well. Everyone was taken aback and stepped forward to congratulate him. Xiao Wu's eyes twinkled. Great. Just in time for us to get you a soul ring. Zhao Wuji was very happy, Xiao Ge, with a golden cudgel out. Everyone soared into the sky and flew towards the Stardow Great Forest. Zhang Ji's intuition was right. He didn't encounter Air Ming in the Starry Forest yesterday. and he felt something was off. Now he indeed had to go again. There was no avoiding it. But wait, Ming is a Titan giant ape, which seems to be closely related to the Great Sage's race. What kind of influence would the Great Sage's intimidation have on him? It seems a bit interesting. Once again, they delved into the starry forest. Just like yesterday, under the guidance of the hexagonal ox, they arrived at an area frequently visited by thousand-year-soul beasts. The hexagonal ox said, foolishly, I always feel a bit sorry for the other soul beasts. Zhang Ge replied, next time, you wait for us on the outskirts. The hexagonal ox fell silent. Thanks to the hexagonal ox's guidance this time, they avoided a lot of trouble and quickly encountered a suitable soul beast, the thousand-year human-faced demon spider. I knew it was this one. Soon, under the assault of everyone, the human-faced demon spider tearfully met its end, contributing its soul ring. However, this time, Tang San did not obtain a soul bone. Zhang Ge really didn't know whether to be happy or to be happy. The absorption of the soul ring went smoothly, and Zhao Wujia nodded in satisfaction. But just then, an unhappy voice rang out. It's you again. Zhao Wujia and the others were taken aback. This voice sounded so familiar. Sure enough, the next second, 3 figures appeared before them. Among them, 2 were the ones they had seen yesterday, Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran. The other person with white hair and beard, holding a dragon-headed staff and wearing a magnificent robe, was none other than Dragon Duke Meng Shu. It was Meng Yiran who spoke. Grandpa, these are the ones from yesterday, who killed the phoenix tail, chicken crown snake. And now they're the ones who killed this face-eater spider. Zhao Wujia and the others checked the belly of the face-eater spider and discovered it had several wounds. Good heavens! Everyone had a face full of embarrassment. Could it be such a coincidence that enemies meet on a narrow road? If it weren't for Zhang Ge helping Meng Yiran alleviate the toxin yesterday, and Tang San agreeing to help Meng Yiran find some herbs, Meng Yiran and Chao Tianxiang would probably have turned against him by now. It seems like this is truly a coincidence. Dragon Duke Meng Shu lightly tapped his dragon-headed staff and said, this face-eater spider was hard one for us, and just as we were about to catch it, it unexpectedly got killed by you. So tell us, what should we do? Zhao Wujia was at a loss for words. He couldn't even handle Dragon Duke alone, and now, with the unrivaled Longshi present, he was definitely no match. The others also felt uncertain. This seemed like a tough situation. Just then, Zhang Ge stepped forward. I have a plan. Why don't we make a bet? Here we go again. You must be the amazing kid that Iran mentioned who can control soul beasts, right? Seeing you today, you really are a handsome talent. I heard that Iran lost a bet to you yesterday. Zhang Ge nodded. Meng Shu continued, considering that you helped Iran detoxify yesterday, and you promised to help Iran find herbs, we shouldn't make things difficult for you today. However, we put in a lot of effort to chase this human-faced demon spider, and it was killed by you just like that, which feels a bit unfair. So, tell me, how do you want to bet? Zhang Ge summoned the golden cudgel. Old man, this is my martial soul. Today I want to bet with Miss Meng. If she can lift my martial soul, then she wins, and I can tell you the secret of controlling soul beasts. He now understood a bit. Meng Shu had immediately mentioned controlling soul beasts, seemingly very interested in it. Sure enough, Meng Shu's eyes lit up. Good, very good. But what if you still lose? Today's matter will not be pursued, and also, give me 20,000 gold soul coins, Zhang Ge said. Meng Shu looked at Meng Yiran, who confidently nodded. It's just a stick, although she is a girl. A level 30 soul power is not to be trifled with. All right, we agree, Meng Shu said. 20,000 gold soul coins were just a drop in the bucket for him and his family. No backing out, Zhang Ge said. Ko Xingxiang immediately added, no backing out. And you're not allowed to talk nonsense. Zhang Ge smiled and put down the golden cudgel. Please. Meng Yiran confidently walked up to the golden cudgel. It's just a stick, how can I not lift it? Watch this. Everyone looked at Zhang Ge, who also appeared confident. Could she really not lift this stick? It didn't seem that heavy. Only Zhao Wuji's eyes sharpened as he recalled a painful memory. This stick was very peculiar. It seemed to weigh thousands of pounds at times. He had been caught off guard when the suddenly heavy stick had struck him. Meng Yiran reached out and grabbed the golden cudgel, pulling upwards. The golden cudgel didn't budge. Meng Yiran was taken aback. What? She gripped the golden cudgel with both hands and pulled with all her might, but the golden cudgel still didn't move. If you can lift it, I'll gladly call you big sister. Zhang Ge thought with a sneer. How infuriating. 2 soul rings appeared on Meng Yiran, and she exerted all her strength, her neck bulging with veins, but the golden cudgel still didn't budge. Frustrated, Meng Yiran let go. What exactly is this stick? Why can't I move it, even with all my strength? Meng Shu frowned and exchanged a glance with Chao Tianxiang. They realized something was off. Zhang Ge walked over, picked up the golden staff with one hand, and elegantly twirled it. Miss Meng, if you can't lift it, just admit defeat. You must have used some evil technique to suppress the staff. What kind of evil technique could that be, young lady? Zhang Ge replied, this staff is inherently heavy. I didn't add any spiritual power to it at all. Meng Yiran was so angry she couldn't speak. Meng Shu walked over. Kid, you can't cheat. Let me give it a try. Zhang Ge placed the golden cudgel on the ground. Please release the weight, 10,000 jin. Meng Shu grabbed the golden cudgel with one hand and pulled with all his might, but the cudgel didn't move at all. What? Meng Shu carefully sensed it, and indeed, there was no soul power attached to the golden cudgel. But why was it so heavy? Could it be that this staff was really that heavy by itself? How could this kid wield it so easily? Could it be that he has innate divine strength? With 8 soul rings activated, Meng Shu gripped the golden cudgel with both hands, but it remained completely still. Meng Shu gave up. Kid, how heavy is this staff? 13,500 jin. Everyone was shocked. 13,500 jin. You've been fighting with such a heavy staff all along. You can also manipulate such a heavy staff from a distance? Damn, are you a god? Xiao Wu walked up to the golden cudgel, reached out to grab it. And indeed, even with all her strength, she couldn't make the cudgel move an inch. Zhao Wuji also came over to give it a try. As a pure strength-type fighter, he managed to make the cudgel move just a tiny bit after activating his soul ring, but it was only a tiny bit. No wonder I was beaten so badly by you back then. This cudgel really is that heavy. Zhao Wuji gasped for breath, rolling his eyes dramatically. Old man, Miss Meng, do you concede? Zhang Ge flicked his fingers, and the golden cudgel flew up into the air, gently landing in Zhang Ji's hand. This scene made everyone's hearts race. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and tried it themselves, they would never believe that such a flexible staff in Zhang Ji's hand weighed over 10,000 pounds. I give up. Meng Yiran conceded. If Grandpa didn't find any issue, it meant that the other party wasn't cheating. The staff was indeed that heavy, and not being able to lift it means losing. Meng Shu shook his head. It seems fate has decided this. Kid, go on. A dozen large bags of coins were thrown over. Here are 20,000 gold soul coins. We accept our loss. Kid, I will remember you. Just as the words fell, suddenly everyone felt a slight tremor in the ground. The shaking grew more intense. The deep, rumbling sound of something crashing to the ground drew closer, and the sight of large flocks of birds taking flight nearby told them that an extraordinary being seemed to be approaching. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Xiao Wu stared into the distance, somewhat lost in thought. Six-jawed bull's eyes filled with fear, and a panicked voice exploded in Zhang Ji's mind. Master, not good. A dominator-level soul beast is approaching. I know, Zhang Ge said calmly. You know? Yes, it's the Titan Giant Ape. How do you know that, Master? Don't worry. The Titan Giant Ape won't harm us. How do you know that, Master? Its target isn't us. How do you? Are you a tape recorder? Zhang Ge couldn't take it anymore. How do you know that, Master? Zhang Ge. Don't call yourself Xiao Lu anymore. From now on, you should be called Xiao Repeater. No, wait. It should be Xiao Machine. Damn, Xiao Machine. The Titan Great Ape is massive and moves extremely quickly. Before anyone could react, its enormous head had already surpassed the towering trees and appeared before everyone. Everyone was stunned. It was actually the Titan Great Ape. Meng Shu and Zhao Wuji both exclaimed in shock, their voices changing. The Titan Great Ape. Even a titled Douluo might not be able to defeat it, let alone us, Soul Douluo and Soul Saints. Faced with this terrifying giant, everyone was paralyzed with fear, not daring to make any movement. Zhang Ge looked at Xiao Wu, who was staring blankly at the Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape scanned the crowd a few times and quickly locked on Xiao Wu. Just as Xiao Wu was about to make a move, a hand rested on her shoulder. She turned around and saw Zhang Ge with a calm expression. At the same time, the terrifying large hand of the Titan Great Ape reached out. As the large hand came crashing down, Zhang Ge unleashed the golden cudgel. It was also a good opportunity to test the effects of the Monkey King's deterrence and the golden cudgel on the Titan Great Ape. Swinging the stick, the golden cudgel rapidly transformed in mid-air into a giant rod dozens of meters long and several meters thick, roaring with the sound of wind and thunder. And it smashed down hard toward the Titan Great Ape's large hand. This scene was spectacular. Zhao Wuji was taken aback. Zhang Ge, why did you suddenly launch an attack? I should have been the one to take the lead. You all should run quickly. But there was no time to think further. Zhao Wuji immediately summoned the body of the great strength diamond bear. In midair, the golden cudgel collided violently with the Titan Great Ape's large hand. Bang! The loud noise made everyone's eardrums hurt. The Titan great ape let out a roar, and its giant hand was actually pushed back. Zhang Ge suffered even more. With a muffled groan, he was sent flying, landing over 10 meters away. Xiao Wu was on the verge of tears. This was the first time Zhang Ge had it so bad. Just as the words left her mouth, the massive golden staff whistled through the air, aimed right at the chest of the Titan great ape. Everyone turned to look, and although Zhang Ge's mouth was bleeding and he appeared disheveled, there was a resolute and unwavering determination in his eyes. The Titan great ape reached out with both hands to grab the golden staff, which was so large that his big hands could just grasp it. The staff trembled restlessly in his grip, trying to break free, but unfortunately, his strength was too great, and the staff couldn't escape at all. Zhang Ge waved his hand, and the golden cudgel instantly shrank to the size of a sewing needle, flying back into his hand. Immediately after, the great sage's intimidation aura was unleashed. Upon seeing the burning scarlet giant eye behind Zhang Ge, the Titan great ape clearly froze for a moment. This familiar yet overwhelmingly powerful aura caused a flicker of confusion and a hint of slight panic in its eyes. A sudden impulse to submit surged within it. However, as a Dominator-level soul beast with around 100,000 years of cultivation, the great sage's intimidation was not enough to make it submit. With a loud roar, it unleashed a tremendous aura akin to a mountain's roar and the sea's tsunami, directly pushing Zhang Ge back. Zhang Ge was unable to stand, and the Titan giant ape's intimidation of nature wouldn't last. At this moment, the attacks from others arrived, all of which were easily deflected by the Titan giant ape. Glancing at the direction Zhang Ge had thrown himself, a complex expression flashed in the Titan giant ape's eyes as it grabbed Xiao Wu and left without looking back. Xiao Wu! Everyone was shocked. Whoosh! A whistling wind sounded above, as Zhang Ge wielded the golden cudgel and soared into the air to pursue, while the hexagon bull hesitated for a moment before also taking large strides to follow. Zhang Ge, come back! Zhao Wuji shouted, but Zhang Ji's figure had already vanished from sight. Xiao Ao, give me a mushroom sausage. Tang San immediately said, neither my master nor Xiao Wu can be in danger. Oscar was momentarily taken aback, and the others echoed, mushroom sausage. We are a team. In this situation, we cannot ignore it, Ning Rongrong said. Meanwhile, the couple, the Overlord Dragon and Snake, finally regained their composure. They exchanged glances and saw shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Zhao Wuji also said, then let's go together. After we find them, I will hold off the Titan giant ape. You all return immediately. On the other side, Zhang Ge wielded the golden cudgel, speeding along as he chased after the Titan giant ape ahead. Xiao Wu sat in the Titan giant ape's hand, looking far at the golden light that had been following her, tears streaming down her face. Ming, let me down quickly. You've taken me. And Zhang Ge must be very anxious. Ming, next time you sense my aura, observe from a distance first. Don't act rashly, otherwise if you harm my friends, it will be troublesome. Ming nodded. Is Deming okay? All is well. We're just a bit worried about you. Silly big guy. What I have to worry about? Xiao Wu wiped her eyes. Zhang Ge treats me very well. You don't need to worry about me. But he is ultimately human, and he is a soul master. If he finds out, I trust him. He once hurt me. He will protect me. Ming fell silent. At that moment, Xiao Wu saw the distant golden light make a turn and fly off in another direction. So she immediately said, Zhang Ge has gone the wrong way. You take me forward, help me protect myself, and I will complete my third spirit ring. Ming nodded, unleashing his kingly aura, scaring off all the surrounding soul beasts and creating space for Xiao Wu. In fact, Zhang Ge hadn't gone the wrong way. The golden cudgel had been locking onto Ming's aura. If he could get it wrong, that monkey would laugh his teeth out. Zhang Ge intends to give Xiao Wu this opportunity to complete her third soul ring. With the completion of the third soul ring, Xiao Wu's figure becomes more curvy and mature, and her clothes fit tighter. Zhang Ge calculated the time. It was almost time, so he made a big turn in the air and flew towards Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu looked up. Zhang Ge is coming. Ming, you go ahead. But, hurry up and say hello to the Ming for me. All right, Xiao Wu Jia. Ming shook his head and walked away with big strides. Soon, Zhang Ge, wielding the golden hoop rod, flew over to this place, and Xiao Wu shouted, Xiao Ge. Zhang Ge was taken aback and quickly landed. Xiao Wu, are you okay? I'm fine. Not only am I okay, but I've also benefited from the disaster. That Titan giant ape stunned a few soul beasts, and then, for some reason, it seemed to panic and ran away, leaving me here. I just happened to absorb a soul ring from soul beast. Zhang Ge let out a sigh of relief. I don't care about anything else, as long as you're okay. What about you? You were injured just now. Does it still hurt? Xiao Wu gently stroked Zhang Ge's chest with a look of concern. Zhang Ge shook his head. I'm tougher than you think. Go back. They must be worried. Sitting on the golden cudgel and wrapping her arm around Zhang Ge, Xiao Wu felt like the happiest person in the world. When they encountered the others on the way, everyone sighed in relief upon seeing that both were fine. Before Zhao Wujie and the others could ask, Zhang Ge said, "This place is not suitable for staying long. We should leave first." After exiting the Douluo forest, Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu briefly explained to the group, who listened in amazement. One Zhang Ge, one Xiao Wu, their experiences were truly remarkable. Considering Zhang Ge was injured, Zhao Wujie had decided to rest for a night at the previous small town and let Oscar help with recovery. The next morning, everyone boarded Zhang Ge's golden cudgel and set off for home. Back at the academy, Zhao Wujie's long-held anxiety finally eased. In the principal's office, after listening to Zhao Wujie's report, Flander felt a wave of fear. They actually encountered the Titan giant ape. It was terrifying, and fortunately, nothing happened. Otherwise, the losses would be huge. Did Zhang Ge and Tang San come back too? A voice from outside signaled the Master's arrival. Old Yu is here, Flander chuckled. Old Yu? Zhao Wujie was confused. Who is that? Xiaogang, come in quickly. Let me introduce you. After the introduction, Zhao Wujie clasped his fists. So you were the master, my apologies. I heard you encountered the Titan giant ape in the Douluo forest. How did it go? Everyone's safe? Rest assured, we all returned safely, Zhao Wujie replied. There were surprises, but no dangers. That's good. Master, I won't say much about your disciple Tang San, but your junior Zhang Ge is truly impressive, remarkable, and extraordinary. As he spoke, Zhao Wujie recounted everything that had happened since Zhang Ge arrived and their trip to the Douluo forest in detail. After hearing this, the master's eyes lit up with surprise. This kid Xiaogang always brings me many surprises. Not just surprises. This child has an unlimited future. Every time Zhang Ge was mentioned, Flander couldn't help but smile widely. However, the more remarkable he became, the more cautious we must be at the Spirit Hall, the master suddenly said. Flander and Zhao Wujie fell silent instantly, their expressions turning serious. Spirit Hall. Those 3 words felt like a blade hanging over everyone's heads. In his dormitory, Zhang Ge checked his current status. His spirit power had already reached level 46. That was fast. It was estimated that he would reach the threshold of level 50 in just a few days. This was a bit too fast. If he participated in the Soul Arena competition, such a rapid level increase would definitely attract a lot of attention, especially from the Spirit Hall. To be honest, Zhang Ge wasn't keen on facing the Spirit Hall so early. It wasn't that he was afraid of anything. If he was really cornered by the Spirit Hall, he wouldn't mind pretending to ally with them. As a modern person who can bend and stretch, he believed in quietly developing his strength before making a move. A truth learned from playing LOL. However, he feared that his rise would attract the Spirit Hall's attention and expose Xiao Wu's identity. After so many years together, he had genuinely developed some feelings for this 10,000-year-old big sister. Wait a minute. It seemed that participating in the Soul Arena competition didn't require spirit power testing before every match. In other words, as long as I don't reveal a 5th spirit ring, I will always be a level 42 Soul Master. How interesting. And you, system, in the future, don't always raise the spirit power level in your tasks. Give me more spirit skills instead, so I won't attract too much attention too quickly. You're already very noticeable. Then don't make me even more noticeable, at least not until I have the strength to defeat the Spirit Hall. System analyzing. Is there really a need to analyze? Soon, the system provided the analysis result. Given that the host sincerely asked the system, this system will show great mercy. Future tasks will have certain changes in their rewards. Zhang Ge. What did I ask you? I clearly ordered you, okay? You have to give me a way out. The system said. Zhang Ge suddenly realized. Thank you, system older sister. That night, Zhang Ge and Tang San were called to the master's office, and it was then that they realized the master had arrived. Seeing the master again, Tang San was very happy. Teacher, you're here. The master smiled and said, didn't I tell you I would come find you? I've been here for a few days and learned that you went to the Douluo forest. However, you both surprised me a lot. Xiao San, I didn't expect you to break through the 30th level so quickly. Xiao Ge, your situation was even more unexpected. It's all thanks to your teachings. Teacher, Tang San replied. The master remained silent, looking at the two of them, and the more he looked, the more pleased he became. The future of Soul Masters. Then, the master educated Zhang Ge not to be too emotional, to which Zhang Ge nodded in agreement, but in reality, He didn't take it to heart. With a clear understanding of the plot, how could he not be aware? After discussing some matters, the master said, Xiao San, you should go back and rest. I'll have a chat with your little shu. Tang San obediently nodded and left. You always surprise me. No, I should say you shock me. Every time I see you, it seems I have to reassess you, the master said. Zhang Ge felt a slight panic in his heart. What does it mean to suddenly say this? Could it be that my identity has been exposed? After a pause regarding your identity, the master continued, I'm a bit troubled. Zhang Ge almost swung his stick over. Can you not speak so breathlessly? What do you want to say, bro? The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family is a very cold-blooded family. The master stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the giant moon outside. It should be said that many big families and major sects are cold-blooded and extremely realistic. Zhang Ge listened quietly. Back then, my martial soul was weak, and I could never break through level 30. I was laughed at by everyone, and my family couldn't tolerate a failure like me, so they drove me out. Similarly, the strength you're showing now is enough for the family to take notice and do everything possible to bring you back. But my martial soul is not the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Zhang Ge retorted. That doesn't matter. What matters is that your talent and strength are terrifying. Moreover, you have the family's direct descendant insignia. With this insignia, it represents that you are a member of the family. Even if your martial soul isn't a tyrant dragon, they will still consider you on their own. I don't care what they think. I care about what I think. Zhang Ge said, I have struggled and fought outside for so many years. I suffered so much as a child. Do they ever care about me? They don't even know me. So why should I go back and serve them? No way. The master turned to look at Zhang Ge. Don't get excited. It's not about serving them. If your identity as a direct descendant can be confirmed, then you can return and compete for the position of family head. If you defeat the other heirs, you will be the next head of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Zhang Ge was slightly taken aback. Wow, is there such a thing? Having a family patriarch as a plaything seems pretty good. Are you feeling less annoyed about it now? The master asked. No, brother. What exactly are you trying to express by saying all this? To say it directly, the rise of every genius will attract the attention of the Spirit Hall. The master said slowly. In recent years, the Spirit Hall has become increasingly overbearing. Any soul master they set their sights on only has two outcomes, join or die. I don't want you to join the Spirit Hall, and I definitely don't want you to die. The master stared directly into Zhang Ge's eyes. And your rise has been too fast. The Spirit Hall has surely noticed you. The only way for you to avoid joining the Spirit Hall and not die is to join the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and participate in the competition for the next family head. Zhang Ge was taken aback. What the hell? Has the new expansion storyline started? It seems that from this moment on, the original Douluo storyline is about to change completely. 044, the world dominates. Zhang Ge looked at the master and said, Big brother, tell me honestly, are you considering me or the family? Mainly for your own sake. The master did not shy away from the question, returning to the family. Even if the Spirit Hall wants to act against you, they have to think twice. Your joining will also be like adding wings to the tiger for the family. So, will you come back with me? Zhang Ge nearly asked. Should Lu Erlong come back with us? Fortunately, he didn't ask, or it would have been hard to explain. The master smiled bitterly and shook his head. What will I go back for? To be ridiculed? But before that, I have something to confirm with you. Although I have regarded you as a fellow sufferer, the family won't see it that way. Therefore, I must confirm with you, is this identity badge left to you by your parents? It was left to me by the system. Damn, how would I know if this was left by my parents? This is just a task item given to me by the system to get close to you. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Ge quickly came up with a way to push it back. The badge has been with me since I can remember, and the villagers don't recognize it. So I'm not sure where it came from or if it was left by my parents. The master nodded. All right. You have such strength and talent. Whether the badge is left by your parents is not particularly important. Then why ask? A big family is not that casual, right? What if I'm an outsider? So what? In this world, you have no relatives left, right? The master retorted. Whether you're a member of the family is not important. What matters is whether you have a sense of identity and belonging to the family. Since you have lost your relatives, the family will strive to give you a sense of belonging. Moreover, being the head of the family is not that easy. Of course, having you return to the family doesn't mean you have to inherit the position of the head. The most important thing is that you can receive protection from the family, so you don't have to worry about the Spirit Hall. At this moment, your information is probably already on some forces desks. Go back and think about this matter carefully and make some preparations. Perhaps before long, someone will come for you. So, big brother, you're not leaving this time, right? Not leaving. The master turned back and finally showed a smile. Right now, what I care about the most is you and Xiao San. I will stay here and do my best to train you both. You should go back and rest early. Zhang Ge has a good impression of the master. Just because of a nameplate, the master has taken care of him all these years, and now he has considered so much for him. Should I stop thinking about hitting him with a stick at every turn? Back in the dormitory, Zhang Ge lay on his bed, contemplating the master's words. The leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan? A tool delivered right to my door. I shouldn't refuse it. First, become the head of the Tyrannosaurus family. Then suppress the Spear Hall. The Pope will either give way to me or die. Then marry Ning Rongrong and become the head of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. No, it's unlikely to suppress the Spirit Hall, relying solely on the Blue Electric family. Then I should first get Ning Rongrong on my side and gather the strength of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. If the 7-treasure glazed tile school takes action, the Heavendo Empire will likely intervene as well. If I support Tang San to rise to power before that, the chances of the Haotian sect joining the battle will also be very high. Dai Mubai is the prince of the Star Luo Empire. If I support him to rise to power, then the Star Luo Empire will also have a high chance of being dragged down by Zhang Ge. At that time, the Spirit Hall will face the combined power of 2 major empires and the 3 top sects. World domination. Zhang Ge let out a villainous laugh. The system humanely issued a wise inquiry. Zhang Ge, when will you be the #1 in Douluo? Zhang Ge asked, what do you think? Right today. So the question arises, if Tang San and Dai Mubai are disobedient at that time, should we take them out? That's a question worth considering. Wuhuan City, the Pope's Hall. After listening to the report from the spy, Bibi Dong waved her hand. The spy bowed and turned to leave. A smile curved at the corner of Bibi Dong's mouth. 12 years old? Level 42? The first spirit ring is 1,000 years. The second and third spirit rings are 10,000 years. And a strange and powerful weapon spirit and soul skills? When did such a young genius appear on the continent? Hulaina frowned. Teacher, is it really possible for someone to reach level 42 at 12 years old? And how could someone have the first 3 spirit rings as 1,000 and 10,000 years? Could be a case of exaggeration? Bibi Dong gently stroked the scepter in her hand. Nana, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Always remember one thing. There is no such thing as the most monstrous genius in this world. Only more monstrous geniuses. The disciple will remember. Hulaina respectfully bowed. No matter how he appeared, such a genius can only belong to the Wuhuan Hall. Bibi Dong stood up. Several figures appeared out of thin air in front of her. The next morning, Zhang Ge and the others woke up and went to the cafeteria for breakfast together. As soon as they stepped into the cafeteria, they were greeted by an enticing aroma. Looking at the dining table, everyone's eyes widened. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, dairy, eggs. Good heavens! What kind of madness has the dean gone through? Why isn't it congee and pickles? Oscar was the first to voice everyone's thoughts. Seeing the busy figure of the master in the kitchen, everyone was stunned again. And Ma Hongjun asked, a new chef? Zhang Ge and Tang San exchanged smiles and walked forward. Old brother. Teacher. Xiao Wu happily called out, Master, you're here. The master turned around. You're here. Come on. Let us have breakfast. Everyone. Wow. This is Tang San's teacher, Zhang Ge's old brother. The legendary master? Why is he here cooking? Flender was exasperated. You kids are in your growth phase, eating that kind of breakfast every day. How can your nutrition keep up? Cultivating martial souls. Your body is the foundation. Everyone exchanged smiles, their fondness for the master skyrocketing. It's easy for you to say. The Academy's economic conditions are what they are. It's not feasible to improve their meals. Flender walked in. That's simple, the master said. Oh. Flender's eyes lit up. You have a way to get money? You go to the Soul Arena to compete, the master said expressionlessly. Everyone burst into laughter. What good idea. Flender's glasses fell off. I'd better not with this old body of mine. The master looked gently at Zhang Ge and Tang San. For the sake of these kids, it's time to be flexible. Flender chuckled, all right? As long as it doesn't go against my principles, you can be flexible however you want. Don't just stand there, hurry up and eat. The master said to everyone. After breakfast, the bell rang on time, summoning all the students to the Academy's playground. Today seemed particularly lively. Not only were the 2 deans, Flender and Zhao Wujing, present, but the master and several other teachers from the Academy also came to the playground. Besides the 2 deans, there were originally 3 more teachers in the Academy, responsible for the first 3 tests during the entrance examination. Tang San had only seen one of them, the teacher who had scared away many people with his stick martial soul, and was also startled by the golden cudgel. All right, everyone is here. I have a few announcements to make, Flender said seriously as he walked in front of everyone. First, Let me introduce the Academy's teachers to the 4 new students. Lastly, this is the one you all met this morning. He is Tang San's teacher, Zhang Ge's fellow disciple, Master, Mr. Yu Xiaogang. From now on, your teaching will be fully handled by Teacher Yu. 045 Wallet. Danger. Given that everyone had just returned from the Douluo Forest, today was specially approved as a day off. At the same time, the master also arranged the order, with Zhang Ge in 3rd place, and everyone else following. After the dismissal, Ma Hongjun said, "Just right, I want to go to Soto City for a stroll. Who wants to come with me?" Saying that, he had a mischievous grin. Dai Lauda, let us go together? Several girls looked at Ma Hongjun with disdain. With that look of yours, nothing good will come of it. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth. Get lost. Go by yourself. Zhu Zhuqing completely ignored him now. Ma Hongjun still didn't get it at all. What is wrong? Ma Hongjun poked Dai Mubai's arm. Didn't you say you were going to find twins? But because of the delay in going to the Douluo Forest, now that we have nothing to do, it's a holiday, let us relax. Dai Mubai was about to bite his teeth to pieces, reaching out to the side, but was stunned. Huh? Zhang Ge, what's going on? Why didn't you hand me the kitchen knife this time? Zhang Ge walked over. I'll go with you. The girls were stunned. Ma Hongjun had a sly smile on his face, knowing that going to the city was definitely not a good thing. Why are you following along? Ma Hongjun was also taken aback, then grinned mischievously. 3rd Master, have you figured it out? No. I want to take a look at the Wuhuan Hall. Zhang Ge said seriously. He indeed wanted to check out the Wuhuan Hall in Soto City, but besides that, he had other things to attend to. Everyone was confused. What do you want to do at the Wuhuan Hall? Also, Xiao San, come with me. Zhang Ge is ranked 3rd, and to differentiate from Tang San, he is referred to as Lao San, while Tang San is Xiao San. Ma Hongjun is more casual. San Yi is just a term he casually uses. Although Tang San is unclear about why Zhang Ge wants to bring him along, he agrees without hesitation. Sure, Shu. I want to go with you too, said Xiao Wu. I suddenly want to go out for a stroll, Ning Rongrong said. Oscar. Going out for a stroll doesn't seem bad. Zhu Zhuqing said. Dai Mubai. What's going on? This really feels off. It feels off. Ma Hongjun has a pained expression, wondering why, when he asks who wants to go, no one pays attention. But as soon as Zhang Ge says he wants to go, everyone wants to join. Are you all Zhang Ge's little followers? Xiao San, and I will just go and come back, Zhang Ge said. Then I want to go too, Xiao Wu said. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing said nothing, but both stood beside Xiao Wu. Zhang Ge shrugged. Let's go. In the end, everyone left the academy and headed towards Soto City. Oscar still hadn't given up on this? Zhang Ge thought to himself, well, this is more interesting. On the way, Xiao Wu asked, why do you want to see the Spirit Hall? And why do you want to bring Xiao San along? Everyone looked over, and Zhang Ge said, I just want to see what the Spirit Hall here is like, and if it's easy to dismantle. Everyone, you actually want to dismantle the Spirit Hall? That's ruthless and straightforward. As for why I brought my disciple out. Xiao San, can that matter be discussed? Tang San was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Master Uncle, I know why you brought me out. It's okay, we can talk about it. We're all friends here. Zhang Ge pointed with his finger and took out the Zhuge crossbow from his storage belt. This is a masterpiece of Xiao San, the Zhuge crossbow, which has immense power. Amidst the curious and surprised gazes of the crowd, Zhang Ge demonstrated the power of the Zhuge crossbow. The reason for bringing Xiao San out this time was to find a blacksmith shop to forge some similar mechanical hidden weapons to enhance everyone's combat strength. Xiao Wu took the Zhuge crossbow and, along with the other 2 girls, examined it repeatedly. This thing feels so powerful, but why have we never seen you use it? Zhang Ge smiled, and Tang San said, Master Uncle has great strength and can easily handle any opponent he encounters, so there's really no need for these hidden weapons. That's true. Xiao Wu looked at Zhang Ge and smiled sweetly. But for you, especially Rong and Xiao Ao, as support-type soul masters, the role of these hidden weapons is significant. Zhang Ge continued. And for Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu, with their speed, using hidden weapons is even more elusive, like adding wings to a tiger. With these things, Big Dai and Gong Gong can also increase their combat power significantly. Gong Gong. Everyone was momentarily taken aback by this title, and Ma Hongjun was also confused. 3rd Master, what does Gong Gong mean? Wait, you're not Gong Gong anymore. You should be called Chief Ma now. Everyone. What is Chief Ma? Ma Hongjun was bewildered. Chief is an official title. I once saw a high-ranking official with the surname Ma, who was very fat and looked a bit like you. So I was complimenting you on looking like a big official. Oh, I see, huh? Then from now on, I'll call you Chief Ma. What about me? What about me? Is there a big official who looks like me? Oscar quickly asked. Zhang Ge shook his head. and Oscar looked a bit disappointed. The Zhang Ge crossbow was being passed around among the crowd, and everyone was marveling at its exquisite design. I will try to help each of you make a set of hidden weapons for self-defense, but you'll have to cover the material costs yourselves. Everyone immediately agreed. At this moment, Ning Rongrong approached Tang San and expressed her desire to purchase these hidden weapons in bulk. As Tang San was considering it, Zhang Ge said, Rongrong, don't rush to place an order. Why not wait until Xiao San makes a set? Let your family take a look, and if they agree, then we can discuss bulk orders. That's true. You're still the one considering it thoroughly, Ning Rongrong smiled. Just as Tang San was about to speak, Zhang Ge leaned in and whispered in his ear, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is not short on money. This is a great opportunity to make some. With money, you can do better in this world, understand? Tang San was taken aback, thinking about his dream of rebuilding the Tang sect, and nodded. Uncle Master makes a good point. Ning Rongrong smiled sweetly, looking at Zhang Ge, her eyes sparkling. She noticed that Tang San wanted to refuse, but after Zhang Ge whispered a few words, Tang San agreed. Zhang Ge is really great. They traveled all the way to Soto City and found a large blacksmith shop. The group directly approached the manager of the blacksmith shop, and Tang San took the lead to propose that he forge a batch of hidden weapon parts. Soon, the deal was finalized, and the group left the blacksmith shop. Ma Hongjun left first, while the others looked at Zhang Ge. Xiaogang, tell me, do you really want to dismantle the spirit hall? Or is it just talk? Dai Mubai said. Zhang Ge smiled and said, Nonsense, am I really going to dismantle the spirit hall? I just came out today to find a blacksmith shop with Xiao San to get some self-defense weapons for everyone. Everyone laughed lightly in response. So where are we going to stroll next? Xiao Wu asked. The three girls exchanged glances and suddenly showed mischievous smiles. Even Zhu Zhuqing's face revealed a hint of a smile. Then, Xiao Wu looked at Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge's expression changed. Damn, my wallet. Crisis. P.S. Thanks for the reminder. It has been modified. 046, I was almost abducted. In the evening, everyone felt quite satisfied. The three girls each had quite a few new clothes in their hands. Of course, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong spent their own money, while Xiao Wu spent Zhang Ge's money. But that didn't matter. Zhang Ge had won so many bets with others that buying some clothes and enjoying some good food was still more than enough. Oscar was a bit envious of Zhang Ge's wealth. Ah, it's a pity I'm not a soul master. Otherwise, I would also bet with others. Tang San said, even if you were a soul master, you still have to rely on strength to speak. After all, betting carries a lot of risks. Moreover, sometimes people may not even want to bet with you. Dai Mubai said, so betting requires skill, Zhang Ge said. Every time you bet with someone, don't first say what you'll do if you win. Instead, say what you'll do if you lose. Also, you need to have a keen eye to accurately see what the other person needs and wants. For example, if someone is interested in your talent and wants to recruit you, but you say that if you lose, you'll give him 100 gold soul coins, he will definitely not agree. As long as you accurately hit their desires and first say you'll satisfy their desire if you lose, then generally speaking, they won't care too much about what they will lose if they lose. 99. 9 will bet with you. Oscar said, wow, betting has so many tricks. Actually, there's nothing complicated. It's simple psychology, grasping people's desires and weaknesses. So what is your desire? Xiao Wu suddenly asked. A wife and children, a warm bed. Zhang Ge said, everyone, you're so strong. Your desire is so simple. A wife and children. This should be the life that ordinary people most want to live, right? In the future, you will understand how happy it is to live a simple and joyful, peaceful life. Everyone fell silent. Sometimes they felt that Zhang Ge didn't seem like a 12-year-old boy, but rather like a 92-year-old old man. Let's go eat something delicious, and then head back to the academy. Xiao Wu was the first to break the silence. After dinner, the sky was dark, the giant moon hung high, and everyone walked towards the academy contentedly. As they walked through a secluded street, Zhang Ge suddenly stopped and looked in another direction. In the next second, he had disappeared from his spot. Everyone, where did he suddenly teleport to? A few hundred meters away in a dimly lit street corner, a young girl was crouching on the ground, hugging her knees and trembling. Her clothes looked like they had been violently torn apart, revealing large patches of white skin. Are you okay? Zhang Ge asked. The girl shook her head in fear. Who did this? The girl stammered, a man. I didn't see what he looked like. Zhang Ge looked around and said in a low voice, they sure run fast. At that moment, the girl finally realized that Zhang Ge was not with that thug. With red eyes, she gratefully said, thank you for saving me. Zhang Ge waved his hand and took off his coat, draping it over her shoulders. Let's take you home. Thank you. The girl stood up a bit shyly, but thankfully Zhang Ge's coat was big enough to cover most of her body. as she stood up and caught a glimpse of Zhang Ge's face in the moonlight. The girl was stunned. So handsome. Follow me. As they walked out of the alley and turned the corner, they ran into Xiao Wu and the others. Zhang Ge, what did you suddenly run off to? Zhang Ge quickly moved aside, revealing the girl behind him. The girl was taken aback by the number of people and immediately felt both shy and scared, quickly hiding behind Zhang Ge again. What is going on? Everyone was stunned. Could it be, it hasn't even been a minute, so it couldn't be you. There are thugs in the city. I heard the commotion earlier and came over to take a look. That thug ran away when he heard my voice. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong immediately ran to the girl's side, gently comforting her, and Xiao Wu even took out a newly bought outfit to give to her. That damn thug, how despicable, Xiao Wu said angrily. I have a rough idea of who it is, Zhang Ge said. The biggest thug in Soto City. Who else could it be but below? Zhang Ge's eyes flashed with a hint of cold light. Rogues must die. There can only be one rogue in Suada City. No, I cannot coexist with other rogues. Are Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai not rogues? The system asked. Only those who go against a woman's will are rogues. These two are mutually willing in their relationships, so they don't count as rogues, Zhang Ge said. Then what about you? This system is truly unreasonable. How can you unjustly tarnish my innocence? When have I ever done anything coercive? That would be psychological rogue behavior. Zhang Ge was too lazy to pay attention to it. After sending the girl home, he watched from a distance as she hugged her mother and cried, while Xiao Wu's small fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. I must find this rogue and teach him a lesson. Let's call it a day today, though. We have to get up early tomorrow for the master's class, Zhang Ge said. The others nodded silently. When they reached the outskirts of Soto City, everyone suddenly stopped in their tracks, as a figure dressed in black appeared abruptly ahead. Who is it? Dai Mubai asked coldly. The black-clad person looked up at Zhang Ge. Little Zhang Ge, my master invites you, so please come with me. As he spoke, 8 soul rings of different colors appeared around the black-clad figure. Soul Douluo. Everyone was taken aback. Only Zhang Ge remained calm. He had already anticipated someone would come looking for him after the master's words last night. Let me guess, you are from the Spear Hall? The expressions of the others changed slightly. The black-clad person paused for a moment. I refuse to answer that question. I must state in advance that my master's order is to politely invite you to return, but if you refuse to come with me, I will have to use force to take you away. As he spoke, several of his soul rings began to pulsate. Unfortunately, you can't take me away. The black-clad person smiled. I admit you little kids are quite impressive, but unfortunately, you are not my opponents right now. Dai Mubai released his white tiger martial soul and said in a low voice, Xiao Ge, hurry back to the academy to find the dean and the others. We will hold them off. Zhang Ge waved his hand and said to Ning Rongrong, this is exactly the situation I mentioned to you before. I haven't provoked any strong opponents, yet they actively come to trouble me. Ning Rongrong was taken aback for a moment and quickly said, let's not talk about this now. You should run. We can hold them off for a while. The man in black remained calm, crossing his arms and watching them leisurely, as if a giant dragon was looking down at ants. I said he can't take me away. Zhang Ge smiled slightly and said loudly, big shot, stop watching the show. I'm about to be kidnapped. Everyone was stunned, and the next second, a shining long sword flew through the air. Seeing this long sword, everyone was shocked. Ning Rongrong's eyes brightened, revealing a look of surprise. It's Grandpa's sword. The man in black was also taken aback and quickly released his soul skill to defend, but it was easily shattered by the long sword. With a dull thud, the man's left leg was struck by the long sword, and he let out a scream, using his soul skill to escape without looking back. The long sword pursued closely behind him. A figure dressed in white, like snow, appeared on the treetop of a nearby large tree. Everyone looked over and saw it was the Sword Douluo from his 7-treasure glazed tile school. The Sword Douluo stood on the thin treetop as if he were on solid ground, his clothes fluttering in the night wind, resembling a sword immortal. Kid, I find I like you more and more. How did you know I was here? The Sword Douluo asked. I thought my aura was well concealed. No matter how well you hide your aura, it will still seem out of place in the surrounding environment. To be frank, your method of hiding your aura is too poor. The Sword Douluo suddenly frowned, looking in the direction the man in black had fled, and beckoned with his hand. The long sword flew back, only carrying a few drops of blood on the blade. Let him escape. Haha, this Sword Douluo's ability to run away is quite good. With a wave of his hand, the blood on the sword blade instantly disappeared. He gracefully soared into the air, landing on the sword before Zhang Ge. You say my method of hiding my aura is too poor? Everyone was stunned, except for Ning Rongrong. The expressions of the others were somewhat unnatural. This was the Sword Douluo, a title Douluo, Others would be eager to curry favor. Yet you say his method is poor? Indeed, the more one tries to hide, the more obvious it becomes. Oh, the sword Douluo raised an eyebrow. The truly brilliant method of hiding is not to conceal oneself in this environment, but to blend in with it. The sword Douluo was taken aback. The others were also surprised. Tang San was initially shocked, then showed a look of admiration toward Zhang Ge. Earlier, in the Tang sect, the elders had mentioned similar theories. Hidden weapons, secretly harming others. The exquisite method of being concealed in the dark is not about hiding, but about merging. If one hides, they will eventually be discovered. But if one merges, there will be no way to find them. Of course, saying it is one thing. Truly merging with the environment is quite difficult. Merging with the environment? Wonderful. Kid, it seems I underestimated you before. Seeing the sword Douluo finish talking with Zhang Ge, Ning Rongrong ran over and jumped into his arms. Grandpa, sword. Girl, hee, let Grandpa take a good look. The sword Douluo smiled gently, stroking Ning Rongrong's head. Not bad. You seem to have matured a bit compared to before. As he spoke, he looked at Ning Rongrong, then at Zhang Ge. Hey, the more I look, the more they seem like a good match. However, he wouldn't interfere in matters between the younger generation. So he released Ning Rongrong and asked Zhang Ge, what do you mean by merging with the environment? How should it be done? Tang San immediately perked up his ears. Zhang Ge, how would I know? I only realized you were hiding in the shadows because the system gave a hint. What I just said was just to show off. I put on an act, and I have to finish it even on my knees. I can't do it right now. Zhang Ge said, having only the theory but not being able to execute it, he can't convince others. Master, thank you for being offended. Sword Douluo didn't make it hard for him and nodded. You brat, I thought you were calm under pressure, but I didn't expect you to have calculated me into it. Even without you, he wouldn't have been able to take me away. Zhang Ge, full of confidence, said, old man, you're not here just to save me, are you? Once the soul skill from the third soul ring is unleashed, that guy will definitely be gravely injured, if not dead. However, that would also hurt me, as that soul skill is a last resort double-edged sword. Sword Douluo said to Ning Rongrong, you and your classmates should go ahead. I'll have a word with this kid. All right, Grandpa, Ning Rongrong replied. Everyone bowed and left, and Sword Douluo stood with his hands behind his back. Kid, do you know your current situation? I know a bit. That person just now is from the Spirit Hall, and I tracked him here. This time, I drove him back, but the Spirit Hall won't give up easily. Stronger spirit masters will come looking for you in the future. So, it would be better for you to join our 7-treasure glazed tile school now. With us as your backing, the Spirit Hall wouldn't dare to act against you lightly. Zhang Ge thought for a moment and took out the family emblem of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Upon seeing the emblem, Douluo was taken aback. You, who are you? I might be a member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Douluo's expression became complicated. Might be? This emblem has been with me since I can remember, but my parents were already gone by then, and no one in the village recognized it. So I'm not sure. Douluo sighed. There's a kind of excellence called someone else's child. Ning Rongrong was already very outstanding, but compared to Zhang Ge, she was far behind. Suddenly, he had a bright idea. If in the future Zhang Ge and Ning Rongrong ended up together, Zhang Ge would then be considered half a member of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Moreover, they could also form an alliance with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. And then the two major forces would merge into one, eliminating worries about the Spirit Hall. This matter needs to be discussed with Ning Fengji when I return. After all, the relationship between the blue electric and the 7-treasure glazed tile school is not very good. However, if in the future this kid Zhang Ge can become the head of the blue electric family, then the relationship between the two families should improve a lot. All right, kid, I never expected you to have this hidden identity. Today was not in vain, and don't forget, when Rongrong returns to the sect in the future, you must come back with her. Definitely. Watching Douluo leave on his sword, Zhang Ge shook his head. I feel like I should find a time to return to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Not to mention sending a title Douluo. Even if they sent 2 spirit Douluos, Flinder and the others wouldn't be able to stop them. The next morning, after everyone finished breakfast, they gathered on the playground, and the master was already waiting for them. I have understood your respective martial souls and abilities. Starting today, I will begin enhanced training for you. Zhang Ge, step forward. Without injuring them, take them down one by one. Zhang Ge has already guessed it, and the others were stunned. Wow, fighting against Zhang Ge? Dai Lauda. Zhang Ge turned around and shouted, you're the strongest, you start. Dai Mubai stretched his muscles and said, let's fight. Last time in the hotel, I suffered a big loss because I didn't understand, but it won't be so easy this time. Martial soul possession. His bones made crackling sounds. His muscles bulged, almost bursting his clothes, and a wicked light surged in his eyes. Fire eyes and golden eyes. Zhang Ge was the first to use this soul skill. This soul skill is not exactly the same as the fire eyes and golden eyes of the monkey back then. After being modified into a soul skill, in addition to seeing through illusions and recognizing true forms, it also has the effect of detecting weaknesses. When the crowd saw the flames erupting from Zhang Ge's eyes, they were all taken aback. What kind of bizarre soul skill is this? Wow, are you a soul skill factory? Where did so many strange soul skills come from? 048 Yellow Sparrow. Dai Mubai felt a cold wind blow through his body, instantly feeling as if he was completely exposed in front of Zhang Ge. What kind of strange soul skill is this? Why do I feel like I've been completely seen through? The master stared at Zhang Ge without blinking. This child's performance is completely beyond my expectations, with all sorts of bizarre and powerful soul skills emerging one after another. He truly is a prodigy, able to comprehend so many soul skills. Be careful. Zhang Ge rushed forward with the golden cudgel. He thought it would be too easy to defeat Dai Mubai. Controlling the cudgel from a distance could make Dai Mubai not recognize his own mother in minutes. However, that way, he wouldn't be able to test the effectiveness of the weakness detection ability to see if it really worked. The effect of weakness detection was very useful when facing high-level opponents. So, Zhang Ge treated Dai Mubai as the contra he had encountered last night and began to fight cautiously. In the vision of weakness detection, Dai Mubai was entirely white, but several spots flickered with red light. These spots were the detected weaknesses. Dai Mubai took Zhang Ge seriously and immediately used his first and third soul skills to enhance himself. When he saw Zhang Ge charging towards him and fighting in a structured manner, he was confused. What is going on? Aren't you supposed to first strip me of my clothes, make me sweat, and then beat me up? Or just throw the cudgel out and control it from a distance to hit me? Charging in for close combat, what is this? Dai Mubai was a bit confused, not daring to counter easily, and began to use the power of his martial spirit to dance around Zhang Ge. I want to release those soul skills. You go all out, Zhang Ge said. Dai Mubai was taken aback, nodded, and began to attack with all his might. Without worries holding him back, he became less cautious, and his speed and strength increased exponentially. Still not enough. Rong Rong boosted strength and speed. Ning Rong Rong looked at the master, who nodded, and Ning Rong Rong immediately released her martial spirit. Now it started to look like something. Dai Mubai felt a surge of anger, feeling belittled. And combined with the recent neglect from Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed to have feelings for Zhang Ge, Dai Mubai became increasingly furious, and his attacks grew more ferocious. Zhang Ge gradually felt the pressure. However, this was exactly what he wanted. His imagined rival was someone of a higher rank, and it would be abnormal not to feel pressure. He bore the pressure and calmly began to attack the weaknesses on Dai Mubai. However, Dai Mubai seemed very aware of his own weaknesses and always intentionally or unintentionally protected those areas. But Zhang Ge was not just someone who swung a stick to hit people. He could also manipulate from a distance. After a clash, Zhang Ge quickly retreated, and Dai Mubai advanced. Zhang Ge swung his right hand, and the golden cudgel transformed into an arc, flying out and quickly circling behind Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was startled and thought, not good. Bang! The weakness at his lower back was struck, and Dai Mubai let out a painful cry. Zhang Ge's strength was not great, and the golden cudgel was not unsealed in weight, so this was completely due to hitting the weak points. At this point, the battle situation reversed, and Dai Mubai's weaknesses were struck one by one, quickly leaving him unable to get up. Zhang Ge walked up to him and extended his hand. Dai Mubai stood up, deeply affected. I didn't expect that with the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda assisting you. Even under the condition of you holding back, I would still be beaten so badly. You're 9 levels higher than me, even if there's a difference. What? How much? How much am I behind you? Dai Mubai was shocked, and the others also showed astonishment. The master was also dumbfounded. I'm at level 46, 9 levels higher than you. Even if I hold back, I can still crush you. Damn, everyone gasped. 46. It's only been a few days, and you're already at 46? How did you level up so fast? No. Dai Mubai quickly realized that even if I'm 9 levels behind you, with Ning Rongrong's assistance, the gap between us shouldn't be that big, and you were holding back. There's no way I could lose so quickly and so badly. Right? Your eye spirit ability. Congratulations, blind one, you've discovered the flaw. Zhang Ge applauded in praise. Fiery eyes. Zhang Ge's eyes began to burn, radiating a glaring golden red light that was hard to look at directly, capable of seeing through illusions, identifying true forms, and detecting weaknesses. After you activated the spirit ability, all your attributes increased, and your body became very tough, but there would always be places that are weaknesses, even without using much strength. Attacking those weaknesses could quickly take you down. Xiao Wu's expression slightly changed. Strong, really strong. Dai Mubai was convinced. With the ability to detect weaknesses, combined with your remote control and instant movement, plus your several weakening spirit abilities, in a one-on-one fight, you are invincible. Zhang Ge shrugged and looked at Xiao Wu. All right, next, it's your turn, Xiao Wu. I'll wait a bit longer, Xiao Wu said softly, her gaze slightly evasive. Zhang Ge walked up to her and said, no matter the circumstances, I will never hurt you. What are you afraid of? This had a double meaning. Xiao Wu understood, but it seemed she didn't fully grasp it. And rest assured, I won't use my fiery eyes on you. It would be too unfair to you all, except for Dai Mubai. Everyone laughed. Of course, without the fiery eyes, we're all just weaknesses in your eyes. The master said, next, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, and Zhu Zhuqing, you three will form a group. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San, you three will form another group. However, the requirement has changed. It's not Zhang Ge defeating you, but you all cooperating to defeat Zhang Ge. Let's just go all out together, Zhang Ge said. The master's expression turned serious. Do not be arrogant or underestimate your opponent. Oscar spoke up, teacher, it's not that Zhang Ge is being arrogant. You haven't seen it. When he was level 42, he defeated 2 soul sects that were higher than him. One of those soul sects even had a flying martial spirit. That's right. Ma Hongjun added, even if all 6 of us attack together, it might not be enough for him. The master looked at Zhang Ge and paused for a moment. All right then, let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we can regroup. Be careful of his teleportation. That stick of his and his soul skills. Mentioning soul skills, the 3 girls turned pale. They hadn't forgotten that Zhang Ge had a soul skill that could instantly strip others down to their underwear. If they were left in their underwear and seen by these men, it would be a huge embarrassment, especially Zhu Zhuqing. Just thinking about her explosive figure being exposed made her feel a bit hot in the face. If it was just Zhang Ge seeing it, it wouldn't be so bad. But now there were so many people around. Wait, what am I thinking? Why do I have the thought of it wouldn't be a big deal for Zhang Ge to see? Don't worry, I won't use death stripping on you 3. But for you 3, Ma Gonggong. Ma Hongjun, and the others trembled in fear. Begin, the master commanded. Zhang Ge shouted, death separation. Ma Hongjun and the others were taken aback for a moment. But in that brief instant, Zhang Ge vanished from his original spot and appeared behind Ning Rongrong. At the same time, Xiao Wu also teleported behind Zhang Ge. 049 no problem. If Zhang Ge attacked Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu's attack would also fall on Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge curled the corner of his mouth. He knew that Xiao Wu's 3rd soul skill was teleportation, but Xiao Wu's teleportation was far inferior to his. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Zhang Ge disappeared from his spot, and in less than a second, his figure appeared in several places. Such fast teleportation. Indeed, there is no cooldown. It's impossible to capture him. A teleportation ability without cooldown is terrifying. Although Xiao Wu's teleportation also has no cooldown, it can only go up to 5 meters at most. And the soul power consumption is too high, making it impossible to teleport freely like Zhang Ge. You all need to be careful. Zhang Ge's voice echoed from all directions. Sometimes distant, sometimes near. The next moment, bang, Ma Hongjun was suddenly kicked in the back, and he flew forward, tumbling like a dog eating shit. The blue-silver grass broke through the ground, sweeping toward Zhang Ge, who elegantly teleported away, leaving the blue-silver grass to miss its target. Disciple, not bad reflexes. It's just a pity you were a little late. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, the last word echoing behind her. But at the same moment, the blue-silver grass emerged from the ground behind her, yet it still missed. Bang! The golden cudgel flew in from somewhere and struck Oscar directly. 2 support-type soul masters. Stop focusing on protecting, just one. This time, Zhang Ge didn't teleport again, but stopped in front of everyone. Oscar fell to the ground, his internal energy surging. If Zhang Ge hadn't held back, that strike could have broken 3 of his ribs. Oscar, you're out. The master's voice sounded. Oscar left dejectedly. You thought my primary target was Ning Rongrong, but in reality, it was Oscar. Without him, you can't fly. Tang San and the others suddenly realized that Zhang Ge's target was the flying mushroom sausage. If you can't fly, you're just targets. Golden cudgel, go. Whoosh. The golden cudgel whistled away, instantly growing larger in midair, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. They could not withstand this strike. They needed to dodge. As they dodged, it was just as Zhang Ge had anticipated. The golden cudgel was merely a decoy. Ning Rongrong hurriedly tried to evade. when suddenly she heard Zhang Ge's voice behind her. This time, no one will save you. Just as the words fell, the blue silver grass shot through the air and wrapped around her waist, and Zhang Ge chuckled. Disciple, your reflexes are indeed quick. Void grip. Tang San thought Zhang Ge was going to use void grip to snatch Ning Rongrong from him, but he didn't expect Zhang Ge's target to be him. Feeling his body uncontrollably flying towards Zhang Ge, Tang San squinted. The blue silver grass in midair split into two strands, one wrapping around Zhang Ge and the other wrapping around a large tree not far away. Zhang Ge dodged swiftly and stopped with a void grip. Tang San had also entangled the big tree, and with the blue silver grass retracted, he quickly moved towards the tree with Ning Rongrong. However, he didn't expect Zhang Ge to let out a mischievous laugh. You've separated from the others. Tang San was taken aback, only to realize that Zhang Ge was standing in front of the big tree waiting for him, and had activated the void grip. There was no time to withdraw, and with the pull of the void grip, Tang San was rapidly drawn towards Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge waved his hand, and the golden cudgel flew back, extending in his grip. In a flash, it struck Tang San in the chest, sending him flying. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he let go of Ning Rongrong. Otherwise, she would have been sent flying with him. Tang San, you're out. Tang San hung his head in disappointment, not expecting to be the second one eliminated. Master, you're amazing. Without these two, their flying abilities and Tang San's control were cut off, making it much easier to deal with the remaining four, who were quickly defeated by Zhang Ge one by one. There was no suspense at all. Zhang Ge didn't even use death stripping from start to finish. The master shook his head. The gap is too big. Everyone fell silent. Should I go easy next time? Zhang Ge asked. Before the master could respond, others chimed in. No way. You already went easy this time, not using those two soul skills that involve your clothes and sweating. If you go easy again, even if we win, it won't mean anything. That's right, the master said. Next time, you not only can't go easy, but you also have to give it your all, or else they won't make any progress. Give my all? Teacher, you know I have a soul skill that forcibly strips clothes. If I use it on Xiao Wu and the others, don't you think you'll face enemies who aren't female soul masters? The master countered. Of course. I won't hold back against enemies. The master was silent for a moment. Forget it. After all, there's a difference between genders. You can skip that soul skill against female classmates, but for others, you must give it your all. No problem. The master addressed everyone. Next time, I will have Zhang Ge defeat you in the shortest time possible, and you need to last longer against him. Only then will you continue to improve. Yes, teacher, everyone replied. Shortly after, the master pointed out everyone's shortcomings during the battle, and they nodded in agreement. Becoming stronger is not something that happens overnight. We need to identify problems and solve them, but you made too many mistakes today. If Xiao Ge were the enemy, none of you would survive. As a punishment for your mistakes, there are prepared rocks at the academy gate. Each of you must carry one and run 20 round trips from the academy to Soto City without using soul power. Remember, you are a team. If one person fails to complete the punishment, then everyone goes without food. Zhang Ge was the first to run towards the door, with the others closely following. Xiao Ge, you performed well. Why do you have to be punished with us? Dai Mubai asked. We are a team, Zhang Ge replied. Everyone was taken aback. A team, sharing joys and sorrows, honor and disgrace together. This is not just talk. When they reached the door, there were indeed 8 bamboo baskets, each labeled with a name, and the stones inside varied in size and weight. Zhang Ge almost cursed, as his basket of stones was nearly full. Even the others, including Dai Mubai, had baskets that were smaller by 2 circles. Brother, is it really necessary to do this to me? How am I supposed to help the girls with this? Shouldering the bamboo basket, everyone ran out, with Zhang Ge bringing up the rear. Not far into the run, everyone began to show signs of fatigue. Tang San came up to Zhang Ge's side. Master Uncle, this isn't a way to continue. I know. Huh? Master Uncle, I'm already sweating. How come you haven't broken a sweat at all? Zhang Ge glanced at him. Good teeth lead to a good appetite, a strong body, and everything tastes delicious. Tang San. Cough cough. Master Uncle, we're doing okay, but Rongrong and the others are a bit slow. At this rate, we won't be able to finish. Ning Rongrong turned back to look at them, and Zhang Ge said loudly, stop for a moment. Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, give me some of your stones. But like this. We are a team and should help each other. That's what the big brother means. But your basket of stones is too big. Zhang Ge put down the basket, took out the golden staff, and struck down, shattering the stone. The original gaps were filled, and there was more space in the basket. You can't die from holding in your urine. As long as the weight remains unchanged, there's no problem. Zhang Ge retracted the golden staff. Everyone was taken aback. No problem there. 050, are you human? With mutual assistance, after a few hours, everyone finally completed the task. Looking at the disheveled crowd at the academy entrance, the master remained silent. Zhang Ge, you are such a monster. At first, everyone wasn't too tired, so they didn't distribute the stones to Zhang Ge. But later, when Ning Rongrong and Oscar couldn't hold on anymore, they slowly started to share the stones with others for help. Dai Mubai and Tang San weren't too outrageous, but the stones in Zhang Ge's bamboo basket were already higher than his head. To prevent the stones from falling out, he even specially tied them up with a rope. In this situation, while everyone else was collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, Zhang Ge elegantly unloaded the bamboo basket and lightly bounced on the spot, constantly swinging his limbs to relieve his slightly sore muscles. What kind of monster stamina is this? He didn't know that Zhang Ge always believed in the saying, the body is the capital of revolution. Therefore, on Earth, aside from studying cultural subjects, he spent most of his spare time exercising, ultimately earning numerous titles such as Cultured Muscle Man, Marathon Old Emperor, 5,000 Long-Distance Running Road Roller, Devil on the Track. And are you even human? Back in the day, the PE teacher tried to persuade him to join the school sports team, and after 2 months of relentless talks and brainwashing, he almost fell into depression because Zhang Ge refused to join. After entering the world of Douluo Continent and replacing the original Zhang Ge, although his body became more juvenile, his physical condition did not weaken at all. After awakening his martial soul and becoming a soul master, his physical quality was further multiplied. For example, when he awakened as a soul master, if we assume his physical condition improved tenfold, an ordinary person would go from 1 to 10. However, Zhang Ge would go from 3 to 30. The difference is still threefold, but the gap between 1 and 3 and between 10 and 30 is incredibly huge. If it weren't for Zhang Ge, this devil, taking on so much burden for them, they wouldn't even be able to collapse and gasp for breath. Several of them would definitely have fainted. Zhang Ge, answer me seriously. The master's voice made everyone struggle to lift their heads, and Ning Rongrong and Oscar looked somewhat dazed. What? Zhang Ge asked. The master looked intently at Zhang Ge. Are you human? Everyone. That's right, we want to ask the same thing. This. Do you need me to take off my clothes to prove it? To see if I have a tail or scales or something? Hang Ye Ritoted. As expected of you. You can still make cheeky remarks at this time. The master cleared his throat, not abandoning, nor giving up. Very good, this time I'll consider you passed. Everyone go back to your dorms. I have prepared medicinal baths for you. I'll see them off. Zhang Ge summoned the golden cudgel and made it grow larger, while Tang San and Dai Mubai struggled to climb up. A few girls and Oscar, the head steward, were moved up by Zhang Ge. As they watched the golden cudgel soar into the sky, the master's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Hearing about it was not as good as seeing it in person. The marvelous use of Zhang Ge's martial soul made the master unable to help but exclaim in wonder. You really are a devil. Flinder quietly appeared and said. If it weren't for Zhang Ge today, they would definitely be lying here, and who knows, a few might even be sent away. The master rolled his eyes at him. Nonsense, I have strictly calculated their stamina. Although they might faint from exhaustion, there would absolutely be no danger to their lives. After sending everyone back to their respective dormitories, a few middle-aged women were standing outside the girls' dormitory, likely the village aunties. After sending everyone off, Zhang Ge returned to his own dormitory, took off his clothes, and stepped into the bath barrel. So comfortable. Is this a medicinal bath? Much more comfortable than a hot spring. If a few girls could come and massage my back and legs right now, that would be the life of a god. By the way, let me give you a guasha, said the system, and let me adjust your bones. Zhang Ge replied. Then I'll send you to the ICU. The system said, forget that. I'll just book you a spot at the crematorium, then hire a small fishing boat to scatter your ashes at sea. Zhang Ge said, system, I feel that our relationship as a system and host hasn't reached that point of tension yet. Damn, now you tell me it hasn't reached that point? Clearly, you're the one who jumps in to annoy me every day and issues those ridiculous tasks, with each punishment more devilish than the last. You're my host, and I am your system. We should care for and help each other, not use malicious words to hurt one another. The system said solemnly, you're about to send me to the ICU, and I can't scatter your ashes? All right, no more nonsense. Ahem. Task activated. Enter the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and obtain the identity of the legitimate heir of the family. Task reward. Increase soul power by 2 levels. Failure penalty. Identity badge will be revoked, and the difficulty of Lurlong and BB Dong's tasks will increase 5-fold. Task deadline. 3 months. I knew you would issue this task. Zhang Ge said, I just didn't expect the punishment to be so serious this time. The next morning, Zhang Ge woke up feeling refreshed. When he stepped outside, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were waiting for him at the door. Zhang Ge felt a bit moved. After being so exhausted yesterday, he was sure he would be incredibly hungry when he got up today. He thought they would go straight to have breakfast this morning, but he didn't expect them to come find him first. Zhang Ge said, "No, we've already eaten," Ning Rongrong said. "Yeah, we all finished eating, didn't leave anything for you." Xiao Wu said, "Hang Yi." "Ha, just kidding, let's go. I'm really starving." Xiao Wu stepped forward and grabbed his hand. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared, as usual, and everyone headed to the cafeteria together. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun had already started eating. Everyone smelled the aroma of the food, and without caring about anything else, they rushed in and devoured it. After finishing the meal, Dai Mubai said, "Let's quickly wash the dishes and gather." Zhang Ge nodded, and Xiao Wu said, "Washing pots and dishes is not something you men should do. Let's handle it." "That's great." Ma Hongjun and Oscar's eyes lit up. But they didn't expect to see Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's 2 pairs of small white hands grabbing Zhang Ge's utensils right after. Zhu Zhuqing didn't move, but looking at Zhang Ge's utensils, her eyes seemed to show some impulse. "Oh well, thank you, ladies." After Zhang Ge said this, he turned and walked outside. The boys looked at Zhang Ge's departing figure, then looked down at their unattended utensils. Is the gap between people always so big? Well, anyway, they will clean it up even if left here. As he got up to walk out, Xiao Wu's voice came from behind. "Washing pots and dishes is not something you men should do, but you can help us pour out the water from those big buckets. Don't forget to help us with that." Dai Mubai and the others were stunned, and Zhang Ge had already soared away gracefully with his golden hoop rod. "Zhang Ge is the most reliable," Ning Rongrong said softly. "That's right. Zhang Ge is the most reliable," Xiao Wu replied. Time passed bit by bit, and soon, a month of intense training came to an end. During this month, Zhang Ge would beat the Shrek 7 monsters every day. At first, he could beat them even while holding back, and in the end, he could still beat them while holding back. Not holding back was not an option. After the weight of the golden hoop rod increased, one hit could send a few away. However, there were good results, their teamwork improved, and they could withstand Zhang Ge's attacks for longer. Besides that, the 8 of them often sparred against each other or practiced cooperative combat together. Zhang Ge cannot always be the boss. After all, he is also one of the students. Besides these 7 people, Zhang Ge has made great progress, most visibly demonstrated by his increasingly skilled and smooth ability to manipulate the golden cudgel from a distance. And his usage of various soul skills has gradually reached a high level of proficiency, with his combat experience multiplying. Combat experience is the most important thing. In the past, Zhang Ge's fighting style was a standard street thug style, using a roguelike chaotic approach. Although the soul power consumption of his soul skills was minimal, it often led to some waste. Now that his combat experience has improved, he has a better grasp of the rhythm of battle. One day, the master called Zhang Ge to his office. "Recently, things outside the academy have been a bit unsettled," the master said. "Yes, I've noticed," Zhang Ge nodded. "According to Flinder's investigation, there have been 3 forces outside the academy, one of which is the Spirit Hall, another is the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and the 3rd force, as expected, should be the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. My identity shouldn't have reached their ears yet, right?" Zhang Ge asked. The master nodded no, but it's quite normal for the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, as one of the upper 3 sects, to be interested in the emergence of a genius like you. However, they have been hiding in the shadows, observing, and haven't taken any action. On the other hand, the 7-treasure glazed tile school has blocked 2 groups from the Spear Hall. "Old Sword is quite righteous," Zhang Ge said softly. The master said, "There is no time to waste. The 7-treasure glazed tile school can't protect you for a lifetime. It is your family that should truly stand up to protect you. So prepare today, and tomorrow morning, we will set off for True Dragon Mountain. Aren't you coming with me, old brother?" The master sighed and shook his head. "Xiao Ge, it's not appropriate to continue using the name Zhang Ge once you go to the family. I've given you a new name, you Tiange. Consider it your code name while walking in the family." Zhang Ge nodded. If he really changed his name, that wouldn't be good. Old Zhang would surely kill him. But if it's just a code name, then it's no problem. However, your nephew's generation is called Yu Tian something. Is it really okay for me to be named Yu Tiange? Forget it, there probably isn't an X generation in Douluo Continent. When he saw the others, he explained the situation, and Xiao Wu immediately said, "I want to go with you." "No need, I'll be back soon." With just over a month left, he still had to get Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, so he wouldn't be staying in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family all the time. Dai Mubai, said seriously. The struggle for the family's legitimate status is often very cruel. Xiaogang, I hope we can go together. Otherwise, if you go back alone, it would be easy to suffer losses. Yes, that's right. We can help you, Ning Rongrong said. We are a team, a whole. You said that yourself. Zhu Qing added. But the situation is different now, Zhang Ge said. That's on the top 3 sections. If I take you with me, and something really happens, that would be bad. Bringing you along would just be a burden. Zhang Ge didn't dare to say it out loud. I have teleportation and the golden cudgel for flight. If I really want to run, who can stop me? Uncle Master, if there is no danger, we wouldn't even accompany you. Tang San laughed. Yeah, if there's no danger, what are we worried about? Oscar said. I want to go see the beauties in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Ma Hongjun said, with longing. It's precisely because of the danger that we need to stick together, Dai Mubai said in a deep voice. I come from a big family and understand the stakes involved. Just as Zhang Ge was about to speak, the master's voice rang out behind him. Since everyone wants to go, let's go together. Zhang Ge was taken aback. Big brother. No, teacher, is this appropriate? The master said, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family is not as cruel as Mubai described. You can look out for each other and consider it a training experience. It's also good to broaden your horizons. Great. Everyone laughed. I have already contacted the family spies outside the academy and informed them of your identities. Tomorrow morning, they will escort you back to True Dragon Mountain. As the master spoke, his expression darkened a bit, and he muttered to himself, so many years have passed. I wonder how my father is doing. Let's go pack our bags. Huh. I never expected to have the chance to learn about the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Dragon's sister. Oh, Dragon's sister. Rest up and be in high spirits tomorrow. We can't lose Shrek's face in front of the top 3 sects. Okay. Looking at this group of vibrant young people, the gloom on the master's face dissipated, and he rarely showed a hint of a smile. Father, I am disappointing, bringing shame to you and the family. Little Ge, consider this my explanation to the family. The master looked up at the sky, muttering to himself. Everyone excitedly went back to prepare, and the next morning they got up early, finished breakfast, and walked towards the academy's exit. Outside the academy, a luxurious carriage was already waiting, adorned with the family crest of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Several soul masters dressed in blue and green uniforms stood beside the carriage. As the master and Zhang Ge approached, they bowed, subordinate Zhang, greeting the young master. The master waved his hand. I'm no longer a member of the family. Please do not call me that anymore. This is the direct descendant of the family, Yu Tinga. Zhang did not insist, and said to Zhang Ge, please show your nameplate. Zhang Ge took out the nameplate, and Zhang examined it carefully, nodding. The nameplate is correct. Please let the young master board the carriage. Zhang Ge's eye twitched. You are the young master. Your whole family is young masters. Xiao Wu and Oscar's eyes lit up. Wow. Now he has become one of the young masters of the top 3 sects. That's impressive. Seeing that Xiao Wu and the others were also getting into the car, Yu Zhang's expression changed slightly. These few are close friends with me, Zhang Ge said directly. Everyone felt warm in their hearts. They were not just classmates or friends, but close friends. The deepest bond of friendship. Zhang Ge is just Zhang Ge. His attitude towards the people around him won't change because of a change in identity. Yu Zhang said, young master, this probably won't work. I want them to go together. Yu Zhang shook his head. It really won't work. Zhang Ge squinted his eyes. What? Is my speech not effective? Yu Zhang stared at him, remaining silent. Just as the master was about to speak, Zhang Ge jumped out of the car. Then I won't go either. You can go back and report by yourself. This guy, who keeps calling me young master, still wants to assert dominance over me? Damn it, do I indulge you? If I back down here and really go to the family, wouldn't I be bullied to death by you? Everyone was stunned, and Yu Zhang was also taken aback. Good gracious, this young master jumps out of the car at the slightest disagreement. So strong-willed and tough. 052 followed the plan as everyone was in a daze. Zhang Ge really turned his back and walked towards the academy. At this moment, everyone felt deeply moved. Because they couldn't go, Zhang Ge also said he wouldn't go. This is true solidarity in adversity. Yu Zhang quickly said, young master, please wait. Zhang Ge kept moving, and Yu Zhang hurriedly ran to his side. Young master, wait. Please allow me to report to the family. Is that okay? If you really see me as a young master, then from now on, you will follow my orders. If you don't see me as a young master, then get lost right now. Zhang Ge said, you don't value me, and I don't value you either. Everyone stared at Zhang Ge, who had a rebellious look on his face, as if they had just met him. Is this still the gentle, refined, and polite Zhang Ge they knew? If I don't show my power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Zhang Ge said, throwing the nameplate directly at Yu Zhang's face. Take this nameplate and get lost. Go back and tell them I want to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. Young master, don't be angry. It was my subordinate who spoke wrongly. It's my fault. Please keep this nameplate. Yu Zhang's face turned pale. Since learning that there was a genius boy from Shrek Academy, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, like the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, had set their sights here. When they learned that the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had already started secretly competing for this boy, the family's higher-ups began discussing how to draw this genius boy into the family. Later, when they found out that this boy had the family's direct descendant nameplate, the higher-ups were shocked. This was the most legitimate reason to bring Zhang Ge into the family. Therefore, Yu Zhang rushed here overnight, ready to escort him. After meeting Zhang Ge, Yu Zhang thought that aside from being somewhat good-looking, he didn't seem to be anything special, just a kid. Thus, he felt a bit contemptuous. But he didn't expect this young master to have such a tough and domineering temper. Indeed, this tough and domineering personality was indicative of a direct descendant. When he heard that Zhang Ge was going and even threw away the nameplate, Yu Zhang was so scared that he nearly lost his mind. If he really lost such a family genius because of this, his fate would be worse than death. My young master, it's my fault. Please have mercy and don't hold it against me. It was my mistake. By the end, Yu Zhang was hugging Zhang Ge's thigh, almost crying. Now I ask you, is there any problem with him coming with me? No problem at all. Did you behave on the way? Yes. If the young master tells me to go east, I will never go west. This is the last chance I'm giving you. Zhang Ge waved his hand. Let's go. We're getting in the car. Yu Zhang broke into a smile and hurriedly ran to the carriage door, respectfully opening it. Young master Tang Ge, please. A few young friends, please. Zhang Ge did not glance sideways as he boarded the carriage, with the others closely following behind. When Xiaowu passed by Yu Zhang, she made a face. Yu Zhang. These are all the young master's close friends. I can't afford to offend them. Yu Zhang bid farewell to the master, mounted his horse, and led a group of guards surrounding the carriage. The master turned back, gave a slight nod, and Flander, hidden in the shadows, soared into the air, silently following the carriage. A sword light followed closely behind, flying high into the sky. The real danger lay along this journey. The Spirit Hall probably wouldn't let Zhang Ge return to his family so easily. However, with Flander and the Sword Daw secretly protecting them along the way, there shouldn't be too many problems. As long as they reached True Dragon Mountain, they would be safe. Inside the carriage. Wow, Xiaogang, I didn't know you had such a domineering side. Xiaowu whispered. The others also looked at Zhang Ge, surprised by his performance today. Many times, your attitude will determine others' attitudes towards you, Zhang Ge said. Everyone nodded. Of course, what can truly determine your attitude is your strength, Zhang Ge continued. The crowd expressed strong agreement. If Zhang Ge were ordinary, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would probably kick him out even if he came to their doorstep, instead of respectfully inviting him back into the family like now. So it really depends on talent and strength. If Zhang Ge really went to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it would definitely be a huge loss for the family. Yu Zhang, at your service. Yu Zhang's face immediately appeared at the carriage window. What is your current strength? Replying to the young master, I am currently at level 71. Besides myself, there are 12 members of the guard team, 2 of whom are Soul Emperors above level 60, and the remaining 10 are all Soul Kings above level 50. You are a Soul Sage. No wonder you look down on me, Zhang Ge said with a raised eyebrow. Yu Zhang's face turned pale, and I wouldn't dare. Young master, please forgive me. I was blind. Stop talking nonsense. I've noted this matter down today. Don't worry, I won't report you to the elders. But remember, a year from now, I will personally teach you a lesson so you know the consequences of underestimating me. A year from now? Young master. With all due respect, you'll only be 13 then and might not even be able to beat me. Of course, if you want to hit me out of frustration, I definitely wouldn't dare to retaliate. I'm currently at level 46. Even if you were at level 46. Oh, what? You're at level 46? But the family intelligence said you were only at level 42? How did you go from level 42 to level 46 in just a few days? Zhang Ge fell silent. Yu Zhang stared at Zhang Ge in disbelief, and he finally understood why the family valued Zhang Ge so much. When I was 12, I hadn't even reached level 30. In the entire family, let alone reaching level 40 at 12, there was probably no one who had even reached level 35. Zhang Ge has already reached level 46. Comparing people can really kill. However, the most crucial thing now is that this beating in a year seems inevitable. Yu Zhang, oh Yu Zhang, Let you look down on others with your dog eyes? A lesson learned the hard way. Rushing all the way, the carriage entered Tobi's city in the evening. Zhang Ge was a bit lost in thought. This was truly a brand new plot. He had never heard of Tobi's city before. How am I supposed to predict the future now? Young master, as per your instructions, there is a hotel in this city that is a family business. With a passage leading outside the city, Yu Zhang whispered in Zhang Ge's ear. Good. Let's continue to act according to plan. No problem. It's just. Seeing Zhang Ge's expression change, Yu Zhang quickly explained, Young master, I wouldn't dare disobey your orders, but I'm worried about your safety if I'm not allowed to escort you. You're worried that you won't be able to report back, right? Yu Zhang was speechless. Don't worry. Without your escort, I will be truly safe. Stick to the plan. Understood. Yu Zhang obediently replied. 053 The Light of Justice. In the middle of the night, Zhang Ge and the others quietly made their way outside the city through the hotel's passage. Report to the host. There are no other presences around. Zhang Ge nodded, took out the jade tablet from his storage belt to compare with his map, summoned the golden cudgel, and everyone climbed on. The golden cudgel soared into the sky, flying towards the direction of Jinlong Mountain. Xiaogang, that jade tablet is at least from a soul saint, even if we don't bring anyone else. Taking him along can significantly enhance our combat power, Xiao Wu said. Little fool, it's precisely because his level is the highest and his strength is the strongest that the people from the Spirit Hall will focus on him. Once he leaves the hotel, the Spirit Hall will immediately notice, Zhang Ge replied. Hearing the term little fool, Xiao Wu's face turned red and she pouted. However, Ning Rongrong showed an envious expression, and Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was somewhat unusual. The Spirit Hall won't discover that we've left in a short period. But it's hard to say for a longer time, Zhang Ge said. So next, I will increase to the maximum speed and need to focus on controlling the golden cudgel. So I'll trouble you all to keep an eye on the surroundings. No problem, everyone replied in unison. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San activated their respective eye techniques to closely monitor the movements around them. They flew until dawn, and there were no pursuers behind them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but Zhang Ge furrowed his brows. After pondering for a few seconds, Zhang Ge gestured with his sword finger, and the golden cudgel immediately made a sharp 90-degree turn. The others were puzzled. Why are we turning? The people from Spirit Hall must have already realized we've left, Zhang Ge said. So we can't fly directly towards Jinlong Mountain now. Tang San added, that's right. The Spirit Hall is likely to send people to ambush us on the way to Jinlong Mountain. Everyone suddenly understood. After making a large detour, they continued flying, and in the evening, Tang San was the first to notice a small village ahead. Zhang Ge said, originally at the speed we were going, we could reach Jinlong Mountain by this evening if we went straight. Now that we've taken a big detour, we probably won't get there until tomorrow morning. Everyone hasn't slept for a day and a night, so it's just right to rest in a nearby village. It's fine. We can manage without resting, Xiao Wu said. What if they catch up to us? Ning Rongrong asked. Don't worry, they won't send pursuit troops. If they do come after us, Yu Zhang will notice and will notify the family directly, which could escalate into a conflict between both sides. Besides, I've already strayed far off course. They won't pursue us this way. The group landed, and Ma Hongjun sighed. This journey has really been quite tumultuous. Zhang Ge said nonsense. If it weren't for you bunch of burdens, I could have asked Oscar for dozens of sausages and teleported all the way to Jinlong Mountain within 12 hours. Upon entering the village, it was just the right time for dinner, and smelling the aroma in the air, everyone felt their stomachs rumbling. They casually found a household, and everyone unanimously suggested that the two pretty and adorable little girls, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, go knock on the door. However, after knocking on several doors, even though there were people inside, there was no response. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun almost just barged into a random house. Finally, when they knocked on the door of the 10th or so house, an elderly voice came from the courtyard. Who is it? And the courtyard door opened, and an elderly lady appeared before them. Hello, grandmother, we're just passing by. We are tired and hungry from our journey. Could we have something to eat and rest here? We will pay. The old lady was a bit guarded, and after scanning the group, she realized they were just a bunch of kids. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. Come in. Thank you, grandmother. Once inside, there was only a somewhat worn bowl on the table, with just some plain porridge in it. No one said anything. In a remote rural area, it was impossible to have a feast, and they could eat some of Oscar's sausages later. The old lady trembled as she picked up some firewood. I'm the only one eating. I didn't make much, but I'll go make some more for you. I'll help. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong quickly said. Zhang Ge stood up and said, step aside. Xiao Wu was taken aback, and suddenly remembered that among their group, Zhang Ge cooked the best. All right, you do it. Xiao Ge cooks the best. Xiao Wu said. Manager Ma, come help me start the fire, Zhang Ge said. Huh. Ma Hongjun was almost in tears. I'll make it for you to eat first. Okay. Ma Hongjun immediately got up. Zhang Ge and Ma Hongjun were busy in the kitchen, while Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong chatted with the old lady. Grandma, do you eat alone? Where are your family members? The old lady sighed, tears in her eyes. My husband passed away early, and my children have fled to escape. Fled? Everyone was taken aback. You don't know. There has been a powerful soul beast causing trouble near our village, destroying crops and killing people. We can't afford to hire a soul master for help. The young have all run away, and the elderly can't escape, so we can only wait here to die. Everyone exchanged glances, and Tang San asked, what kind of soul beast is it? I don't know its name, but it looks like a tiger. How about we help? Before Oscar could finish his sentence, Dai Mubai whispered, Xiaogang is in a hurry. Let us not waste time here. We can come back to help when we return. After all, the soul beast has been causing trouble for a long time. It's not urgent to solve it in the next few days. Oscar nodded and fell silent, and the others also became quiet. They were all passionate young people, and when they saw such a situation, they wanted to help, especially since no one else had offered them a hand, and it was this kind-hearted old lady who took them in. How could they stand by while she was in trouble? However, there were indeed more important matters at hand. The old lady stared at them blankly. Can you help? Well, Oscar looked embarrassed. If you can help, please, I beg you. The old lady was in tears, pleading, I beg you, I beg you. If it weren't for Xiao Wu's quick reflexes, the old lady would have almost knelt down. Zhang Ge's voice came from the kitchen. Can you help? Everyone was taken aback. Xiao Ge? Zhang Ge peeked out from the kitchen wearing an apron. What time and under what circumstances do those soul beasts usually appear? They generally appear in the evening and at night, the old lady said excitedly, her voice trembling a bit. So by nighttime, every household locks their doors tightly, but sometimes it can burst into the yard or the house and hurt people. Kids, if you can truly help, our entire village will give you all the valuable things we have. Whatever you want, we will give it to you. Zhang Ge waved his hand. All we want is peace and tranquility. The crowd was stunned. Wow, the light of righteousness. Looking at the eager gazes of the crowd, Zhang Ge felt a headache. I also want to wait until I return to solve it, but there's no way. This damn system has issued a mission. Resolve the soul beast incident, increase soul power by 1 level, or suffer a week of toothache if failed. 054, Boss Dai. Be a bit more flamboyant. After dinner, Zhang Ge said, I have a plan. The crowd quickly asked, what plan? Boss Dai, I think you can make a sacrifice. Dai Mubai. What devilish idea have you come up with this time? Among us, only your martial soul is the white tiger martial soul, so. A strong sense of foreboding rose in Dai Mubai's heart. Very strong. A few minutes later, at the village head, are you sure this will work? With his martial soul activated, Dai Mubai stood shirtless under the old crooked tree at the village head, twisting his neck and looking at Zhang Ge with teary eyes. Don't worry, it will definitely work. You have to believe in your charm with the white tiger. Zhang Ge said, I believe in what? Dai Mubai shouted in his heart. Standing here, shirtless like a fool at night. Can it really attract that tiger soul beast? Actually, he initially refused firmly. But Zhang Ge said, isn't this a good opportunity to show off in front of Zhu Zhuqing? To save the weak, to punish the soul beast. Making a little sacrifice will earn you her admiration. When he said this, Zhang Ge's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his tone carried the temptation of a devil. So Dai Mubai came here, took off his upper clothes, and activated his martial soul. But he always felt like he was being tricked. Don't just stand there like a telephone pole. You have to be a bit more flamboyant. Twist around, roar a few times, that's how you can lure that guy out. I have to be more flamboyant? Dai Mubai looked at Zhang Ge with raised eyebrows. Zhang Ge gave him a wink and nodded towards Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai followed his gaze, and, sure enough, Zhu Zhuqing was looking at him. Let's do this. An immense power surged through Dai Mubai. It's just a little flamboyant. Shaking it up and shouting a few times, right? I can do it. So, Dai Mubai started to shake his body, occasionally shouting a couple of times. Everyone stared in disbelief at this scene. If it were Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, or Zhu Zhuqing, who were all cute and beautiful, shaking like this, everyone would definitely be drooling. But now it was Dai Mubai shaking like this. I'm blind, Oscar said. It's the first time I've seen Boss Dai shake like this. Before, it was always other girls shaking in front of him. Ma Hongjun said. It seems he learned a lot of good things from those girls, Zhang Ge said. Zhu Zhuqing curled her lip, showing a hint of disgust. But soon this disgust faded into indifference, and finally, indifference turned into mockery. Ah, this is really... Tang San couldn't find the right words. I'm blind. Oscar exclaimed. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong blushed a bit at first, but then they both covered their mouths and giggled. Not enough. Be a little more flamboyant. Zhang Ge shouted loudly. Let's go all out. For Zhu Qing, Dai Mubai's eyes glistened with tears, and his tiger roar echoed into the night. The villagers were all awakened. What's going on? That roar? That beast is back. Quick, block the door. Hurry, start a fire. Make it burn brighter. Hurry. But soon, their fear turned into confusion. Strange? Why does it seem like there are two different roars? It sounds like two different roars, doesn't it? Could it be? Two soul beasts have come? We're doomed. Thanks to Dai Mubai's relentless efforts, the tiger soul beast was finally lured over. Dai Mubai immediately jumped beside everyone. The tiger soul beast broke through the night, its enormous body appearing before everyone under the giant moon. It's the ink tiger soul beast, Tang San whispered. It can spit out smoke as black as ink. And judging by its size, it has been around for at least 6,000 or 7,000 years. Everyone be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ge charged forward with a stick. For such a minor character that could be dealt with in a minute, why be careful? Just do it. The ink tiger roared as Zhang Ge charged, ready to release the black mist, but Zhang Ge directly used the great sage's awe. The ink tiger was momentarily dazed, and in the next second, the golden hoop rod was already in front of it. Bang! The rod struck the ink tiger on the forehead, instantly making it see stars. Then came a brutal beating without any suspense. For a ferocious and high-aged carnivorous soul beast, the great sages typically wouldn't make it submit directly. It needed to be beaten up before it would behave. However, for this ink tiger, 6,000 or 7,000 years old, the great sages had a good chance of directly working, but Zhang Ge still wanted to give it a beating. It's safer this way. The battle quickly ended. The ink tiger knelt on the ground, softly whimpering to show submission. After the golden hoop rod healed its wounds, Zhang Ge leaped onto its back. The task only required resolving the soul beast incident, and it didn't specify that the soul beast had to be killed, so taming it also counted as completing the task. Level 47. Zhang Ge sighed. What about the soul skills we were promised? We're getting off track here. Please stop with the official complaints. The system said, you expect soul skill rewards for such a trivial task? Are you dreaming? The others. Seeing this scene was no longer surprising. Yes, they were already somewhat accustomed to it. Riding back to the old lady's house on the ink tiger, the old lady opened the door and nearly fainted from shock. After explaining, when the old lady learned that Zhang Ge had tamed the soul beast and that their village was now peaceful and safe, she was moved to tears and almost knelt down to Zhang Ge. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong quickly supported her. Once she regained her composure, the excited old lady, forgetting that it was already almost midnight, stepped out briskly to share the good news with the villagers. Watching her, the others felt a bit bittersweet. Ordinary people are so helpless and fragile in the face of soul beasts. Today they dealt with this soul beast. But what if another one comes to cause trouble in the future? Forget it, they decided not to think about it. There were too many such things in the Douluo Continent, and they couldn't manage them all. After a calm night's rest, the next morning, everyone got up full of energy and saw a lavish breakfast spread out on the dining table in the house. This breakfast wasn't much in Soto City, but in this poor village, it could indeed be considered very abundant. The old lady walked in happily and said, "This is all made by the villagers for you. We also prepared some dried eggs and food for you. Old Zhang's family behind the village slaughtered their only cow, and we stewed a lot of beef for you to take on your journey." While she spoke, many villagers walked in carrying large and small bags, leaving everyone a bit stunned. "We don't have much money, but we will take out our best things. You tamed that soul beast, it will never harm us again." "Thank you. Children, just accept these." The others repeatedly declined, but the enthusiastic villagers insisted that they take them. "Just accept them," Zhang Ge said. Everyone was taken aback. Seeing that they accepted, the villagers left satisfied. Xiaogang. Looking at these things, everyone was puzzled about why they had to accept them. Zhang Ge put these items into his storage belt, then took out several money bags filled with gold soul coins and placed them on the table. After eating well, we set off. Looking at the money left by Zhang Ge, everyone smiled. The ferocious third soul ring soul skill, since he had to bring the ink tiger along. Zhang Ge made the golden cudgel a bit larger again. As the golden cudgel grew, some of its weight had to be unsealed, making it slightly harder to control and reducing its speed. Therefore, it was only around noon that they finally caught sight of Jinlong Mountain from a distance. Although the towering mountains were ahead, they still needed at least half an hour to reach it. This journey was finally nearing its end. However, Just as the darkest moment comes before dawn, the last stretch towards Jinlong Mountain might be the most dangerous. Everyone remained on high alert, nerves tense, as even the slightest rustle of the wind or grass would cause Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing's eyes to light up. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Ge suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at him curiously, wondering why he had stopped so suddenly. Zhang Ge smiled and said, "Am I underestimating my own value? Or underestimating the determination of the Spirit Hall? I've been very cautious all this way, yet I didn't expect to still fall into your encirclement." As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, 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 2 figures soared into the air, and over a dozen figures appeared on the ground. Wow, this is the first time the Spirit Hall has made such a big show for a young man. A voice that was neither male nor female rang out, coming from the flamboyant and non-mainstream man right in front. This guy must be Douluo, Zhang Ge thought to himself. Yes, host. Our people from the Spirit Hall have secured all the roads leading to the true Dragon Mountain. They didn't even have such a grand setup when they were chasing down fugitives back in the day. Land, already? Douluo laughed. You're just live targets up there. As he spoke, 9 soul rings emerged from Douluo's body, and a terrifying aura swept across the scene. Title Douluo. Everyone's expressions froze. The one who came was actually a title Douluo. It seems the Spirit Hall is determined to capture Zhang Ge. Xiao instinctively hid behind Ning Rongrong. However, all of Douluo's attention was focused on Zhang Ge at this moment, completely ignoring the others. Zhang Ge thought for a moment and slowly descended. Douluo's martial soul, the strange mushroom heavenly chrysanthemum, seemed somewhat similar to Tang San's hidden weapons. If they stayed on the golden cudgel, it would only limit everyone's space to evade, making it even more disadvantageous. Zhang Ge was not foolish enough to charge forward with the golden cudgel at full speed. Challenging the title Douluo to a speed contest will be courting death. Quite self-aware. I kind of like you now, said Douluo with a smile. So what's the purpose? Zhang Ge asked. His Holiness the Pope asked me to invite you to Wuhuan City, Douluo replied. And if I don't join the Wuhuan Temple, it's death? Zhang Ge countered. Douluo chuckled, but remained silent. I never said I wouldn't join the Wuhuan Temple, Zhang Ge said. The crowd was taken aback and exchanged glances. Here we go again. Zhang Ge was about to start his verbal assault. Zhang Ge has a consistent style. If he can win, he won't talk too much. He'll just get it done. If he can't win, he definitely has to engage in some verbal sparring first. Douluo was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a bright smile. You really have a good self-awareness. But it's not easy for me to go back home. I have to return home first before going to the Spirit Hall with you, right? Douluo shook his head. Once you enter the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, it will be difficult for you to come out again. How is it difficult? I still have to go back to the academy. No, you must come with me right now. Zhang Ge thought for a moment and said, how about this? Let's make a bet. Everyone's eyes lit up. The betting man is back online. What are we betting on? I'm currently level 47. So challenging a title Douluo like you is impossible, but I want to challenge one of the soul Douluo among you. You can pick any soul Douluo you like. If I lose, I'll obediently go back with you and swear an oath with my soul to forever pledge loyalty to the Spirit Hall. And if you lose, let us go, of course. Even if I lose, you must let my companions leave. Douluo snorted. Why should I bet with you? I can just take you away directly, right? If you want to bring back a corpse, I don't care. With a big scar on my head, I'll still be a good man in 20 years. Douluo squinted and began to think. The distance to Jinlong Mountain is not far, and if he directly clashes with these youngsters, the commotion would be too great and would likely attract the people from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Moreover, if Zhang Ge really dies, not only would his mission fail, but he would also fall out with the Tyrant Dragon family. If he bets with him, the two can fight, and the commotion would be small and controllable, not attracting attention. Besides, he's only level 47. Soul Douluos are all above level 80. So dealing with a level 47 shouldn't be difficult, and it would also be a chance to see if he is just all talk. What if you go back on your word? Douluo asked. Between desperately resisting and being willing to accept defeat, I would prefer to choose to accept defeat. Even if I risk my life, I won't drag my friends down with me. On the contrary, I'm worried about what you would do if you went back on your word. You go on, keep my word, and I look down on going back on my word to you youngsters. Moreover, do you really think you can beat a soul Douluo? Li Jin, step forward. A man in black stepped out from behind Douluo. Let me introduce you, Li Jin, an 87th level soul Douluo with a martial soul flame centaur. A full 40 levels higher than you. Can you handle it? Everyone looked worriedly at Zhang Ge, although you can challenge higher levels. This time it's a full 40 levels higher. A full 40 levels. Are you really okay with this? Zhang Ji's expression was calm. If it's confirmed, then let's get started. Zhu Douluo covered his mouth and laughed. Hee, what an arrogant little brat. Li Jin, teach him a lesson, but make sure you don't kill him. As you command. Li Jin replied in a deep voice. The crowd stepped back to clear the area, and the two stood facing each other. Zhang Ge said, I'll give you a chance to admit defeat, otherwise you will die. Everyone was momentarily stunned. And Li Jin seemed to have heard the funniest joke. What did you say? I don't even need to unleash my martial soul to beat you. Admit defeat? Why don't you admit defeat instead? I'm afraid that just a little effort from me could kill you. Zhang Ge, reaching level 47 at his age, is indeed terrifying. In the future, Li Jin might only be able to look up to him, but for now, he is just a child who is 40 levels lower than Li Jin. You have the opportunity, yet you are useless. Zhang Ge slowly raised his right hand, aiming at Li Jin, blood ritual. A mysterious third soul, ring accompanied by a soul skill. Because this soul skill is too cruel and also harms himself. He has never used it before, but today, in order to finish the battle quickly and to intimidate his opponent, he unleashed it. A line of blood shot out from his palm, surpassing the speed of light, striking Li Jin before anyone could react. Zhang Ge put down his hand, his face pale, a mouthful of essence blood surged to his throat, which he forced down. Li Jin's movements froze, and Zhang Ge whispered, it's over. Li Jin let out a terrible scream. His clothes instantly shattered. Countless blood sprayed out from the pores all over his body, and blood began to spurt from his facial features and orifices. In just a few seconds, all the blood was expelled, gathering in midair to form a humanoid object that looked exactly like Li Jin, in front of everyone's eyes. The right hand of this humanoid object transformed into a sharp blade, and a flash of bloodlight shot from Li Jin's throat. Li Jin's scream stopped, and the next second his head slowly slid off from the neat cut on his neck, without any blood spraying out, because all the blood in his body had turned into the blood figure in front of him. After doing all this, with a crash, the blood figure collapsed, turning back into blood, splattering all over the ground. Thud! Li Jin's headless corpse fell to the ground. The entire venue was silent. Everyone showed expressions of extreme terror. Zhu Douluo was no exception. 056 Yulong Lake, Dragon Head Boat Blood Ritual, third spirit ring ability. After hitting the opponent, it will extract all the blood from their body in a very short time, combining it into a blood figure that looks exactly like the opponent. And then the blood figure delivers the final blow, ending the opponent's paralysis and pain caused by complete blood loss in their life. Activating this spirit ability requires one's own essence blood as a guide. The higher the opponent's spirit power level exceeds one's own, the more essence blood is consumed, with a current limit at the spirit Douluo level. If used against a title Douluo level, it may instantly deplete all of one's essence blood, leading to immediate death. Once one surpasses level 50, this spirit ability's limit will also be raised to the title Douluo level. If it does not hit the opponent, it will not consume any essence blood. This spirit ring ability comes from a rare, evil spirit beast, the Night Blood Wing, which is 56,000 years old. How? How could this be? Zhu Douluo and the members of the spirit hall, behind him, stared blankly at Li Jin's corpse on the ground, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Li Jin was 40 levels higher than Zhang Ge. 40 levels. They initially thought Li Jin could easily take down Zhang Ge, but unexpectedly, he was instead taken down by Zhang Ge, and he died directly and so tragically. You little brat, how did you do it? Zhang Ge's face was pale, but his expression was very relaxed. It's just a soul skill. To be honest, Zhu Douluo, if it weren't for not wanting to completely tear apart my relationship with the Spirit Hall, the person I would challenge today would be you, you know? Zhu Douluo's expression tightened, and his whole body trembled. So, should I thank you for not challenging me? Goodness, it seems I really should thank you. He was already scared to death. Dying was bad enough, but dying at the hands of such a junior would be even worse and would lead to ridicule. So, I won this bet, can we leave now? Zhang Ge asked. Zhu Douluo clenched his fists and stared intently at Zhang Ge. He agreed to this bet because he thought Zhang Ge would definitely not be able to defeat the Soul Douluo, but he didn't expect such a result. Seeing his expression, Zhang Ge put on a scared face. No way, no way. The great Zhu Douluo actually wants to go back on his word in front of us juniors? No way, no way. The great Zhu Douluo wouldn't do something to embarrass the Pope and the Spirit Hall, right? Or perhaps the great Zhu Douluo wants to try my soul skill? Honestly, this soul skill does hurt me a bit. Otherwise, my face wouldn't be this pale. But using it 2 or 3 more times is still not a problem. Very well, kid. I remember you. The Spirit Hall remembers you. Your strength is truly impressive. Next time I won't let you off so easily. We're leaving. Watching them take Li Jin's body away, The tense nerves of everyone finally relaxed. They breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Xiao was about to speak to Zhang Ge, Zhang Ge suddenly changed his expression and ran to the side to start vomiting violently. Everyone was startled and hurried over. "What's wrong with you, Xiaogang? Don't scare me." Xiao Wu's face changed in fear. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also squatted beside Zhang Ge, their expressions filled with worry and fear. "Oscar, quickly, sausages!" Tang San and Dai Mubai shouted. "Here, here. I prepared it early," Oscar said hurriedly. "It's okay." Zhang Ge waved his hand. "Damn it, it's the first time killing someone, the first time seeing a corpse. And such a tragic corpse at that. I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. You all go first, Doug." Zhang Ge was really experiencing murder, and seeing such a gruesome corpse for the first time, the heavy smell of blood still lingered here. As a young man who had always lived in a peaceful era, coupled with the consumption of vital blood during the blood ritual, it was normal to have such a physiological reaction. After vomiting for about several seconds, Zhang Ge finally felt much better. "Host, you are too weak," the system said. "If I lived across the ocean, I would never be this weak," Zhang Ge replied. "Sharp," the system remarked. After eating Oscar's sausage, his body and stomach recovered a bit, and his complexion no longer looked so pale. Zhang Ge stood up and moved his limbs. "All right, I'm fine now, let's go." "Shouldn't we rest a bit longer?" Xiao Wu said with concern. "Yeah, they won't be coming back anyway," Ning Rongrong added. Zhang Ge shook his head. "Don't forget that's the spirit hall. Let's hurry up." After flying forward for about a few minutes, a group of people appeared ahead. Everyone's hearts tightened. However, when they saw that the people were wearing long robes in blue and white and had the blue lightning tyrant dragon family emblem on their chests, everyone relaxed. It's the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. These guys finally showed up. Where have they been all this time? A middle-aged man at the forefront asked. "May I ask if you are from Shrek Academy?" Zhang Ge was too lazy to waste words and stepped forward. "I am Yu, and they're my close friends." The middle-aged man extended his hand, and Zhang Ge threw the nameplate over. The man confirmed it and smiled. "Let me introduce myself. I am Yu Zhenrong. Welcome back, young master." "Welcome my ass. I almost got taken away by the spirit hall right on my doorstep. Were you all this time?" Yu Zhenrong's expression changed. "You indeed encountered the spirit hall people?" "Young master, you may not know this, but the family had already sent someone to pick you up. However, they were all stopped by the spirit hall. The family head was even detained by 2 title de law. In the end, the family head had to take a tough stance and threatened to declare war on the spirit hall to drive them away. Which is why we could come out to look for you." Zhang Ge listened and didn't want to argue anymore. "Let's go. Take us back to the family." Yu Zhenrong looked at Tang San and the others. "Young master, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll go join the spirit hall right now." Zhang Ge glared. Yu Zhenrong shrank his neck. "Please, everyone, follow me." Just as Yu Zhang said, this young master's temper and character are quite something. Finally, they were safe. The group quickly arrived at Yulong Lake at the foot of Jinlong Mountain. Looking up at the towering Jinlong Mountain, Zhang Ge slowly clenched his fists. "This is the starting point of my dominance over the continent. The first step is to obtain the identity of the heir to the family head." At the lakeside, a dragon-headed boat was docked, with 3 lanterns hanging from the bow, but none of the lamps were lit at that moment. Yu Zhenrong asked, "Young master, I heard that your martial soul is not the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. Is that right?" "Yes, I inherited another martial soul." Yu Zhenrong nodded. "Please wait a moment." He released his martial soul, transforming into a half-human, half-dragon form. Aiming at several small boats, he opened his mouth and sprayed a stream of blue air, which landed on the lanterns at the bow, instantly igniting blue flames inside. "Goodness, this is a gas stove," Zhang Ge thought. 057 Soaring Cloud, Swimming Sea Dragon. There are spirit beasts raised by the family in Yulong Lake. If someone uses other boats or flies over the lake, they will be attacked by the spirit beasts. Only by using the family dragon pattern boat can one safely cross the lake. Only the family's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul can light the lanterns at the bow, allowing the boat to move, right? Zhang Ge asked. "Young master is clever," Yu Zhenrong praised. "Please board the ship. This will be troublesome for me in the future." Zhang Ge said. Yu Zhenrong smiled. "Young master, don't worry. Once the family head confirms your identity and you complete the ancestor recognition ceremony, the family will send a personal attendant to follow you. You are a genius, and such trivial matters should not cause you trouble, right? It depends on you," Zhang Ge said. Everyone boarded the boat, and the dragon-patterned boat slowly set sail, gradually speeding up, truly resembling a lifelike giant dragon gliding over the lake. Currently, within the family, the originally designated heir was young Master Yu Tianheng, who was the most outstanding among the younger generation. Besides him, there was also young Master Yu Tianxin, who was also very talented. As for the other younger generation, it's better not to mention them. The only ones qualified to be mentioned in front of young Master Tian Gu are these two young masters. Yu Zhenrong took on the role of explaining. Now that you have returned, if the family confirms your identity and you complete the ancestor recognition ceremony, then according to custom, you will be considered more outstanding than young Master Tianheng, and a competition will be needed to determine whether young Master Tianheng still qualifies as the heir. So, I just need to compete with you, Tianheng? That should be the case. The other younger generation does not qualify to compete, and young Master Tianxin has never cared much about this matter. Goodness, unexpectedly simple. That fellow Yu Tianheng is only around level 38 or 39 at this time. It won't be too difficult to deal with him. Yu Zhenrong was very talkative, explaining some interesting stories, rules, and family traditions during the boat ride. But he said nothing about the core secrets like the internal composition of the family, keeping the confidentiality work quite well. With his narration, the boat ride wasn't boring at all. Upon reaching the opposite shore and disembarking, the first thing they saw was a huge stone tablet and a large ancient-style archway. The archway had 4 large characters: Dragon Might Under Heaven. The stone tablet was engraved with the family crest of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, and below the crest were lines of smaller text, which were names of some family members. Yu Zhenrong introduced. These names are the titles of the family heads throughout the generations, as well as some clan members who made significant contributions to the family. This is a tradition passed down through the family. Any family head or significant contributor should be forever remembered by the descendants. Saying this, Yu Zhenrong and the others placed their right hands on their chests and bowed to the stone tablet. Zhang Ge curled his lips and followed suit, while Tang San and the others bowed out of respect for Zhang Ge. Walking past the stone tablet and archway, they came to a long staircase leading up the mountain. This is the Dragon Ascending Stair, and it is the first test you need to go through upon returning to the family. Is there any significance to it? Zhang Ge asked. The reactions will be different for family members and outsiders on the Dragon Ascending Stair. If a family member steps on it, there will be blue lightning shining above their heads. If an outsider steps on it, there will be no reaction at all. Zhang Ge felt a little uneasy. Damn, did they come so soon? But at that moment, Yu Zhenrong said, climbing the staircase is too much of a waste of time. Why not let your subordinate take the young master directly up? Looking at Yu Zhenrong's face, Zhang Ge recalled the master's words. It doesn't matter if you are from the family. What matters is that you have an identity badge, your strength and talent are formidable, and you have no other relatives. The family will cultivate your sense of belonging and identity. From Yu Zhenrong's performance, it was clear that the Blue Electric family thought this way. At that moment, the system issued a prompt. Host. The identity badge will disguise the host's bloodline identity, so there is no need to worry. Zhang Ge smiled calmly and looked at Yu Zhenrong. What? Are you testing me? Yu Zhenrong was slightly taken aback. I wouldn't dare just... Zhang Ge interrupted him. No need for nonsense. Let me prove that I'm not a fraud here, just to eat and drink. Yu Zhenrong felt a pain in his stomach and thought, I never said you were a fraud, just here to eat and drink. With your strength and talent. No matter which faction you go to, no one would dare to say or would say you were someone just eating and drinking. Forget it. It's good that you prove it. Zhang Ge stepped onto the dragon ladder, and a blue light rose from beneath his feet. After circling around his body, it gathered above his head and transformed into a flickering blue lightning. Yu Zhenrong let out a long sigh of relief and revealed a joyful smile. There was no doubt. This kid was indeed from the Blue Electric family. The dragon ladder had recognized his bloodline. Tang San and others showed expressions of comfort. The dragon ladder had acknowledged Zhang Ge, no doubt about it. Only Ning Rongrong's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. What are you standing there for? Come on. Zhang Ge turned back to Tang San and the others. The group stepped onto the ladder, and sure enough, the blue light flashed beneath their feet and then disappeared. With no response from the ladder, as everyone were soul masters and not slow, they quickly reached the top of the mountain. At the end of the ladder, a group of people was already waiting, led by a dignified-looking man in a blue and white long robe. This man was Yu Engine, the current head of the Blue Electric family. Looking at this man who appeared younger than Yu Xiaogang, Zhang Ge was puzzled. This guy is really over 80 years old? Is this really Yu Xiaojiang's father? Come on, I'd believe it if you said Yu Xiaojiang was his father. Seeing the blue lightning gradually dissipating from Zhang Ge's head, most people showed relieved expressions. It wasn't that they were unwilling to believe that a castaway could have such strong descendants. Rather, they were worried that Zhang Ge would lack a sense of identity and belonging to the family. Now it was good. The dragon ladder had recognized his bloodline, proving his identity, meaning he was indeed a member of the family, and no one could speak ill of him. Yu Qingge, I bow to the family head, and to all elders and fellow disciples, Zhang Ge said, cupping his fists. Yu Yuanjin looked Zhang Ge up and down, nodding in satisfaction. Good. It's good to have you back. Saying this, he walked to Zhang Ge's side and placed a hand on his shoulder. Child, you've had a hard time outside these years. Should I follow the procedure or just cry? Zhang Ge thought for a moment and decided against the pretense. Everyone was quite busy. It wasn't hard. Being a dragon roaming the seas is pretty good, Zhang Ge replied. Good. Yu Yuanjin laughed heartily. Well said. Come on, child. Let me take you to recognize your roots. Zhang Ge was taken aback. Ah, aren't you going to check the nameplate first to confirm your identity? Didn't the dragon ladder already verify your identity? No need to look at the nameplate. Yu Yuanjin laughed heartily and patted Zhang Ge on the shoulder. Follow me. 058, I'm directly on the righteous path. Just as Tang San and the others were about to follow, Yu Zhenrong suddenly walked over. Esteemed guests, the ancestral hall of the clan is a sacred place, and the ceremony of recognizing ancestors and returning to one's roots is very serious and solemn. Family rules prohibit any outsiders from stepping in or watching. I hope you can understand. The family has prepared a room for you. Please follow me. Zhang Ge stopped, and Tang San and the others looked at him. He nodded, and everyone laughed, saying, All right, then let's trouble Mr. Yu to lead the way. Since they had already arrived at this place, it seemed that Yu Yuanjin wouldn't harm Zhang Ge. After a long journey, it was good to take a break. As they walked toward the ancestral hall, Zhang Ge keenly noticed that a girl had quietly approached him and was always half a step behind him. Zhang Ge turned around and saw that the girl didn't dare to meet his gaze, immediately lowering her head. She seemed to be a bit blushed. From Zhang Ge's perspective, the girl had smooth long hair, fair skin, red lips, white teeth, delicate eyebrows and eyes, a small upturned nose, and was very beautiful. Her figure was also good, only slightly worse than Zhu Zhuqing's, and, judging by her age, she should be around 17 or 18. But none of this was the main point. The main point was, why do you keep following me? Are you looking for an opportunity to stab me in the back? He looked up at the people around him. Everyone had serious expressions, not looking sideways, silent and unmoving. So he tried to ask a few times, but ultimately held back. They arrived at the ancestral hall on the back mountain, where there was only an old man in servant clothing, bowing his head and sweeping the floor. The old man looked up at Yu Yuanjin and the others upon hearing the noise. Yu Yuanjin said, Old Shi, thank you for your hard work. The old man, referred to as Old Shi, bowed to Yu Yuanjin and silently stepped aside, holding the broom. Yu Yuanjin entered the ancestral hall while the others waited outside. Yu Yuanjin picked up a few incense sticks, bowed a few times in front of the ancestral tablets, and loudly proclaimed, May the ancestors bless us. The descendant Yu Qingge returns to the sect today, recognizing the ancestors and returning to the clan. Everyone looked at Zhang Ge, who had a solemn expression. His survival instinct told him that he shouldn't be cheeky at this moment, or he might get his legs broken. The looks in everyone's eyes gradually became strange. Zhang Ge's forehead was slightly sweaty. Why is everyone staring at me? It's one thing to look at me, but why are their expressions so strange? At that moment, the beautiful girl who had been following him closely whispered in his ear, Don't be dazed. Hurry up. Zhang Ge finally realized that they were calling him. Why didn't anyone tell him in advance that he had to go in? Was there really a need to tell you in advance? The system couldn't hold back anymore. Yu Yuanjin was already shouting your name, saying you were returning to your roots, and you just stood there like a telephone pole. Have you read all those novels for nothing? Oh, sorry, I forgot. You only read scripts. To be honest, if it weren't for so many people watching, Zhang Ge would definitely be rolling his eyes. Zhang Ge stood tall with a serious expression, walking straight into the ancestral hall without looking sideways. Under the gaze of everyone, Yu Yuanjin handed the incense in his hand to Zhang Ge and nodded at him. Zhang Ge followed his example and bowed to the ancestral tablet of the Lan Dian family. Junior Yu Qingge, today I acknowledge my ancestors and return to the clan. Esteemed ancestors, head of the family, what should I say next? Yu Yuanjin. Forget it. This kid grew up outside and didn't have anyone to tell him the rules beforehand. The ancestors will forgive him. Now repeat after me, Yu Yuanjin whispered. Zhang Ge repeated. Now repeat after me, Yu Yuanjin. Everyone. Goodness, you're starting to learn from this sentence? The expressions of the people outside had turned strange, and the girl following Zhang Ge even lowered her head, extending her slender fingers to scratch her forehead, seemingly trying to stifle a laugh. Yu Yuanjin cleared his throat, and Zhang Ge followed suit. Junior Yu Qingge, the 19th descendant of the Lan Dian family. Today, I acknowledge my ancestors and return to the clan, spirits of the ancestors above. Yu Yuanjin began to recite, and Zhang Ge followed him word for word. Finally, after completing the recitation, Yu Yuanjin had Zhang Ge kneel down and perform 3 bows and 9 kowtows to show respect to the ancestors. Zhang Ge's heart was filled with rejection. He only kneels to heaven, the earth, and his parents. As for you all, forget it. Let's just treat this as a performance. The reward for this act is for me to become the future head of the family. After the general kneeling was done, Yu Yuanjin pointed to a spirit tablet and said, "If I remember correctly, your father should be my clan's younger brother, Yu Yuanming." Back then, his martial soul mutated, becoming even stronger than Xiaogang. Sai, Yuanming is a direct descendant of the Lin family's ancestor. So you should properly pay your respects to the Lin family's ancestor. Zhang Ge was taken aback for a moment. In his memory, his father's name on the Douluo Continent seemed to be Zhang Mingyuan. Now it appears that Zhang Mingyuan is the alias of Yu Yuanming. So, does that mean I really am a member of the Blue Lightning family? So when I was on the ascending dragon ladder, it wasn't the nameplate that disguised my bloodline? Forget it. It's pointless to dwell on these things now. I'll just consider him as the ancestor of this cheap old dad. Zhang Ge knelt down seriously and respectfully bowed several times. Finally, it was over. Leaving the ancestral hall, Yu Yuanjin asked Tian Ge, "How did your father die back then?" "I was too young at that time and have no memory. I heard from the villagers that it seemed to be related to a soul beast." Yu Yuanjin nodded. "Since you have returned today, the family will no longer let you suffer." As he spoke, he finally pointed to the girl who had been following Zhang Ge and introduced her. "This is Yu Qianqian, the daughter of Yu Zhenrong. By generation, you should call her niece. Since your martial soul is not the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, from today on, Qianqian will be assigned as your personal bodyguard. When you leave the family, Qianqian will also accompany you closely. Otherwise, when you return to the family in the future, you won't be able to pass through Yulong Lake." Yu Qianqian walked up to Zhang Ge, bowed, and said with a bit of a blush, "Qianqian pays her respects to the young master." "Zhang Ge, why did you assign a woman to be my personal guard? Just because I'm only 12 this year? Goodness, you guys look down on young magic users, huh? And she's actually the daughter of Yu Zhenrong." No wonder that guy had that strange, ambiguous expression on his face when he told me he was arranging a personal guard for me. "Wait a minute, head of the family," Zhang Ge said. Yu Yuanjin smiled and said, "Just call me uncle from now on. No need to call me head of the family." "All right, uncle. But since I'm a guy, shouldn't the family consider assigning me a male guard instead?" "System. Goodness. Am I seriously on the right path? You don't want such a beautiful girl. You want a male guard?" Zhang Ge has his own considerations. Finding such a beautiful female guard to accompany him every day. What if Xiao Wu and the others see her? Will I still be able to complete my mission? The difficulty of the task is already high enough. Navigating between Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu without letting them think I'm a playboy is tough enough. And now they are indirectly increasing the difficulty for me? Do I have to lose 10 centimeters? 059, I want to fight 10 of them. After hearing Zhang Ge's words, Yu Qianqian's face instantly turned pale, and her hands began to tremble. She felt disliked and rejected. But why would she be disliked and rejected? Was it because she reminded him just now that made him dislike her? A deep sense of self-blame and guilt surged from her heart. It's all my fault for being so engrossed in training every day, not paying attention to the outside world, so I'm so clueless, unable to read the room or win people over. I was disliked and rejected right from the start today. The more Yu Qianqian thought about it, the sadder she became. Her head lowered more and more, her small fists clenched tightly, her nose felt sour, and her eyes turned red. Zhang Ge noticed her unusual behavior and was taken aback. "What's wrong? What happened?" Yu Yuanjin was also momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "You little rascal, are you thinking that there's a difference between men and women?" "That's not it," Zhang Ge replied. "I hope my personal guard can not only help me cross the lake, but also serve as my sparring partner. My niece is so fair and pretty. I'm afraid I might hurt her. If I find a guy, I wouldn't feel as bad if I hurt him. Everyone, you have quite a violent tendency." Yu Qianqian was stunned, looking up at Zhang Ge. Is the young master worried about me? Afraid of hurting me? And complimenting my looks? It seems I'm not that sad anymore. Yu Yuanjin chuckled and said, "Don't worry, your niece, even though she is 5 years older than you, is already at level 35. She is not that easy to hurt. I also want to arrange a male guard for you. But those around your age are too weak and wouldn't be able to keep up with you. I can't just assign another young master to be your guard, right? If I arrange someone older, there would be a generation gap, making communication difficult." Zhang Ge said, "Level 35 is not enough. I'm already 47. Everyone was stunned. 47? Didn't the intel say 42? Good heavens, this jumped 5 levels? How can this level rise so quickly? Is the mutated martial soul really that strong? But why did Xiaogang's mutated martial soul get stuck at 29? Yu Qianqian was taken aback. She really didn't expect that this young master, who was 5 years younger than her, would have a soul power level 12 levels higher than hers. Is he even human? What a kid. Yu Yuanjin laughed heartily, patting Zhang Ge on the shoulder. At this rate, I'll have to be your bodyguard. All right, let's settle it like this for now. You guys try to get along first, and if it doesn't work out, we can adjust later. Qianqian, take him to his residence, change into family attire, and then come to the hall to meet us. With that said, Zhang Ge had no choice but to accept for the time being. Suggesting otherwise would be disrespecting Yu Yuanjin. Yu Qianqian led the way, with Zhang Ge following behind. To be honest, this girl is really good looking. In terms of appearance, she is not inferior to Xiao Wu and the others. Plus, at 17, she has matured and doesn't have the childishness of Xiao Wu and the others. She has a kind of mature beauty. But the point is, isn't it a bit too boring that you haven't said a word this whole time? Hello, is the person in front a piece of wood? Ahem, Qianqian. Yu Qianqian seemed startled and quickly stood beside Zhang Ge, lowering her head and asking, "Young master, did I do something wrong?" Zhang Ge was also startled. "Wow, can you not suddenly jump next to me? Are you going to stab me? I want to ask you, am I that scary? Why do you seem so afraid of me? And you don't even dare to talk to me? I can't talk. I see. You're mute, and speaking is just your disguise," Zhang Ge said. Yu Qianqian. Zhang Ge realized that this Yu Qianqian might be socially anxious, and quite severely at that. That is not a problem. I know how to deal with social anxiety. The first step is, Qianqian, what do you usually do? Eat. Sleep. Practice. All right, when you have some free time later, let us spar a bit. System. I thought the host was going to say, when you have some free time, let us take a nap together. Hang Yi. Where's the promised light of the righteous path? All right, young master. But young master, I definitely can't beat you. Why are you cultivating? To become stronger. Yu Qianqian raised her head and looked directly at Zhang Ge. At that moment, her eyes suddenly lost their fear, replaced by a firm belief. But soon, she lowered her head again, feeling somewhat afraid. If you only fight against those weaker than you, will you become stronger? Zhang Ge countered. Yu Qianqian was taken aback. So what if I'm stronger than you? If you think you can't beat me even before we fight, with that kind of mindset, even if you cultivate to the level of a titled Douluo, you will still be a psychological weakling. Zhang Ge fell silent for a moment and patted her shoulder. Don't think I'm just saying this. I just took down a soul Douluo who is 40 levels higher than me. Yu Qianqian trembled all over. He took down a soul Douluo who was 40 levels higher than him. She suddenly turned around and looked at Zhang Ge's already departing figure. At that moment, she felt that his back was so tall. The next second, the tall figure suddenly stopped, and Zhang Ge turned to look at her. Lead the way. I don't know where I'm staying. Upon arriving at the residence and changing clothes, Yu Qianqian took him towards the main hall. During this time, in the main hall, Yu Yuanjin instructed, Jinrong, make sure to explain things to Qianqian well and establish a good relationship with Tinga at all costs. Yu Jinrong nodded. I've already instructed her, don't worry, master. Zhang Ge was not born and raised in the clan, and as the master said, what Yu Yuanjin needs to do now is to cultivate his sense of belonging and identity towards the family. Although he despises using a woman to nurture Zhang Ge's emotions, given the current situation, it is the simplest and most straightforward method. This is also why he insists on having Yu Qianqian be Zhang Ge's personal attendant. Master, what should be planned for the future? Since Tang Ge has already attracted the attention of the spirit hall, why not let him stay in the family? Asked an elder. He can't be kept. Yu Yuanjin shook his head. Didn't you hear him say that he wants to be a dragon that roams the seas? In comparison, the younger generation of the clan seems like a domesticated dragon. The sword Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School seems to have a close relationship with him. And Ning Fengji's daughter is his classmate, and she came along this time. Master, I'm worried. Yu Yuanjin waved his hand. If he wants to go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he won't come back to the clan. Everyone, now that the recognition ceremony has been completed, Tang Ge has officially become a member of our clan. I hope everyone can view him with the same perspective as Tian Heng and Tian Xian and stop worrying about him turning against us. The crowd smiled wryly. It's not possible. Tian Heng and Tian Xian are not that excellent. Excellence and beauty, just like wealth, are sins that will make many people covetous. Soon, Yu Qianqian brought Zhang Ge to the main hall, where Yu Yuanjin stood up and introduced Zhang Ge to the elders and peers present one by one. After finishing, Zhang Ge said, Uncle, since Qianqian is my attendant, could you please find a few capable ones to practice with me in the next few days? Although it sounds a bit arrogant, my classmates really aren't enough for me to fight. Yu Yuanjin naturally had no objections and asked, "What level do you want?" "About level 50. 47, fighting 50? Alright, how many do you want?" "Let's start with 10. The crowd. "You're not just a bit arrogant. You're quite arrogant." 60,000 year soul ring. Training ground. This is the place where the clan's younger generation usually practices and trains, and at this moment is already crowded with people. Many are aware that a young master named Yu Tiange has recently joined the clan. Being the descendant of Yu Yuanjin's brother who left the family years ago, and the elders in the clan value him highly. So many are curious about Zhang Ge's true identity. Now, hearing that Zhang Ge wants to practice with several people of higher soul power levels, of course, everyone gathered to watch. Xiao Wu, Tang San, and others all came as well. The system's voice echoed in Zhang Ge's mind. Mission received: establish authority through battle. Defeat your opponents and truly establish your authority in the clan. Mission reward: increase soul power by 3 levels and obtain a random soul ring. Failure penalty: frequent urination for a month. Zhang Ge immediately looked at Tang San and the others. Xiao Ao. Oscar understood and produced a sausage. After eating the sausage, Zhang Ge said to Yu Yuanjin, "Uncle, I just had a fight with a soul Douluo from the spirit hall before coming here. I'm not in my peak condition, so I'll start with 3 to warm up." The others were slightly taken aback. "You fought with a soul Douluo? Are you kidding? How could you come back alive after fighting a soul Douluo?" This newcomer seems to be boasting about his strength. Yu Yuanjin knew about this matter and smiled slightly, thinking that this kid really wants to establish his reputation. "Fine, I'll indulge you. It's just right for me to see if you're truly as impressive as you claim." "Alright, but when you recover, you have to fight 10 of them for me to see." "No problem." Zhang Ge rolled his neck and looked at the 3 people opposite him. Yu Mu, Yu Lin, and Yu Sun, the 3 brothers, all at level 50, with Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus as their martial spirits. "Young Master Tiange, are you really sure you want to challenge all 3 of us at once? We 3 brothers have a very high level of cooperation. How about you take us on one by one?" They were worried about hurting Zhang Ge. That wouldn't be good to explain. "No need." Zhang Ge waved his hand. "You all go all out. Whoever dares to hold back will bear the consequences." The 3 exchanged hesitant glances at Yu Yuanjin, who said, "Go all out." With the family head's words, they felt reassured, exchanged glances, and released their martial spirits. Zhang Ge looked at Yu Qianqian in the crowd and said, "Next, watch closely." Yu Qianqian was taken aback and nodded blankly. Yu Tiange, Martial Soul, Sea God Needle, level 47, Soul Zone. Boom! The 4 soul rings appeared at once. Purple, black, yellow. The exclamations instantly filled the entire venue. At such a young age, he was already at level 47. Moreover, the first 3 soul rings were actually from 1,000 years and 10,000 years. How is this possible? The Yu Mu brothers were also stunned. And then, under the influence of the great sage's intimidation, they were even more frozen in place. Zhang Ge would not let this opportunity slip away. The moment the great sage appeared with his intimidating presence was the best time for him to strike. With a whoosh, the air rippled, and Zhang Ge instantly teleported behind Yu Senator with his keen eyes, before Yu Sun could react. He struck at the weak spot under Yu Sen's left armpit with a staff. Yu Sun let out a scream and was immediately sent flying. Yu Mu and Yu Lin quickly regained their senses and charged at Zhang Ge from the left and right, their dragon claws shimmering with brilliant golden light. Zhang Ge instantly disappeared from his original spot, and at the same time, Yu Mu felt a chill all over his body. His clothes instantly reduced to just his underwear, and the dragon claws transformed back into ordinary flesh palms. Immediately, a wave of scorching wind blew from behind him, causing him to break into a sweat, his head spinning, and his limbs feeling weak. Yulin's expression changed dramatically as he turned to attack, but just as he turned around, he saw a golden staff coming at him. Bang! The dragon claw collided with the golden rod, and Yulin let out a painful cry as he was sent flying. The dragon roared. At this moment, Yusin got up and aimed at Zhang Ge in midair, unleashing his first soul skill. The sound waves spread out like ripples, and in the blink of an eye, they reached Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge smirked and disappeared again with another instant teleportation, reappearing behind Yusin. Yumu shouted, "Watch out behind you." Yusin hurriedly turned around, but found no one behind him. Then, Yumu and Yulin's expressions changed drastically. Zhang Ge had already arrived behind Yumu, and the golden hoop rod flew back into his hand, striking Yumu's buttocks. It turned out that his target was not Yusan, but Yumu. The cooperation of the Yusan brothers was indeed very tacit. When Zhang Ge appeared behind Yumu, Yulin had already rushed toward Zhang Ge. Just as Zhang Ge swung the rod to hit Yumu, Yulin's dragon claw also reached behind Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge didn't have time to use teleportation, but his expression remained unchanged. The golden staff in his hand suddenly elongated in the opposite direction, and just as Yu Lin's dragon claw was about to grab Zhang Ge, it struck Yu Lin, sending him flying with a bang. Yu Mu had already been knocked off the martial arts stage by a single hit, losing the match. And Yu Lin was also sent down by that same strike, losing as well. In just that short amount of time, only Yu Sun was left on the martial arts stage. A few seconds later, he was hit by the golden staff controlled remotely by Zhang Ge, crying out in pain and directly admitting defeat. 3 Soul Kings over level 50 were defeated by a Soul Master of level 47. And it happened in such a short time. Zhang Ge elegantly performed a staff trick, and the golden cudgel shrank to the size of a sewing needle, disappearing from his hand. If I had known, I would have hit 4. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunjin finally regained his composure. Impressive. He defeated the Yu Mu 3 brothers in no time. Yu Yunjin began to reminisce. Was I this fierce when I was 12? After thinking for a while, his face turned red. I wasn't that impressive, really. Young Master Tinga is so strong. Someone shouted, and the crowd became excited. So strong. So amazing. 1 against 3. Weak defeating the strong. Young Master Tinga is mighty. Young Master Tinga is powerful. Of course, there are also some people who secretly scoffed, believing that the Yu Mu 3 brothers had held back and that Zhang Ge had taken advantage of the brothers' moment of distraction to launch a sneak attack. However, these people were ultimately in the minority. The majority at that moment acknowledged Zhang Ge's status as a young master. With this level of strength, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin were simply not comparable. Just like what Zhang Ge had said to Ning Rongrong a long time ago in the Douluo Continent. A title means nothing. Strength is the real deal. Zhang Ge calmly glanced around before walking up to Yu Tianxian, looking down at her. Do you understand now? What does it matter if you have a high rank or strong power? You can still be defeated. If you want to become strong, first your heart must grow strong. Yu Tianxian stared blankly at Zhang Ge, and in that moment his figure seemed incredibly tall. She was so excited that she felt like crying. After speaking, Zhang Ge turned and left, and the Yu Mu 3 brothers approached him, respectfully bowing. Young Master Tinga is impressive. We are convinced. Zhang Ge nodded and said to Yu Mu, drink more water when you go back, and your body will recover. This kid really surprises me. Yu Yunjin laughed and said, with such a strong leader for the family in the future, my lifelong wish can be fulfilled. Everyone looked at each other. It seems that Yu Tianheng's position as the heir is going to be hard to maintain. Zhang Ge slowly left the training ground, and the system prompt echoed in his mind. Task completed. Soul power increased by 3 levels, reaching level 50. Soul ring extraction completed. Congratulations. Obtained 100,000 years soul ring. Zhang Ge's footsteps suddenly stopped. 061, you've taken everything. In the room, Zhang Ge sat cross-legged on the bed, slowly cultivating. The aftereffects of the blood ritual were too severe. Even now, he felt dizzy and weak in his limbs. It was similar to the feeling of being overly intoxicated. It would be great if he had a bottle of X treasure right now. Oscar sausage was good for everything, except for restoring kidney health. If it could replenish the kidneys, Zhang Ge would definitely be willing to become sworn brothers with him. Others thought he was truly invincible, which was why he resolved the Yu Mu trio in such a short time. But they didn't know that Zhang Ge didn't dare to waste time. He had to finish it quickly. Of course, it was also true that the Yu Mu trio was quite weak. A knock on the door sounded. Who is it? Young master. It's me, came the voice of Yu Tianxian. Come in. The door opened, and Yu Tianxian walked in with her head down. After taking a few steps, bang. Ah, it hurts. Yu Tianxian covered her thigh and let out a low cry. Who told you to always walk with your head down? You bumped into the table. Didn't you? Zhang Ge walked over and pressed down on the teapot on the table. What is the matter? Young master, have you recovered a bit? Yu Tianxian asked. Can you please lift your head and talk to me? Always looking down, it's like you're trying to kneel before me. Yu Tianxian's small face turned red, and she slightly raised her head, but still didn't dare to meet Zhang Ge's eyes. Are you feeling better? A bit better, but to fully recover. I need to eat more eggs and rest for a day or 2. Okay, I'll go get some for you right now. After saying that, she dashed out like a gust of wind. Get what? What are you getting? For some reason, Zhang Ge suddenly had a bad premonition. About 1 or 2 hours later, Zhang Ge was calmly meditating to recover when suddenly a startled scream erupted outside, causing him to shiver. Enemy attack. A large number of lightning falcons have appeared. This is bad. There are many that are 100 years old, and even 1,000 years old. Look over there. There are a few that are 10,000 years old. What is going on? The lightning falcons live on the mountain peaks several miles away and usually keep to themselves. Why are they suddenly attacking us? Hurry, go report to the family head and the elders. What the hell? Zhang Ge stepped out of the door, looked up, and was stunned. Wow, there were densely packed hundreds of large eagles soaring in the sky, blocking out the sun. These falcons had bright feathers, sharp eyes, and their claws shimmered with a dazzling metallic luster, clearly fierce spirit beasts. What was going on? Yu Yuanjin led a group of elders and experts outside, and they were also dumbfounded by the hundreds of lightning falcons flying above. Reporting to the family head. We don't know why these lightning falcons suddenly flew over our family's territory and have already injured several fellow disciples. Yu Yuanjin was completely perplexed. What was wrong with these lightning falcons? Normally, the Blue Electric family wouldn't be afraid of them, but today, due to Zhang Ge's return, many elite disciples and experts have been sent down the mountain to guard various critical points, preventing the Spirit Hall from making any moves. The internal defense of the True Dragon Mountain was weak. It was too late to call people from other mountains now. They weren't afraid of a few dozen lightning falcons, but hundreds of them were a bit frightening. With at least 10,000 years of experience, Yu Yuanjin and the experts were not too worried. But how could the ordinary disciples face these fast-flying, sharp-beaked, and high-attack lightning falcons? Most importantly, Yu Yuanjin didn't want to engage in a chaotic fight with them. Could it be that the Spirit Hall was up to something? Yu Yuanjin stepped forward and addressed the oldest lightning falcon, which had tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Our Blue Electric family has never disturbed you, nor have we ever hunted soul rings on your mountain. I don't understand why you suddenly gathered here today. The largest lightning falcon, with the most imposing presence, looked down at the crowd with fierce and angry eyes, then let out a deafening screech. Yu Yuanjin immediately released his martial spirit. His aura greatly increased, and two dragon horns faintly appeared beside his temples. Under this imposing aura, the lightning falcons became slightly subdued. However, while the lightning falcons could understand human speech, they could not speak, leading to a stalemate between the two sides. The atmosphere became tense, with the lightning falcons looking fierce and the members of the Blue Electric family on edge. Just then, Zhang Ge suddenly summoned the golden cudgel, and a chilling demonic aura filled the area. Yu Yuanjin and the others were momentarily stunned. Damn, you little brat, don't make a move now. If you act, it might turn into a fight. However, everyone was soon taken aback, as the lightning falcons did not act recklessly. Instead, they stared blankly at Zhang Ge, their eyes filled with a complex expression they couldn't comprehend. Zhang Ge flew into the sky on the golden staff, facing the largest lightning hawk. Gulp! Below, someone swallowed hard, and many people felt cold sweat slowly trickling down their foreheads. Why are you here? Zhang Ge asked. The crowd? Could it be that you can understand the words of soul beasts? At that moment, many people suddenly remembered that this young master had brought back a black tiger soul beast, and it seemed that this soul beast could communicate with him. Wow, that's quite impressive. The leader of the lightning hawks looked at the burning scarlet eyes behind Zhang Ge and felt a sense of fear and an impulse to submit for the first time. Human, what is going on with those eyes behind you? A rough voice echoed in Zhang Ge's mind. That has nothing to do with you. Answer my question. We don't want to fight you in a muddled way. Fight in a muddled way? The leader of the lightning hawks suddenly filled with rage. Our children have been stolen by your people. Is that what you call muddled? Zhang Ge frowned in confusion. Your child? Ah, I think I understand what's going on. Zhang Ge raised his hands. All right, I think I understand what's going on. Here's the deal. You all go back first, and I guarantee that I will safely send your children back. Why should I trust you? Huh? Zhang Ge's eyes suddenly began to burn, and the leader of the lightning falcon was taken aback. The master of my eyes behind me is a powerful being beyond your imagination. I swear in his name that if you do not return your children, he will be 10 centimeters short. System. Host. Aren't you afraid that Aki will come over and beat you up? Zhang Ge rolled his eyes. Still calling him Aki? You might as well call him Ame. The leader of the lightning falcons hesitated for a moment. From the powerful beast spirit aura I can sense above your back, I'll believe you this time. However, if we don't get it back by this evening, we will fight you for justice, even at the cost of our lives. It let out a loud screech and flew away, followed closely by the other lightning falcons. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Young Master Tinga is amazing. Just a few words scared them off. Someone shouted, and everyone came to their senses, cheering. Young Master Tinga is incredible. Young Master Tinga is mighty. Young Master Tinga is mighty. Zhang Ge paid no attention to the excited crowd below and slowly descended, casually ordering. Immediately find Yu Qianqian for me. Yu Qianqian. Oh, Yu Qianqian, after all this fuss, you went to dig falcon eggs, huh? Damn, You've taken all the falcon eggs. Understood, a female disciple shouted, then excitedly said, wow. Young Master Tinga spoke to me. You have a narrow perspective. Young Master, I'm sorry, I just wanted to find some good things to replenish your health. I didn't expect it to cause such a big fuss. Yu Qianqian stood in front of Zhang Ge, looking a bit miserable. Her clothes were tattered, and there were some bird feathers stuck in her long hair. She was dragging 2 large bags behind her, completely filled with falcon eggs. At that moment, she looked nothing like the beautiful and graceful person she usually was. She resembled a beggar instead. You've taken all the falcon eggs, of course. It had to be a big deal. Zhang Ge was frustrated. You can dig for falcon eggs, but just take a few, not all of them at once. If you take them all, it directly cuts off their lineage. How can they not come looking for trouble with us? Yu Qianqian suddenly knelt down. Young Master, I know I was wrong. Please punish me. You can punish me however you want. Get up. Zhang Ge waved his hand. This girl had a good heart, but unfortunately, she lacked awareness and was a bit stubborn. I didn't tell Uncle and the others why the lightning falcon came, so only the 2 of us know about this. Give me the bags, and you lead the way. We'll return the eggs. Do we really have to return them? Yu Qianqian asked. Of course. I swore to Ame about this. If he really loses 10 centimeters, wouldn't he come looking for me to settle the score? Monkeys are not very big to begin with. If they lose 10 centimeters, they might turn into female monkeys on the spot, and that's when they really get aggressive. Yu Qianqian didn't know who Ame was, but she had worked hard to dig up these eggs, so she was a bit reluctant. But young master, let us keep a few, okay? The lightning falconess eggs are very nourishing, and as long as they can help you replenish your health, I'm willing to accept any punishment, no matter what. Zhang Ge really felt a mix of anger, amusement, and a bit of touch. How can this woman be so stubborn? Enough with the nonsense. I won't let you be punished for this trivial matter of me nourishing myself. Let's go, lead the way. As the 2 left the room, they happened to run into Xiao Wu and the others. Xiao Wu immediately ran to Zhang Ge's side and hugged his arm. Zhang Ge looked down at her, only to find that she wasn't acting this way because she saw Yu Qianqian. She seemed a bit afraid. Zhang Ge pondered for a moment and instantly understood. The master of the Blue Lightning family, Yu Engine, is a titled Douluo. He can see through Xiao Wu's true form. Goodness, he actually forgot about this. He immediately patted Xiao Wu's hand and whispered, don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you. If Yu Engine dares to do anything to Xiao Wu, when the Spirit Hall destroys the Blue Lightning family in the future, I will be the vanguard. Xiao Wu raised her head to look at Zhang Ge and seriously nodded. Zhang Ge felt that Xiao Wu should have guessed that he had seen through her true identity. This is good too, an unspoken understanding. Yu Qianqian watched the intimate actions of the 2, her eyes slightly changing, but soon she lowered her head, her gaze filled with disappointment. We're preparing to go to Sunling Mountain. Do you want to join us? With me around, the lightning falcon won't harm you. Of course we want to go. We have all rested enough. It's just right to go out for a stroll. Third master, Ma Hongjun leaned closer to Zhang Ge. Can you introduce me to a few girls from the Blue Electric family? My requirements aren't high. Just someone like the one beside you. Here we go again. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing rolled their eyes. Ma Hongjun said, what's wrong with that? I'm doing this for cultivation. I have a method that can help you solve the evil fire problem once and for all, Zhang Ge said. It won't be another self-service, will it? Ma Hongjun asked. Cut it. Zhang Ge took out a kitchen knife. Big brother Dai, save me. Ma Hongjun Ranbain Dai Mubai. Everyone burst into laughter, and the room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. With a golden cudgel, everyone easily reached the top of Sunling Mountain. The leader of the Lightning Falcon had already gathered everyone and was waiting. Taking out the falcon eggs from his storage belt, the Lightning Falcons checked them, confirming that the quantity was correct and there were no chips or damage. The leader of the Lightning Falcon nodded. You humans are quite trustworthy. Today this matter is my fault, and I apologize to you here. Don't worry, it will never happen again. Yu Qianqian was taken aback and quickly said, no, young master. It's me. Zhang Ge waved his hand. You also stole the egg because of me. It's my fault. No need to mention it again. Yu Qianqian clenched her fists, her eyes a bit red. It's all because of me, almost caused a big trouble for the family, and made the young master make a mistake with the soul beast. Zhang Ge ignored her and asked the leader of the Lightning Falcon, can we talk privately? The leader of the Lightning Falcon paused for a moment. All right. Considering the owner of those eyes, it wanted to see what this human wanted to discuss. Under the gaze of the crowd, one person and one falcon walked off to a distance. What does Xiao Ge want to talk to it about? Oscar whispered. The crowd rolled their eyes. Who knows? We can't understand the soul beast's prophecy. It must be that Xiao Ge has taken a liking to some female falcon and wants to arrange a marriage, Ma Hongjun said. Do you think he asks you? Everyone said in unison. Ma Hongjun. Am I the one who wants to get with the falcon? Are you interested in hanging out with me? Zhang Ge asked. The leader of the lightning falcon almost gave him a claw. Why would I want to hang out with you? If the owner of those eyes came here in person, I might consider submitting to him and joining him. But you? You're nothing. If it weren't for the sake of those eyes, I would have already kicked you out. Zhang Ge smiled faintly, and he knew it would be like this. As expected, his current level was too low, and the great sage's intimidation could not make these tens of thousands of years-old soul beasts submit directly. But that doesn't mean there won't be opportunities in the future. From the moment he saw this group of lightning falcons, he had the idea of forming an air force. The lightning falcon is extremely fast, with a beak like pure gold, claws like sharp swords, and possesses a lightning talent similar to soul skills, making it the perfect air force mount. Soul masters with flying soul beasts are rare, and every appearance draws attention. Without soul bones and specific soul skills, ordinary soul masters cannot fly at all. Only those who reach the title Douluo level can soar through the air. This shows how important air superiority is on the Douluo Continent. Is it okay to make a joke and make a friend? Zhang Ge asked. The leader of the lightning falcons fell silent for a moment and asked, Can you tell me the name of your master behind you with the dual eyes? The great sage equal to heaven, the monkey king, Sun Wukong. A monkey? Yes. I was too narrow-minded. I had never heard of such a powerful monkey soul beast appearing on the continent. Its cultivation must be over 100,000 years, right? Or even 1,000,000 years. Zhang Ge smiled. This monkey is not from Douluo Continent. An outsider. No, an outsider monkey? The leader of the lightning falcon was clearly stunned. Zhang Ge didn't answer but continued. As for the year, have you heard of the primordial and chaos? No. The lightning falcon continued to be puzzled. We're the primordial and chaos. Your perspective is too narrow, Zhang Ge said. Is 100,000-year soul ring very precious? But you can't blame this lightning falcon leader. It's only a few thousand years old. How would it know about the beginning of the universe and the primordial chi? Can you explain? The lightning falcon leader asked. Next time, the egg has been safely delivered back. I won't bother you any longer. Goodbye. Hey, wait. How can you talk halfway like that? Do you consider me a friend? Zhang Ge asked. I do. Is that enough? Okay. I'll tell you next time I come to play. Wait, you. Shameless human. Shameless human is a curse among the lightning falcons, similar to damn it. When returning to the Blue Lightning clan, it was just in time for dinner. Yu Jinrong came to inform Zhang Ge that Yu Yuanjin had set up a banquet in the main hall to welcome Zhang Ge, as well as to entertain Tang San, Xiao Wu, and others. Xiao Wu hesitated a bit. Maybe I shouldn't go? You should go, it's necessary, Zhang Ge said. With me here, you don't have to worry. Yeah, Xiao Wu, don't you love to eat good food? Ning Rongrong laughed. Let's go together. Xiao Wu, ever since you arrived, you seem a bit distracted. Is there something wrong? Tang San asked. Others also noticed. Since Zhang Ge received Yu Yuanjin's affirmation, everyone relaxed, and logically, Xiao Wu, who is closest to Zhang Ge, should be the happiest. But she was acting unusually, not only less lively, but also seemed a bit fearful. Xiao Wu couldn't explain it to them, just said, I'm a bit tired from the journey. Zhang Ge thought for a moment, and leaned close to Xiao Wu's ear to whisper a few words. Xiao Wu's expression changed slightly. Is this okay? Then you. Don't worry. Zhang Ge smiled faintly and whispered a few words into Tang San's ear. A hint of confusion flashed in Tang San's eyes, but he still nodded. He never doubted Zhang Ji's words and would just follow them. After giving his instructions, Zhang Ge said to Yu Jinrong, My friend will head back to their rooms first, pack up quickly, and then come. You take me to meet my uncle first. Understood. Young master, Yu Jinrong replied. On the way back to their rooms, Dai Mubai quietly asked Tang San and Xiao Wu, What did Xiao Ge tell you? Tang San said, My master said there are some dissenting voices within the Blue Lightning family, and this meal might not be that easy. He wants to meet Elder Yu first to gauge the situation, and we also need to be prepared. If something goes wrong, we should run immediately. The others were somewhat puzzled. Dissenting voices? It seems there aren't any? It seems everyone in the Blue Lightning family, both elders and peers, recognizes Xiao Ge quite well. Only Xiao Wu knew that Zhang Ji's words were just an excuse. He was likely going to see Yu Yuanjun for her sake. Does he really know my true identity? Should I continue to stay here? If he wants to harm me. No, he wouldn't harm me. If he wanted to, he would have acted long ago. Will he still treat me as family? In the private room on the second floor of the main hall, Yu Yuanjun stood with his hands behind his back, facing the window, while Zhang Ge stood behind him. The room was silent, and it seemed the two had maintained this state for a long time. After a while, Yu Yuanjun slowly spoke. From the moment she ascended the mountain, I noticed her. What do you think? Zhang Ge asked. What do you think? Yu Yuanjun countered. What do you hope I think? Zhang Ge retorted. No more nested questions. The system said. Yu Yuanjin smiled. You are the dragon that roams the seas. You shouldn't ask me what I hope you think. You should directly tell me what you think. I consider her family, Zhang Ge said. What about us? Yu Yuanjin asked. That depends on your choice, Zhang Ge replied. Yu Yuanjin fell silent for a moment. 100,000-year soul beast, 100,000-year soul ring. Do you know what that represents? Do you know how few people on this continent have a 100,000-year soul ring? Do you know how precious that is? I don't think it's that precious. Zhang Ge shook his head, and as Yu Yuanjin was about to speak, Zhang Ge continued expressionlessly. Really? Boom. 5 soul rings suddenly appeared around Zhang Ge's body. Purple, black, yellow, red. 100,000-year soul ring. Yu Yuanjin looked as if he had been struck by lightning, standing there in shock. So, you have been hiding your strength. You are already level 50, and your 5th soul ring is 100,000-year. Yu Yuanjin said, dazed. Damn, what does 100,000-year mean? As a title Douluo, I don't even have a single 100,000-year soul ring. Only soul rings close to 100,000 years. You know I defeated Soul Douluo from the Spirit Hall, but what you don't know, Zhang Ge continued, is that I only used one move to kill him instantly. Yu Yuanjin stared blankly at Zhang Ge. He realized that there was not a trace of fear in Zhang Ge's eyes. Indeed, at the moment Zhang Ge reached level 50, title Douluo no longer seemed terrifying to him. What was so terrifying about being instantly killed by a blood ritual? Zhang Ge continued. The Blue Electric family can either dominate the continent or face a dead end. Everything is in your mind. Dominate the continent? Yu Yuanjin's eyes widened slightly. He valued family interests the most, and his lifelong dream was to revitalize the family. But he never expected that Zhang Ge's ambitions were even greater, aiming to dominate the continent. Considering his character that prioritizes family interests, he indeed thought about using strong measures to keep Xiao Wu, imprisoning her and waiting for Zhang Ge or other outstanding disciples to reach level 90 before killing Xiao Wu to obtain soul rings. However, it was precisely because he valued interests that he did not act directly. He wanted to understand the relationship between Zhang Ge and Xiao Wu. Zhang Ge is only 12 years old, yet he has already shown such terrifying talent and strength. If he grows up, there is great hope for revitalizing the family. Although soul beasts worth 100,000 years are precious, there are still some on the continent. A family genius with such terrifying talent is not something that comes around every 1,000 years, but rather something that has never appeared in history. He knows what is important and what is not. Now that he has Zhang Ge's answer, he also has a clear understanding in his heart. He walked up to Zhang Ge, looking directly into his eyes, while Zhang Ge maintained a blank expression, staring back at him. Yu Yuanjin's gaze gradually softened as he reached out to hold Zhang Ge's shoulders. Look into my eyes and tell me, do you want to dominate the continent? Or does your family want to dominate the continent? Is there a difference between me dominating the continent and my family dominating the continent? Zhang Ge retorted. Or do you think that relying solely on me can blow up the Spirit Hall? Defeat the 2 great empires? Yu Yuanjin was taken aback at first, then laughed heartily. Tianheng and Tianxin don't need to come back. They're not as good as you. Come on, my good nephew, let's go eat. Yu Yuanjin keenly caught that Zhang Ge only mentioned the Spirit Hall and the 2 great empires. He knew that Ning Rongrong had a close relationship with Zhang Ge and guessed some of Zhang Ge's plans, but he didn't mention Hao Ian clan at all. Why? The leader of Hao Ian clan doesn't have a daughter, right? Could it be? Sigh. The young people nowadays are really wild. I'm getting old, really old. Yu Yuanjin sighed in his heart. In the room, everyone was talking and laughing, without any unusual situations. Xiao Wu, who had been anxious, finally relaxed a bit. After the banquet, everyone left, and as they were walking towards the Huafeng, Xiao Wu stopped Zhang Ge. The others glanced at them, but said nothing and went back. You should go back first, Zhang Ge instructed Yu Qianqian. Yu Qianqian nodded obediently and turned to leave. She is very pretty, Xiao Wu remarked, watching Yu Qianqian's back. It's just a little trick. Zhang Ge saw through it completely, but this guy is socially anxious, so we don't need to worry. Socially anxious? Xiao Wu tilted her head, asking curiously. Probably means afraid of communicating with others. Zhang Ge thought to himself that if he explained it completely to her, there would be no need to write anything else in this chapter. What is the matter that you called me? He wondered if she was already thinking about him right after eating. After struggling for a long time in her heart, Xiao Wu finally asked, did you go to find Elder Yu because of me? Zhang Ge looked confused. Wow, are you that anxious? I think we're still too young. It's a bit early to ask our elders for help with matchmaking. Xiao Wu was stunned for several seconds before realizing what Zhang Ge meant. No, that's not what I meant. I wasn't talking about matchmaking. I was saying. Zhang Ge reached out and place his hand on her head, gently stroking her hair. As I've always said, keep your heart in your stomach. We are family, and with me around, you don't have to worry about anything or be afraid. Xiaowu wanted to say something more, but Zhang Ge hugged her and kissed her on the forehead. Xiaowu was completely taken aback by this sudden display of intimacy. I'll take you back to rest. I have to get up early tomorrow for a ceremony I need to attend, so I won't accompany you on bus 11 tonight. Xiaowu's face turned bright red. So far, this was the first time Zhang Ge had taken such an initiative to be so close. It felt so unfamiliar. Yet, there was a sense of happiness. Zhang Ge is also a bit unaccustomed. To be honest, if Xiaowu were a doll, Zhang Ge would have long let the air out of her. But when facing a real person, Zhang Ge always feels many discomforts. However, after 10 years of habit, he is about to change after all these years in Douluo Continent. Just wait, Xiaowu, the day I completely get rid of my doll dependency will be the day we create life together. Zhang Ge has always found Douluo Continent to be fascinating, completely contradicting Darwin's theory of species. Take Tang San, for example. The offspring of a person and a piece of grass, and reproductive isolation is really just a joke, right? After being nibbled by Zhang Ge, Xiaowu was surprised to find that her anxious heart had completely settled down. She was no longer worried or afraid, and her heart was filled with a sense of security and happiness. Many times, women are so easy to deal with. A kiss, a hug, and they feel reassured. Blushing, she looked up at Zhang Ge, and the tenderness in her eyes seemed to be able to drip water. In the next moment, she buried her head in Zhang Ge's arms, tightly hugging his waist. The sense of fulfillment at that moment was beyond words. Zhang Ge's expression changed. Damn, my waist. Can you not use so much strength, you 10,000-year-old sister? Send Xiaowu back. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing looked at Xiaowu's face, which was so red it seemed like it could drip water, and their eyes sharpened. Back in his room, he saw Yu Qianqian standing straight at the door, her gaze unwavering. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned her head and saw Zhang Ge quickly walking over. Young master, you're back. You should go rest too. No need to stand guard at my door like a servant. I was waiting for you to return. Once you're back, I'll go rest. See you tomorrow. Good night. Zhang Ge yawned and entered the room. After fighting twice that day and having a mental clash with Yu Yuanjin, it was a lie to say he wasn't tired. But he didn't expect Yu Qianqian to follow him in. Do you really want to stab me? Why are you still following me? Go rest. Young master, I'm your personal guard, so I'm supposed to live with you. That bed is mine. Yu Qianqian pointed to the bed directly opposite Zhang Ge's bed, her face flushed. That essay bed? Zhang Ge was taken aback. He thought it was just a decoration. Speaking of which, is it really okay for a man and a woman to live in the same room? I prefer to sleep alone. You should go back to your own room. Young master, if you don't listen, I'll change you tomorrow. Yu Qianqian tightly grasped the hem of her clothes, bit her lip, and suddenly knelt down with a thud. Zhang Ge, what are you doing? Don't tell me your boudoir has been turned into a pigsty. If the young master drives me away, both the family head and my father will punish me. I beg the young master not to chase me away. I know the incident with the lightning falcon has caused trouble for you today, and I promise I will never do it again. Young master, please show mercy. I beg you not to drive me away. Helping Yu Qianqian up, Zhang Ge looked at the red mark on her forehead and was convinced. This woman is really fierce. She is tough on herself. Forget it. Let's leave it at this for tonight. Tomorrow I will go see Yu Yuanjin and talk about this matter. If Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing think Zhang Ge is a rogue because of this and distance themselves from him, that would be a problem. There are still 40 days until the deadline for the mission. After everyone went to bed, Zhang Ge let out a few breaths, finally able to rest. However, whoosh, 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 swoosh, whoosh, swoosh. Zhang Ge suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes, got out of bed, and walked to Yu Qianqian's bedside with a stick in hand. Yu Qianqian was completely unaware, still snoring. That snoring sound was really like a pig. Wake up! Wake up! Damn it! Stop sleeping. Did your dad accidentally swap you with a pig when you were a kid? Snore. Zhang Ge suddenly raised his stick. 3 seconds later, he put down the stick and walked out with blood-red eyes while holding the stick. But where should I sleep next? Tang San and Oscar share a room. Dai Mubai and Ma Gonggong share a room. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong share a room. And only Zhu Zhuqing has a single room. I can't just go find Zhu Zhuqing, right? That's right. I'll go find Yu Zhenrong. His daughter keeps me awake, so I'll keep him awake. Just as I was about to leave, a cold voice came from behind. Zhang Ge? Zhang Ge turned around and saw Zhu Zhuqing. Why aren't you resting? I can't sleep. Just came out for a walk. Zhu Zhuqing still said the same thing. Are you a night owl? Can't sleep at night, every day? What about you? Why aren't you sleeping? Just as the words fell, Zhu Zhuqing heard the loud snoring coming from Zhang Ge's room. and then she understood. Sleeping in the same room as a snorer, it would be a miracle to fall asleep. Zhang Ge rolled her eyes. You slept in the same room as him? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Zhang Ge explained the reason, and Zhu Zhuqing showed a look of realization, a hint of a smile appearing in her eyes. I told you. How could Zhang Ge be like that scoundrel Dai Mubai? Then you. I'm going to find Yu Zhenrong. His daughter snores so loudly that I can't sleep. And he shouldn't think about sleeping tonight either. If you go find him, won't Yu Qianqian be punished tomorrow? You're really kind, Zhang Ge thought. I can't even sleep and still care about so much. How about you come sleep in my room? I have another bed in there. Zhang Ge was taken aback, looking up to see Zhu Zhuqing's little face slightly flushed, her gaze drifting elsewhere, not daring to meet his eyes. This script doesn't seem right. Forget it. It's inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together. I'll go find Yu Zhenrong instead. You should rest early. Zhang Ge waved his hand to refuse and turned to leave. He didn't want to go, but it really wasn't appropriate. How would he explain it in the morning with so many people watching? It's okay, you go to my room, I'll go find Xiao Wu, and we'll switch. At this hour, Xiao Wu and Rong should still be awake, Zhu Zhuqing said understandingly. Zhang Ge thought for a moment. All right, anyway, I don't know where Yu Zhenrong lives, and I still need to ask around, which is a hassle. I'll find him tomorrow to settle the score. Sorry for the trouble. He really needs to rest now. Zhu Zhuqing smiled lightly and turned around. Follow me. Zhang Ge didn't notice, but after turning around, a hint of disappointment appeared on her face. Sure enough, this good man still cared most about Xiao Wu. If it were Dai Mubai, he would definitely have agreed on the spot if another girl invited him to share a room. This is the difference between people. Xiao Wu is really lucky, truly lucky. The shared house where several people lived was not far away, and Zhu Zhuqing's room was in the most remote corner. She chose this spot herself when she arrived because she liked peace and quiet. As soon as she entered the room, she smelled a faint, refreshing fragrance, very similar to the scent on Zhu Zhuqing. Then Zhang Ge noticed a few pieces of clothing on Zhu Zhuqing's bed, including some underwear. The size was astonishing. No wonder she was the treasure of Shrek. Zhu Zhuqing obviously also noticed this. Her face flushed, and she hurried over to tidy up. Zhang Ge didn't pay attention. He couldn't care less about these things right now. He lay down on another bed, inhaling the fragrance, and immediately felt relaxed. After tidying up her clothes, Zhu Zhuqing told herself to calm down and said, You rest first, I'll go find Xiao Wu. When she turned around, Zhang Ge was already sprawled out and fast asleep, looking extremely unattractive. In the darkness, Zhu Zhuqing's breathing was slightly out of rhythm. She slowly walked to the front of Zhang Ge's bed, lowered her head to look at the soundly sleeping Zhang Ge, and for a moment, she was somewhat mesmerized. So good-looking, 100 times better than Dai Mubai. She suddenly felt a little flustered, her heart racing, and her breathing became more rapid. This was her first time sharing a room with a man like this. Recalling the past, especially that night when she and Zhang Ge fell from the golden cudgel. Their close contact had kept her tossing and turning all night, unable to sleep. At this moment, she seemed to be transported back to that night, feeling restless. With countless thoughts swirling in her mind, her heart scratching like a cat's paw, itchy. What is wrong with me? I came out this time not only for myself, but also for Dai Mubai. Shouldn't I be thinking about Dai Mubai? But why do I keep thinking about Zhang Ge lately? He and Xiao Wu should be the pair, so why am I? At that moment, Zhang Ge suddenly moved, startling Zhu Zhuqing. However, Zhang Ge just turned over. She breathed a sigh of relief. I should go find Xiao Wu. As she reached the door, her steps suddenly stopped. Standing in the darkness with her head down, she contemplated for a long time, and instead of going out to find Xiao Wu, she silently turned around, returned to the room, and closed the door. The next morning, Zhang Ge woke up, groggy and with his eyes closed, sitting up and feeling much better in his body. Finally, he no longer felt that feeling from yesterday. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Wu's little face and her big, bright eyes. Xiao Wu, you're here. Zhang Ge wiped the corner of his eyes and yawned. Xiao Wu looked at him mischievously. Oh ho ho, you actually slept in Zhu Qing's room. Zhang Ge's I twitched. This let me explain. No need. Zhu Qing has already told me. Xiao Wu sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to wrap her arm around Zhang Ge's. So, have you rested well now? Zhang Ge nodded. It's much better than yesterday. That's good, let's go eat. When they stepped outside, everyone was already waiting at the door. Seeing Zhang Ge come out, they didn't say much, as Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu had already clarified everything. As they passed by the crowd, they saw Yu Qianqian standing at the front with her head down like a child who had done something wrong. When she saw Zhang Ge come out, Yu Qianqian hurried over. Young master, I was wrong. This was almost becoming her catchphrase. Zhang Ge rolled his eyes. You. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let's go eat. Along the way, Yu Qianqian felt very anxious, her heart racing. After finishing breakfast, everyone, including Tang San and others, was called to gather in the main hall. Then everyone noticed that there were two young people beside Yu Yunjin. These two young men were both impressive and handsome. After asking someone, they found out that these were the outstanding young talents of the Blue Electric family, Yu Qianheng and Yu Qianxin. Yu Qianheng didn't come alone. He was accompanied by a beautiful girl dressed in a blue and white long gown. Zhang Ge guessed that she must be Douluo Bo's granddaughter, Zhang Ge. When Tian Ge arrived, Yu Yunjin smiled upon seeing Zhang Ge and said, "Come on, come meet your two nephews." Zhang Ge stepped forward, and Yu Qianheng, Yu Qianxin, and Zhang Ge were all taken aback. They didn't expect Zhang Ge to be so young. Zhang Ge was taken aback and said, "Old man, didn't you say that those two brothers don't need to come back? Are they not convinced? Do they want to compete again? All right, let's do it." After both sides exchanged greetings, Yu Qianxin said gently, "I've long heard of my little uncle's reputation, but I didn't expect him to be so young." Yu Qianheng also said, "I thought I was the most talented among the younger generation of the family, but today I've finally realized that there are greater talents beyond the mountains." Zhang Ge, beyond the mountains, there are mountains. Outside the towers, there are brothels. Everyone, Tang San and the others suddenly slapped their foreheads. At this moment, don't say anything ridiculous. But unexpectedly, Zhang Ge continued without blushing or skipping a beat. The meaning of green is blue comes from indigo and is better than indigo. I hope you didn't misunderstand. Tianheng, it's common sense that there is always a higher mountain. We can never see ourselves as the highest, but we must strive to be the highest. Yu Tianheng, what you said is absolutely right, uncle. You really are a genius to turn it around like this. Yu Yunjin coughed to draw everyone's attention to himself and said loudly, "I have summoned everyone here today to announce two things. First, Yu Qianga has completed the ancestral recognition ceremony, and his name has been officially entered into the family genealogy. From now on, he is a member of our family. Second, I officially announce that from today onwards, Yu Qianga will become the next heir to the family head." Many young members of the family began to applaud and congratulate, while others initially had no reaction but eventually started clapping as well. Tang San and the others were stunned, and Zhang Ge was also confused. This. He was directly announced as the heir? They both came back. Shouldn't they have fought first? He looked at Yu Tianheng in doubt, only to find that Yu Tianheng was also smiling and congratulating him, showing no signs of pretense or displeasure. Yu Yunjin patted his shoulder. "Stop looking. I know Tianheng's strength very well. Even if he were to compete with you, it would just be a waste of time." Yu Qianheng also walked over. "Yes, I'm only at level 38 now. Competing with my little uncle would just be humiliating myself. But to concede without a fight isn't to your style, right?" Yu Qianheng whispered. "You are also a member of the family. Losing to you is not shameful. And besides," he lowered his voice even more, "to be honest, little uncle, I've long not wanted to be this heir. This position has been suffocating me, and now that you are the heir, I finally feel relieved." Zhang Ge was confused. This script isn't right. Didn't we agree on a fierce battle for the heir, with intense competition and dark schemes? Where's the bloody and brutal struggle for the heir? 066, the pride of inheritance since ancient times. Next to him, Yu Qianxin whispered, "It's true. My cousin even wanted to give me the position of heir before, but I'm not interested at all. I'm fine with fighting for the family, but being the family head? That's too much for me." Their voices were low, but they couldn't escape Yu Yunjin's ears. Yu Yunjin tapped each of their heads and scolded with a smile. "You two little brats, other sects and families juniors are fighting tooth and nail for the position of heir, and you two are here, giving it up." Yu Qianheng covered his head. "Grandpa, I'm already this old, and you're still hitting me." Yu Qianxin covered her head and ran away. "Hitting you is light. I actually want to beat you." Yu Yunjin said, "Brotherhood is good, but you must also compete. Without competition, where's the bloodiness?" Yu Qianheng laughed and said, "Anyway, there's no need to compete now. I can't win anyway." Yu Yunjin shook his head. Yu Tianheng said to Zhang Ge, "Uncle, come to our Tiando Royal Academy. Here, you can receive better education. Really, you're already this strong, and as long as you study at the academy, you will definitely soar in the future." At this moment, Yu Tianxin popped out again. "Why go to Tiando Royal Academy? Come to our Thunder Academy. Our Thunder Academy values geniuses like Uncle the most. Come on, Uncle isn't even a lightning type ability user. What would he do at Thunder Academy? He should come to Tiando." "You two little scoundrels," Yu Yunjin was really angry. "You never try to recruit talent for the family, but you're very diligent about pulling talent for your respective academies. Who are you close to?" Yu Qianxin quickly said, "Grandpa, bringing talent to the academy is equivalent to bringing them closer to us. Once they graduate, won't they definitely join the family? That's right. Yu Qianheng also said, if we bring them into the family first, but the family doesn't have a direct academy, they still have to go study at the academy. Zhang Ge waved his hand. I'm doing well at Shrek. Shrek? Is it the academy where my uncle is now? Yu Qianxin said a bit awkwardly. To be honest, I didn't even know there was such an academy before I heard about my uncle. I do know, Yu Qianheng said, that one of the mentors at our Tiando Academy, Qin Ming, graduated from Shrek Academy. Every time I hear Teacher Qin mention it, he praises it endlessly. Unfortunately, I seem to have missed the enrollment age. When I get the chance, I will definitely visit Shrek. Zhang Ge smiled and said, maybe it won't be long before we come find you. According to the plot timeline, it's almost time to go to Tiando Academy. This means that Lu Erlong will soon make her appearance. Yosi, Flower Girl. Although Lu Erlong is not young anymore, she is still a girl, no doubt about it. After Yu Yuanjin announced everything, everyone went off to attend to their own matters. Yu Yuanjin patted Zhang Ge on the shoulder and said, everything has been explained. Now it's time for your performance. Go on, you young people, go and build your feelings. Zhang Ge quickly said, Uncle, please wait. He politely mentioned the situation regarding Yu Qianqian, who could stand sleeping in the same room as a pig. Yu Yuanjin thought for a moment and eventually nodded, then clear out the servant room next door and let Qianqian move in there. Zhang Ge let out a sigh, having resolved a major issue. When Yu Yuanjin left with a group of elders, a middle-aged man following behind him glanced at Zhang Ge with a somewhat cold expression. But he said nothing and followed Yu Yuanjin out. Zhang Ge asked Yu Qianheng, who is that person? Yu Qianheng glanced at the person's back and said, oh, that is Grandpa Yu Mian, the younger brother of the family head, the second in charge of our Blue Electric family. He's been away handling some matters for the past few days and just returned, so you definitely haven't met him yet. Zhang Ge was taken aback. So he was Lu Erlong's biological father? The dark matchmaker who broke up the master and Lu Erlong? Back on Earth, he had read the original Douluo Continent, as well as the comics and the anime. In the original work, this guy didn't have much screen time, but in the comics, he betrayed the Blue Lightning family, leading to the family's destruction by the Spirit Hall, and in the end, he was blown to bits by Yu Tianheng. Since Zhang Ge entered Douluo Continent, many plots have diverged from the original. So would this guy betray his family this time? Zhang Ge thought for a moment and smirked inwardly. The entire Blue Electric family is my tool, Yu Luomian. If you behave like in the original story, you can live and live well. But if you betray the family like in the comic, I guarantee you will die a miserable death. Throughout history, anyone who opposes the protagonist has met a bad end. This is an unbreakable truth. Tang San and the others stepped forward to congratulate Zhang Ge, and Dai Mubai wore a slap-face expression. The star Luo royal family, where he belonged, was filled with brutal competition, where only one can emerge victorious, and the fate of the losers is only slightly better than death. The Blue Electric family, however, is completely different from the star Luo royal family. The main task of this visit to the Blue Electric family has been completed. That afternoon, Zhang Ge found Yu Yuanjin. Are you leaving? Yu Yuanjin asked. Yes, that's one reason. The other is Old Master Yu Luomian the leader of the Dark Arts? Yu Yuanjin was slightly taken aback. Dark Arts? Leader? Zhang Ge said. The so-called Dark Guards are the opposite of the personnel in the family's public sphere, meaning they are the individuals in the family power that cannot be exposed to the light. They are specifically tasked with handling some unsavory matters for the family or obtaining additional benefits through less than legitimate channels. Yu Yuanjin was stunned for several seconds. There is no such organization within the family. Then I will establish one, Zhang Ge said. Yu Yuanjin was indeed somewhat surprised, scrutinizing Zhang Ge from head to toe. Is this really something a 12-year-old child can think of and say? He then confirmed that Zhang Ge's ambition to dominate the continent seemed to be more than just words. If you trust me, I'll do it. If you don't, then forget it. Yu Yuanjin thought for a moment and organized some words. Our family has always taken pride in the dragon soul. We have inherited our pride since ancient times and looked down upon doing those dark and shameful things. Zhang Ge turned and left. Yu Yuanjin was taken aback. Oh, really? You're leaving just like that? Aren't you going to persuade me anymore? When he reached the door, Zhang Ge stopped and said in a deep voice, do you think the power of the Wuhuan Hall is really just on the surface? Is it really only those people on the surface that make it so strong? If there were no people hidden in the dark, let alone its current scale, it's uncertain whether it could even survive to this day. Yu Yuanjin's expression froze. If one day a slaughter knife quietly appeared above the family, what would be left to talk about in terms of developing the family? Just surviving would be a blessing. After saying this, Zhang Ge left without looking back. 067, the first step of dominating the world. Yu Yuanjin sat quietly on the family master's throne, silent for a long time. Zhang Ge's words lingered in my ears, resonating deeply. The Dark Guard. It is like the iceberg hidden beneath the water surface within the family. Yu Luomian usually handles some family business or affairs, but those are all on the surface, not in the shadows. To be frank, due to the family's reputation and the intricate patterns of various forces on the continent, there are indeed many matters that Yu Luomian cannot manage. This is the downside of being exposed. Whatever bad things you do will implicate the family. However, if it's an organization hidden in the shadows, backed and concealed by the family's vast resources and connections, doing some bad things would be much easier. Should we really establish a Dark Guard organization, as he suggested? After much contemplation, Yu Yuanjin was left with only one thought. Everything should prioritize the family's interests. The welcome banquet had already been held, so Tang San and the others were not present for dinner today. They were dining in a special guest hall. Only family members were in the main hall. At the dining table, Zhang Ge and Yu Qianheng, the two brothers, chatted while eating, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. After the meal, Yu Yuanjin kept Zhang Ge behind. I thought for a moment, your suggestion is good. Did uncle agree? Zhang Ge asked. Yu Yuanjin nodded. But establishing such an organization will require considerable manpower and resources. To be honest, the family can support it, but I still hope you can share your plan so I can have a clearer understanding. My first step plan is economic independence, meaning engaging in some businesses that can fully cover the organization's daily expenses. Unless there are specific circumstances, I will no longer ask the family for money. This is Zhang Ge's consistent style. Once he decides to do it himself, he must achieve economic independence as quickly as possible, and he will never ask for money that he can earn himself. What's the specific plan? The brothel. Zhang Ge said expressionlessly. Yu Yuanjin, you brat really is quite mature. Why the brothel? Because I have an irreconcilable enmity with gambling and drugs. Zhang Ge said with righteous indignation, mainly because this thing makes money relatively quickly, and on Douluo Continent, it is not illegal. And then there are underground fighting arenas. Zhang Ge continued, the business model can draw from the fighting arenas in various cities, but the betting and stake settings need to be different. Yu Yuanjin seemed to ponder. The brothel and underground fighting arenas are just the first step. Next is the second step, nurturing idols. What does nurturing idols mean? This is the first time Yu Yuanjin has heard this term. Zhang Ge said, idol. The first opponent I encountered when I participated in the soul fighting in Sotowa City was named Yu Qing, and he could be seen as an idol. As soon as he took the stage, many viewers cheered for him and went crazy for him. With the brothel and the fighting arena, we can use the resources at hand to cultivate courtesans and fighting championship belts. These idols are all money-making trees. While speaking, Zhang Ge briefly explained the stakes to Yu Yuanjin, saying it's similar to the traffic economy on Earth. Once you have fame, money will follow. Yu Yuanjin wasn't foolish and quickly understood the intricacies of this. Is this kid really a 12-year-old? How could he have so many strange ideas in his head? This is just the first step towards economic independence. Once you have money, many things will naturally become easier to handle. Zhang Ge said, however, all of this requires a foundation. People, Yu Yuanjin said. Zhang Ge nodded. Low presence, loyalty, unfamiliar face, and decent strength. There are some clan members in the inner sect who are reclusive and meet the first three requirements. But what is the standard for the fourth requirement of decent strength? Zhang Ge said, many forces already know me, so I need to work behind the scenes and cannot intervene directly. Therefore, I need an agent, who must be at least a soul emperor, and preferably a soul sage or soul doa. He must have a direct line of communication with me. How much startup capital do you need? 5 million gold soul coins, and I will return you 7 million at the latest in 2 years. Yu Yuanjin thought for a moment, took off a blue gemstone bracelet with a dragon head inlaid on his left wrist, and threw it to Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge took it and was stunned. This is the Xiaogang ring, a soul guide device used for storage, and, at a critical moment, it can unleash a dragon's roar to intimidate enemies, making them dizzy and disoriented, with a cooldown time of 2 hours. Sigh. It's much better than the belt that Xiaogang gave you. Zhang Ge checked the inside of the bracelet, and it had a storage space of at least 40 to 50 cubic units. How disappointing. My system space is much better than this. The bracelet also contained a mountain of gold soul coins, indicating that Yu Yuanjin had been well prepared. Zhang Ge was about to take out the golden soul coin and put it in his belt when Yu Yuanjin waved his hand and said, I'll give you the Xiaolang ring as well, as a token for me. In the future, if the Spirit Hall wants to deal with you, they'll have to think twice. Zhang Ge smiled. In the future? The Spirit Hall won't deal with me openly anymore. Yu Yuanjin also smiled. So, hurry up and bring out that secret guard you mentioned. You can use this money. You don't have to pay it back. Our Blue Electric family isn't that stingy. As long as it's used for a good purpose, the money is sufficient. No, it must be paid back, Zhang Ge said firmly. This is my principle in life. After saying that, he took out paper and pen from his belt, seriously wrote down an IOU, signed it, and handed it to Yu Engine. Please keep this safe, uncle. It's for 2 years, and I will definitely be able to do it. Looking at the IOU in his hand, Yu Engine smiled. You little brat, by the way. Let me give you something else. Saying this, Yu Engine handed a sky-blue diamond-shaped gemstone earring to Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge was taken aback. Is this a token for me to woo girls? Uncle, I can handle this myself. Yu Engine gave him a knock on the head, wooing my foot. This is the blue star pendant, one of the twin star earrings, and it's also a soul guide device. Besides this, there's the white star pendant. The twin star earrings have only one function, which is to communicate. No matter how far the distance, you can have real-time conversations. Since you want to plan things from behind the scenes, you'll need a way to contact your agent, and this is just right. Zhang Ge was stunned. Isn't this just a portable walkie-talkie, and it doesn't even limit the communication distance. Awesome. Is this cheap uncle really this good? He had already thought of several ways to secretly contact the agents, but they were all quite troublesome. With this, it would really be much simpler and more convenient. The twin star earrings had been stored in the treasure vault for a long time, and they had never been of use. They were just right for you. Uncle, do you trust me this much? Aren't you afraid I'll run away with these things? Zhang Ge asked. Run away? Go ahead and run. Just go see which faction would treat you this well. Yu Engine laughed. Zhang Ge gave a thumbs up. The first step of the world domination plan is about to be taken. 068, the first mission of the Dark Guards that night, in the middle of the night. Yu Engine called Zhang Ge to the study again. This time, Zhang Ge met a new character, Yanghua. Through Yu Engine's introduction, Zhang Ge learned that Yanghua was the captain of the family's rear mountain shrine guard team, who usually roamed around the rear mountain area, only taking orders from Yu Engine and rarely showing up in the family. Even when not in the family, most people, including Yu Lumian, would not notice him, making his presence very low. To the outside world, he was even more of a stranger. He was absolutely loyal to the family. Currently at a soul power level of 76, a soul saint, on par with Zhao Wujia. All conditions were met. Tomorrow, after Tiange descends the mountain, you will also bring the good people I pointed out to you down the mountain. Tiange's orders are equivalent to my orders, and you must strictly follow them. Yu Engine instructed. Understood. Yu Yanghua bowed to Yu Engine, then bowed to Zhang Ge. I've met young Master Tiange. From now on, no matter what happens, just give your orders. Zhang Ge left behind 100,000 gold soul coins and put the rest of the money into the already emptied belt, then handed the belt to Yu Yanghua. This is the startup capital. After you reach Suatu City, contact me, and I will tell you what to do next. Understood. Yu Engine nodded. This kid really has a meticulous way of doing things. Additionally, although Yu Qianqian is currently my personal guard, you must remember that without my orders, you are strictly prohibited from contacting her. Only I and the family head can know your identity outside. Understood. An assassin must have the demeanor of an assassin. From now on, you may have to live in darkness for the rest of your life. Are you mentally prepared? My life belongs to the family. I have long been ready for this. Good. Now go back and get some sleep to regain your strength. Understood. Yu Yanghua bowed and took his leave. You should also go back and sleep, Yu Engine said with a smile. I have already given the orders. Tomorrow morning, Jinrong and Yu Zhang will escort you back to Suatu City from the family. The momentum on this journey will be significant. Very good. This will attract the attention of the Wuhuan Hall and other forces. Yu Engine nodded. You are quite clever. After Zhang Ge left, Yu Engine said coldly, come out. A long sword flew in from outside the window, and Yu Engine extended 2 fingers to pinch the blade. Sword old ghost, you have some guts to dare to break into my territory alone. With a flick of his fingers, he sent the long sword flying back out. The door opened, and Sword Douluo walked in. Old dragon, long time no see, still so aggressive in your speech. I have nothing to say to your 7-treasure, glazed tile school. Yu Engine replied stiffly. Oh, is that so? Sword Douluo smiled sideways, but my relationship with your little one is quite good. Yu Engine snorted through his nostrils before saying, thanks. He also knew that Sword Douluo had helped Zhang Ge several times before, although there were grievances with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. He had to express his gratitude for the help. A timeless tale, this old dragon can actually say thank you. I understand reason, Yu Engine said. Sword Douluo shook his head and sat down in the chair directly opposite. I traveled a long way to come here, and you don't even offer me a cup of tea. Just speak your mind. now that Haoyan sect has withdrawn, and Wuhuan Palace is becoming more overbearing. Have you thought about the future layout of the continent? Yu Yuanjin turned to look at him, and he continued. The Blue Lightning family and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have no deep-seated hatred. If we can form a defensive alliance, we need not fear the Wuhuan Palace. What do you think? This is what Ning Fengji taught you, isn't it? Yu Yuanjin asked. Sword Douluo's face stiffened. What? You think someone on my level can't think of these things? That's exactly what I think. Yu Yuanjin replied. You. Sword Douluo nearly drew his sword on the spot. Old man, you cannot look down on my strength, nor can you underestimate my intelligence. Ning Fengji might have that kind of magnanimity, but I'm not interested, Yu Yuanjin mocked. So, are you Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School afraid? You don't need to beat around the bush, Sword Douluo huffed, sitting back down. You know very well what Wuhuan Palace has done over the years. They want to dominate, and we will inevitably become their thorn in the eye. Do you think the two great empires are just decorations? Yu Yuanjin retorted. The two great empires need to restrain each other, Sword Douluo said. Yu Yuanjin frowned. Forget it. Your old man's attitude. Fengji has already guessed it almost perfectly, but fortunately, our main target is not you. You are planning something against Zhang Ge? Yu Yuanjin's eyes sharpened. That kid has a good relationship with my Rongrong. If they can take it further, that would be a great thing. Yu Yuanjin's expression softened. As long as it wasn't harming Zhang Ge, he was fine. He had long known Ning Rongrong's identity. Although his relationship with Ning Fengji was not good, he wouldn't stoop to harming a little girl. But that kid's thoughts don't seem to be on your little princess, Yu Yuanjin said with a smile. As for the matters among the younger generation, who can say for sure in the future? Besides, rules are dead, and people are alive, Sword Douluo teased. You old dragon don't just have one wife, do you? Yu Yuanjin fell silent for a few seconds before finally asking, what did Ning Fengji say? Sword Douluo rode away on his sword, his voice drifting back. A forced fruit is not sweet. Yu Yuanjin raised an eyebrow. The next morning, everyone set out on their way back to the academy. Yu Qianheng and Yu Tianxin were also returning to their respective academies, so they descended the mountain together. The young masters sat in the carriage, while the guards rode horses, with the Ink Tiger Soul beast leading the way, creating a grand procession. Sure enough, those hidden figures from the Wuhuan Palace followed them as soon as they confirmed that Zhang Ge was in the carriage. Yu Yanghua and the others secretly descended the mountain without being noticed by anyone. With everything coming to a successful conclusion and so many experts accompanying them for protection, everyone was very relaxed. Xiao Wu suggested, why don't we go check out the village where we stayed before? By the way, let's see that old lady. Now that there's no soul beast causing trouble, her children might be able to return. Right? Sounds good. We don't need to rush this time, the others agreed. However, when they arrived at the village and found the old lady's home, they unexpectedly learned that the old lady had passed away. When they asked the people around about how she died, they stuttered and were vague. Some said she died of illness, while others said she had an accident while working outside, which was strange. Furthermore, the money Zhang Ge had left her was also nowhere to be found. Dai Mubai and Tang San had some suspicions, and as for Zhang Ge, was there any need to guess? Human nature cannot withstand scrutiny. After leaving the village, Zhang Ge found an opportunity, rubbed his ear pendant, and said softly, now, I'm giving you the first task. Do it cleanly. After giving the instructions, Yu Yanghua's deep voice came through the ear pendant and Zhang Ge's ear understood. That night, all those with blood on their hands in the village mysteriously disappeared. 069, I want a nuclear bomb. A day later, everyone returned to Suodo City. Ultimately, the Wuhuan Palace did not take action. Whether Zhang Ge is truly a member of the Blue Electrotyrant Dragon family is no longer important. What matters is that Yu Yuanjin has announced him as the next successor. To act against him would be tantamount to declaring war on the Blue Electric family. Furthermore, with the ambiguous attitude of Sword Douluo and his repeated assistance to Zhang Ge, Bibi Dong had no choice but to consider the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as well. She had to reconsider her approach to dealing with Zhang Ge carefully. Bibi Dong did not deliberate for long. A new order was soon issued from the Pope's palace. Back at Shrek Academy, everyone took a day to rest, and Yu Zhenrong and the others did not linger much, returning to the Blue Electric family early the next morning. At the same time, Zhang Ge also left the academy, heading to the Soul Hall in Suodo City. Now that he had reached level 50, he needed to register. He also wanted to see the Soul Hall's attitude. He was feeling quite fearless at the moment. Hey, I'm swaggering into the Soul Hall. If you want to mess with me, go ahead. If you dare mess with me, I'll show you what it's like to take down a titled Douluo. He now had more than just the blood ritual as a trump card. The two soul skills from the 100,000-year spirit ring were incredibly powerful. As he confidently entered the Soul Hall, someone immediately came to greet him. It was a middle-aged man in a bishop's robe, completely bald. Zhang Ge said, "Hello. My soul power has reached level 50, and I've obtained a spirit ring. I'm here to register." The bald man flashed a gentle smile and said, "Indeed, you're the most talented newcomer in history, reaching level 50 so quickly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kratos, the Bishop of the Soul Hall in Soto City. I will personally assist you with your registration today." Hearing his name, Zhang Ge was taken aback. Kratos? But the legendary man who defeated the Greek gods and single-handedly shattered the entire Greek mythology system with an axe. And now he had even made his way to the Norse realm. Why was he here acting as a bishop instead of fighting those old gods in Norse mythology? Could it be that he also crossed over? Damn it. Should I follow the procedure or just turn around and run? What's wrong? You seem a bit scared, Kratos asked, looking a bit puzzled. Odin must be hard to deal with, right? Zhang Ge tentatively inquired. Kratos replied, "What are you talking about? Who is Odin?" Seeing his confused expression, Zhang Ge finally breathed a sigh of relief. He really thought Kratos had also crossed over to the Douluo Continent. After all, if an ordinary person like him could cross over, it was only logical that a big shot like Kratos, who had the qualifications to destroy gods, could as well. The system prompted, "Don't panic, it's just a coincidence of names." Kratos quickly helped Zhang Ge complete the registration. Just as Zhang Ge was about to leave, a crisp voice came from behind. Wait a moment. Zhang Ge and Kratos turned around at the same time, and a young girl in the standard uniform of the Spirit Hall, with a delicate appearance, appeared in front of them. Kratos bowed and said, "Miss Hulaina." Zhang Ge raised an eyebrow. "Hulaina? You can step back." Hulaina instructed. Kratos bowed and turned to leave. "Is there something you need?" Zhang Ge asked. With a charming smile, Hulaina approached Zhang Ge, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "I've heard about you being such a genius on the continent, but I always doubted it. Now that I've seen you in person, you are indeed extraordinary. No need for small talk. Are you here to make a show, to speak frankly? To take me down, to kill me? Or to flirt, to hook up with me?" Hulaina. "I recognize every word you said, but I can't understand them when they are put together." Zhang Ge looked at her with disdain. "Don't you have an underground organization? How come you don't even understand the lingo? Unprofessional. What does that last sentence mean?" Hulaina asked, a bit stammering. "To say it straight," Zhang Ge said. Hulaina looked doubtful. That sentence was so long, yet the meaning turned out to be so simple. But she didn't dwell on it too much and instead revealed a charming smile, essentially reaching out to stroke Zhang Ge's shoulder. "Our Spirit Hall values talents like you the most. Why not join us? You will get everything you desire," she said, activating her charm soul skill. Zhang Ge suddenly felt his head spinning, and the scene before him became illusory and blurry. In a daze, it seemed that Hulaina was completely naked, her body radiant and dazzling white, stirring Zhang Ge's emotions, making his breath quicken and his blood boil. Looking at the entranced Zhang Ge, Hulaina sneered disdainfully. "What genius! He can't even resist my charm. Even if he's a genius, he will obediently become my slave." Zhang Ge slowly closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them. In an instant, his eyes were ablaze with rolling flames, and he felt a loud rumble in his mind. His consciousness immediately cleared, and all the illusions before him were instantly dispelled. Fiery eyes, able to see through illusions, able to counter all kinds of enchanting illusions. Hulaina's expression changed. She screamed and collapsed to the ground, a trickle of fresh blood slowly flowing from the corner of her mouth. The failure of the enchantment caused her significant harm. Hearing the sound, Kratos immediately rushed in with his men, and upon seeing this scene, he was instantly stunned. The enchantment failed? He furrowed his brows. "Zhang Ge, what did you do? You should be asking her what she did to me." Facing a group of Spirit Hall guards, Zhang Ge showed no signs of fear and sneered. "Suddenly casting an enchantment on me out of nowhere? What is up? Is Spirit Hall so shameless now that they can't do it secretly and just go for it directly?" "You." Kratos pointed at Zhang Ge, about to speak, but Hulaina interjected. "This is none of your business, leave." Kratos paused for a moment and then left with his men. Hulaina wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up. "Not bad, really not bad. I underestimated you. What do you want next?" Zhang Ge asked. "Now, if you remain silent, my turning to leave is your best choice." Hulaina shook her head. "I want to clarify things. I came to see you myself. My teacher instructed me not to have a conflict with you, and I disobeyed her orders by using the enchantment on you. That was my mistake, and I hope you 1T hold it against my teacher in Spirit Hall." Spirit Hall actually admitting fault? This is something I never expected. Zhang Ge whistled. Hulaina was silent for a moment, then said softly, "Some of my teacher's actions I also don't agree with, but she's my teacher and also the Pope. Moreover, not everyone in Spirit Hall is like my teacher. After 3 seconds of silence, Zhang Ge extended his hand. Let us get to know each other again. I'm Zhang Ge. Hulaina's body trembled, looking at Zhang Ge in shock. When she saw the warm and gentle smile on his face, even warmer than the spring sun, her little face turned slightly red. She shyly extended her hand. I'm Hulaina. You said that as long as I join Spirit Hall, I can get what I want? Zhang Ge asked with a smile. Yes. Hulaina's spirit lifted. You can get anything you want. I want nuclear bombs, along with launch silos, underground facilities for nuclear defense, intercontinental satellite positioning, and so on. Hulaina was stunned. Can you say something I can understand? 070, this is delicious. The system prompted. I'm just teasing her. Can't you tell? Zhang Ge rolled his eyes. Even if the technology of the Sun-Moon Empire only involved soul guides, they hadn't even touched the edge of the electromagnetic revolution, so nuclear technology was a joke. As a time traveler, he had thought about promoting the traditional skills of other time travelers and developing Earth-S technology here. Not to mention high-end technologies like electromagnetic pulses, biochemical, and nuclear weapons. Even the mere appearance of firearms would spark a revolution on the Douluo Continent. Isn't the high lethality of the Buddha's Rathtang lotus due to gunpowder? However, thinking about it is easy, but doing it is hard. Zhang Ge's only regret is that during university, he didn't spend more time in the library reading books on ammunition engineering, armaments, explosives, and missile engineering. What's the use of reading classical literature every day? What even is missile engineering? Isn't it useless to read about that? The system couldn't help but complain. Zhang Ge ignored him and continued to think to himself. But to be fair, their mecha technology is indeed quite good. As an old secondary otaku, who doesn't like Gundam, I didn't understand what you said. How about you change your request? Hulaina asked. Let me be the Pope's heir, Zhang Ge said. Hulaina, you really dare to make a request. This isn't something I can decide. It has to be conferred by the teacher in person. Why don't you come back to Spirit City with me? Maybe the teacher will. You believe they're just joking with you, you silly. Zhang Ge waved his hand and turned to leave. Although I'm not interested in joining the Spirit Hall for now, we can still be friends if you're willing. I'm willing. Hulaina quickly replied. Zhang Ge didn't say anything else, and Hulaina watched him walk out the door. After he left, a somewhat sinister smile appeared on Hulaina's face. After all, he is just a child. Being friends? Being friends is just the first step. I will eventually get you into the Spirit Hall. Teacher, I won't let you down. That's right. She had been acting all along, with the purpose of getting close to Zhang Ge. Since she couldn't force it for now, she decided to take a softer approach, gradually bringing Zhang Ge into the Spirit Hall. But she didn't know that while she was plotting against Zhang Ge, he was also plotting against her. Little girl, with you around, perhaps dealing with the Spirit Hall will be easier. After walking out the door, Zhang Ge also revealed a sinister smile. Returning to Shrek Academy. Life seemed to return to the easy days of the past, with daily training and studying. Zhang Ge, however, is not at ease. Yu Yanghua has arrived in Suatuhua City and has followed Zhang Ge's instructions to purchase a piece of land in the west of the city. Soon after, a luxurious building rises from the ground. The building has a total of 7 floors, with 5 floors above ground serving as a brothel, hotel, and dance hall, while the 2 underground levels are a fighting arena. Zhang Ge named it Tianshang Renjian. According to his intention, Tianshang Renjian should not just be an ordinary establishment. It should be a place that integrates dining, leisure, entertainment, accommodation, and customs. Indeed, this is what is known as diversification. Attracting talent, improving facilities, onboarding training, advertising. With the help of funds and family behind the scenes, soon, Tianshang Renjian gained a certain reputation in Soto City. During this time, Zhang Ge was also busy. He was hastening to win over Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. With over 30 days left until the deadline, fortunately, the groundwork had been laid well in advance, and in the last 30 days, if nothing unexpected happened, it would be easy for Zhang Ge to get them. Even if something went wrong, Zhang Ge had extra plans. One day, while everyone was having breakfast, Ma Hongjun suddenly said mysteriously to Dai Mubai, Boss Dai, do you know? A great place called Tianshang Renjian just opened in Soto City. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. Oscar curiously asked, that name sounds. What kind of place is it? It's fantastic. Ma Hongjun said excitedly. You can eat, drink, relax, sleep, listen to music, and watch performances. Most importantly, if you like, you can pay for a girl to accompany you the whole time. Everyone immediately rolled their eyes. It was just as they expected. And that's not all. There are 2 underground fighting arenas. If you're feeling competitive, you can battle with other soul masters. You don't lose money if you lose, and if you win, you get cash. Plus, if you have a girl with you, she'll cheer you on, and if you win, you get extra services, and if you lose, it's okay. She'll comfort you. It's great. Let me tell you, the girls there are top-notch. And that, what was it called? Oh, right, the courtesan. My goodness, that courtesan is so beautiful. I've never seen such a pretty girl. Even though I've only seen her once, I still can't forget her. I really can't forget. Several girls looked a bit impatient, and Dai Mubai's face turned cold. Shut up. Don't talk to me about this. I'm not interested. His relationship with Zhu Zhuqing had not eased at all. Instead, it had grown increasingly distant and cold. And during this time, he had a bad premonition. Ma Hongjun was more understanding now. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and quietly said to Dai Mubai, Boss Dai, take my advice. Don't pursue girls you can't get. For this statement, Zhang Ge's favorability towards him immediately increased. Dai Mubai glared, about to explode, but Ma Hongjun quickly said, just take a look at that courtesan, and you'll know what a true beauty is. Honestly, all the beautiful girls we've seen combined can't compare to her. Really, our female classmates are no match. The expressions of several boys changed. Ma Hongjun was in danger. Sure enough, the next second, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing suddenly slammed the table and stood up. What do you mean, Ma Hongjun? Xiao Wu fumed. We have no interest in comparing ourselves to that kind of woman, but you don't need to step on us while praising her, do you? Ning Rongrong's gaze was icy. What a joke. Zhu Zhuqing was the most direct. Xiao Wu, with her fiery temper, said, Rongrong, Zhuqing, let's tear down that so-called world. Hey, calm down. Zhang Ge quickly stood up, saying that it was really Ma Hongjun who made you angry, and you could just beat him up. He is in business and hasn't provoked us. What a joke, that's my business. Ning Rongrong nodded. Then let's beat this fatty up. Wait a minute. Ma Hongjun hadn't finished speaking when Zhu Zhuqing had already transformed into a black light and rushed up. Xiao Wu followed closely behind. Ma Hongjun couldn't possibly withstand the combined assault of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, not to mention with Ning Rongrong assisting. He was quickly beaten even fatter. After beating Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu tightly hugged Zhang Ge's arm. Xiao Ge, I'm telling you, you're not allowed to go to that place. Zhang Ge immediately said, I, Zhang Ge, swear to the heavens that even if I jump off the mountain and die outside, I will not step into that kind of place. 071 boss, he took the bait. The speaker has intention, and the listener has a mind. Zhang Ge swore he absolutely wouldn't go, and Tang San wasn't interested either. Oscar didn't express an opinion, but Dai Mubai's heart was itching. For Zhu Zhuqing, he hadn't indulged in anything for a long time. Really, it had been a long time. How good were his days before? Surrounded by beauty, living like a celestial being. Ever since Zhu Zhuqing arrived, he had refrained from such activities to maintain his image. However, now the distance between him and Zhu Zhuqing was getting further and further. He was really reaching his limit. Wolves eat meat and sheep eat grass. A wolf can temporarily eat grass, but it can't eat grass forever. It still needs meat. Several times, he even thought about barging into Zhu Zhuqing's dorm to do something. After hearing Ma Hongjun describe the courtesan, he was still in the cafeteria, but his mind had already floated to the heavenly realm. He absolutely had to go take a look. As long as he sneaked in, Zhu Zhuqing wouldn't know. Besides, even if Zhu Zhuqing found out, he could say he was going to the underground fighting arena to fight and train himself. That's right, just say it like that. I'm really a genius. That boss from the heavenly realm is also a genius. The fighting arena is the best cover for a man. Zhang Ge said nothing. Everything was under his control. That night, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai sneaked out of the academy and headed to the Tianshang Renjian. They thought they were being discreet, but they didn't realize that a pair of eyes was secretly watching them. After hearing the report from M.O. Hu, Zhang Ge nodded and waved his hand, and M.O. Hu respectfully withdrew. Tianshang Renjian, this newly opened diversified hotel, had a high acceptance rate among the people of Sotawa City. Here, you could enjoy a full range of services. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun covered their faces, revealing only their eyes, and each paid 10 gold soul coins for a VIP badge. This was also Zhang Ge's instruction. The entrance fee was set at 3 levels, requiring 1, 5, and 10 gold soul coins respectively. With 10 gold soul coins, a VIP could catch a glimpse of the courtesan's beauty, and if they passed some tests afterward, they could have dinner with the courtesan or even spend a romantic night together. Under the guidance of a waitress, the two arrived at the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was divided into east and west sections. The east section was the dance hall where the courtesan performed publicly, while the west section consisted of 3 dining rooms and 3 lounges. Those who passed the test will be taken to the west section by the courtesan. Yes, there were a total of 3 courtesans. When the two arrived, the east section was almost full of people, all eager to see the courtesan's performance. Spending 10 gold soul coins was a considerable expense just to watch the courtesan perform. The east section had a total of 100 seats, with 3 shows daily, generating a net income of 3,000 gold soul coins each day. This was the idol effect. Just as they took their seats, a beautifully dressed female host stepped onto the stage, exchanged a few pleasantries, and said, "Next, let us welcome our courtesan, Lu Li Shui." Ma Hongjun excitedly exclaimed, "It's her. There are 3 courtesans here, and the one I saw last time was this Lu Li Shui. She is so beautiful." Dai Mubai frowned. How beautiful can she be? No matter how beautiful, spending 10 gold soul coins just to see her performance is a loss. You could have a good time at a brothel for that much. Ma Hongjun replied, 10 gold soul coins can buy steamed buns, chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Which one would you choose? Dai Mubai shook his head, saying he was just there to satisfy his curiosity and wouldn't come back again because it was too expensive. But the next second, when the courtesan took the stage, he was stunned. Under the soft lights, an unparalleled beauty gracefully stepped onto the stage, and all the men in the audience widened their eyes, some even gasping like cattle. She was too beautiful, with a smooth, fair oval face, exquisitely sculpted features, elegantly styled long hair, a delicate figure, and a waist so slim it seemed fragile. Dai Mubai's hand involuntarily tightened, making the chair creak. How could there be such a perfect beauty in this world? Compared to her, all the other girls he had seen before were mere ordinary women. Really, Zhu Zhuqing was far inferior to her. In fact, while this woman was indeed good-looking, she wasn't that extraordinarily beautiful. It was all because Zhang Ge had used one of the 4 great Asian sorcery techniques, makeup, on Douluo Continent. Although girls did wear some makeup, it was far from real makeup artistry. With makeup, even an ugly woman could instantly become a beauty, let alone a woman who was already quite good-looking. With a bit of makeup, she was breathtaking. As enchanting music played, Lu Li Shui danced in rhythm with the music, her movements resembling a celestial maiden descending to earth, and the men were mesmerized. Suddenly, a man stood up abruptly, eyes wide, and bellowed, "I'll offer 5,000 gold soul coins. I'm definitely sleeping with this girl tonight." Boom! 5 soul rings leapt from his body, and he charged towards the stage. However, Lu Li Shui remained unflustered as a soul master dressed in black appeared beside her, surrounded by 6 soul rings. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were startled. They hadn't expected there would be a soul emperor guard here. Furthermore, there were 4 or 5 other soul masters in black with masked faces standing by, all of them expressionless as they scanned the audience, showing no intention of helping. They didn't need to help. A soul emperor against a soul king was a complete overpowering. To prevent identity leaks, these guards were hired, so their martial souls were not Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. The troublemaking Soul King was quickly subdued, beaten in front of everyone, and then thrown directly out of the 3rd-floor window. Now, everyone settled down. They sat obediently in their seats, watching the performance. After Lu Li Shui finished her dance, she gently opened her lips. "Dear guests, we welcome you to be here. But please remember to abide by the rules. Otherwise, there will be consequences." Her voice was soft and sweet, making people feel excited. At this moment, a plump businessman asked, "Miss Lu Li Shui, how much does it cost to spend a night with you?" Lu Li Shui covered her mouth and smiled. "As long as someone can offer 10,000 gold soul coins, I can have dinner with him, and I will even feed him personally. But if you want to spend the night, that is not something that money can buy." 10,000 gold soul coins. Damn, so expensive. But being able to have dinner with such a beautiful woman, and even being fed by her, would definitely be heavenly. So how does that work? Someone else asked. First, the guest needs to prove their strength by achieving 30 consecutive wins in the underground fighting arena. Then, the guest needs to spend a total of 100,000 gold soul coins here. Finally, Dai Mubai suddenly stood up. Finally what? Hurry up and say it. Boss, he took the bait. A deep voice from the earpiece said. Zhang Ge revealed his signature villainous and eerie smile. 072 writes poetry for you. But in the end, it depends on whether the esteemed guest can touch my heart. Lu Li Shui smiled sweetly at Dai Mubai, adding, so far, no esteemed guest has been able to touch my heart. That sweet smile nearly melted Dai Mubai's heart. Ma Hongjun was so close to exploding on the spot. The two suddenly stood up and hurried towards the underground fighting arena. First, they had to achieve the condition of winning 30 consecutive matches. The next morning, Tang San and Oscar looked at Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who had dark circles under their eyes, with confusion. Boss Dai, what's going on? Did you not sleep well last night? I was cultivating, Dai Mubai replied vaguely. Zhu Zhuqing seemed not to hear and didn't look at Dai Mubai at all during the entire meal. After eating, everyone gathered on the playground, and the master asked, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, what's wrong with you two? Teacher, we were cultivating last night. Nonsense, the master said with a stern face. Cultivation has its limits. If you don't sleep at night, how can you have the energy to train the next day? Teacher, I'm fine, Dai Mubai said. Me too. Today's training is not a problem. Ma Hongjun also said. All right, then continue the sparring. First, you 7 work together to last longer in Xiao Ge's hands. Xiao Ge, you two, defeat them as quickly as possible. Zhang Ge smiled and walked to stand in front of the 7 people. The difficulty has increased, so you all need to be careful. The others were taken aback. What do you mean the difficulty has increased? 5 soul rings suddenly leaped out from Zhang Ge's body. Purple, black, yellow, red. 100,000-year soul ring. The few of them were so shocked that they screamed and gasped. Even Master showed a shocked expression. This was a 100,000-year soul ring. Although there are many titled Douluo on the continent, there are hardly any with a 100,000-year soul ring. Now, this 100,000-year soul ring appeared on a 12-year-old soul king. My goodness, what is happening in this world? Could it be that Zhang Ge is the chosen one? That expert said to give me a surprise, and when I asked him to explain what a surprise is, he wouldn't say. I asked him to explain what the hell a surprise is, and he got me a 100,000-year soul ring and said, this is the surprise. Everyone, you honestly admit, is that expert your son? No. Is it you who is his son? Only a biological father would treat you this well, right? This is simply. Master stammered for a long time and finally said a complete sentence. Xiao Ge, this is truly astonishing. Who else knows about your 5th soul ring? The head of the family. Master nodded. Make sure to remember, don't let others know about it. Even in battles in the future, try to hide this 5th soul ring. If the Spirit Hall finds out, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, the Spirit Hall only tested his soul power and did not let him release his soul rings. So he casually made up a 1,000-year soul ring. Since he had a few that were 1,000 years as well, and the Spirit Hall wouldn't be overly surprised. Zhang Ge nodded and turned to look at everyone. At this moment, everyone's gaze had become dazed. Truly dazed. A 100,000-year soul ring, which was supposed to exist only in legends, was now seen with their own eyes. And it was on their classmate. Soon, everyone came to their senses and began to congratulate him. Xiao looked at Zhang Ge with some excitement. My Zhang Ge is indeed amazing. So amazing. He managed to get a 100,000-year soul ring. Since that expert was able to help him obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, does that mean he wouldn't care about my 100,000-year soul ring? He definitely wouldn't care. If he wanted mine, he would have made a move already. Ning Rongrong's little face was also flushed with excitement. Zhang Ge has become even more powerful, and she is very happy. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes flickered as Zhang Ge continuously created miracles, shocking her time and time again. He is so excellent. Will I not be worthy of him? This thought suddenly appeared in Zhu Zhuqing's mind. Moments later, she felt a bit flushed because of this inexplicable yet bold thought. Everyone's attention was drawn to the 100,000-year soul ring, overlooking Zhang Ge's bizarre upgrade speed. All right, Xiao Ge has become stronger, reaching level 50 in such a short time. Oh my, Xiao Ge, how do you usually cultivate? How can your upgrade speed be so fast? The master finally noticed this and asked. I don't know, maybe it's because of my mutated martial soul, Zhang Ge replied. The master cried. Everyone has mutated martial souls. Why is your upgrade speed so fast? So fast that there's no bottleneck, while I am stuck at the level 29 bottleneck and can't move. It's heart-wrenching, holding back tears. The master said start. Turning around, the master left dejectedly. I might as well find a place to commit suicide. It's better not to see Zhang Ge. After seeing him, I feel heart-wrenched every day. That night, the giant moon hung high in the sky, and the night was as serene as water. Zhang Ge continued to practice manipulating the golden cudgel from a distance in the open space in front of the dormitory. He has always been a very hard-working person. Even with the cheat code, he still had to put in the effort. No, it should be said that because he had a cheat code, he should work even harder. Only those who see no hope would give up and choose to lie flat and wait for death. Under the moonlight, a fiery and alluring figure quietly appeared in the shadow at the corner of the dormitory wall. Zhang Ge didn't notice that Zhu Zhuqing had arrived, still focused on his practice. In the shadows, Zhu Zhuqing quietly watched. After practicing for a while, Zhang Ge retracted his golden cudgel, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and muttered to himself, the farthest distance for remote control is 36 meters. No, this distance is still not enough. If the enemy across is a soul, Douluo, or a title, Douluo, they could take my life from 50 meters away. Zhu Zhuqing was slightly taken aback. Zhang Ge's imagined enemies were actually at the level of soul, Douluo, and title Douluo. He really surpasses us by so much. He is already so strong. Practices quickly, has experts helping him hunt for soul rings, has become the heir of the Blue Lightning family. Yet he still works so hard. Then look at Dai Mubai. When we arrived, he was at level 37, and now, after all this time, he's still at level 37. All day long, he's only thinking about women. Poor talent, poor family background, no connections. None of this matters, but the most intolerable thing is his hedonism and lack of ambition. Zhang Ge enlarged the golden cudgel, suspended it in midair, lay down on it to rest, looked up at the giant moon, and glanced at the lush bamboo forest in front of the dormitory. Feeling the refreshing night breeze, he exhaled the turbid air from his chest and said loudly, "The lush bamboo forest is elegant and unpretentious." Leaning on my staff to observe the moon as the wind blows gently. Lying here quietly to watch the moon, it's perfect, hidden in the shadows. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. The lush bamboo forest is elegant and unpretentious. Bamboo Qing? This. Zhang Ge wrote a poem using my name. By chance, I overheard a boy I have a crush on writing a poem with his own name. Zhu Zhuqing, like many girls, is now filled with the two words, romance. Her breath quickened. Zhang Ge suddenly shouted, "Who? 073 trick. It's all tricks." Zhu Zhuqing walked out from the shadows, her face flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Ge saw her and breathed a sigh of relief. "Zhuqing, it's you? You scared me. I thought it was an assassin from a spirit hall. The host. Do you think I'm dead?" The system was unhappy. If there really were assassins, I would issue a warning. Moreover, Yu Qianqian is also hiding in the shadows to protect you. Zhang Ge jumped down with the golden cudgel. "What's wrong? Can't you sleep again?" Zhu Zhuqing blushed and nodded. "Your face seems a bit red. Are you running a fever?" Zhang Ge habitually reached out to touch her forehead, then touched his own forehead. "All right, I admit." Zhang Ge just wanted to take advantage of the situation. Zhu Zhuqing didn't resist or avoid this intimate action. "You're not running a fever," Zhang Ge said. I just heard you." Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit shy and didn't continue. Zhang Ge asked, "Did you hear the sound of my practice? Did I disturb you?" "No, it's just that I couldn't sleep and walked over. I heard you recite a couple of lines of poetry just now." By the end, Zhu Zhuqing's voice had become so soft that it was inaudible. "Oh, you mean the couple of lines I just recited? That was a poem called Missing Title by the Ming Dynasty poet Tang Hu." Zhang Ge modified 2 lines from it and thought it was quite fitting, so he recited it casually. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head, glanced at him, and then lowered it again. "Is there a problem with the poem?" Zhang Ge read the lines repeatedly in his mind. "The bamboo forest is lush and elegant. Bamboo is clear. Goodness, this little girl can't possibly think I wrote these 2 lines of poetry using her name, right? What a stroke of luck. Who says classical literature is useless? Come out and face me." With this thought, Zhang Ge immediately put on an expression of honest and a bit shy. "I use your name without your consent. Mainly because I think the bamboo forest is lush, elegant, and unpretentious, just like you." Zhu Zhuqing's face turned even redder, and she dare not look up at Zhang Ge. "If you think it's inappropriate, I can change it." "No need to change." Zhu Zhuqing suddenly raised her head and said, then realized she was a bit out of line. I think it's quite good. I didn't expect you to be not only strong, but also very talented in literature. Of course, from elementary school to university, I've always been the top of my class, a serious top student in the Chinese department, full marks in classical literature. How could I not be talented? Otherwise, how did I earn the title of cultured muscle man? "I'm glad you like it," Zhang Ge said gently. Can you help me write it down? You don't know how to write?" Zhang Ge almost blurted out. Thankfully, he held back. Otherwise, he would have lost 5 centimeters. "Sure." The two entered Zhang Ge's dormitory, where he took out paper and a pen from the Xiaogang ring and neatly wrote down the 2 modified lines of poetry. While writing, Zhu Zhuqing stood beside him, and he could clearly smell the enchanting orchid fragrance emanating from her. "It smells so good. I really want to hold her and take a good whiff." When he finished writing, Zhu Zhuqing took it, looked at it seriously for a moment, her eyes filled with affection, her little face flushed again, and she kept it close. Zhu Zhuqing looked into Zhang Ge's eyes and asked, "Can I ride your martial soul one more time?" "Of course, no problem." The 2 stepped out of the room, and Zhang Ge summoned the golden staff, which grew larger. They sat on it, and the staff took off, flying into the depths of the night sky. I increasingly feel that what you said to me that night make a lot of sense, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly said. Really? Zhang Ge asked. What did I say that night? You said that living is about finding peace of mind, and one should live in accordance with their heart, so they can live happily and not so tired. Why do you think it makes a lot of sense? Zhang Ge asked. Zhu Zhuqing turned around to face Zhang Ge. At this moment, her little face was still very red, somewhat shy, but she still gathered her courage to look directly into Zhang Ge's eyes. Zhang Ge also looked straight into her eyes. She didn't answer but instead asked, Who do you feel the most at ease with? Zhang Ge fell silent. This was a life-and-death question. If he answered Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing would feel very disappointed and might even give up the thought of being with him. If he answered you, Zhu Zhuqing would think he was being flirtatious, clearly having Xiao Wu but still thinking about her. So the best answer to this question was you all. Zhang Ge said, being with you all always makes me feel at ease. No need for scheming, no fear of being stabbed in the back one day, no calculations, it's very relaxed. Host, doesn't tea your conscience hurt? Clearly, you're calculating how to get them every day. The system began to complain. ISNT this all because of the ghost tasks you issued? If you have the guts, shorten yourself by 10 centimeters and show me. The system chose to selectively go deaf, treating it as if it hadn't heard. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent. And after a while, she said, I've been thinking these days about who I would feel at ease with. What is the answer? Zhang Ge asked. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him, biting her lip, hesitating to speak. It should be Dai Mubai. I see he cares about you a lot. Zhang Ge said, the old trick of wanting to lure her in by letting go, but it never fails. Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed. She shook her head. Just about to speak when Zhang Ge suddenly pointed below. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Is that Dai Mubai? Zhu Zhuqing looked down and indeed saw Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun sneaking towards the heavenly halls. Where are they going? Zhang Ge asked curiously. Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned cold, her eyes narrowing. Zhang Ge curiously controlled the golden cudgel and quietly followed behind them, while Zhu Zhuqing watched them enter the Heaven and Earth Club with wide eyes. That's right. From a moment, Zhu Zhuqing suggested taking the golden cudgel. Zhang Ge had come up with this plan on the spot, intentionally flying near the route from the academy to Soto City. It would be even better if he ran into Dai Mubai. If not, it was fine, as this was originally a temporary plan. Unexpectedly, Dai Mubai did not disappoint him and sneaked out to the Heaven and Earth Club. Finding a secluded spot, the two slowly descended. On the third floor, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were mesmerized by the performance of Liu Shui and, like other LSPs, cheered and shouted, completely unaware of Zhu Zhuqing standing not far behind him. If Zhu Zhuqing had any hope left before, now that last bit of hope had completely vanished. Taking advantage of the crowd's cheering to cover his actions, Zhang Ge quietly issued an order with an earring. Soon, a maid ran to Liu Shui and whispered a few words in her ear. Liu Shui understood and looked at Dai Mubai below the stage, smiling as she asked, Dai Xiao, you come to see me these past few days. Do you really like me? Dai Mubai, seeing the beauty take the initiative to speak, immediately had hearts in his eyes and exclaimed like, Of course I like you. How much do you like me? Liu Shui asked. For you, I would do anything. I've won 12 matches in a row. Ma Hongjun also stood up. I've won 11 matches in a row. Miss, you should pay more attention to me. Dai Mubai already has someone special. Nonsense. I'm single, Dai Mubai said. Zhu Zhuqing turned and left, no longer having any lingering attachment. 074, Zhu Zhuqing is mine. Beneath the giant moon, the golden cudgel streaked across the night sky of Soto City, flying out of Soto City. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. Zhang Ge didn't say anything either. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing needed to think for herself. When they flew to the forest outside Soto City, where the two of them had fallen last time, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly said, Stop for a moment. Zhang Ge stopped, and Zhu Zhuqing turned to look at him. Do you remember? Last time we fell down from here. Zhang Ge showed a look of apology. I almost got you hurt. Zhu Zhuqing smiled lightly, slowly stood up, and gently leaped down in Zhang Ge's shocked gaze. Zhang Ge was startled and quickly teleported over to grab Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder. What are you doing? Like last time, hug me. Zhu Zhuqing said softly. Zhang Ge was stunned. Wow, this is something he really didn't expect. Zhang Ge embraced her, and this time she didn't feel as reserved as before. Instead, she turned around and tightly hugged Zhang Ge, burying her head in his embrace. Bang! Zhang Ge fell to the ground again. However, this time it wasn't from such a high place, and Zhang Ge was already level 50, with a stronger physical condition than before. After activating various protections, he was completely uninjured. Zhu Zhuqing still held onto him tightly, eyes closed, resting her head on his chest, softly saying, The answer is you. Zhang Ge was taken aback. Only when I am with you do I really feel a sense of security and ease. Do you think I'm being too casual? Clearly. I have a marriage contract with Dai Mubai, and I know how good you are with Xiao Wu. Yet I still act this way and say these things to you. Zhang Ge said slowly, you might be overly stimulated. I think today's incident might be a misunderstanding. Dai Lauda, Zhu Zhuqing interrupted him. I used to think that Dai Mubai could still be saved. I had a glimmer of hope for him, but today, I truly understand. When I saw him going crazy for another woman, surprisingly, I didn't feel angry or sad at all. I realized that was the real him, and I finally understood that I no longer have any feelings for him. Zhang Ge fell silent for a moment and said, but you have a marriage contract after all. I will not return to my family. That marriage contract, if he doesn't mention it, I will treat it as if it doesn't exist. If he does bring it up, I will tell him that I will no longer be bound by family and marriage. What I have longed for my whole life is freedom. The time I spent at Shrek Academy has been the happiest days of my life because of freedom. Also because of you. Congratulations. Task completed. Soul power increased by 5 levels. Obtained random soul skill. Cosmic Galaxy. Cosmic Galaxy. A group attack soul skill that uses the power of myriad phenomena to draw the light of the galaxy from the sky, bombarding targets within a 50-50 range. If used at night, the power and range are doubled. Soul power consumption, very low. Before Zhang Ge could be happy, the system suddenly started acting up again. Task received. Push away Zhu Zhuqing. Task reward. Soul power increased by 2 levels. If Zhu Zhuqing is sad or angry, the task will fail. Failure penalty, shortened by 2 centimeters. Are you messing with me? You really are messing with me. Just when I was about to be happy, you splash a bucket of cold water on me, right? Pushing her away at this time will make her hold a grudge against me for life. Hitting her unconscious would definitely prevent her from being angry or sad. The system said, damn system, you want me to obey while messing with me? No way. Just watch how I complete the task. Zhang Ge suddenly slapped his thigh, looking surprised. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback and couldn't figure out what was going on. What's wrong with you? Zhang Ge pushed her away excitedly, not giving her a chance to react, and said, Zhuqing, that's great. Do you know what? I just suddenly comprehended a soul skill. Zhu Zhuqing. System. What soul skill? Zhu Zhuqing showed no signs of anger or sadness. Her attention was completely drawn to Zhang Ge's newly comprehended soul skill. Watch this. I'll demonstrate for you, he said, aiming at the empty ground ahead and activating the W, Nexi, Ing XNGH, Myriad Star River. Brilliant light erupted from his hands, and the starlight in the sky gathered, forming a colorful ribbon of starlight. As far as the eye could see, it looked like a river of stars stretching across the air, extremely beautiful and spectacular. Then, the star river burst forth, showering down colorful starlight like a rain of stars. Such a beautiful scene left Zhu Zhuqing mesmerized. The system was dumbfounded. Damn, this actually works? I really never expected that. This is the random soul skill reward I gave you for your mission, and you used it against me? This dog host is still as difficult as ever. So beautiful. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the colorful starlight, rain falling from the sky, saying dreamily, boom, boom, boom. The ground was smashed into huge craters. It was clearly powerful. The power is so great. Zhu Zhuqing said again. Zhang Ge turned around and looked at her. This is the soul skill I comprehended because of you. What should we name it? System. On this day, the dog system finally understood what it meant to lose both the woman and the soldiers. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Zhang Ge. I can't name it. How about you do it? Then let's call it Clear Shadow Galaxy. What do you think? Zhu Zhuqing blushed and nodded. The name you come up with is always good. System. See that? She is neither angry nor sad. Bring on the task rewards. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ge reached level 57. The system was almost so angry that it crashed. At times like this, if a woman is pushed away and doesn't get angry or sad, that would be a ghost sighting. But unexpectedly, Zhang Ge, with his unique thought process, used the newly obtained task reward soul skill, perfectly resolving the situation. Impressive. The system was really impressed. If you mess with me again, Zhang Ge said, if you do this to me again, I will definitely explode with anger. Do you believe it? After saying that, Zhang Ge ignored the system and said to Zhu Zhuqing, it's getting late. Shall we head back? Zhu Zhuqing nodded like a well-behaved little wife and reached out her small hand to hold Zhang Ge's hand. Can we walk back together? Sure. So Zhang Ge held Zhu Zhuqing's small hand and walked back to the academy. This little hand is really nice, smooth, and soft. When they were almost at the academy, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly stopped and asked, Can I call you little Ge in the future? Sure. Then, in the future, can you often take me out for a ride at night? Sure. During the day, you are Xiao Wu's, and at night, you are mine, okay? This progress seems a bit fast. Zhang Ge thought for a moment and nodded. But this way for you. Zhu Qing shook her head, mustered her courage to look at Zhang Ge. As long as I can be with you for a while every day, even if it's just a short time, I will be satisfied. Zhang Ge reached out and touched her hair. Zhu Qing hugged Zhang Ge and said, "This is our little secret. See you tomorrow." After saying that, she skipped away happily. Zhang Ge watched her leave, and just as he was about to walk away, a sudden sound of footsteps came from behind him. Am I stupid? Hearing the footsteps behind him, Zhang Ge was initially startled, but quickly revealed a speechless expression. He turned around and said, "With you like this, how can you hide in the shadows to protect me? Your footsteps are as heavy as a pig." Yu Qianqian was taken aback and said, "Huh? Isn't the snoring like a pig? How did it turn into footsteps?" Zhang Ge, is this the key point? Then what should I do, young master? Lower the volume of my footsteps? To move silently like a ghost? Yu Qianqian asked. Ah, that's right. Yu Qianqian started to take off her shoes. What? What does taking off shoes mean? After taking off the shoes, the footsteps become quieter. Yu Qianqian said matter-of-factly, "Look, it's quieter now, right?" She walked back and forth barefoot. Indeed, the footsteps were much quieter. Zhang Ge couldn't be bothered to respond to her. "I'm going back to sleep. Don't talk about what happened tonight." "What happened tonight?" Yu Qianqian asked curiously. Zhang Ge waved his hand and turned to leave. Just a few steps away, Yu Qianqian's scream came from behind. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Turning around to take a look, she had stubbed her toe and was holding her foot, crying out in pain. Zhang Ge is really fed up with this fool. The next morning, bang! Zhang Ge's dormitory door was violently slammed open, and he woke up abruptly, sitting up to see Xiao Wu rushing in. Zhang Ge was taken aback. Could it be that Xiao Wu found out about last night's incident? But the next thing Xiao Wu said was, "Zhang Ge, where are you hurt? Show me quickly." Zhang Ge, "I'm not hurt, what's wrong? You're not hurt? If you're not hurt, why is there blood on the ground outside your dorm?" "And there is a lot of blood," Ning Rongrong said from behind. Zhang Ge, "So much blood? What the hell?" After putting on his clothes and stepping outside, Zhang Ge fell silent. There were indeed some bloodstains on the ground, and next to the bloodstains, there were footprints. Yes, not shoe prints, but footprints. It must be that silly Yu Qianqian walking barefoot and hurting her feet, right? If you hurt your feet, hurry back and bandage them. What are you walking back and forth in front of my door for? People who don't know would think I've started my period. The empty room behind Zhang Ge's dormitory was originally used for storing miscellaneous items. Flander did not intend to let Yu Qianqian live here. Instead, he had prepared a separate single dormitory for her. However, she said she wanted to stay closer to Zhang Ge to better protect his safety. So he cleaned out this storage room and turned it into Yu Qianqian's dormitory. Upon entering Yu Qianqian's dormitory, there was indeed a strong smell of medicine. Looking up, Zhang Ge saw Yu Qianqian sitting on the bed, with both of her little feet wrapped in bandages. "What are you trying to achieve?" Zhang Ge said helplessly. "Young master, I've decided to properly toughen my foot skin. I want to make my feet as tough as shoe soles so they won't get sore." Yu Qianqian's expression was very determined. What good is it to practice until they feel like shoe soles? You'll still make the same sound as shoes when you walk. You might as well just wear shoes. Zhang Ge was truly exasperated by this foolish girl's logic. Can we be a bit more normal? What the young master said makes sense. Are you practicing every day, or just making your brain stupid? He felt a bit sorry for Yu Yuanjin at this moment. Fortunately, I have no other thoughts about the Blue Lightning family. Otherwise, sending such a fool would not only fail to keep me in check, but would instead strengthen my resolve to eliminate you. You might as well stop calling her Yu Qianqian and rename her Yu Hanin. After saying goodbye to Yu Hanin, Zhang Ge went to have breakfast with the others. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were already there, and their dark circle seemed even more pronounced. Tang San and Oscar asked with some concern, "Are you two okay? Are you practicing or cultivating immortality?" "Men, S matters. You wouldn't understand," Ma Hongjun replied. "Oscar." Zhang Ge glanced at Zhu Qing, only to find that Zhu Qing was also looking at him, and the two of them locked eyes. Zhang Ge shrugged his shoulders and continued eating. After finishing the meal, they gathered on the playground. The master looked at Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun and warned them again. Training requires a balance between work and rest. No matter what pressure or motivation you have, you must take a good rest. Only after resting, well, can you train and cultivate better. "Yes, master," the two replied weakly. The master sighed and shook his head. Today's training began. After the training ended, the master said, Dismissed. Everyone take a break. Xie, you and Ning Rongrong come over here. Everyone looked at the two of them with curiosity. The master said to Zhang Ge, your weapon spirit is the most amazing spirit I have ever seen. It can even have various effects on other weapon spirits. I heard that Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tower evolved because of your spirit? Zhang Ge nodded. This is not a secret. Everyone has known it for a long time. Moreover, it is precisely because of this that Jian Douluo has repeatedly helped Zhang Ge. Both Jian Douluo and Ning Fengji are very clear that it is impossible for Zhang Ge, who has obtained the position of the Blue Lightning family's heir, to join the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The reason they still value Zhang Ge so much, even to the extent that Jian Douluo personally met Yu Yuanjin to represent Ning Fengji in showing goodwill, is because his golden cudgel can help the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda evolve. Ning Fengji is now the #1 support soul master on the continent. If his 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda can evolve, he will become even stronger and might even become a titled Douluo of the support system. Furthermore, if Zhang Ge can make all the 7-treasure glazed tile schools direct disciples 7-treasure glazed tile pagodas evolve, Ning Fengji would wake up laughing in his dreams. The master nodded. I have heard Ning Rongrong mention it before. Her martial soul has a special feeling towards your martial soul. Although it's the first time I've heard that martial souls can also have emotions, I was skeptical at first. However, considering the miraculous nature of your martial soul, I think this kind of thing is not impossible. Next, I hope you can set aside a little time every day to harmonize your martial souls. If you could develop a martial soul fusion skill, that would be even better, as it would greatly enhance your combat power. Zhang Ge couldn't help but want to hug him and give him a kiss. What is this called? This is called being authorized to flirt, with a master personally giving the word. I can now have a legitimate reason to often be alone with Ning Rongrong, as long as there are opportunities to be alone. How could I not be able to get Ning Rongrong? Moreover, Ning Rongrong is about ready now. As long as Zhang Ge puts in a bit more effort, it will definitely work. I was wondering why you haven't been anxious at all these past few months and didn't take the initiative to pursue them. I didn't expect you to be plotting all along. Once you've set up the game, even if you don't actively seek them out, they will come looking for you. The system said, it's like playing chess. Zhang Ge said, a true master. With every move, you can't understand. By the time you do understand, this game is already set up. Are you saying I'm not smart? The system asked. You said it yourself. Zhang Ge replied. 076 fierce and martial in the evening. The setting sun is like blood. Zhang Ge and Ning Rongrong sat opposite each other, with Ning Rongrong's little face flushed and full of excitement. Finally, they could study the martial soul fusion technique. Finally, they could spend time alone together. Calm your mind and don't think about those messy things, Zhang Ge said. Oh. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue and began to focus on sensing each other's martial souls. The martial soul fusion technique is not a mysterious thing. As long as both parties' martial souls can resonate, under the full concentration and cooperation of the soul masters, this resonance has a high probability of producing a change, releasing energy that feels substantial. This energy can be an external attack, can change form, or can enhance oneself. The materialization of this energy is what is known as the martial soul fusion technique. Zhang Ge, Ning Rongrong, and the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda have no issues. The only problem is with the golden cudgel. This stick is really powerful, but it also has a big temper. It looks down on the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda from the bottom of its heart. It wouldn't even consider any fusion techniques, let alone spend more time with the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda is completely like a warm face sticking to a cold butt, but it remains undeterred. In Zhang Ge's eyes, the behavior of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda is a typical case of being a sycophant. After several failures, Zhang Ge finally couldn't hold back anymore. Damn stick, you really don't give your master any face, do you? I don't want to do any martial soul fusion techniques, but I still have to complete my task of chasing girls, right? Otherwise, will you shorten me by 5 centimeters? Golden cudgel. Sure, I can do that, since I'm always changing lengths anyway. Zhang Ge. I never expected that my brilliance throughout my life would be outsmarted by the system, only to be hit by a stick in the end. It's truly a stick that came for me. It left the host speechless, finally avenging me. The light of righteousness. The system was extremely excited. Golden cudgel, yay. You two are insane. Look at the treasures and systems around them, and then look at mine. Damn, what are these things around me? Still not good enough? Ning Rongrong felt a bit down. She had tried several times, but it just didn't work. She clearly felt a high compatibility between the 8-treasure glazed tile pagoda and the golden cudgel, but just wouldn't work. Don't be discouraged. This isn't something that can be done in a day. Take it slow. Ning Rongrong quickly showed a bright smile. That's good. If the fusion skill is completed too quickly, there won't be many opportunities for solitude in the future. At this moment, Ning Rongrong even hoped that the soul fusion skill would be completed a bit later. Let's go have dinner first. After dinner, I'll come find you at night. Okay? Ning Rongrong asked. Zhang Ge was about to agree when he suddenly remembered that he still had to deal with Zhu Zhuqing in the evening. So he quickly said, "You heard what the teacher said. Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. And the martial soul fusion technique is the same. We need to rest well tonight." I'll listen to you. So obedient. That night, the golden cudgel flew by under the moonlight. And Zhu Zhuqing was still sitting in front of Zhang Ge, but this time, the distance between them had closed significantly. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing said, "This is the time I look forward to every day. Only during this time can I truly feel a sense of freedom." Zhang Ge said, "To truly be free, you need to work harder." Zhu Zhuqing looked up at him. "When you become a titled Douluo and travel across the continent, then this vast world will have no place you cannot go. That will be true freedom." Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "I will work harder." "Miss Cat, where do you want to go today?" Zhu Zhuqing gave him a charming eye roll. "It's up to you. Let's go to Soto City and check out the night scenery." Zhu Zhuqing nodded. They flew to Soto City and landed, and Zhang Ge took out 2 masks from the Xiaogang ring. The two strolled around the city, eating some snacks and buying a few small items. Zhu Zhuqing, who usually had a cold expression, wore a hint of a smile throughout the night. After about an hour, Zhang Ge said, "It's getting late. We should head back." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, and the two walked into a secluded alley, planning to summon the golden cudgel to fly away. However, just as they reached the alley entrance, they heard a low sobbing and pleading sound. The two frowned and quickly entered the alley, where they saw a lecherous middle-aged man grabbing a young girl's hand with ill intentions. Zhang Ge remembered that this guy should be Douluo. He had encountered him once before, but that time Douluo hurriedly backed off, and that girl almost fell victim to his schemes. This time, Zhang Ge happened to catch him in the act. Zhang Ge was excited. "Goodness, today my stick can finally see blood." You should know that although Zhang Ge often fights with the golden cudgel, most of the time there is no bloodshed. The one time he took down the soul Douluo from the spirit hall, he didn't use the cudgel. Instead, he performed the blood ritual. Since he hadn't seen blood for a long time, the golden cudgel had protested to him several times. After spending so much time with the monkey, the stick had already developed a fierce nature. And today, he could finally satisfy the golden cudgel. "Don't cry." Douluo chuckled. "Good baby. Later uncle will make you call out happily." "Who?" Hearing a noise, Douluo suddenly turned around. When he saw a man and a woman approaching, he felt a slight panic. Then, when he saw Zhu Zhuqing's figure, his eyes widened. Goodness, this figure is amazing. And although she was masked, those big eyes and that fair, smooth skin meant that she must be a beauty without the mask. Tonight is going to be enjoyable. Zhu Zhuqing coldly looked at Douluo, deeply loathing this kind of rogue. Zhang Ge tentatively asked, "Not happy?" Douluo was taken aback and replied, "Kid, do you know me?" Just as the words left his mouth, a beam of golden light flew towards him. Damn! Douluo was shocked and hurriedly activated his soul skill, creating a pink hemispherical shield in front of him. The golden hoop staff hit the shield, pushing it in but failing to break it. Wow, this shield is quite impressive. Zhang Ge was delighted. This Douluo is truly exceptional. Even his martial soul is so extraordinary. Wait a minute. This shield martial soul, combined with my staff martial soul. Damn it, I can't think too much about it. I need to take him down quickly. Big bang. The golden hoop staff instantly enlarged, its weight unsealed to 3,000 pounds. Bu Li's magical shield was no longer effective, and he was crushed down along with it by the golden hoop staff. Poof! Crack! 3 ribs broke on the spot, and Bu Li spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood splattered onto the golden hoop staff, which instantly erupted with a mesmerizing golden red glow. Zhang Ge felt the excitement and ferocity coming from the golden hoop rod. It was like a wolf that had been starving for decades, finally tasting fresh blood and flesh. Immediately, before Zhang Ge could react, the golden hoop rod grew larger again. Its weight automatically unsealed, and with a muffled crack, Zhang Ge was stunned. Zhu Zhuqing and that girl were also taken aback. 077 Martial Soul Fusion Skill. He was crushed to death by the golden hoop rod. His entire chest was flattened, and a large amount of blood gushed from his mouth. The golden hoop rod emitted an even more dazzling golden red demonic light, as if it was given life, returning to its normal size and happily flying back to Zhang Ji's side. Zhang Ge frowned tightly, her gaze cold as she looked at it. In the understanding of everyone in the Douluo Continent, martial souls are not autonomous and are completely controlled by soul masters. Therefore, to outsiders, it seemed that Zhang Ge had killed below. Zhang Ge's hands were already stained with blood, and he didn't feel much emotion about killing again. What he found hard to accept was that the golden cudgel had killed without his permission. Losing one person like below was whatever, but what if the golden cudgel got out of his control again and killed someone he didn't want to? What if, during practice with Tang San and the others, the golden cudgel suddenly became ferocious and killed on its own? What should he do then? The girl stared blankly at Zhang Ge, grateful for his rescue. But having never witnessed such brutality, she was too frightened to speak. Zhu Zhuqing thought Zhang Ge was feeling guilty about Bu Li's death and softly comforted him, saying, "Such a rogue is not worth mourning. Let's go." Zhang Ge sighed, nodded, glanced complexly at the golden staff, put it away, and turned to leave. This damn thing, after following the monkey for so long, has become a bit wild and hard to tame. Zhu Zhuqing coldly looked at the girl. "You can leave too. Pretend nothing happened tonight. Remember that." The girl trembled all over, nodding vigorously. On the way back to the academy, Zhang Ge was very silent. Zhu Zhuqing sat facing him, still thinking about what just happened. Zhang Ge nodded. Zhu Zhuqing said, "The girl you saved last time was also harmed by him, right? You're eliminating harm for the people." "That's not what I'm thinking." Zhang Ge shook his head. "I didn't control it just now, yet the golden cudgel killed him." Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback for a moment, a smile appearing on her face. "That means your martial soul has a strong sense of justice too." Zhang Ge said, "Now that you mention it, I feel much better." Returning to the academy, he watched Zhu Zhuqing leave, then went back to his dormitory and summoned the golden cudgel. The golden cudgel trembled like a mischievous child who had done something wrong, trying several times to burrow back into his palm, but was kept under control. "Aren't you usually quite eloquent? To be honest, I don't mind the way you and that dog system irritate me. In fact, I think it's quite good that you have the wisdom to communicate with me and banter a bit. But about today's incident, I must give you a serious warning. Killing is fine. Those bastards, I want to kill them too. But you cannot kill on your own. You can only kill if I allow you. You need to know who your master is now. Things like today must not happen again in the future. Listen clearly, remember this. If you dare to kill again without my permission, I'll give up being a soul master and use you as a toilet stick, stirring up shit every day." The golden cudgel trembled. I remember. The message was conveyed to Zhang Ge's mind. "Good. Whether you follow me to glory and conquer the world or stir up shit every day depends on yourself." The golden cudgel feared becoming a toilet stick, and Zhang Ge had its weakness firmly in hand. He hoped it would behave. Zhang Ge sighed inwardly. If that monkey knew you were threatening the golden cudgel like this, it might come and beat you up. Then change my martial soul. Change back to the scythe? Sure, no matter how bad the scythe is, it will obediently listen. Things that don't listen are useless, no matter how good they are. The system was silent for a moment and then said, "After so many years with the monkey, its character has already formed. With your suppression, it will change, and when you unlock the second martial soul in the future, the situation will improve even more." Zhang Ge suddenly sat up with a start. "If we're talking about this, I'm not sleepy anymore. What's the second martial soul? Will it be unlocked for me?" "In due time, the host will naturally know," came the reply. The next morning, Zhang Ge woke up feeling refreshed. Life at Shrek was so leisurely and carefree. Just getting up, eating, training, and resting, much like the routine during the school days. Unfortunately, there were no classrooms and too few classmates. Otherwise, Zhang Ge might have truly felt a sense of time travel. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun seemed to be in better spirits today, and Yu Yanghua reported to Zhang Ge that they hadn't stayed out all night at the Heaven and Earth Club. Zhang Ge secretly smiled. It didn't matter if Dai Mubai had changed his ways now, as Zhu Zhuqing's mission had already been accomplished. Days passed one by one. Zhang Ge feels that he has been forced to become a time management expert. During the day, he spends time with Xiao Wu. In the evening, he researches soul fusion techniques with Ning Rongrong, and at night he accompanies Zhu Zhuqing. He also has to find time to make plans and issue orders to Yu Yanghua, gradually establishing the Dark Art organization. It's exhausting, but with effort comes reward. His relationships with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong are becoming closer, and the Dark Guard organization is gradually developing in the direction he anticipated. Although there have been some minor issues along the way, they have all been resolved smoothly in the end. Zhang Ge felt that the time was almost ripe. It was time to make the final move and complete Ning Rongrong's task. The efforts of the past few days had increased the compatibility of the two soul skills. Progress brought happiness, and Ning Rongrong was very happy now, feeling that her efforts had finally paid off. But in reality, this was just a performance coordinated by the Golden Cudgel under Zhang Ge's command. The two soul skills didn't actually need to be compatible at all. All auxiliary soul skills on the continent would unconditionally align with the dominance of the Golden Cudgel. The previous failures were merely due to the lack of cooperation from the Golden Cudgel. Now, according to Zhang Ge's plan, the Golden Cudgel was gradually accepting the situation, which to Ning Rongrong seemed like gradual progress. Finally, today was the day to reap the rewards. Yesterday, they had almost succeeded, and she felt confident that they could succeed today. Ning Rongrong's little face was flushed, full of anticipation. Zhang Ge nodded. Today, we will definitely succeed. They released their martial souls, and like before, the two focused their minds and began to concentrate on controlling the fusion of their martial souls. A mysterious energy appeared between the two martial souls, gradually growing stronger, and a glow emanated from their bodies. The light became more intense as the two martial souls gradually drew closer, and soon, they fused together. This was the final step, and they had failed at this step several times before. Ning Rongrong and Zhang Ge were completely focused and unblinking. Finally, the two martial souls erupted with two kinds of light, completely merging together. They succeeded. A vast amount of information flooded into their minds. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Liuli Zhenhai. Acquired. 078 Ning Rongrong is mine. A look of ecstatic joy appeared on Ning Rongrong's face. Finally, they had finally succeeded, and it was a very powerful martial soul fusion skill. At this moment, Ning Rongrong couldn't contain her joy and suddenly hugged Zhang Ge tightly. Zhang Ge patted her shoulder, summoned the Golden Cudgel, and the two leaped up, accelerating towards the outskirts of the city. The Master, Flinder, and others watched the golden light fade away, their faces showing a hint of joy. It seemed that the spirit fusion technique had been completed. Arriving at an uninhabited area outside the city, they slowly descended. Looking at the vast open space ahead, the two exchanged glances and nodded. 8 treasures are renowned. The sea-stabilizing divine needle. The two powerful spirits appeared out of thin air, bursting forth with brilliant radiance. Then they shouted in unison, glazed sea calming. Whoosh! The two powerful spirits soared into the sky, swirling and intertwining in midair, radiating like a small sun. The Golden Cudgel fell from the sky, crashing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Golden red energy erupted from the cudgel, instantly forming an illusory red ocean. The stones and trees on the ground were swept up by the illusory ocean, colliding and quickly turning into fragments. At the same time, the 8 treasures glazed tower rapidly enlarged in midair, transforming into a giant tower shimmering with glazed brilliance, hurtling down with a sonic boom. Boom! The ground shook violently again, and all the fragments instantly turned to dust. A large hole was also smashed into the ground. So powerful, as expected of the spirit fusion technique. It could cause such terrifying damage when fully unleashed. Ning Rongrong knew that this was far from the full power of the glazed sea calming, as her level was too low. If she were at the same level as Zhang Ge, both being over level 50 Spirit Kings, then unleashing this attack with full power would be a challenge, even for Spirit Emperors and Spirit Saints, and even a Spirit Douluo would be injured. The hidden sword Douluo revealed a shocked expression. What is the 7 treasures glazed tower? It is an auxiliary spirit. Yet now, in this spirit fusion technique, the glazed tower demonstrated terrifying, offensive power. The Golden Cudgel stirred the seas, while the glazed tower descended to suppress. Double damage. Terrifying indeed. Zhang Ge and Ning Rongrong are not very high in rank, especially Ning Rongrong, whose rank is extremely low. However, the power of their fusion skill is so strong. This kid is truly a treasure. Sword Douluo sighed. It's a pity that we can't bring the 7 treasure glazed tile school under our wing. Otherwise, the 7 treasure glazed tile school would definitely be the #1 sect. But it's alright now, as long as Ning Rongrong and Zhang Ge have a good relationship. If these two can get married in the future, the 7 treasure glazed tile school can still become stronger with Zhang Ge. Not bad, this power is impressive. Zhang Ge smiled. It's really not bad. Ning Rongrong suddenly felt weak, swaying as if she was about to fall. Zhang Ge quickly reached out to support her. What's wrong? Ning Rongrong's face turned a bit pale. This soul skill is so powerful, but it consumes a lot of my soul power. Zhang Ge, the golden staff has its reasons for looking down on you. I've only used about 1% of my soul power, while you've already consumed 2/3. It's okay, you could take a break. Zhang Ge was about to help her sit down when she suddenly reached out and grabbed his sleeve. No. Just hold me like this. All right then. Holding you isn't a loss for me. We finally did it. Ning Rongrong looked up at Zhang Ge, her eyes a bit red. I used to think you were just lying to me, just brushing me off. I didn't expect that we really did it. Zhang Ge. Am I that kind of person? Now I know you are not. Ning Rongrong leaned her head against Zhang Ge's chest. Do you know how happy I was when the teacher asked us to research martial soul fusion techniques? On the day we first studied martial soul fusion techniques, I returned to the dormitory and couldn't sleep all night because I finally knew that you weren't lying to me. You weren't brushing me off. It was just that you had too much going on during this time. I'm so happy to finally be able to spend time alone with you. But Ning Rongrong suddenly hugged Zhang Ge tightly. Now that the martial soul fusion technique is complete, I will no longer have any reason to be alone with you. Just hold me like this. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to hold you like this again in the future. The sword Douluo hid in the shadows, quietly observing. He did not interfere in the matters of the young people. Zhang Ge fell silent for a moment and embraced Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong closed her eyes and leaned tightly against Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge was scanning the surroundings with shifty eyes. At this moment, no one should come stir up trouble, especially Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. What? Yu Qianqian is nearby. That's fine. What? Jian Douluo is also nearby. That should be fine too. If it were a problem, he would have come out and given me a sword strike by now. Ning Rongrong was nestled closely in Zhang Ge's embrace, forgetting all about martial soul fusion skills, sex, and Xiao Wu at this moment. She only felt a deep sense of peace and happiness in her heart. How wonderful it would be if this moment could last forever. Prompt. Congratulations, mission completed. Soul power increased by 5 levels. Gained a random soul skill. Gained soul skill. Heaven and Earth unification. Heaven and Earth unification. Demon power erupts, transforming into 2 palms. One palm represents heaven, and the other represents Earth. When the 2 palms come together, they deal immense damage to enemies within the coverage area. This soul skill requires the summoning of the golden cudgel to use soul power consumption low. After activating the second martial soul, the power is doubled and soul power consumption is reduced. Zhang Ge was initially confused. Was the task completed? Had he managed to deal with Ning Rongrong? She hadn't said anything, just hugged him, and the task was done? Silence spoke louder than words. The system said. Hearing the system speak, Zhang Ge was first startled, and upon realizing it wasn't a task announcement, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was scared enough to feel the aftereffects. He felt very annoyed, and the system was even more exasperated. Did it really give him a task? After issuing it, it pulled a stunt on him, not following his routine. And now his soul skill had turned into something others helped him comprehend. Just thinking about it made his tailbone ache with anger. The task was completed, and Zhang Ge's heart finally settled down. After all this time of build-up, although he hadn't explicitly expressed anything to Ning Rongrong, the accumulation of feelings over time was enough to form a river. Everything was just as Zhang Ge had initially thought. He wouldn't take the initiative to express anything. It all depended on how Ning Rongrong thought and acted. The carrot effect? The system asked. The donkey effect? Zhang Ge replied. After checking his attributes, Zhang Ge felt a bit emotional. In just a few days, he had already leveled up to level 62 and obtained 2 new soul skills, both area skills. Meanwhile, Tang San and the others in the same period were still hovering around level 30. Should I wait for them? Zhang Ge pondered for a moment, then his gaze sharpened. Wait for what? I want to level up faster. Once I reach Title Douluo, I'll take on 7. It seems there's one who isn't human, actual level 62, displayed level 60, just missing a soul ring. How about this? Why don't you give me another task? Issue me a task and reward me with a soul ring, Zhang Ge said. May I ask, host, aren't you afraid of leveling up too quickly and drawing attention? The system retorted. It's useless to be afraid. My level has already risen. Am I supposed to drop it? Zhang Ge said, since I've already reached 60, getting a soul ring would be great. It can go down. The system said, what the hell are you talking about? At this time, you're selling some kind of cuteness. Whoosh. The sound of wings disturbing the air came. Zhang Ge and Ning Rongrong immediately recognized the sound of wings flapping after Flinder's martial soul was activated. They stepped back from each other. Ning Rongrong's little face was flushed, while Zhang Ge, with his thick skin, showed no signs of embarrassment at all. Soon, Flinder appeared in front of them. Was the martial soul fusion skill completed? How effective was it? If it were any ordinary student who had created a martial soul fusion skill, he wouldn't have been so interested. But this was created by Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge was impressive from the very beginning, incredibly flashy, and his various flashy soul skills emerged one after another. Flender was quite interested in his first martial soul fusion skill. The key was that the commotion caused by the Zhunhai Liuli Tower earlier was too great, and he had to come and take a look. Zhao Wujia, the master, Tang San, and others arrived shortly after, all looking at the two of them with anticipation. Zhang Ge smiled and pointed to the area not far away that had been bombarded by the fusion technique. You can go see for yourselves. Whoosh! Flander was the first to rush out. Soon his shout echoed. Is this what you created? The others, including Zhao Wujia, hurried over and were all stunned, staring wide-eyed at the large pit. How terrifying! Everything in the pit had been completely crushed. They could vaguely see that it was debris from trees and stones. Good grief. Although they hadn't witnessed the release of the martial soul fusion technique firsthand. Just looking at this destructive power, they could imagine how powerful this fusion technique was. What about the consumption? Master asked. Fully exerting it, my soul power will be consumed about 70 to 80%. Ning Rongrong said with a somewhat pale face. I'm a bit better, Zhang Ge said. Everyone thought to themselves, that's not being better at all. You look like you haven't consumed much at all. There is no sign of exhaustion. Master nodded. Ning Rongrong is much lower in rank compared to you, so when her rank increases in the future, it won't be a big issue. Also, since Ning Rongrong is an auxiliary soul master, she must strictly calculate her soul power when using this fusion technique. If her soul power is consumed too much and she can't assist her teammates, it will be troublesome. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhang Ge and revealed a brilliant smile. I will definitely work harder to cultivate in the future. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing looked at Zhang Ge. They were both envious. If they could also perform a fusion technique together with Zhang Ge, that would be wonderful. The power didn't matter as much. Mainly it would feel very fulfilling to create it together. Unfortunately, beast martial souls and weapon martial souls generally do not have phenomena of martial soul compatibility. The sword Douluo, hiding in the shadows, glanced toward where they were, remained silent for a moment, then turned and left. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Sword light sliced through the sky, and countless disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School stopped to look up with reverent expressions. The main hall doors were blown open by a strong wind, and Sword Douluo stepped on his flying sword and gracefully flew in. Inside the hall, there were two people, one tall with a resolute face, and the other with a well-proportioned build and handsome features. The tall man frowned. Chun Xin, can you walk in without blowing the door open? You're about to break it. Old Bone, Fengji didn't say anything. Why are you getting worked up? You old ghost. All right. Uncle Gu, Uncle Jian, Ning Fengji said with a wry smile. When can you two stop bickering? The sun might as well rise from the west. The two snorted in unison. Ning Fengji looked at Sword Douluo. Uncle Jian, how is it? Sword Douluo sighed. Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Yuan Zhen is that kind of person. Didn't we anticipate this before? Why sigh? I sigh because that kid isn't one of us from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Sword Douluo said regretfully. No worries. Ning Fengji laughed. With his relationship with Rongrong, even if he is not from our sect, he should not refuse if we ask him for help in the future. Sword Douluo sighed again. You old ghost, if you have something to say, just say it. Why sigh so much? Bone Douluo looked at him with raised eyebrows. Surprisingly, Sword Douluo did not bicker back, but instead said to Ning Fengji, Fengji, do you know what I saw this time? Ning Fengji asked with a smile. Could it be that he helped Rongrong turn her martial soul into the 9-treasure glazed tile? Sword Douluo shook his head. Rongrong's 8-treasure glazed tile now has offensive capabilities. What? Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo were both taken aback. What is going on? After listening to Sword Douluo's description of the martial soul fusion technique, the two fell silent. After a while, Bone Douluo said, with Rongrong's level of soul power, the fusion technique of those two can have such great power. If that kid fuses with your martial soul, Fengji, even if it can't kill a title Douluo, it can still heavily injure one. Ning Fengji silently nodded. The 7-treasure glazed tile is the strongest auxiliary martial soul in the continent, but it has no offensive capabilities at all, which is an eternal pain. Now, a martial soul fusion technique can allow the 7-treasure glazed tile to exhibit such powerful offensive capabilities. It was impossible for Ning Fengji to not have ideas about it. He finally understood why Sword Douluo felt so regretful. This is truly too regrettable. If Zhang Ge could come to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the sect would first gain a future unlimited strong attack soul master. Secondly, Zhang Ge could help the 7-treasure glazed tile evolve, which is incredibly precious. Finally, if Zhang Ge could perform a martial soul fusion technique with Ning Fengji, then Ning Fengji would possess attack capabilities comparable to a title Douluo. This fusion technique doesn't necessarily have to hit anyone. It mainly serves as a deterrent. Unfortunately, there's no if. Why not just kidnap that kid? If he dares to disobey, just kill him, Bon Douluo said. Sword Douluo frowned. Do you speak without thinking? Have you considered the serious consequences of fighting with the Blue Lightning family? Both sides would suffer, and in the end, it would benefit the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji said, Uncle Bone, this matter really can't be handled that way. And do you really think that kid is a soft persimmon? Sword Douluo continued. When he returned to the Blue Lightning family, he encountered an obstruction from the Spirit Hall, and in the end, with his level 47 strength, he defeated an 87 level Soul Douluo, killing him in one move. I suspect he has the ability to kill a title Douluo. Bon Douluo's face changed. How is that possible? This is impossible. Not to mention level 47. Even level 74 cannot kill an 87 level Soul Douluo. One move kill. Absolutely impossible. Ning Fengji shook his head. Uncle Bone, just because we haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Bon Douluo's face turned dark, and he fell silent. Sword Douluo suddenly said, but I discovered something interesting. What is it? Among those little guys, there seems to be one that is not human. 080, a wise choice not human. The two were taken aback. What does that mean? Soul beasts that have cultivated for 100,000 years can transform into human forms. With Sword Douluo's words, the two understood. Are you saying there is a 100,000-year soul beast in that Shrek Academy? Bon Douluo became spirited. That's right. Sword Douluo said previously, my attention was always on Rong and Zhang Ge, not noticing others, but in these past few times I noticed her and confirmed that she is a 100,000-year soul beast. Bon Douluo immediately walked out, and the two quickly called out to him. What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? Bon Douluo retorted. That is a 100,000-year soul ring. If I don't collect it, what am I waiting for? Wait. Sword Douluo blocked him. You cannot go. Why not? Ning Fengji asked. Uncle Jian, who is that little one? Is it male or female? Female, I think her name is. Xiao Wu. What is her relationship with Zhang Ge? Very good. After speaking, Sword murmured in his heart. 3 girls, none of them have a bad relationship with him. This kid is strong and has a good relationship with women, which is frustrating. Ning Fengji asked again. Did Xiao Wu accompany Zhang Ge when he returned to the Blue Lightning family? Yes, she rode in the same carriage as Zhang Ge. Ning Fengji nodded. Uncle Bone, don't think about that 100,000-year soul ring. Why? 100,000 years of soul rings are incredibly precious. You all know that. Now is the perfect opportunity to capture her. She is transformed into human form. Her strength is definitely. Ning Fengji interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Uncle Gu, Yu Yuanjin is also a title Douluo. She followed Zhang Ge to Yu Yuanjin's base. Would Yu Yuanjin not notice? Title Douluo Gu was slightly taken aback. Yu Yuanjin would definitely notice, and he would surely have the same thoughts as you. But why did he ultimately not take action and let her leave? Because Yu Yuanjin is a fool, Title Douluo Gu said. Sword Douluo couldn't hold back. I think you are the fool. Title Douluo Gu raised an eyebrow. Old Sword, do you dare to insult me? Let's go. Life and death duel. Who's afraid of who? Sword Douluo immediately drew his sword. Ning Fengji felt overwhelmed. Yu Yuanjin values family interests above all else. 100,000-year soul ring presented to him. He cannot remain indifferent. The only reason he could give it up is Zhang Ge. Sword Douluo said, right? In his eyes, Zhang Ge's value to the family far exceeds that of a 100,000-year soul ring. Apart from that, I can't think of any other reason. Ning Fengji said, if we really make a move against that Xiao Wu, then Zhang Ge will definitely stand against us, and Rong's friendship with him will be completely severed. Sword Douluo agreed. It's like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, and it may not even succeed. Title Douluo Gu understood this logic as well. But he just didn't want to back down in front of Sword Douluo, snorting coldly. Just showing off that you know idioms? Uncle Gu. Ning Fengji looked at Title Douluo Gu with a serious expression. I understand, Title Douluo Gu's side, I'm not a fool. On one side is a tremendous opportunity that could allow the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda of our sect to evolve, which would significantly enhance the overall strength of the sect. On the other side is a 100,000-year soul ring that could greatly enhance an individual's strength. From the perspective of the sect, it's clear which to choose, overall strength or personal strength. Sword Douluo said, I believe in doing good to the end. We not only cannot harm her, but we must also protect her. Rong owes him a favor, which means our 7-treasure glazed tile sect owes him a favor. And in the future, we will need his help, so we should treat him well. Title Douluo Gu asked, haven't you helped him quite a bit? then we should help him even more. What logic is that? Titled Douluo Gu scoffed. Ning Fengzhi thought for a moment and said, Old Sword has a point. Since it's already clear that we cannot win him over, we must establish a good relationship with him. The closer his relationship with our sect, the better. Ning Fengzhi made the decision, and titled Douluo Gu stopped arguing. You are the sect master. You have the final say. Zhang Ge finally had a solid and relaxing sleep, enjoying a beautiful dream. There's a saying, without tasks, one feels light. My wife no longer has to worry about me being 10 centimeters short. Received a mission. To win Flandra over, mission reward. None. Failure penalty. 10 centimeters shorter. Zhang Ge, are you really messing with me? You're seriously trying to make my life miserable, right? And you even got Flandra on your side? Why don't you say you got Zhao Wuji too? Just give me a break. Otherwise, send me back to Earth. Just kidding, the system says, please don't relax too much. This world is more dangerous than the punishment tasks given by this system. Spare me your nonsense. Zhang Ge really can't help but curse, compared to your task punishment. This world is much more lovable. Even if they are ruthless, they just want to kill me, but you want me dead, as a system and host. We should love each other. How can you curse me? Host? Hitting is affection. Cursing is love. System. After breakfast, everyone gathers in the playground. The master said, during this time, you all have made significant progress in your practice with Xiaogang, and your performance and physical training has also been quite good. From now on, I will change the teaching strategy. Starting today, you will have physical training in the morning, practice with each other for an hour in the afternoon before resting, and in the evening, go to the Great Soul Arena to continue fighting. In addition, you need to sign up for team battles to hone your skills in combat against other teams. Everyone nodded. If this had been in the past, such a packed schedule would have been very annoying, but now, with the foundation laid by previous training, they can't wait to have a few good fights with opponents of equal strength. Fighting with Zhang Ge every day is like battling a boss, and they never win. It's too boring. The team battle has more than 5 and less than 10 members. All 8 of you can sign up. At this moment, Zhang Ge suddenly raised his hand. Well, I want to sign up. They can just sign up for the team battle. Team battles are matched based on the highest level in the team. If he signs up, they would have to face opponents over level 60. What a joke. The master nodded. That's fine too. Facing enemies of such high levels, failure is one thing, but getting injured would be troublesome. Everyone nodded in agreement. If they teamed up with Zhang Ge, they would face enemies of such high levels, and Zhang Ge would have to deal with the enemies while also supporting them, which would be very passive. Although Zhang Ge is very powerful, he can't do everything alone. They still have to rely on their own efforts. That evening, at the Great Soul Arena in Soto City, your teamwork during this time is ready to be tested. Team battle. Let us see how you perform. The master patted Tang San's shoulder. Go. 081, nameless Zhang Ge believes that fate truly exists. The team battles in the Soul Arena of Soto City are still the standard for the Shrek 7 monsters. However, it doesn't matter. He will still be able to participate in the upcoming Soul Master Tournament. There are no strict rules like selecting opponents based on the highest team rank in the Soul Master Tournament. As long as you're a student of the Academy, even if you're a titled Douluo, the opponent can only accept it. They can only blame themselves for not being as extraordinary. Zhang Ge's presence has caused many changes in the original plot. The biggest change is that Tang San no longer has the 8 spider lances. However, they performed quite well in the team battles. Zhang Ge acted as a boss for nearly 2 months to hone their cooperation. Although the original trio was broken up, their coordination with each other was still good. After the battle, everyone happily went to the audience seats, only to find that Zhang Ge was not there. Xiaogang has also gone to compete. It's probably starting soon. If we hurry, we can still catch it, said the master. So everyone rushed to the 9th arena. Just as they arrived at the audience seats, they heard the host's shocked voice echoing throughout the venue. Not long ago, when contestant Zhang Ge first arrived, he was only at the 40th level as a soul scholar. Now he's already at the 50th level as a soul king. This speed of improvement is simply astonishing. Moreover, contestant Zhang Ge has currently achieved 19 consecutive victories. They have been too busy during this time, with many things to attend to, so they hardly had any time to compete. Zhang Ge sometimes went out to compete on his own, and now he had already fought 19 matches, winning all of them. After hearing the host's introduction, the audience erupted into deafening cheers, mostly from female spectators. Zhang Ge has seemingly embarked on the irreversible path of an idol. Handsome, with great temperament, strong abilities, and high talent. Who wouldn't like such a boy? Bang! The lights shine on the other side, and a tall figure steps onto the stage under the illumination. This person is cloaked in a large black robe, with a blanket covering their head and a black mask obscuring their face, making it impossible to see their appearance. The contestant is nameless, a level 52 Soul King, with the Beast Martial Soul, Blood Spirit Weasel. The nameless contestant has already achieved 9 consecutive wins. Today, will contestant Zhang Ge reach 20 consecutive wins, or will the nameless contestant reach 10 consecutive wins? Let's wait and see. The match begins. Dai Mubai furrows his brow. It's actually the Blood Spirit Weasel. Everyone looks at him, and Oscar asks, "What is wrong?" Dai Mubai replies, "The Blood Spirit Weasel is an ultra-rare soul beast equivalent to the Space Mouse. I didn't expect someone to awaken such a beast martial soul." The master nods and says solemnly, "Most human beast martial souls originate from soul beasts. I really didn't expect to see such a martial soul in my lifetime." While the host is chattering away, the system quickly introduces the Blood Spirit Weasel. The Blood Spirit Weasel is a very mysterious and peculiar soul beast. Its uniqueness is comparable to the Space Mouse. The Space Mouse controls space, while the Blood Spirit Weasel controls blood. When a human awakens the Blood Spirit Weasel as a beast martial soul, they will gain the ability to control blood. However, if the opponent's level is lower than yours, and they don't have special soul skills, they won't be able to control the blood in your body from a distance. But be cautious of the blood-red halo surrounding the opponent. That is the boiling blood river domain that comes with the Blood Spirit Weasel martial soul. You must not step into the opponent's domain, or else you will become hot-blooded. Your head will become muddled, and you may even have your blood forcibly drawn out by the opponent. However, that domain is probably only about 2 or 3 meters in range. Zhang Ge asked, "Why does my golden cudgel martial soul have such great power, but doesn't have a domain?" The great sage's deterrence is a domain, otherwise. Do you think that every time the golden cudgel is summoned, that overwhelming aura sweeping across the field comes from where? However, it is a temporarily incomplete domain. The system said. Zhang Ge was just about to ask how to complete the domain when the opponent had already summoned their martial soul and launched an attack. The opponent's martial soul was somewhat similar to Xiao Wu's. Instead of becoming bear-like or tiger-like like Xiao Wuji and Dai Mubai, their body did not swell with muscles. Instead, a pair of fluffy red ears grew out from under the hood, and a fluffy, soft red tail appeared behind them. Zhang Ge gripped the golden hoop and aimed it at his opponent, suddenly extending it. But the opponent seemed to have anticipated this and effortlessly dodged it. Zhang Ge was feeling that this move was becoming less effective. He didn't expect this move to defeat his opponent. As the opponent dodged, he immediately swept horizontally. But the opponent once again leaped gracefully to evade. Zhang Ge confirmed that the other party was a woman. When she jumped away, the black robe flew up, and he saw the pink shorts and 2 white, tender legs underneath. He couldn't believe that a big man would wear pink shorts, let alone have such beautiful legs. If there were, he would go to great lengths to do cupping on her legs. Paying attention to such things at this moment was just an old traditional skill. The system sarcastically remarked. Zhang Ge was about to speak when he suddenly squinted his eyes. His opponent actually grabbed the golden cudgel. Then, a beam of blood light swiftly flew towards him along the golden cudgel. There was no need to say, this must be her soul skill. If that blood light reached his hands, the consequences were easy to imagine. But little sister, this move is of no use to me at all. He casually swung the golden cudgel away, forming a sword finger to point, and the golden cudgel flew rapidly towards her, controlling from a distance. "I don't need to hold the golden cudgel to beat you up." "Oh, it's happening." The host shouted. It's Zhang Ge's remote control. Although it had been seen before, every time it was witnessed, one couldn't help but marvel. Remote control, elusive and unpredictable. How will the unnamed contestant respond? However, the unnamed contestant remained completely calm, gracefully dodging the golden cudgel's attacks time and time again. Such quick reaction speed. Zhang Ge became serious, and the speed of the golden cudgel increased. Wu Ming's evasion speed also quickened, and her body even left after images due to dodging too quickly. The Blood Spirit Mongoose is that agile. It has encountered a tough opponent. The system said, there are no tough opponents here. Zhang Ge raised his hand and used the soul skill with big. This was the first soul ring skill, capable of taunting opponents and causing them to temporarily lose their rationality, making them rush to attack him. However, just as this soul skill was released, a blood-red halo suddenly appeared above Wu Ming's head. After the halo appeared, it shattered with a pop, and Wu Ming continued to dodge the golden cudgel without being affected at all. What the hell? It was actually broken? Zhang Ge was a bit stunned. This was the first time what big had been countered. soul skills associated with soul rings can be broken by more powerful soul skills, while soul skills obtained from the system are much better. At the very least, they won't be countered. This girl is not bad. It looks like I need to use my real abilities. Void grip. Wu Ming's dodging suddenly became sluggish, her body being forcibly drawn towards Zhang Ge. However, she quickly waved her hands, and two small fragments of stone shot through the air, getting sucked into the void black hole. The void black hole would automatically disappear after absorbing two objects. Anything would do. Wu Ming's body regained its lightness and agility once again. Zhang Ge's gaze became sharp. The opponent had a clear understanding of him, and it was obvious that this was definitely directed at him. 082, a true monstrous genius. From the beginning of the battle until now, every move he made was easily countered by the opponent. Clearly, the opponent had a thorough understanding of him and seemed to have made ample preparations specifically to deal with him. Zhang Ge's mind raced quickly. In the next moment, he launched two attacks in quick succession, sending out two blasts of hot wind and two strands of deathly separation. However, all of them were evaded by the opponent using their bizarre and swift movement technique. Although these two soul skills were instantaneous and the hot wind and black strands flew at high speed, they were not tracking-type attacks. They were straightforward and required a direct hit to be effective. Zhang Ge secretly nodded. As he expected, the opponent's movement technique was strange and swift, making it impossible for his two soul skills to hit. Moreover, the opponent was dodging the elusive attacks of the golden cudgel while simultaneously evading. And this movement technique was absolutely unique in the Douluo Continent. Even certain titled Douluos might not possess such powerful agility. Was this a soul skill? Or was it simply a speed enhancement brought by the spirit possession of the blood spirit ferret? In the audience, the members of Shrek all showed expressions of shock. This was the first person who could last so long in Zhang Ge's hands without suffering any losses. This person's movement technique was bizarre and swift, even stronger than my ghost shadow mist. Tang San was secretly astonished. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the nameless individual with a shocked gaze. She also excelled in speed, but she was completely outmatched by this nameless person. Even at level 52, she couldn't compare. This nameless individual was very strong. Is that all you can do? The nameless one suddenly spoke, her voice very clear and pleasant, carrying a unique sweetness typical of a young girl that made one feel comfortable upon hearing it. A girl? The members of Shrek were all taken aback. Zhang Ge leisurely waved his fingers in midair, controlling the golden staff to attack while laughing. Little sister, I'll give you a chance to admit defeat, otherwise you'll get hurt. Then go ahead and make your move, Wu Ming replied with a smile. With her speed, she could easily dodge the attacks of the golden staff, and attacking Zhang Ge would be a piece of cake. The reason she didn't take the initiative to attack was that she wanted to see if Zhang Ge had any other skills. Zhang Ge suddenly raised his hands, with his left palm facing up and his right palm facing down. In an instant, a terrifying demonic aura radiated from him and the golden cudgel, causing the surrounding air to stagnate as if it had solidified. Boom! Two enormous illusory hands appeared on the arena, with the left hand below and the right hand above, completely covering the entire stage. The audience immediately fell into silence. Everyone stared in astonishment at the two gigantic hands, the aura emanating from them chilling to the bone. The members of Shrek were completely dumbfounded. When did he comprehend such a soul skill? Are you really a soul skill manufacturing machine? Where did all these random soul skills come from? A figure dressed in a black robe, whose gender was indiscernible, suddenly stood up. Zhang Ge's mouth curved into a smile. Then let's try the soul skill I've newly comprehended. Unity of heaven and earth. With a sudden clap of his palms, two enormous illusory hands, accompanied by a whistling sound explosion, slammed together. Boom! The dazzling light made everyone close their eyes. As the light dissipated, they opened their eyes and were all stunned by the scene on the stage. Wu Ming lay on the ground like a little rabbit, while Zhang Ge stood in front of her, his right hand hovering above her head. What happened? What's going on? What is this situation? Who won and who lost? The host, also in a daze, said, what exactly happened in that moment? Wu Ming raised her head, her bright eyes looking at Zhang Ge. Thank you for being merciful. I lost. Apart from Zhang Ge himself, the unity of heaven and earth would have dealt immense damage to all targets within its range. If it weren't for Zhang Ge protecting her just now, she would either be dead or severely injured by now. Zhang Ge smiled and said, if you play seriously, it's hard to say who will win or lose. He realized that although Wu Ming was coming for him, he did not harbor any malice. Otherwise, when he released the heaven and earth unification technique just now, Wu Ming would have definitely taken the opportunity to launch a surprise attack the moment the golden cudgel stopped. This Wu Ming seemed more interested in seeing his true strength. Wu Ming stood up, looked towards the audience, his eyes shining with a strange light. Zhang Ge didn't notice her gaze and said, "Let's call this a tie. Next time, we'll have a serious match." A tie? Everyone was slightly taken aback. Unexpectedly, Wu Ming suddenly turned to look at him and whispered, "Zhang Ge, you won." After saying that, she turned and left the stage. Zhang Ge was taken aback. "Zhang Ge, brother? What the heck? Do we know each other? Are we close?" In ancient times, Tang San recognized his sister, and now you recognize your brother? However, by the time Zhang Ge came to his senses, the shadow of a nameless figure had already disappeared at the end of the passage. In the audience, the figure in the black robe also stood up and left. Returning to the audience, he saw the Shrek group, and everyone stepped forward to congratulate him. Today's match was much more exciting than previous ones. In the past, matches usually ended in just a few seconds, or even a dozen seconds, which was utterly meaningless. Today, at least the two of them had a back-and-forth exchange. The master offered some guidance, and just as everyone was about to leave, a clear voice suddenly rang out behind them. "Zhang Ge, brother." Everyone was taken aback and turned around. It was the nameless figure. "We don't seem to know each other, right? Why are you calling me brother?" Zhang Ge asked curiously. The nameless figure lowered their head. "I want to say a few words to you." Everyone looked at Zhang Ge with some suspicion. Zhang Ge had a pained expression and asked, "Who the hell are you? Acting all mysterious?" Xiao Wu stepped forward and asked, "What do you want? Why do you call him brother?" Wu Ming remained silent. Zhang Ge thought for a moment and said, "You guys wait for me here." Just as Xiao Wu was about to speak, Zhang Ge gave her a look, and she shrugged helplessly. He and Wu Ming went to a secluded place, and Zhang Ge asked, "Miss, do we know each other?" "Sure enough, you don't remember me anymore." After saying that, Wu Ming lifted her hood and took off her mask, revealing a fair, beautiful, pure, and cute little face in front of Zhang Ge. Looking at this face, Zhang Ge felt a bit familiar, but he just couldn't remember who it was. "I am Xiaogang," Wu Ming said, a little blush on her cheeks. "And I am Xiaogang. What is Xiaogang? Wait a minute, Xiaogang." Zhang Ge's eyes suddenly sparkled. "Are you the little lamb sister from Yojia village?" The little lamb raised her head, her face showing an expression of surprise, and immediately jumped into Zhang Ge's arms. "You remembered. That's great. I knew you wouldn't forget me." Zhang Ge. In my memory, the original owner did indeed play with the village's children when they were young, including both boys and girls. Among them was a little girl whose nickname was Little Lamb. Zhang Ge is good-looking, has a good temper, and takes great care of the children, so they all like him very much. Unexpectedly, Little Yang has actually become a soul master and awakened the extremely rare martial soul, the blood spirit weasel. The key point is, Little Yang is even a year younger than him, but has already reached level 52. This is a true genius. Without any system or golden finger, he has cultivated to such a level. 083 title. Ling Xiao that year, when you and your two classmates returned to Neo Family Village. I wanted to tell you that I had also awakened my martial soul and could go to the Soul Master Academy to study like you, but I didn't dare to say it at that time. Why didn't you dare to say it? That's a good thing. Zhang Ge asked in confusion. Being able to awaken a martial soul and become a soul master is a tremendous good fortune for ordinary people, especially for the poor children in the village. How could you not dare to say it? Because I didn't understand at that time. The blood spirit weasel is small and doesn't have much power. I was afraid you would laugh at me. Silly girl. Zhang Ge laughed in anger. After all, she is a rural child with a naive mindset. No matter what kind of martial soul it is, being able to awaken it and have soul power is a good martial soul. Because I had already missed the registration, I planned to wait until next year to go to intoNotting Academy to find you. But unexpectedly, not long after, I met my teacher. Your teacher? A female voice came from behind. Little Yang quickly let go of Zhang Ge, blushing and standing aside, obediently saying, "Teacher." Zhang Ge turned around and saw a woman in a black robe walking over. This woman was very beautiful, with an oval face and delicate features, exuding a sense of heroism between her brows. "You are Zhang Ge, whom Xiaoyu's been thinking about day and night," she said. "Well, based on your performance just now, it's not bad." The woman looked Zhang Ge up and down and continued, "The real name of little Yang is Niu Xiaoyu." "Greetings, senior," Zhang Ge said, bowing. The woman waved her hand and asked, "How about becoming my disciple?" Zhang Ge refused. "Sorry, I don't plan to take a master now." The woman smiled. "I heard you're studying at that Shrek Academy now, and your teacher is Xiaogang?" "Yes, I've heard of Xiaogang's master title. Unbeatable in theory, but weak in practical combat." Zhang Ge. She is speaking the truth, and there's no way to refute it. The woman continued, "Are you refusing because you don't know who I am? Please enlighten me, senior." The woman smiled lightly, and 9 soul rings appeared around her one after another. However, there were no 10,000-year ones. Title Douluo? Zhang Ge was taken aback. My teacher is title Douluo Ling Xiao, who is a title Douluo hidden away from the world, Xiao Yu introduced. Zhang Ge suddenly realized that he was a master from outside the world. No wonder he had never heard of him. Kneel and take me as your master, and cultivate with Xiao Yu together. In the future, you two can become a pair of immortal lovers. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Said Ling Xiao Douluo. Master. Xiao Yu blushed and stomped her foot. What's there to be embarrassed about? Besides cultivating, your mind is filled with thoughts of your brother. Moreover, in a year or two, you'll be able to get married. Ling Xiao Douluo laughed, looking at Niu Xiao Yu with eyes full of affection, as if looking at his own child. Xiao Yu lowered her head, covering her face with her small hands. Through her fingers, one could see that her little face had turned as red as an apple. This, Zhang Ge felt quite awkward, but then he thought it's impossible to take him as a master, but he could bring Niu Xiao Yu to his side as a tool. Although he was strong, he was still just one person. More people meant greater strength. Niu Xiao Yu was a year younger than him, and already had such terrifying power, which showed how monstrous she was, far beyond the likes of Xiao Wu and the others. If he could recruit her into his dark arts and keep her by his side as a fighter, they could dominate everything together in the future. But how could he bring Niu Xiao Yu to his side? Let her enter the academy? That was a good idea. But looking at Ling Xiao Douluo's expression, it seemed unlikely that he would let her go, at least not until he felt she had enough strength to walk the world on her own. This matter needed to be planned carefully. Kid, what are you looking around for? Ling Xiao Douluo asked. I will ask you again seriously. Do you want to take me as your master? You should know that in Shrek, you don't even have a title Douluo. Being by my side, I can provide you with better resources and guidance. Zhang Ge suddenly had an idea and said, Senior Ling Xiao, why not join us at Shrek? Both Douluo Ling Xiao and Niu Xiao Yu were taken aback. Goodness, not only do you disagree, but you also have your sights set on me? Douluo Ling Xiao shook his head in a reserved manner. It's just that Niu Xiao Yu really liked Zhang Ge. If it were someone else trying to win her over like this, she would have slapped them away. With her strength as a 97th level title Douluo, once she entered the world, who knows how many forces would want to recruit her. Joining the Tindo royal family would be better than joining this Shrek, which she hadn't even heard of before. Zhang Ge said, Senior, I have no other intentions. Just saying I want you to have a title, to be an honorary consultant. You can come and go freely, no one will restrict you. This way, Xiao Yu can also join the academy and cultivate with me. Just like you said, although the master is not good in actual combat, his teaching ability is still very strong. After all, I'm the one he taught. Ling Xiao Douluo retorted. Then how many students like you has he taught? Just me. Ling Xiao Douluo laughed. So, your strength is not his credit. It's because you are excellent enough, just like Xiao Yu. I am now level 60. A powerful aura burst forth, and 5 soul rings appeared together. Although the master advised him not to show his 100,000-year soul ring in front of others. He couldn't care about anything else in order to bring Niu Xiao Yu closer to him. In the Douluo Continent, after all, it still relies on strength to speak. But in reality, he had already surpassed level 60, and since he had not obtained a soul ring, he could only remain at level 60. Both Ling Xiao Douluo and Niu Xiao Yu were taken aback. Then Ling Xiao Douluo smiled slightly. I didn't expect. Your 5th soul ring is also of a 100,000-year level. What? Zhang Ge was stunned. You two are truly a perfect match, Ling Xiao Douluo said with a smile. After that, Niu Xiao Yu's whole body trembled, and 5 soul rings burst forth. What shocked Zhang Ge was that her 5th soul ring was also 100,000 year. Damn, is this also your host? Zhang Ge thought to himself. What nonsense, I'm your only host. The system said, you can't be the only one with fortuitous encounters. By chance, as long as you encounter a willing 100,000-year soul beast to sacrifice itself, wouldn't you also have a 100,000-year soul ring? Damn, do you think 100,000-year soul beasts are cabbages? Why would they casually sacrifice themselves? I'm very curious about the origin of your soul ring, and I believe you are curious too, Ling Xiao Douluo said. Zhang Ge nodded foolishly. Of course I'm curious. I'm curious about what kind of fool that soul beast is. I can tell you that I took Xiao Yu to the endless sea. The Sky Douluo said, now do you understand? Zhang Ge was taken aback. The vast sea. Wow. Could it be that the plot of the vast sea arc is going to start early? This process is moving a bit fast. Could it be that this 100,000-year soul ring was obtained in the vast sea? Zhang Ge asked. Ling Xiao Douluo nodded. It's also good luck for Xiao Yu. I took her to the vast sea to meet an old friend and happened to help her obtain a 100,000-year soul ring. Zhang Ge was stunned. This is the real master. 084 Confusion. Can you now tell me how your fifth soul ring came about? Ling Xiaoduo asked. It's like this, a master. After listening, Ling Xiaoduo had a skeptical look on his face. What does that master look like? Zhang Ge narrated the story. Dressed in a black robe? Ling Xiaoduo pondered for a moment. I happen to know someone who always wears a black robe, but he is only level 92. However, not to mention level 92. Even if he were a level 99 ultimate Douluo, he wouldn't have the ability to actively make a 100,000-year soul beast offer a soul ring. Could it be that you also happened to encounter the same situation we did? Only level 92. Indeed, the way the big shots speak is different from us. Maybe. And that expert might not even be a titled Douluo. Perhaps they are a god, Zhang Ge said. Ling Xiaoduo's expression became serious. For a long time, gods have been a legend. Although titled Douluo is said to be the strongest, being closest to a god, it is still hard for her to believe that a god has descended onto the continent. But aside from this possibility, she couldn't think of any other reason that could allow a young man, who doesn't even have a titled Douluo around him, to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring at just level 50. It seems you also have quite a remarkable encounter. Ling Xiaoduo's face was calm, but her heart was tumultuous. Such an encounter is more than just remarkable. To be noticed by that kind of expert also indicates that this young man's talent is incredibly astonishing. Zhang Ge asked again, Senior, do you want to think it over? There is another benefit to having Xiaoyu join the academy, which is that she can regularly practice and spar with us, especially with me. This can enhance her practical skills and help her improve. Ling Xiaoduo looked at Niu Xiaoyu and noticed her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sigh, girls shouldn't be kept too long. Ling Xiaoduo sighed inwardly. You all go back first. I'll discuss with Xiaoyu, Ling Xiaoduo said. Whether to go or not will be decided after our discussion. Okay, Senior. Zhang Ge bowed slightly, not outright rejecting. It was a good sign. He turned to Niu Xiaoyu and said, Xiaoyu, even if you can't come to the academy, that's fine. You can often come to the academy to play with me, or I can come to find you. Brother. Niu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Then I'll leave first. As he watched him leave, Ling Xiaoduo felt a bit regretful. But soon, this regret disappeared. With Niu Xiaoyu around, she was already very satisfied. The vast majority of soul masters only have two pursuits in their lives, strength and a successor. Powerful strength allows you to live better and climb higher, while a good successor can carry on your legacy. After all, who doesn't want to be remembered for generations? When they regrouped, Xiao Wu asked, what were you talking about? Does she really know you? Zhang Ge nodded and admitted frankly, it was a little sister from Yojia village, 1 year younger than me. We played together every day in the village, but I didn't expect that she has now become a soul master. And her strength is not weak. Everyone was stunned. 1 year younger than you? Oscar's eyes widened. Level 52? Ma Hongjuan's mouth was agape like a toad. Her martial soul is the blue blood spirit weasel. Dai Mubai stared in disbelief. Zhang Ge nodded. I didn't expect it either. My goodness. What kind of village is Yojia village? How come it produces monsters like you? You're 12 years old and over level 50. And she's 11 and also over level 50. How are we supposed to play like this? Everyone was speechless. Is Yojia village a monster village? Flanders' eyes darted around as he asked Zhang Ge, Little Ge, have you talked to her about joining the academy? If this monster girl also joins the academy, there will be 2 super monsters there. With one Zhang Ge, they can wake up smiling from their dreams, but if another comes, they won't be able to sleep from laughing. I mentioned it casually, but I don't know if her teacher will agree. They're discussing it now, and I estimate there will be a result in the next few days. Let's head back for now. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of pressure and urgency. Just one Zhang Ge was almost suffocating them, and if another powerhouse came, they would truly be overshadowed by brilliance. The 3 girls especially felt this way. A genius girl, with talent comparable to Zhang Ge, and they have a past together. They have to work hard, otherwise, if these 2 both become titled Douluo and happily return home, they can only look up and feel a deep sense of frustration. Upon returning to the academy, everyone went back to their dorms. Zhang Ge didn't rest. Zhu Zhuqing would come to find him almost every night to go out for a walk together and deepen their relationship. But as it approached midnight, Zhu Zhuqing still hadn't come. No, Qian, come here for a moment. As soon as Zhang Ji's words fell, a figure appeared outside the window. Although Yu Qian was a bit silly, she was genuinely trying hard and had been training to walk silently. Now, even when wearing shoes, her footsteps were much quieter than before. Let's go see what Zhu Zhuqing is doing. Yu Qian cupped her fists and turned to leave, quickly returning. Young master. Miss Zhuqing is in training. Zhang Ge is puzzled. What's going on practicing at night? All right, since you're not coming, I won't wait any longer. I'll go to sleep. This morning, everyone seemed a bit lethargic during breakfast. The three girls were the same. Goodness, did you all go to the heaven on earth together? When asked, everyone said they were practicing. Zhang Ge is really puzzled. What on earth are you all thinking? Practicing collectively in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? It's probably because Niu Xiaoyu has provoked them. The system analyzed that she is younger than them, but her level is significantly higher. Zhang Ge thinks it's possible. However, you were just asking for trouble. Zhang Ge is a hanger-on. Although Niu Xiaoyu isn't a hanger-on, she has awakened the blood spirit weasel and has a level 97 title Douluo expert protecting her. Plus, she can easily pick up a 100,000-year spirit ring. She's practically the destined girl with multiple luck auras. She can compare with anyone, but she definitely shouldn't be compared to hanger-ons or the destined girls. After their practice, Zhang Ge and Tang San left the academy and headed towards Soto City. The batch of hidden weapon parts they had crafted was due for delivery, and Zhang Ge had to go along to check it out and help Tang San bring it back. He, who told Tang San he didn't have a belt. Now, he has to carry a ragged bag around his waist. When they arrived at the blacksmith shop, they picked up the finished goods, and after checking them, Tang San nodded in satisfaction. Next, they just needed to find an opportunity for Ning Rongrong to take some items back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. And this big business would be done. On the way back, Zhang Ge was in front, and Tang San was behind. Looking at Zhang Ge's back, Tang San remained silent for a long time. He had always found it strange why Zhang Ge seemed to know everything, as if he could predict the future. This puzzlement had troubled him for a long time. After thinking for a moment, he decided to keep this doubt to himself. There were many things he didn't need to know so clearly. He just needed to know that Zhang Ge treated him well, and that was enough. Back at the academy, Tang San distributed the hidden weapons to everyone. They held them in their hands, looking left and right, filled with joy and curiosity. Tang San demonstrated them, and the power made everyone even happier. With these items, not only would their strength increase, but they also had a life-saving trick in critical moments. Just then, Teacher Li ran over to find Zhang Ge. Xiaogang, hurry, someone is looking for you outside the academy. Zhang Ge pondered for a moment and summoned the golden cudgel, flying towards the academy's entrance. The others exchanged glances and followed him. Upon reaching the entrance, they saw that it was indeed Ling Xiaogang and Niu Xiaoyu outside the academy. He immediately landed, retracted the golden cudgel, and clasped his fists. Senior Xiaoyu, your stick martial soul is truly remarkable. Ling Xiaogang remarked. Although it's a weapon martial soul, it can actually be used as a flying martial soul. Zhang Ge said, actually it's not that magical. If I use it to fly, I won't be able to fight. Ling Xiaogang nodded, no longer continuing on this topic, and said, I discussed it with Xiaoyu, and she really wants to come. I respect her wishes. Zhang Ge keenly captured that Ling Xiaogang was not saying for her better development or for her future, but rather to respect her wishes. Just for this statement, Zhang Ge immediately looked at Ling Xiaogang with new eyes. How many elders in this world can truly respect a child's wishes? How many people live according to their parents' or elders' intentions? Growing up on Earth, he had seen too many such parents. Although Ling Xiaogang was not Niu Xiaoyu's biological mother, after years of nurturing and guidance, her kindness was almost equivalent to that of a parent. Yet, she did not impose her likes and dislikes on Niu Xiaoyu or force her to stay by her side to do things her way. Instead, she respected Niu Xiaoyu's thoughts, which was truly commendable. There are not many enlightened elders like you. Zhang Ge sincerely praised. Ling Xiaogang, like his own parents, basically did not interfere with him and respected his personal wishes. Whatever he wanted to do, his parents would support him, of course. The consequences were also his own to bear. Just like his parents said to him, we can show you some paths, but you can also think of your own path. However, which one to take is up to you. The path you choose, you walk it, good or bad. You enjoy it yourself. Ling Xiaogang waved his hand. You don't need to flatter me. Regarding your suggestion, I considered it and have no objections. I only have this one student. If she stays here, I naturally have to keep an eye on her, but like you said, I don't want anyone to disturb me. Nor do I want you to try to restrict or interfere with me. Of course, you are a 97 level title Douluo. How many are more impressive than you on the entire continent? How could a little guy like Flander, who is only in the 70s, possibly restrict you? Then the question arises, Ling Xiaogang teased, can this kid make decisions for your dean? As soon as he finished speaking, Flander's voice came rushing over. Yes, he can make decisions. The three turned to look, and Flander rushed over eagerly. Upon learning that Niu Xiaoyu had arrived, he dropped everything and immediately flew over. Behind him were Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Master Zhao Wujia, among others. As he slowly landed, Flander bowed to Ling Xiaoduo. May I ask who the elder is? Ask him. Ling Xiaoduo pointed at Zhang Ge. Arrange a better room for me and Xiaoyu. After saying this, she did not look sideways and led Niu Xiaoyu into the academy. Niu Xiaoyu looked at Zhang Ge eagerly, wanting to get closer to him, but with the teacher around, she couldn't be too bold. Zhao Wujia, being very considerate, quickly extended his hand. Please, this way, I will arrange the best accommodation for you. Watching Zhao Wujia lead the two away, everyone's attention turned to Zhang Ge. Xiao Ge, what is the relationship between that woman and Niu Xiaoyu? What's her name? What is her strength? Why does it feel like her aura is very strong? Flander asked. Zhao Wujia also sensed her impressive aura, which was why he was so polite to her. Everyone stared at Zhang Ge, waiting for his answer. She is Xiaoyu's teacher. Zhang Ge slowly replied. 97 level title Douluo. Title, Ling Xiao. Everyone was instantly petrified. Title, Douluo. Ma Hongjun was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao Douluo was very beautiful, with a hot figure and mature charm. He had just secretly fantasized about her. Now hearing the words, title Douluo, he almost wet his pants. How dare he fantasize about a title Douluo? He wouldn't even know how he died. 97 level? Flander's glasses nearly fell off. Everyone was in awe. Only Xiao Wu's expression became unnatural. Zhang Ge smiled faintly in his heart. Since he dared to bring the Douluo Ling Xiao here, he must have a way to protect Xiao Wu. At this moment, Flander came to his senses and quickly asked, what does this Douluo mean? Does she plan to stay here? I suggested that I want her to be a consultant here. And she agreed. Of course, she is absolutely free. Director, you must not give her any orders. Everyone. Wow, what a tremendous favor this is. Zhang Ge has such a huge influence. He got a title Douluo of level 97 to be an advisor at the academy, and the person agreed. This is simply amazing. As for giving her orders, it's impossible even if you think about it with your toes. Flander wouldn't be that foolish. From now on, Trek Academy has a great deity watching over it. Flander was in an incredibly good mood, a double blessing. Everyone else was naturally happy too. This is a good thing. But for Xiao Wu, it was a misfortune coming in pairs. Not only did a rival appear, but also a title Douluo who could see through her identity. For a moment, Xiao Wu wanted to leave this place. Being around a title Douluo day and night was simply courting death. Not only was she in danger, but Zhang Ge and the others would also be implicated. That afternoon, while everyone was training, Xiao Wu quietly left the dormitory and arrived at the academy gate. She looked back at Shrek Academy, her eyes a bit red. This is fate, isn't it? Although she felt reluctant now, she still had to leave. Turning around and wiping the corners of her eyes, just as Xiao Wu was about to leave, a familiar voice came from behind. Going shopping? Xiao was taken aback and turned around sharply. It was Zhang Ge. Perfect timing. Let's go shopping together. Zhang Ge stepped forward and took her hand. Xiao Ge. Zhang Ge smiled and said, let's go. Along the way, Xiao Wu was very silent, completely losing her usual liveliness. Zhang Ge asked, do you still remember what I said to you that night in Shenghan village? Xiao Wu looked at him and nodded. Do you think I've changed over the years? Zhang Ge asked. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled slightly. As the saying goes, people change, but I won't change, Zhang Ge said. You're not human, the system replied. Shut up, you little brat, Zhang Ge thought. 086, always trust. This system is really a brat. It messed up everything I wanted to say next, but got the system all excited. It was always disrupted by the dog host, and this time it finally disrupted the dog host's rhythm. Xiao Wu's expression quickly darkened again. Ever since her mother passed away, Xiao Wu couldn't feel truly happy for a long time. It wasn't until she arrived in the human world and met Zhang Ge that she finally returned to being the lively and happy soft-boned rabbit she once was. She had thought more than once that meeting Zhang Ge made her truly lucky. However, humans and soul bees are ultimately different. It was too difficult for them to be together. At this moment, she even felt a bit envious of those ordinary human women. At least they could be with the people they truly loved. While she was thinking about this, Zhang Ge was mentally bickering with the system. You old brat. Can you stop suddenly spouting disgusting things? It's just a moment of inspiration, the system explained. Inspiration, my foot. Didn't we say that the host and system love each other? Didn't you also say that hitting is affection and scolding is love? You, Zhang Ge, do you know? Meeting you is truly the happiest thing in my life. Xiao Wu said at that moment. Zhang Ge pondered for a moment. Low emotional intelligence. Me too. High emotional intelligence. The happiest thing in my life is to be with you forever. After hearing the high emotional intelligence response, Xiao could no longer hold back and rushed into Zhang Ge's arms, crying. The sense of helplessness and fear she felt during the Spirit Douluo incident left Xiao Wu exhausted. She also wanted to be with Zhang Ge forever. But the word forever is always easier said than done. Zhang Ge gently touched her hair, quietly waiting for her to finish crying. Speaking at this moment was meaningless. She needed to vent her emotions. Soon, Xiao Wu stopped crying but still held on to Zhang Ge tightly. Let's go eat something delicious and take a stroll. Zhang Ge released her and took her hand. Okay, Xiao Wu nodded. However, Xiao Wu didn't expect that Zhang Ge would take her to a place like Tianshan. Looking at the tall building in front of her, filled with an atmosphere of indulgence and extravagance, Xiao Wu felt a bit confused. What was he planning to do? Why did you bring me here? Xiao Wu frowned slightly. This isn't a good place. Didn't you say you wouldn't come here before? Zhang Ge did not answer, but said, I have never changed. You will always be my family, and I will always trust you. Xiao Wu was taken aback. These abrupt words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. The Tianshan is open 24 hours, but only for dining, entertainment, and underground fighting, while the brothel operates only at night, so there aren't many people around in the afternoon. After knocking 3 times, the door opened, and a Seoul Emperor's thug dressed in black with a masked face appeared before the two. The thug gestured for them to follow him. Take me to see your boss. Zhang Ge smiled and handed over 10 gold coins. The thug had already received orders from Yanghua and immediately nodded. Yes, please. Xiao Wu was stunned. What is going on? What does Zhang Ge's words mean? The Seoul Emperor's henchmen brought 2 people along a secret passage to the side door of the boss's office where Yanghua was located. Respectfully returned 10 gold coins to Zhang Ge, and then stood aside with his hands down. The boss has been waiting for a long time. Please enter. Xiao Wu was stunned. Wow. Is it really okay to go directly to meet the boss? Moreover, it seems that this henchman is quite respectful to Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge nodded and pushed the door open to walk in. As soon as he entered, he saw a magnificent office desk, with the skin of a tiger-type soul beast spread out on the luxurious floor. The decorations in the room were extremely lavish, and a masked man was standing in front of them with several masked subordinates. This masked man was Yanghua, and the subordinates were all loyal followers of him, belonging to the Blue Lightning family, and they naturally recognized Zhang Ge. The aura of these people was very strong, making Xiao Wu feel a bit breathless, and their display of swagger made her even more frightened. She was scared. She really couldn't understand why Zhang Ge brought her here and directly approached the boss. This boss and the group behind him clearly weren't good people. Feeling her little hand tightly gripping his sleeve, Zhang Ge smiled and casually led her to the seat behind Yanghua's desk, sitting down nonchalantly and saying, wow, this decoration must cost at least several thousand gold coins, but you do have the air of a boss. Xiao Wu was taken aback. Immediately after, Yanghua and his subordinates all knelt down on one knee, saying boss. At first, when Yanghua saw Zhang Ge bring in an outsider, he was unsure of the situation and remained silent instead of expressing himself directly. Now that he saw Zhang Ge sitting in the boss's position, he understood the situation and immediately paid his respects. Xiao Wu was completely dumbfounded. What did I just see? What happened in front of me? The boss of heaven and earth actually showed such great respect to Zhang Ge and referred to him as boss. Her little mind was completely in a daze. Zhang Ge didn't say anything to her, but casually started flipping through the account book and asked, get up. How have the recent earnings been? Very good. Yanghua stood up and replied respectfully. About 1/3 of the initial investment has been recovered. Now, the fame of the courtesan and the golden belt is gradually rising, and various earnings are also increasing. It is expected that within 2 months, we will recover about 3 times the initial investment profit. Have special, unexpected situations been taken into account? Are you referring to the Spirit Hall? That's just one of them. Currently, the Spirit Hall has not contacted us, but there are already people from the Spirit Hall coming to seek us out. I have some strategies regarding the Spirit Hall. Have you found the agent you were looking for? Yes, I found him. He is currently handling affairs on stage. Would you like to review him? No need. Just let him know you are behind the scenes. There is no need for him to know about the deeper behind the scenes. Yanghua nodded, understood. Have you gotten the items I asked you to get? I have. While speaking, Yanghua looked at a little brother behind him, and that little brother immediately brought out a brocade box and respectfully placed it in front of Zhang Ge and opened it. Inside was a beautiful crystal blue ring, intricately carved with lifelike butterflies, radiating a brilliant, sparkling light. This soul guide was named Butterfly Language, crafted in Gongxin City, and after being engraved by Master Yonghe. Wearing it can perfectly conceal one's aura. Even a titled Douluo cannot see through it. Xiao was taken aback. The clever had already sensed something and guessed what it might be. Could this be? Very good. Zhang Ge nodded and put the brocade box into the Xiaogang ring. This expense is extra. Recorded in my account and deducted from my funds later. Yanghua quickly said, Boss, actually there's no need for that. After all the money is yours. It must be done this way. Everything must be clear. Even brothers should keep accounts clearly. Zhang Ge said in a tone that brooked no argument. An organization can split due to beliefs, but it must never have internal strife because of money. If we want to do our work well, we must be united and have no conflicts. Yes, Yanghua nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. 087 Don't think about robbing my son-in-law. Arrange a meal for us, Zhang Ge said. Understood. Yanghua turned to the little brother and instructed, pass it down. Prepare a top-tier set meal. Zhang Ge waved his hand and said, a regular meal is fine. That kind of meal is not something two students like us can afford. Yanghua immediately understood and replied, sorry, it was my oversight. Zhang Ge smiled and patted his shoulder. We still have a long way to go. Take your time. You all wait outside the door first. Yanghua and the others bowed and exited the room. Zhang Ge took out a brocade box from the dragon ring and took out the butterfly language ring, extending his hand towards Xiao Wu. Although Xiao Wu had already guessed it, when it really came to this moment, her heart couldn't help but race. Soul guides. How precious are soul guides? In a sense, the value of soul guides is no less than that of soul bones. Zhang Ge just gave it to her like that. Xiao was so excited that she was a bit tongue-tied. We've known each other for a long time. And Zhang Ge has held her fair, smooth little hand, but never gave her anything decent. He put the ring on her right middle finger, and, as expected, the soul guide device was magical. Even though it was a size larger than her finger, it automatically shrank after wearing it, perfectly fitting her finger. It looks really nice, Zhang Ge said with a smile. Xiao Wu's eyes were a bit moist with emotion. Why did you give me this? Xiao Ge, do you know that She almost asked if Zhang Ge knew she was a soul beast. However, Zhang Ge interrupted her. Of course, a ring is the most suitable gift for a close girl, and this is the first gift I'm giving you, so it has to be precious. That's why I had him find me a soul guide ring. Although it only has the function of covering one's aura, at least it's a soul guide device. Xiao Wu was slightly stunned. Is it just because of this? Of course, Zhang Ge smiled. Otherwise what? To let you wear this to cover your aura and become an assassin? When it comes to pretending to be confused while knowing the truth, I would like to call the host the strongest, the system said. Xiao Wu fell silent. She increasingly felt that Zhang Ge must have already known her true identity, but was just pretending to be confused. This was a form of respect. Respecting Xiao Wu and the secret of her inner privacy. At that moment, Xiao Wu cried out in emotion, leaping into Zhang Ge's arms and holding him tightly. What girl wouldn't like a boy like this? With this ring, she no longer had to worry about being seen through by the title de law. She didn't have to leave anymore and could continue to be with Zhang Ge. All right, I know you have a lot of questions. Feel free to ask, Zhang Ge said. Xiao Wu shook her head. I have no questions. I just know that you are Zhang Ge, my Zhang Ge, and that's enough. Zhang Ge smiled and gently stroked her long hair. She held Zhang Ge tightly, as if she were embracing the whole world. After finishing their meal, the two walked out of the restaurant. Xiao Wu happily said, the food here is so delicious, Xiao Ge. Let's come here often in the future, okay? Zhang Ge. Although it's delicious, it's very expensive. Xiao Wu shook Zhang Ge's arm. Don't we have Soul Master subsidies? We can also go to the Soul Arena to compete. We can come here often to eat in the future, okay? Okay. Zhang Ge looked helpless. All right, it's rare that you like it. Yay, Xiao Ge is the best. Xiao Wu hugged Zhang Ge's arm. A few people hiding in the shadows quietly turned to leave. After returning to the spirit hall, they reported to Queichuo's and Hulaina. It was confirmed that the two had just gone out to eat. The girl was very satisfied with the food and even acted cute, asking Zhang Ge to take her there often. After reporting all the details, Queichuo's and Hulaina waved their hands, and the group withdrew to continue monitoring in the shadows. Lord Queichuo's, what do you think? Hulaina asked. Queichuo's replied, it seems that the kid has nothing to do with that shop. The true mastermind behind that shop must be someone else. Hulaina nodded, but I still have some doubts. Not long after he returned from the Blue Lightning family, that shop opened, and its rise was incredibly fast, clearly indicating that there were sufficient preparations. Queichuo said, based on this alone, we cannot determine that he is the mastermind. Hulaina's expression darkened. If it's not him and not the Blue Lightning family, then which force could it be? Xiao was very intelligent and acted well. Zhang Ge didn't even need to ask her for help in acting. She performed that scene herself. This way, she and Zhang Ge could come here frequently without raising suspicion. As they checked the time, it was almost evening, So they decided not to return to the academy and stayed in front of the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, waiting for the others to arrive. Soon, they saw the figures of Tang, San, and the others in the distance. As they got closer and saw the two together, they were initially stunned. Then Tang San smiled and said, "I was wondering where you two went. Turns out you were waiting here. We want to eat something good first, and then came here to wait for you." With the butterfly language ring, Xiao Wu no longer had to worry and returned to her lively and cheerful self. Ling Xiao Douluo glanced at her, and a strange look briefly flashed in his eyes, but he said nothing. Niu Xiaoyu walked over and asked, "Brother, sister Xiao Wu, where did you go to eat something good?" Xiao Wu smiled. "Heaven on earth." Everyone was taken aback. "You went to that place?" Ning Rongrong asked in a daze. "Didn't they say it's not a good place?" Oscar glanced at Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing also had a strange look in her eyes. Although there are brothels there, they only operate at night. During the day, it looks like a big hotel, and the food inside is really delicious. Xiao Wu explained, "Anyway, as long as we don't go at night, it's fine." Niu Xiaoyu looked at Zhang Ge eagerly. "Brother, can you take me there next time?" Zhang Ge smiled and patted her little head. "Okay, no problem." Ahem, Flander coughed and said, "Let's go. First sign up for the competition." Once they entered the Seoul arena, the master called everyone together and said, "Overall, let's stick to the previous rules. Xiao Wu, you, and Xiao Gu participated in the doubles battle before, but now your levels are vastly different. Teaming up with him won't be beneficial for either of you. So I suggest you cancel the team and let Xiao Gu team up with Niu Xiaoyu." Although Xiao Wu felt a bit upset, there was no other way. At level 31, she had no chance against opponents over level 50, and Zhang Ge's trump cards had been mostly revealed, making it unlikely for him to win easily. Niu Xiaoyu certainly had no objections, and Ling Xiao nodded slightly, as she thought the same. It was clear that Niu Xiaoyu and Zhang Ge were a better match. As for Xiao Wu and the others, don't think about stealing my son-in-law. 088 Boiling Blood River Field after everything was arranged. Everyone went to sign up for the competition. Zhang Ge and Niu Xiaoyu arrived at the service desk to sign up for team battles. The receptionist was taken aback when she saw Zhang Ge. Just recently, he had teamed up with a big-chested, brainless girl, and now he was changing partners again? But what did that have to do with her? "Please give your team a name." Niu Xiaoyu looked at Zhang Ge. "Brother, just come up with a name." Zhang Ge thought for a moment and said, "Flawless." "All right." The sister said, "The main surname of the Blue Electric family is Yu, and the Yu in Niu Xiaoyu's name also refers to beautiful jade. So let's simply call it Flawless. After all, it's Flawless Beautiful Jade. Anyway, I can't think of any other good names as a naming failure. I can't just call it Neo Family Village Mischievous Kids Team, right? Neo Family Village Yanga Team?" The system said. "Yanga Star." Zhang Ge said. "I'll dye your hair yellow." The system said. Zhang Ge. Does this system understand these memes too? Zhang Ge was already quite perverse, and now there's another pervert. Who can withstand the duo of two perverts? After the individual, team, and group battles concluded, everyone gathered at arena number 3 to watch the team battle between Zhang Ge and Niu Xiaoyu. Upon hearing the name Wuxia, Xiao Wu's expression dimmed slightly. She felt a pang in her heart, like a pure-hearted girl watching her once-beloved ex-boyfriend now embracing another girl. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset. "I have the ring that Zhang Ge gave me. Does she have one? She doesn't. Moreover, with this ring, I won't have to worry anymore and can focus on my training. I will work hard, and when I catch up to Zhang Ge in the future, I will team up with him again." At this moment, the sharp-eyed Ning Rongrong noticed the butterfly ring on Xiao Wu's hand and let out a low gasp. "Wow, what a beautiful ring." Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. "It really is beautiful." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes also lit up. "I didn't see you wearing it this morning. Could it be?" Ning Rongrong's gaze sharpened. Xiao Wu and Zhang Ge must have gone to Soto City together in the afternoon. Something definitely happened. "This ring must have been given by Zhang Ge." Xiao Wu candidly replied. "In the afternoon, I went shopping with Xiaogang and happened to see someone selling this ring by the roadside. I thought it was beautiful, so Xiaogang bought it for me. It must have been expensive, right? Yeah, it's so pretty. The butterfly looks almost alive." Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong felt a pang of jealousy. "No, it's just a pretty decoration. It costs less than 100 gold coins," Xiao Wu said, her face not flushing at all. "Really? So beautiful. And it cost less than 100 gold? Ning Rongrong looked regretful. If she had known, she would have gone out shopping this afternoon too. Several boys cast sidelong glances at them. Less than 100 gold? Good heavens, what can you do with 100 gold soul coins? Buying something that's just pretty and worthless. Only you girls would think it's worth it. I could go to the brothel several times and discuss life with some quality girls." Ma Hongjun scoffed. Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and asked Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, Do you remember what that person looked like? Or did he have other rings? Xiao Wu shook her head. I don't know. The person looked quite shabby, seemed like a poor person, and hurried away after taking the money. I guess he probably only had this one. A hint of regret flashed in Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's eyes. Dai Mubai coughed and said, This ring looks really beautiful, but it's not very hard to get. At least I could get one. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. However, he noticed that Zhu Zhuqing's expression and gaze showed no change at all. Her eyes were still fixed on the ring in Xiao Wu's hand. At that moment, Dai Mubai suddenly felt a bit flustered, whether in disdain or dislike. Deep down, he still cared, but if there was no reaction at all, it meant she didn't care at all. Having dealt with various girls for years, he understood this principle. But why did she not care at all? Clearly, it felt like their relationship had not been as distant and cold in recent days. They occasionally exchanged a few words during battles, and he thought they had mellowed. Wait a minute, could it be? He suddenly understood a bit. If it's just a friendship, comrade, or classmate relationship, then communicating and adjusting tactics during battles is perfectly normal. During fights, Ning Rongrong and Xiao would also communicate with him in real time to adjust tactics. He recalled that Zhu Zhuqing would also communicate with Tang San and the others when necessary, not just him. In other words, I really have no status in her heart. At that moment, Dai Mubai felt a chill in his hands and feet. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, completely uninterested in Dai Mubai's words. Were they interested in the ring itself? Of course not. Ma Hongjun patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder and whispered, Boss Dai, don't bother. If it's someone you like, even a dog-tail grass ring can make you over the moon. If it's someone you don't like, even a mountain of gold is meaningless. In fact, they might even find you tacky. You should understand this, Boss Dai. Dai Mubai fell silent. Just like before, when I liked a girl and gave her all sorts of valuable gifts, but she wouldn't even let me touch her hand after taking my things. She turned around and went to sleep with the guy she liked, who hadn't given her anything. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun got a bit worked up. Women are like this, Boss Dai. Stop sulking. The courtesan is still waiting for us tonight. Hee hee. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, and his expression improved a bit. In this cold world, only the courtesan could make him feel a hint of warmth. The group wrapped up the topic about the ring and turned their attention to the arena. On the arena, the host finished his chatter, both sides were ready, and the battle officially began. Everyone perked up. Before them was the world beyond level 50. Although both Zhang Ge and Niu Xiaoyu were very strong, teamwork was also crucial in team battles. Since they had never fought together before, this battle wouldn't end so quickly. And then it ended. Zhang Ge threw out the golden cudgel and controlled it from a distance, taking advantage of the two opponents' defenses during the first wave of attacks. Zhang Ge teleported with Niu Xiaoyu to the back of the two, fully muscular. The Death Separation and Niu Xiaoyu's Boiling Blood River domains were activated simultaneously. The two were immediately dazed by the influence of the domain. Not only did their capillaries start to bleed profusely, but after Zhang Ge and Niu Xiaoyu teleported away, they began to attack each other. Under the influence of the Boiling Blood River domain, their blood would boil violently, their minds would become muddled, and they would be eager to slash at others or be slashed themselves. Watching the two of them attack each other, the members of Shrek changed their expressions. This Niu Xiaoyu is terrifying. 089 strong brain circuit. Stepping off the stage and coming to the crowd, Ling Xiao Douluo walked up to Niu Xiaoyu, affectionately ruffling her hair. The master gently said, I thought your cooperation would be a bit awkward, but it seems that your combat experience and skills are quite good. Even without prior discussion, you know how to react at the right moments. Among your peers, there should be very few who can match you. As long as you continue to practice and cultivate your tacit understanding, obtaining the Silver Soul Badge will be very simple. Ling Xiao Douluo nodded slightly. She brought Niu Xiaoyu here not for the master's guidance, but to fulfill Niu Xiaoyu's desire to be with Zhang Ge, allowing them to deepen their relationship. In her view, pairing up and cultivating tacit understanding was preparing for their future marriage. When the time comes, as a couple of Douluo, their perfect cooperation would ensure that they would be invincible. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao Douluo sighed. Niu Xiaoyu's lifelong matters seem to be settled, but what about me? Who's my groom? Who's my bride? It's not that she has high standards and looks down on those who pursued her in her early years, but she believes that both should be well matched. Talents should be with talents, and a title Douluo's partner should also be a title Douluo. Otherwise, if she were to outlive her partner, it would be so lonely. Being single is much better than being widowed. Zhang Ge and Niu Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, and Niu Xiaoyu smiled sweetly and happily. The two of them, being abnormal, teamed up with the goal of defeating enemies of a higher level, as opponents of the same level were simply not a challenge. Moreover, Zhang Ge was already level 60, although he hadn't yet obtained his 6th soul ring. So he was still an advantage. Everyone's performance tonight was commendable. All right, let's all go back and rest. We'll continue tomorrow. The moon was high in the branches, and the stars filled the sky. Zhang Ge wielded the golden cudgel, carrying Zhu Zhuqing away from the academy. Behind his dormitory, Ling Xiao Douluo watched them leave with Niu Xiaoyu. Niu Xiaoyu felt a bit lost. It seems your brother only sees you as a sister, Ling Xiao Douluo said. It's okay, Niu Xiaoyu said softly. As long as I can see him every day, I'm satisfied. Don't talk nonsense, Ling Xiao Douluo said, stroking her hair. You and he are equally matched in strength, with similar talents. You are the most suitable pair, and you have been childhood friends. Why do you willingly watch him pair up with other girls? But if you really like him, then take the initiative to pursue him, Ling Xiao Douluo said. Don't be like me. When you get older, at this age, not only do you have no descendants or family, but you haven't even had someone to confide in as a close companion. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao Douluo cared for Niu Xiaoyu so much. She truly treated Niu Xiaoyu as her own daughter. Niu Xiaoyu hugged her, saying, Teacher, you aren't old at all. You look only 20. You little sweet talker. Ling Xiao Douluo said, extending her elegant fingers to gently tap Niu Xiaoyu's forehead. Outside the city, in the forest, Zhang Ge felt that this place was simply a treasure trove for triggering plots. Every time he came here, there would be a different news storyline. Is the ring for Xiao Wu from you? As soon as they flew over the forest, Zhu Zhuqing asked. Yes. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, her eyes filled with disappointment. As expected, in your heart, Xiao Wu is still the most important. But before she could finish her sentence, a hand reached from behind her to in front of her. In that hand was a black choker with a dazzling pink gemstone hanging from it. This is for you. Zhang Ge's gentle voice came from behind. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned, excitedly holding the choker in her hand. Just kidding. How could Zhang Ge possibly do something so biased? Back when there were 3 dolls at home, he spent an hour on each one. Everything needs to be balanced. I think you'll look great with the neck ring on, Zhang Ge said with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing has a stunning figure and always wears tight-fitting clothes that accentuate her curves, giving Zhang Ge a feeling of a search officer. A search officer with a neck ring, a perfect match. A strange XP has increased, the system said. Holding the neck ring, Zhu Zhuqing felt all her previous frustrations vanish. At that moment, her mood was as light and pleasant as waking up from a beautiful sleep to see the brilliant sunshine in the morning. Can you help me put it on? Please? Zhu Zhuqing shyly asked. Zhang Ge was about to speak when suddenly the system issued a prompt. Task received. Tell her to refuse. Task reward. Increase soul power by 1 level. Failure penalty. Grow a big beard. If Zhu Zhuqing feels sad or upset, the task will fail. If I don't say it, the task will also fail. I said, what the heck? She's asking me pitifully. Is it possible to directly refuse without making her sad? Knock her out, and if she's unconscious, she won't hear me refuse her 1,000 times. Nor will she feel sad. The system came again. Zhang Ge was actually a bit anxious, but a second later, he came up with a plan. He sneered in his heart. I won't do it, just wait and see. He controlled the golden cudgel to slowly descend. And Zhu Zhuqing turned around and looked at him. Can you help me put on, please? Zhang Ge took the neck ring and smiled faintly. No way, I refuse. Zhu Zhuqing. System. As she lifted her long hair, Zhu Zhuqing's neck looked really beautiful, and Zhang Ge suddenly felt an urge to take a bite. After putting it on, Zhang Ge smiled and said, looks good. Zhu Zhuqing's shy little face turned red, not daring to look up at Zhang Ge. When Zhang Ge's hand touched her neck just now, that electric-like sensation made her body tremble and her heart race. The task was completed, so bring on the reward. The system was dumbfounded. What the hell? Ah, what is this? Zhang Ge retorted. The task required him to say no, not to refuse putting it on her, so I said no, the task is completed, now bring on the reward. But she didn't understand. It doesn't matter if she understood or not. I said it anyway. Your task didn't require her to understand. The system was left speechless. This actually works. Obediently delivering the task reward, the system was almost in a state of despair. This dog's host's thought process is too strong. After so many years, still so hard to deal with. I say, Zhang Ge thought, if you wanted to knock her out, why not just issue a task to knock her out? The system was even more frustrated. I wanted to, but my settings don't allow me to directly issue a task to knock out the girl. Everything has to rely on the host to do it themselves, otherwise. I would have issued it long ago. Stroking the gem on the neck ring, Zhu Zhuqing said softly, this is the best gift I've ever received in my life. Saying that, she hugged Zhang Ge and pecked him on the face. Finally, The three girls from Old Shrek all left their marks on Zhang Ge's face. 090 almost. In the past, Zhang Ge was very proactive. It couldn't be helped. If those dolls could move, it would be a horror story. But now, Zhang Ge felt that being passive seemed pretty good too, especially when suddenly attacked by a girl in a passive situation. He used to think, when will some company launch an all-automatic electric doll? But that kind of black technology would probably take a long time to achieve. However, thinking about it now, can't girls be fully automatic? Goodness, why is saliva coming out? Have I been looking for a donkey for over a decade? Looking at the delicate and shy Zhu Zhuqing in front of him, Zhang Ge suddenly felt a familiar impulse. It's been a long time since he came to Douluo, and this impulse had never appeared before. Under the influence of this impulse, Zhang Ge couldn't help but reach out and hold Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder. Zhu Zhuqing didn't even offer symbolic resistance or struggle. She was like a doll that Zhang Ge could do whatever he wanted with. Zhang Ge's breathing became rapid as he slowly leaned closer to her small face. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Then she slowly raised her head, facing Zhang Ge, and closed her eyes. K&M. This temptation, even a pig can't resist. Late at night, the moonlight is ambiguous in a small grove of a lonely man and woman. Dry firewood and fierce flames. Everything is just right. Zhang Ge suddenly Zhu Zhuqing, burying his head and starting to kiss her fiercely. Zhu Zhuqing responded somewhat clumsily. Zhang Ge thought he would feel a bit awkward facing a real girl, but he didn't expect to be as skilled as a habitual offender. Well, this is something ingrained in his bones. As he touched a soft and bouncy area, the fullness of the sensation made Zhang Ge's movements increasingly rough. But at that moment, his earring suddenly vibrated. There was news from Yanghua. Zhang Ge calmed down as if he had been splashed with cold water. In his heart, his career would always be more important than women. The Dark Guard was his career and had to come first. Therefore, he had to answer any message sent by Yanghua. So he stopped his actions and let go of Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Zhang Ge in a bit of a daze. Zhang Ge touched her long hair. I'm sorry, I was a bit too hasty. It's irresponsible of me to act like this towards you now. Zhu Zhuqing shyly smiled. It's okay. Zhang Ge often talks about responsibility, and it fits his style to stop acting at such times. Of course, she also admires Zhang Ge for being able to halt at such moments. If it were Dai Mubai, that kind of LSP, she fears the two of them would have already started rolling around naked. Zhang Ge's old face turned red. Besides, there's another reason. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Is it because of Xiao Wu? No. I need to take a convenience break. I drank too much water tonight. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled. Go ahead. I'll wait for you here. All right. Zhang Ge quickly ran into the depths of the forest. After confirming that he was out of Zhu Zhuqing's hearing range, Zhang Ge rubbed his ear pendant, and Yu Yanghua's voice came through. Boss, the Spirit Hall has made contact with Liang Guanan. Liang Guanan is the agent selected by Yu Yanghua, who is also the publicly acknowledged boss of Tianshang Runjian. Okay, I understand. I'm outside now. I'll contact you again after I return. All right, boss. When Zhang Ge returned to Zhu Zhuqing's side, both felt a bit awkward. Really, stopping halfway through something like this is quite embarrassing. It's getting late. Let's head back first. We'll come out again tomorrow night. Zhang Ge gently touched Zhu Zhuqing's little face. Zhu Zhuqing nodded obediently. After returning to the academy, the two parted ways. Zhang Ge entered the dormitory, ensured no one was around, and rubbed his ear pendant. Tell me the details. The business of Tianshang Runjian is becoming increasingly prosperous and has caught the attention of the Spirit Hall. Material wealth is the foundation of everything, and the Spirit Hall is no exception. They are certainly interested in profitable ventures, especially since Tianshang Runjian has begun to affect some businesses controlled by the Spirit Hall. Therefore, they have started contacting Liang Guanan, proposing the idea of secretly buying Tianshang Runjian. Liang Guanan should still be the boss, while the Spirit Hall operates behind the scenes to gain profits. It's the same old dual role style. What did Liang Guanan say? He can't make decisions, so he just told the Spirit Hall to consider it, then asked me. And I came to you. Yu Yanghua said, the business is ours. We can't give it to them. Zhang Ge replied, my subordinate thinks the same, but the Spirit Hall is powerful. If we refuse them directly, we might face suppression or trouble in the future. Zhang Ge has a strategy in mind, but still want to ask Yu Yanghua, what are your thoughts? Yu Yanghua was silent for a moment and said, how about giving them some shares? Zhang Ge smiled. Not bad, just as I thought. I didn't expect you to have quite a business mind. Yu Yanghua felt a bit awkward. Actually, this isn't my idea. It's Liang Guanan's idea. He's a savvy businessman. Liang Guanan is an outsider after all. I don't trust him. I have already regarded you as the second in command of the Dark Guards. So in the future, most of these matters will still be up to you to decide. You should learn well from him. And if you can handle it, you don't need to come ask me. Understood. I will definitely study hard and not let the boss down. Yu Yanghua said excitedly. Second in command of the Dark Guards. Although the Dark Guards haven't been established yet, just from the current development, we can see the future scale. The shares can't be too much. My bottom line is 5. So tell Liang Guanan to keep this in mind. 5%? Yu Yanghua was taken aback. 5% my ass, it's 5%. Got it, understood. The Wuhuan Temple came to negotiate, just as Zhang Ge wished. A 5% share will only mean slightly less profit. But the return is that the Wuhuan Temple will cover Tianshan Renjian in the future. This is a power that can be utilized openly. With the Wuhuan Temple's protection, troubles will definitely decrease. Even if there are troubles, there will be no need for Yu Yanghua and others to step in. They can better hide in the background. Tianshan Renjian in Suatawa City can now be considered to have established a foothold. The next step is to open branches. With more branches, the demand for various personnel will increase, but correspondingly, the money will also be earned more. Meanwhile, at the Wuhuan Temple in Suatawa City, Boss Liang said to think about it. Confirmed? Hulaina asked the members of the Wuhuan Temple. Yes, that was his exact wording. Hulaina sneered. I'm afraid it's not about thinking. You want to ask his master. Kratos said, do you really think there is someone behind Boss Liang? Definitely someone, and this person is not to be underestimated. Hulaina said, as I expected, they definitely agree to sell the store to us. But they will definitely give up shares. 091, there are 300 taels of silver here. Kratos glanced at Hulaina. What is this girl planning to do? Aren't you supposed to be cultivating? Aren't you going back to the Pope's palace? Why are you wasting time here every day? Besides, when did you start caring about business matters? You golden generation should prioritize cultivation first. Business should naturally be managed by dedicated people. This is a distraction for you. He didn't know that Hulaina's intuition was that the behind-the-scenes boss of Tianshan Renjian was Zhang Ge. Her purpose in this trip was Zhang Ge, and she wanted to keep a close watch on him and understand him thoroughly. Her intuition also told her that if Tianshan Renjian continued to develop freely, it might not be a good thing for the Wuhuan Temple in the future. Talking about money is vulgar, especially for a soul master like her with a transcendent identity. But everything in the world,